Chapter 441. Chinchio saw the despair of tyranny's condition in Rockoff's eyes. She couldn't bear to look at Rockoff anymore, but cast her eyes on Tyranny, who was being examined. She remembered that teacher Edel had said that Tyranny was a war beast that died of a heart attack, and Rockoff had also been in a state of madness since then. It seems that this memory is an indelible fear for Rockoff, so it is deeply engraved in his mind. Chinchio, as an outsider, silently observed all this in this phantom where no one could find her. The picture did not change again. During this period, Chinchio followed Rockoff to many places. His destination was either the War Beast Medical Center or a place where he could inquire whether there was a folk remedy to treat the heart disease of the War Beast, but without exception, he returned empty-handed in the end. Seeing that Tyranny's condition was getting worse and worse, Chinchio had read Rockoff's impatience from the frequency of his recent trips. In just a few days, Rockoff's eyes were already covered with dark blue, and his eyeballs were also covered with reticular red bloodshot. He didn't even have time to shave his stubble, and buried himself in countless cigarettes. During this period, Edel came once. When he saw Rockoff's condition, he didn't say anything, but patted him on the shoulder heavily. Chinchio knew that Edel wanted to tell Rockoff not to worry about the Beast Tamer army, and he would stop it for Rockoff. Just when Chinchio thought that the same daily routine would be repeated again, this day had a different variable. Rockoff opened the door of the apartment. This time, it was not Edel who came, nor the woman who had an ambiguous relationship with Rockoff, but a person who even Chinchio was a little surprised to see. It was Fei Qixia. At this time, Fei Qixia looked very young, and his dark eyes seemed to be filled with surprise and madness. Chinchio frowned. She had never seen Fei Qixia show such an expression, but she had a bad feeling. When Fei Qixia saw Rockefeller open the door, he took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile, "Hello Rockefeller, my name is Fei Qixia, and I am a member of the Beast Tamer army." Rockefeller lowered his head and looked at Fei Qixia's palm with cloudy eyes. He did not intend to shake it back, but asked, "What do you want?" Fei Qixia was not angry when his kindness was ignored. He slowly withdrew his hand and kept smiling. "I'm here to talk to you about tyranny." Hearing the word tyranny, Rockefeller's dull eyes finally focused. He raised his eyebrows, and finally looked up at Fei Qixia seriously. "What do you mean? I know your war beast is facing the biggest survival crisis now. Its condition is declining every day. If it doesn't get effective treatment, it may soon become a handful of yellow soil." Before Fei Qixia finished speaking, his collar was grabbed by Rockefeller. Rockefeller's eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to tear Fei Qixia's bones into his stomach. His voice trembled from the depths of his throat. "Badeo will be fine. Get out." After saying that, he pushed forward fiercely, and Fei Qixia staggered a few steps, and his back hit the wall with a muffled sound. But even so, the smile on Fei Qixia's face still did not diminish at all. He seemed not to feel Rockefeller's anger and continued to promote his business. "Please don't rush to reject me, you will be interested. Get out." This time Rockefeller didn't give him another chance to speak, and turned around and slammed the door, with such force that the floor of the entire floor shook. A curious person opened the door to see what was going on. Fei Qixia met his eyes, and just smiled slightly. He was so polite and considerate that there was nothing wrong with him. Fei Qixia straightened his collar and returned along the same route. For the next few days, he showed up on time when Rockoff was at home. He was rejected countless times, but he still showed up regardless of the weather. Later, even Rockoff couldn't help but ask him curiously how he could always meet him at home by chance. Fei Qixia told Rockoff very bluntly that he followed Rockoff's itinerary, so he knew Rockoff's destination all day and night. Rockoff just replied with a lunatic and closed the door again. The substantial change in their relationship was the night when Badeo entered the emergency room. Chinchio followed Rockoff. She saw the man in front of her sitting on the ground, covering his face and sighing. He was digesting this sudden change. The 3 words "First Aid in Progress" were hung high on the door of the emergency room, and the dazzling red light pierced Chinchio's heart directly. She knew the final fate of Badeo, but she couldn't help but worry about it. At this time, the corridor was empty, and only Rockefeller was sitting on the ground. The cold wind at night came through the window and brought endless coldness. It attacked Rockefeller fiercely, and then left with a whistle. Suddenly, the sound of leather shoes falling on the ground appeared in the quiet corridor, and it was approaching Rockefeller in a regular manner. Chinchio looked up in the direction where the sound came from, but Rockefeller never raised his eyes from beginning to end. He didn't care about anything except Badeo. The man walked to Rockefeller, handed him a bottle of water, and said, "Don't worry, it is a blessed war beast." Hearing this, Rockoff's gray eyes rolled. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. For the first time, he wanted to joke with him. You are really haunting? You have followed me here, Fei Qixia said him. He sat down next to Rokov without thinking that the ground was dirty. I don't know if Rokov's spirit was too fragile today. He needed some company to ensure that he could maintain his spirit. He acquiesced to Fei Qixia's closeness. This was the first time he didn't drive Fei Qixia away. He asked, why are you so perseverant? I am almost convinced by you. Fei Qixia was as straightforward as ever and said, because I need your cooperation, we each get what we need. Puff. Rokov was impressed by his frankness. He opened the water that Fei Qixia handed him and drank half a bottle. The cold liquid flowed in his throat, stimulating his senses and making him sober. He let out a long sigh and squeezed the mineral water bottle fiercely. The bottle made a crackling sound due to deformation, which echoed in the quiet corridor. He made a decision, and he didn't even know if it was the right decision for him. But it seemed to be the only life-saving straw now. You said before? You wanted to talk to me about the matter of Badeo. What exactly is it? Fei Qixia's eyes lit up when he heard it, but he was not overly excited, as if he had already confirmed that Rockefeller would eventually agree to his request. He said, I want your war beast to survive in the world in another form. What? Have you ever thought about turning the war beast into a human? Chapter 442. What are you talking about? Perhaps the words he said were too unbelievable. Rokov could not believe his ears. He looked at Fei Qixia with eyes like a madman. Perhaps my willingness to talk to you today is the most failed decision I have made today. No, listen to me. Fei Qixia grabbed Rokov's hand. Rokov wanted to pull away, but because Fei Qixia was too strong, he had to give up. Fei Qixia's eyes showed a fanatical gleam. He said, think about it, war beasts are so smart, why can't they become humans? You know the swift leopard, right? Oh, you should know, after all, you are Edel's student. You see, the swift leopard can change its size freely and enter and exit different places. What if there is also a war beast that can switch between human form and beast body? When Rokov heard this, his eyes wavered. Even Qinjiu, who was watching from the side, could see that the words that sounded like they were impossible had touched Rokov's heart. As the master of Badeo, it is impossible for him not to want to see Badeo, who grew up with him, become a human, but this time, he pulled his hand back with force and said calmly, You are crazy. I am crazy. Fei Qixia did not think that the other party was slandering him at all, but accepted the other party's praise with pleasure. He said happily, if a scientist can be called a madman, it means his success. Qinjiu raised her eyebrows when she heard the words. She remembered that she had heard Fei Qixia say the same thing to her. He really followed through. Scientist? Hearing this, Rokov could not help but sneer. What kind of scientist are you? You are just a beast man. Yes, I am a beast man, but why can't a beast man be a scientist? Fei Qixia was still trying to persuade him. Really, don't you want to consider it? If Badeo. He seemed to want to say a few cruel words about Badeo's true situation, but thinking of Rokov's emphasis on Badeo, he restrained himself a little. Think about it. Even in the worst case, Badeo still has another way to survive. Are you going to give up like this? Rokov admitted that every word he said was like the devil's whisper, tempting him to sell his soul. But he still kept the necessary sobriety. What you said is all your longing and imagination, and it is not credible at all. You can't convince me. However, with his appearance and chatting with me, I really felt that the time waiting outside the emergency room became less painful, which is why Rokov gave Fei Qixia a good face. After hearing this, Fei Qixia did not continue to pester him. The long silence made Rokov look at him more. Seeing Fei Qixia's determined look, Rokov felt a little curious. He asked, Are you so sure that I will agree to you? Well, as I said, we each have our own needs. Fei Qixia patted Rokov's shoulder and said, I will stay here with you tonight. Rokov's eyebrows moved slightly. He did not refuse, but just said them softly. At midnight, the three words emergency hanging high finally dimmed. The crisp sound of the lights being turned off scared Rokov. He stood up reflexively and walked quickly to the door of the emergency room. At this time, the door of the emergency room was slowly opening, and the doctor walked out. Qinjiu could see a mixture of expectation and fear on Rokov's face, as if he had done countless psychological preparations in his heart. He wanted a good answer, but was afraid that he would get bad news. All his inner entanglements were clearly written on his face. Doctor. The doctor raised his hand and signaled him not to speak. He said, Nothing is wrong for the time being. It is in retreat now. Hearing the news that Badeo was fine, Rokov's original strength was also retreating step by step. Unconsciously, he found that his legs had begun to tremble slightly. Fei Qixia, who was standing by, saw his embarrassment and put his hand on his back to give him support. Rokov cast a thankful look at him, and then breathed a sigh of relief. But, before Rokov could completely relax, he heard the doctor continue, "Well, you better be prepared. Stay with it more, so that it can have a good last journey." Even the doctor, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't bear to look directly at Rokov's desperate and stunned eyes. He shook his head and left the two of them. Rokov stared at the door of the emergency room with a dull look in his eyes, and seemed to have not heard what the medical assistant in front of him was saying. It was Fei Qixia who responded to the assistant's words on the side so that the assistant didn't keep calling Rokov. Rokov found his soul after the assistant left for a long time. He wiped his face and stood up straight. He looked at Rokov's face, forced a smile, and said, "Thank you, brother. Are you okay?" Fei Qixia's concern was real, but Qinjiao clearly felt that he was not concerned about Rokov, but his proposal. Rokov waved his hand and said, "It's okay, He seemed to want to leave, but didn't know where to go now. Fei Qixia saw his hesitation and took the initiative to say, "Go that way. The assistant just said that Tyrant will send it there in a while." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Rokov's feet were erratic, and he moved in the direction Fei Qixia pointed. Fei Qixia followed him without saying a word, just silently watching his lonely back. The two footsteps echoed in the corridor, one in front and one behind, making him seem less lonely. After a long time, Rokov in front suddenly stopped, and Fei Qixia also stopped. Rokov turned around, and the two looked at each other across half of the corridor. Rokov asked, "Why are you still following me?" Fei Qixia blinked, seemingly not understanding why Rokov would ask such a stupid question. He said bluntly, "Do you still need to ask? People are most likely to be taken advantage of when they are most vulnerable. I am implementing this approach." Lakafu was speechless. He had never seen anyone like Fei Qixia, who did not hide his intentions at all. Others would still do some superficial work, but Fei Qixia always gave a sincere and cruel answer. But Lakafu found that he now liked Fei Qixia's frankness. "You said? Do you have a way to let Badeo stay in the world in another way? Well, maybe it can succeed. What is the probability?" "I don't know. I never guarantee things that haven't started yet." Hee hee. Lakafu laughed from the bottom of his heart for the first time in nearly a month. He took a deep breath and faced Fei Qixia. His eyes were as crazy as Fei Qixia's. "Okay, I promise you, let's try." Chapter 443. The scene changed again. Qinjiao stood there, watching the two people in front of him separate and disintegrate like sand and drift away with the wind. Qinjiao recalled Rockefeller's expression just now. She seemed to understand why Rockefeller was willing to join this incredible experiment. He really couldn't let go of Badeo. Perhaps for him, letting Badeo continue to live had made him obsessed. An almost crazy obsession. As long as Badeo remained in the world and stayed by his side, he was willing to accept any appearance of Badeo. In a blink of an eye, Qinjiao was already in a deserted laboratory. Although it was a laboratory, it did not have many equipment, and even the experimental table was made up of several tables of similar height. Only the scattered experimental instruments on it told Qinjiao that this was indeed a temporary laboratory. The environment in front of him was too simple, and Qinjiao heard Rockefeller's questioning voice without surprise. "You said? This is your laboratory? Well, it looks pretty good, right? It took me half a year's salary to build it." Fei Qixia completely ignored Rockefeller's contempt, patted his chest proudly, and looked at him as if he was looking at his own child. Hearing this, Rockefeller showed a surprised look. "Half a year's salary? You are not." Rockefeller seemed to have thought of something and stopped talking immediately. Fei Qixia was silently waiting for him to finish the sentence, and Rockefeller didn't know whether he should speak or not. But in Fei Qixia's frank and inquiring eyes, he still asked, "Don't you have a family property to inherit?" Fei Qixia blinked his eyes, as if he suddenly remembered something. He slapped his head and said, "Oh, so that's what you want to say." There was no change in his expression, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. "I am an illegitimate child. I have no inheritance rights. My family will not spend money on me, and sending me to school is the only thing they will do." After hearing Fei Qixia's frank speech, it was Rockefeller's turn to open his mouth and didn't know how to respond. After a long time, he scratched his head in annoyance and whispered, "I'm sorry, I don't know." "Don't be sorry, I don't think there is anything." Fei Qixia shrugged, obviously not wanting to continue on this topic. He ended the topic, pointed to his laboratory, his eyes bright, and asked, "How is it? Is it not bad?" Rokef was speechless. He should have felt sad about his life experience, but he didn't take it to heart at all. I didn't expect that the only thing he cared about in the end was his own laboratory. He is a weirdo. Rokov suddenly chuckled and said, well, it's good. Isn't it? I knew you would understand me. Fei Qixia pulled over a second-hand chair that had been fixed many times with nails and handed it to Rokov. He found a clean floor and sat down. He opened the terminal and zoomed the page to the maximum. There were many formulas that Rokov couldn't understand. Fei Qixia only showed enthusiasm and initiative when facing a job he liked. He pointed at the screen and explained to Rokov, look at my plan, this is it. After Tyrant leaves, I need you to transport its body here. Then Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground in the laboratory, and then there seemed to be a pipe rolling on the ground. What is that? Rokov was startled by the sudden sound. He seemed to be a little guilty, and immediately looked up and looked around. Oh, don't worry. It's not a strange thing, it's my war beast. Fei Qixia seemed to have a lot of experience in this. He shouted in the direction of the sound, Shadow, come here. As his voice fell, the sound of the rolling pipe was getting closer and closer, and Rokov finally saw the pipe that moved by itself. The pipe was transparent and as thick as a thigh. At this time, there was a long black object filling the pipe. Its shell reflected colorful dark light under the light, which was weird and beautiful. So this is the colorful black, Rokov thought. When the pipe rolled to Fei Qixia's side, Fei Qixia stretched out his hand to stop it from moving forward. The black thing in the pipe began to wriggle towards one end. Rokov looked at it. After a long time, he finally recognized the true appearance of the mass. It was a black python, but it looked immature and not yet fully grown. When Fei Qixia put the python's head on his palm, he stretched out a finger and poked the top of the python's head. He teased in a doting voice, why do you still like drilling pipes so much? Were you a pipeline maintenance worker in your previous life? Hearing that Fei Qixia had given him such a big hat, the black python was a little dissatisfied and protested twice with a hiss, and his teeth almost fell on Fei Qixia's fingers. Fei Qixia quickly pulled his hand back and dodged the python's attack. He threw the tube away and said, okay, I won't stop you from playing. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the python squirmed and continued to play with its transparent tube. Rokov witnessed the interaction between the man and the snake. He chuckled and said, it seems that you also love your war beast. Which beast control army doesn't love its own war beast? Fei Qixia raised his eyes. His eyes seemed to penetrate Rokov. Isn't this why we are standing here? You are right. Rokov no longer entangled in some insignificant issues. Seeing the interaction between Fei Qixia and Shadow, he was more determined to save Bideo. He raised his head and looked at the transparent projection suspended in the air. He said, continue talking? Okay. Qinjiu stood beside Rokov and listened to Fei Qixia's plan with him. It must be said that Fei Qixia is really brave. His guess made Qinjiu gasp. Fei Qixia intends to combine Tyranny's genes with human genes to create a new optimized human. Such a human can have some abilities of war beasts and can communicate with each other, think and build like humans. It's a crazy, dangerous, but very tempting plan. Qinjiu turned his head to look at Rockefeller. As expected, Rockefeller's eyes revealed a strong interest. Fei Qixia took advantage of this and said, have you ever thought that tyranny will become your child, and you will accompany it to grow up again from infancy? Chapter 444. The beautiful scene has been automatically played in his mind. In his imagination, the beautiful and lovely face of the child seems to be smiling at him. He hugs the child with the same eyes as Bideo and plays with him. What a warm and pleasant scene. He is poisoned. He nodded and agreed to Fei Qixia's ridiculous idea. In the following days, Bideo's condition was undoubtedly getting worse every day. But the difference is that Rokov is not as painful and desperate as at the beginning. He cherishes the remaining days with Bideo very much. He has become more positive. Even Edel is relieved that Rokov has such a big change. No one knows better than Edel what Bideo means to Rokov. Rokov really regards Bideo as his own child. He has watched Bideo grow up since he was a child. He would rather leave before Bideo, and does not want to see the day when Bideo dies. Perhaps Rokov has accepted Bideo's ending now, and has withdrawn from the painful struggle not long ago, and plans to spend the last days with Bideo. What he didn't know was that Rokov had another plan in mind, another plan to keep Bideo alive. Even if it was just a plan without any previous experience. Qinjiu stroked Bideo's head in the air through an intangible barrier. Even she could see that Bideo was dying. Lying on the bed, Bideo's eyes were cloudy, and he looked at Rokov, who was carefully trimming his nails through a gray filter. Badeo's nails are very long, and because he hasn't gotten out of bed for too long, his fingertips are very sharp. Rokov is worried that he will scratch himself subconsciously when he is in pain, so every time he sees his nails are too long, he will take tools to repair it. Ah! Badeo let out a weak roar. Rokov stopped his hand and gently rubbed his cheek. His voice was so gentle and soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing Badeo. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Badeo shook his head hard and pressed tightly against Rokov's palm. It was also feeling the warmth from Rokov's hand. Rokov understood what it was thinking. His eyes were red, and he took a deep breath to suppress the sour breath. Rokov stepped forward and hugged Badeo's neck, whispering softly in his ear, "You can't bear to leave me, right? But if you are too tired and too uncomfortable, then..." The tears in his eyes slowly slid down, and the hot tears slid into Badeo's already sparse hair. "Then go to sleep. We will see each other again." His voice was hoarse, and his murmurs were a little out of tune. Chinjio knew that he was suppressing his emotions, and he didn't want to make Badeo worry. Badeo rubbed his cheek, and tears half the size of a fist also slid down from his eyes. Chinjio felt as if she was stabbed by a needle, and the sore feeling filled her heart, as if there was a piece missing there, which made her feel very painful. She touched her cheek, and found that her cheek was also wet with tears. One man and one beast accompanied each other in the deserted night, showing reluctance and love to each other. Tyranny is gone. That night, it slept peacefully in Rokov's arms. It did not die ugly in pain, leaving Rokov with the most perfect sleeping face. In the morning, when the doctor came to hand over the shift, he found that Tyranny was gone. He asked the nurse next to him, and the nurse just sighed and shook her head at him. This result was within everyone's expectations. Although they were mentally prepared, no one did not feel sad for the fall of such a high-level war beast. Rokov asked someone to take Tyranny away that night. Originally, high-level war beasts could be buried in the Zhongxing Federation Army Mausoleum after death. There, only people or war beasts, who have made great contributions to the Interstellar, can be buried. But a long time ago, Rokov had applied to take Tyranny away. He said that he wanted to bury Tyranny in the place where they met, where there is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Just like their first meeting. With the help of Edel, his application was finally approved. He had all the passes, and came to Fei Qixua's laboratory smoothly. Fei Qixua's laboratory is no longer the small room he used to stay in. Rokov doesn't know what Fei Qixua did during his absence. He seems to have received a huge amount of funds, rented a whole abandoned laboratory building, and renovated it into a suitable appearance. Although Rokov also provided him with a large amount of funds, it was far from enough for him to build such a large laboratory. Rokov had a vague guess in his heart that perhaps he had made some kind of deal with someone in his family, so that he, an illegitimate child, could get some benefits. Seeing Rokov's dejected expression, Fei Qixua stepped forward and patted Rokov's shoulder for the first time, comforting him. "My condolences." Rokov forced out a not-so-good smile and asked, "Is this a polite way of taking advantage of the situation, or is it your consolation?" Fei Qixua put his arm around Rokov's shoulders, and unlike when they first met, he said, "This is a consolation from a brother." Rokov chuckled and said nothing. At this time, there were already many experimenters in Fei Qixua's laboratory. When they saw Fei Qixua, they stopped and greeted him. Fei Qixua introduced Rokov to everyone and told them that seeing Rokov in the future would be the same as seeing himself. The laboratory had already prepared to receive Tyrant. In fact, as long as Tyrant was sent over, Fei Qixua didn't need to arrange the follow-up work. But Fei Qixua, who had rarely been seen, stayed with Rokov all the time today and handled Tyrant's funeral in person. The most important step was to extract Tyrant's genes. He needed to take out all of Tyrant's blood, so he told Rokov that no matter when Tyrant died, he must be sent over as soon as possible to reduce the subsequent trouble. Seeing that Badeo was full of tubes, Rokov subconsciously wanted to go forward and tear them off. But Fei Qixua quickly stopped him, pulled his shoulders, and forced him to turn around. "Don't look." Fei Qixua's voice came from behind him. He struggled for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth to stop his impulse and stood still. Fei Qixua then said to the experimenter beside him, "Let's start." The sound of the machine starting echoed in the laboratory, and occasionally there were experimenters discussing the process. Every minute and every second was a torment for Rokov. He wanted to go back and take Badeo away many times, so that it would not suffer this kind of pain after death. But when he thought of Badeo's appearance when he was healthy, he stopped again. Ding ding ding. The machine stopped running, and the experimenter said to Fei Qixua, "Mr. Fei, it's done." "Okay." Fei Qixia then patted Rockoff and whispered, let's go and bury Badeo. Chapter 445. Fei Qixia had already arranged the follow-up matters. Fei Qixia specially asked someone to clean up Badeo, and asked a professional war beast embalmer to plant rare hair on it. After all this was done, Badeo in the ice coffin seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, still waiting for the next dawn. Rockoff did not lie to Edo. He really wanted to take Badeo to the place where they first met and bury him. The mountain road was not easy to walk, but Fei Qixia had already arranged for others to clear the nearby obstacles in advance and reserve a place for the hearse. Even when Rockoff got off the car, he found that Fei Qixia had prepared a mausoleum for Badeo in advance on an open space. The pit was surrounded by flowers, and there was a small stone tablet standing, on which the names of Badeo and Rockoff were engraved. However, the flying and dancing strokes were not easy to identify, so Fei Qixia took the initiative to explain, it's Spanish. Spanish? It's a relatively old language of the ancient Blue Star. Few people use it now, but it can still be seen in some documents and books. It is a special existence. Lakafew said him. He knew what Fei Qixia meant. As a special war beast, Tyrant is also meaningful for others to study after death. Don't let others know that Tyrant is buried here, which can reduce the possibility of its grave being dug up. Lakafew said lightly, thoughtful. Tyrant lay peacefully in the ice coffin, and was buried with the ice coffin. Lakafew took a carefully wrapped bouquet from Fei Qixia and gently placed it on Tyrant's body. Finally, he touched Tyrant's cold head and whispered, go to sleep. He stepped back, took the shovel from the person next to him, and personally shoveled the soil onto Badeo's body. Fei Qixia winked at the others, and the others also picked up the shovels in their hands, and piled the loess on Badeo's body. Soon, the burial ceremony was over. Rockoff touched the name on the stone tablet, and finally looked at the slightly raised earth slope. He came to Fei Qixia and whispered, let's go. Okay. Fei Qixia got in the car with him. The car was suspended in the air. Rockoff watched the grave gradually get smaller until it became a small dot, and then slowly disappeared from sight. Rockoff exhaled a breath of foul air, and he withdrew his gaze from the window, and fell on Fei Qixia's body. Thank you. I didn't expect you to take this matter so seriously. I thought. What did you think? I thought you just wanted to get Tyranny's genes for experiments, and you wouldn't care about its death, and naturally you wouldn't handle this funeral well. Fei Qixia shrugged and said, I need Tyranny's genes, and I am indeed waiting for its death, but that doesn't mean I will despise its death. It's your war beast, and I also have a war beast. I know very well what war beasts mean to us. Lakafew chuckled when he heard this. I didn't expect you to be so humane. What did you think of me at first? Just a Frankenstein who despises all life? You're right. The two chatted a lot in the car, from which school they went to how they joined the Beast Tamer army. The two almost told each other everything they had experienced over the years. Therefore, they have a deeper understanding of each other. Gradually, the friendship between the two is gradually warming up, and they have regarded each other as their good friends. As a bystander, Qingjio silently watched all this happen. She heard a lot about the past, and interesting stories of Fei Qixia and Rockoff. Fei Qixia at this time is completely different from the Fei Qixia in her impression. Although he is also a little crazy, he is not as indifferent to life as Fei Qixia in reality. Fei Qixia at this time looks a little stubborn and cute. Maybe he experienced some major changes in the following days, which made his temperament change drastically, and become the cold look he is now. Back in the laboratory, Fei Qixia divided the blood he collected into several portions, and stored it in a machine that Qingjio had never seen before. He took out one of them, and said to Rockoff, do you want to keep a memory? Rockoff silently looked at the small glass bottle in Fei Qixia's hand. The glass bottle contained dark red liquid. Due to special treatment, the blood would not coagulate, and could continue to maintain its current state. After a long time, Rockoff slowly shook his head and said, forget it, take it. Aren't you going to give me a tyrant? Then these external objects don't mean much to me. Okay. Fei Qixia didn't dissuade him. He took back the small bottle and asked, what about the beast-taming army? I don't want to go back. It has lost its meaning to me. Okay, then you stay here. They probably won't come to find you. Why? Because you don't have any war beasts anymore. You are no longer of much use to them, so they naturally won't waste time and energy looking for you. Fei Qixia said the most hurtful words calmly. Rockoff chuckled. Fei Qixia was still Fei Qixia. He would not change himself, and was still so vicious. But this time Rockoff did not say much. He nodded and stayed in the laboratory. Because he was also concerned about the progress of the experiment, he was not idle during this period. He read a lot of books about experiments, and seemed to be moving towards the direction of an experimenter. And during this period, it was indeed the same as what Fei Qixia said. No one in the Beast Control Army had looked for him. The only one who sent him greetings every day was Edel. Edel was on a business trip. He didn't know what happened on Zhongqian Star, so he didn't know that Rokov hadn't returned to the Beast Control Army for a long time. Rokov also tacitly didn't mention this matter. He still greeted Edel every day. Even if he hated other people in the Beast Control Army, he couldn't hate Edel. After all, when Tyrant was seriously ill, only Edel was willing to travel and work hard to find the best doctor for him. Everyone else looked like Tyrant had lost his usefulness, and there was no need to pay too much attention to him. Edel was the person he was most grateful to in his life. Rokov learned at an amazing speed, and soon joined the laboratory to discuss different plans with the experimenters. Even Fei Qixia was shocked by this. However, Fei Qixia was very happy to see Rokov's changes. Gradually, the two became the backbone of the entire laboratory, and were responsible for all the experimental planning. Qin Jiao spent an unknown amount of time with Rokov in his memories. Finally, on this day, she saw something familiar. Before going to bed, Rokov took out a thick notebook. He opened the first page and began to write today's date on it. Qin Jiao was very familiar with the appearance of this notebook. Her pupils shrank suddenly. She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and look down at the book in his hand. It was the diary left by Xing Huang. Chapter 446. Qin Jiao clearly remembered that this diary had never appeared since she came in, and it only appeared in this memory for the first time when the experiment began. It seems that this diary is also a very important memory for Rokov himself, and perhaps it is also the illusion that runs through his dying. Sure enough, the first sentence Qin Jiao saw him write was related to the experiment. It's just that Qin Jiao has personally experienced the events he wrote with him in the past few days, so there is nothing worth reading in detail. Fei Qixia used human cells and Badeo's genes to fuse, and then cultured embryos. This is definitely an experiment that violates human ethics in the eyes of Star. Rokov certainly knew that he only hesitated for a moment at the beginning, and then accepted the experiment calmly. Since when did Rokov start to go astray? Qin Jiao didn't know, but probably from the moment he buried Badeo with his own hands, he had abandoned all useless emotions. He was willing to lower his moral standards just to see Badeo again. Perhaps it was also due to Fei Qixia's perverse instigation, but in the end, he was the only one who let him sink. The first failure came quickly, and Qin Jiao witnessed the disintegration of the cell in the small culture dish. Everyone in the laboratory showed a look of disappointment, and the whole laboratory seemed a little quiet for a while. Even Rokov showed a look of despair at the moment when the cell disintegrated. The only one who could still remain optimistic in the whole laboratory was Fei Qixia. He patted his good friend on the shoulder and said to the people around him, "Okay, don't be sad. Experiments always have all kinds of accidents. If it was so easy to succeed, we wouldn't have to prepare so much preliminary work. Now we should focus on finding out why it collapsed. Think about it from another angle. Have we excluded an option for ourselves?" Fei Qixia's words really worked. The experimenters here were all hired by Fei Qixia at a high price. They have more or less participated in the experiment of large projects. Naturally, they also understand that experiments will always encounter various difficulties. Now that they have just started, it is normal to fail. So Qin Jiao watched everyone go from disappointment to full of energy. They returned to their posts and began to check every detail. The laboratory quickly returned to its normal state. Only Rokov was still in a daze, as if this failure had dealt him a great blow. Fei Qixia whispered, "Hey brother, are you okay?" Lakafu woke up as if from a dream, and turned his head stiffly to look at Fei Qixia. "I'm fine." Lakafu was not a professional experimenter after all, and it was understandable that he had a hard time accepting failure for the first time. Fei Qixia sighed and said, "You don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, it is normal for experiments to fail." "Just now." Lakafu took a deep breath, his eyes full of regret. "Just now I added antibiotics." He blamed himself for the failure of the experiment, and he felt that his hands were covered with Badeo's blood. He killed Badeo. "It's not your fault. Even if it's not you, it will be someone else, because we have already written this step on the flow chart. It just happens that you are the one who is doing the execution. So calm down, and we are going to start the second experiment." "Okay." Fei Qixia passed by him, and Rokov was still looking down at his empty palm. This memory was filled with strong emotions, and Qin Jiao, as a bystander, could also feel Rokov's fear. Failure made him feel scared. He was afraid of killing tyranny again. Jinjiu looked up at the culture dish on the experimental table, raised her eyebrows, and looked at Rokov again. Rokov could no longer tell whether it was an experiment or tyranny himself. He cultivated the cells with love, and he regarded it as tyranny. This was his delusion. Soon, the second experiment began, and Rokov returned to his initial state of excitement. His dominance returned. This time he was more careful in the experiment, and the addition of each element was very precise, and the embryo was indeed gradually improving. But failure also followed. On a very ordinary day, they did not even give any external stimulation to the embryo, and the embryo suddenly shrank and collapsed, as if it was swallowed by something non-existent. Human cells are too small and fragile, and it seems that they cannot withstand the increasingly powerful war beast genes. We need to find a way to strengthen the stability of the cells. So they summarized the reasons for the failure, and started the third experiment. It was at this time that an accident happened. Fei Qixia could not come up with a single penny of funds. The forces behind him suddenly cut off his income. Rokov knew Fei Qixia's embarrassment, and did not hesitate to give all his belongings to Fei Qixia to maintain the operation of the laboratory. Some other experimenters resigned when they heard that they might not be able to get paid. Some experimenters have developed feelings for this project, and are willing to stay at their own expense, and Fei Qixia will compensate them when he has money in the future. It was precisely because of the large amount of expenditure in Rokov's account that the top leaders of the beast-taming army were alarmed, and they remembered the existence of Rokov. They found that they could no longer contact Rokov, so they had to communicate with him through Edel. Edel hurried back from other planets. He asked Rockefeller to come out and asked anxiously, "What happened? I heard that you left the beast-taming army?" "Yes." Seeing that the matter had been exposed, Rockefeller didn't want to hide it from Edel anymore. He said, "Badeo is gone, and there is no point for me to stay in the beast-taming army." Edel had just learned about the death of Badeo. Hearing Rockefeller's words, he was silent for a moment and said, "I'm sorry if I..." But Rockefeller stopped him from continuing, "It's not your fault, teacher. Even if you had stopped him at that time, the result would have been the same. Badeo was born with deficiencies, and no one could have guessed that it would actually..." Rockefeller paused, then changed the subject and continued, "Teacher, I just want to be an ordinary person now. Anyway, they don't take me seriously anymore, and I can live my own life." Edel knew that he had no way to refuse Rockefeller's request, but he didn't forget the mission he came for this time. He said, "I shouldn't stop you, but can you tell me why you want to transfer all your savings to Fei Qixia?" Chapter 447. After hearing this question, Rokov realized that he had forgotten to turn on the traceless transaction, and every large expenditure of his was under the surveillance of the Federal Army. But since he had been discovered, he had nothing to hide. He said, "Oh, I used it to invest in a project for him." "What?" Edel showed an anxious look on his face, and he quickly asked, "Are you stupid? You gave him all the money, how can you live? Besides, investment may not pay off you." "Teacher, I know what's going on." "If you know what's going on, you should get the money back." "And?" Edel hesitated. Rokov was curious about his reaction and asked, "And what's wrong?" Edel sighed and said, "Don't you know what family Fei Qixia is from? I probably heard that he is the illegitimate child of a big family." "Yes." Edel knocked on the table and looked around vigilantly. He lowered his voice and said, "Although he is an illegitimate child, it is actually not a big deal in those families. He could have gone back a long time ago. Do you know why he is still poor and staying in the beast tamer army? This is something Rokov has not been involved in." He shook his head to indicate that he did not know. Edel hooked his finger at Rockford, asking him to come closer to him. When Rockford's head was above half of the table, he whispered, "Because he did something unforgivable in his family. He gave his father a strong medicine, and then threw a gentle low-level war beast into his room, and then, after the incident was exposed, everyone asked him why he did this, and he said he wanted to see if humans and war beasts could produce more powerful offspring. Of course, he didn't succeed. It was just that the incident became a shame for their family, and Fei Qixia was kicked out of the house again. Everyone thought he was crazy, but he thought he was just doing scientific research. He did have a talent for beast control, but these things were only discovered after he joined the beast control army." Lockefew opened his mouth into an O when he heard this. In fact, after such a long period of cooperation, he already knew that Fei Qixia's thinking was not very similar to that of normal people, but he did not expect Fei Qixia to be so crazy. But he seemed to be very interested in the topic of the birth of offspring between humans and war beasts from the beginning to the end. Seeing Rockefeller's reaction, Edel said again, "It's normal that you don't know. This matter is considered a scandal in their family, and has not been publicized. Also, he went home some time ago, and did another incomprehensible thing. What? He killed his father, or to be more precise, he drove his father crazy, and then the position of heir naturally passed to his half-brother. Although we haven't figured out why he did this, he doesn't covet this position. Maybe he and his brother reached a deal. Lockhart thought of the funding that Fei Qixia suddenly received not long ago, and he seemed to know the answer. He was still immersed in his own memories, and Edel continued, he is not a good person. You can leave the Beast Tamer army, but don't be fooled by him. Rokov thought to himself. He and Fei Qixia had already tied them up to death, and it was too late to say this now. However, he still maintained respect for Edel on the surface. He nodded and said, I understand, teacher. I will talk to him. Yes. You have to get the money back as soon as possible. The teacher doesn't want to see you being cheated. Okay. Then the two of them probably just exchanged pleasantries. Qinjiu found that she could only vaguely see their lips moving slightly, but could not hear any sound. Perhaps because the subsequent words were insignificant to Rockefeller, they did not occupy much weight in his memory. Soon, the scene in front of him returned to the laboratory. This time, Rockefeller and Fei Qixia sat opposite each other. Rockefeller told everything he heard from Edel. He asked, why did you do that? Fei Qixia was not angry at all when facing Rockefeller's interrogation. It seemed that he was listening to Rockefeller talking about another person. His expression was indifferent, and his tone was even. Doesn't he like doing this kind of thing? Then let him do it to his heart's content. By the way, he can also help me improve my experimental data, which can be regarded as a contribution to the world. Although his tone was flat, Rokov still heard a hint of anger hidden under the flatness. He asked carefully, you hate your father? My father? He doesn't deserve these two words. He is just my father in the biological sense. I can't say I hate him. I just want him to suffer a little setback. After all, my mother. He suddenly stopped talking and scratched his head again, as if he didn't want to recall these things. It was the first time that Rokov saw him feel sad about something. Even if the experiment failed countless times, he could still smile and pick up his mood and start again. It seems that the word mother is very important to him. Forget it, I won't say it. Anyway, it's like this. I am not a good person, just like what Edel said. So what? What do you think? Do you want to leave the laboratory? He stared at Rockefeller's eyes, as if he wanted to find a little answer in them. Rockefeller's angry expression, due to his deception, did not appear as expected. He shook his head calmly and said, no, I have reasons to stay. Fei Qixia understood. Bideo, the thorn in his heart forever. Even if he could return to the beast-taming army and choose another war beast to cultivate feelings, they were not Bideo after all. Moreover, the beast-taming army was the indirect murderer of Bideo. He really couldn't stay in that purgatory and recall every bit of Bideo over and over again. Rokov paused and continued, I'm not interested in your past. I only value your ability. We are just mutually beneficial. Hearing this, Fei Qixia suddenly trembled slightly, as if he was trying to hold back his laughter. He then laughed a little again, patiently and restrainedly. But in the end, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rokov waited quietly for him to stop. After a long time, Fei Qixia wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said, you are indeed the one I like. What should I do? I like you more and more. Rokov said seriously, sorry, I'm not that kind of person. Pucci, don't worry, I'm not either. Fei Qixia slowly stood up. When he passed Rokov, he patted him on the shoulder heavily. Okay, let's not waste time on these meaningless topics. He pointed in the direction of the door and said, do you want to see your tyrant number 3? It didn't produce any repulsion today. Chapter 448. Lockhart jumped up from his chair upon hearing this, and the two of them left the room quickly. Soon, they encountered their third failure. This time, Lockhart looked more depressed than ever before, perhaps because this was the one he thought was most likely to succeed. Even in the illusion, Qinjiu could feel his despair. After the experiment failed, he sat alone in the tavern until late at night. If Fei Qixia hadn't taken him back to the laboratory, he might have been thrown out on the street by the tavern owner. It was almost summer, and the shops were open relatively late, and there were still many people walking on the street. Occasionally, shouts came from some night snack stalls, and the drunkards, who were also drunk, laughed loudly. But Lockhart, who was supported by Fei Qixia while walking on the road, did not feel a trace of joy. Hearing the laughter of those people, he even wanted to pick up the discarded wine bottles beside him, and hit them each with a headbutt. Fortunately, Fei Qixia stopped him. Otherwise it was unknown how much trouble Lockoff would cause him. Why? Why did it fail again? Fei Qixia, it's been half a year. It's been half a year since the third fusion. He suddenly choked up while speaking. He stopped forcibly and leaned on Fei Qixia, feeling a little wronged and sad. Did Badeo give up too? Fei Qixia was very calm, just like the indifference every time the experiment failed. He said, "No, this is all very normal, you don't have to blame yourself." "No. It must be Badeo." Before he finished speaking, Fei Qixia slapped him hard paw. The sound startled the pedestrians around, and they all stopped to look at the two, curious about what happened between the two. Especially the way Rockoff was still humming, it was hard not to think too much, so the look he cast on Fei Qixia seemed a little intriguing. What if I fail once, twice, 3 times, or 4 times? Even if I fail 10 times, I will continue. What about you? As the master of the tyrant, you gave up so easily. Do you really care about the tyrant? The burning pain on his face was no match for these words, and Rockoff calmed down almost instantly. He was a little ashamed of himself, and Fei Qixia's words woke him up. He was the master of the tyrant, but he gave up even earlier than Fei Qixia. What's the matter? The tyrant would not want to see him like this. Fei Qixia saw that he stopped making trouble, and he asked, "Are you sober?" In fact, Rockoff's feet were still very light, and any external force could push him down, but his spirit was completely sober. So with Fei Qixia's help, the two returned to the laboratory. That night, Rockoff opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling without falling asleep, and no one knew what he was thinking. But after the sun rose the next day, he returned to his usual appearance. He washed his face, combed his hair, and came to the laboratory as usual. He was the first to enter the laboratory, and Fei Qixia was even stunned when he saw him appear. He thought Rockoff had calmed down for a long time, and was mentally prepared not to see him in the laboratory today. But Fei Qixia was still very relieved to see Rockoff return to his original state. Fei Qixia was preparing for the 4th experiment, and he and Rockoff came up with a bold plan. This plan was as bizarre as their plan to resurrect the tyrant. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy, I'm serious. Rockoff was so angry at his calm face that he paced back and forth. He touched his head and asked, "What do you think?" Huh? Use alien beasts to evolve humans? Do you think it's appropriate? Is it normal? We are doing the same abnormal thing now. We are resurrecting war beasts. This is different. Rockoff was so angry that he couldn't help but raise his voice. War beasts are war beasts. Alien beasts are alien beasts. We are humans. We are natural enemies of alien beasts. So don't you think it would be better if we could use the genes of alien beasts to strengthen humans? Then we will have the physical functions of the alien beasts, and we don't have to worry about being eaten. Wake up! Our focus now is not here. Our focus is on tyranny. They don't conflict. We can arrange tyranny's experiments in the first laboratory, and the second and third laboratories are used to study the genetic enhancement of alien beasts. You still want to set up 2 laboratories? Well, one for limb splicing and one for gene fusion. Isn't it comprehensive? God, I really don't know what to say. At this time, other experimenters came one after another, and they clearly felt that the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. The 2 men who were the highest responsible persons here were on the verge of a fight, and they refused to give in. Someone swallowed lightly, but still said with a stiff face, "Good morning. Both of you." Rockoff closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell, and he forced himself to calm down. "Well, good morning." Fei Qixia seemed much calmer. He even showed a faint smile and said, "Good morning." Everyone greeted him, and quickly returned to their posts, fearing that they would be splashed by the sparks of the 2 bosses. Rockoff glanced at Fei Qixia coldly, suppressed his anger, and whispered, "I won't discuss this with you first. I will settle accounts with you later." Fei Qixia added fuel to the fire. "Do you agree?" Rockoff used to admire Fei Qixia's tenacity the most, but now he wanted to tear it apart. He waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to break Fei Qixia's thoughts. He said, "I can't agree." Fei Qixia looked at his back, sighed softly, and then returned to his post to work. Qingjiu looked at the 2 people walking away, and she silently looked at the empty water tank in front of her. As she expected at the beginning, the experimental research content of the first laboratory was how to revive Ba Dao. And from all the clues she got, Fei Qixia in reality was still conducting experiments in the first laboratory. In other words, even many years after Rockefeller's death, the experiments in the first laboratory still did not succeed. Fei Qixia's perseverance was really amazing. In the following days, Rockefeller finally gave in after being coaxed for a long time and agreed to carry out the work of the second and third laboratories. But he made a request. The second and third laboratories must be carried out after the first laboratory has made a leap forward. Fei Qixia agreed very readily, but Qingjiu clearly saw that he had already started the experiment secretly. He was discovered by Rockefeller because he accidentally let an alien beast run away and almost killed an experimenter. I said I'd talk about it later. Why are you? Because we have no funds. Chapter 449. How could that be? The one I gave you before. It's all used up. Fei Qixia answered straightforwardly, and then continued, Do you remember what I told you a long time ago? What? It's about those rich people wanting to invest in us. If you remembered this, but he just listened to it at the time and didn't take it to heart. Now that Fei Qixia brought it up again, he couldn't help but ask curiously, So? You know, rich people just like to tinker with some weird things such as... He pointed to the logo of the second and third laboratories on the light screen, and said, something that can extend their lifespan. They want to invest in the second and third laboratories, but I can allocate the funds to the first laboratory. We don't have a choice whether to accept this investment or not. If you certainly understood what he meant. If they wanted to continue the experiment, they could only accept the investment, and accepting the investment was equivalent to starting the experiments in the second and third laboratories. If he didn't want to, even the experiments in the first laboratory would be stopped soon. He really had no choice. Rockoff gave in, and it was this time that brought them endless trouble. Rockoff agreed to the establishment of the second and third laboratories, but he asked to postpone the process temporarily. Fei Qixia asked him how long he wanted to postpone it, and he said at least 1 year. Fei Qixia agreed readily. However, Fei Qixia broke his promise. While Rockoff was focusing on the experiments in the first laboratory, he secretly carried out the experiments in the second laboratory. And he was knocked unconscious in the laboratory after the first stitched body was awakened. If Shadow had not arrived in time, he might have died at the hands of his own experimental subject. But because of this, the experimental subject sneaked out of the laboratory and was discovered by the Federal Army, and the Interstellar sounded a level 1 alarm. Even Edel secretly sent a message to Rockoff to let him pay attention to safety. Recently, there have been incredible creatures in the Interstellar. Rockoff thought that if Edel's own thing was related to him, he might be angry to death. He responded to Edel's message and immediately walked quickly to Fei Qixia's ward. Fei Qixia just woke up and saw Rockoff entering the ward. He raised his hand and was about to say hello to him. Before he had time to talk to Rockoff, Rockoff's fist had already attacked him in the face. Fei Qixia was stunned for a moment. He covered his bleeding nose and did not show anger. But the doctor next to him saw this and immediately came over to pull Rockoff away and strongly condemned him. Rockoff shook off the doctor's hand, grabbed Fei Qixia's collar, and said with bloodshot eyes, What did you promise me? You said you would not start the experiments in the second and third laboratories. Look at what you have done now. You know that the news has spread outside that there are humanoid alien beasts. What do you think we should do? Fei Qixia did not show any surprise or regret when he heard this, but suddenly laughed. He did not repent at all under Rockoff's anger. He grabbed Rockoff's arm in a crazy state and asked, Isn't this good? Now our investors know that we are not taking money for nothing? Hearing this, Rockoff sweated from his back, and a chill climbed up his spine. He knew Fei Qixia was a lunatic before, but he didn't expect that Fei Qixia was even crazier than he imagined. Investor? Are you still thinking about this? Have you ever thought about what to do with our laboratory? What to do with the overbearing experiment? There will be a way, right? Don't worry. Why don't you let me worry? Rockoff found that there was no repentance in Fei Qixia's eyes. He suddenly felt bored. Communicating with Fei Qixia was the most wrong choice he made today. Rockoff let go of Fei Qixia's collar and sat down on the chair beside the bed. He let out a long breath, then covered his eyes, leaned on the back of the chair and raised his head to think quietly. Fei Qixia did not take the initiative to interrupt his thoughts, but silently took the cotton handed by the doctor and stuffed them into his nasal cavity. The doctor roughly checked his nose. Fortunately, Rockoff had been out of the Federal Army for a long time and did not have the physique of a martial artist before, so Fei Qixia was able to save his nose. After a long time, Rockoff, who had been silent, finally said, I will guide public opinion and make them think it is an evolution. Letting out a smoke bomb may give us a chance to breathe. You should do the aftermath work quickly, otherwise I will not let you go. Fei Qixia's nose was blocked at this time, and his voice was buzzing, but Rockoff still heard his words clearly. I knew you would have a way. You are worthy of being my partner. His praise did not get a look from Rokov. Rokov snorted coldly and left the ward to start planning his public opinion war. At this moment, even Rokov had to admit that money was too important to them. If it weren't for Fei Qixua's large amount of liquidity, he wouldn't even be able to buy off the hot search, let alone maintain the experimental project that was burning money every day. Rokov succeeded, and people fell into panic about the evolution of the alien beast. For the time being, no one thought about artificial experimental bodies. But Rokov knew that this matter could not be concealed for long. After all, Dr. Arnold, who has recently emerged in the limelight, is an expert in this field. It is estimated that she will find clues in a short time and overturn the conclusion of the hot search. Rokov has been considering whether the laboratory needs to be relocated. But now Badeo has too many monitoring devices to leave on his body. Relocation is a big project. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to stay put and take one step at a time. After Rokov finished everything, he returned to his room. He seemed to be in deep self-doubt. Qinjiao thought of the contents of the diary. She knew that Rokov was struggling with why he became the creator of the alien beast. All this was the opposite of what he had expected. The scene changed again. This time Qinjiao stood in the middle of the chaotic laboratory. She looked at the experimenter, who was running around to pack up the materials. She acted as an audience in a parallel world, looking at everything coldly. The water tank in front of her was emptied again. Qinjiao knew that it was a sign of experimental failure. But now the people in the laboratory did not seem to feel sad about the failure of the experiment, and no one planned to restart the experiment. They moved things out of the laboratory, as if they were doing an emergency evacuation. Soon, her guess was verified because she saw Rokov and Fei Qixua. Even when they were guiding everyone to move, they did not forget to quarrel. I said that it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. I asked you not to carry out the experiments in the second and third laboratories. Look now. Chapter 450. Okay, this is indeed my fault, but you don't have to worry too much. I rented a larger laboratory on another planet. The environment will be better than here, and there are more equipment than here. Let's think about it from another perspective. Maybe being hunted down this time is our blessing. I don't even want this blessing. Locke, if you walked around in a circle angrily before compromising, you can move away, but I have only one request. After you go to the new laboratory, you must first carry out the experiments in the first laboratory, and the second and third laboratories must temporarily stop operating. This time Fei Qixua did not refuse. At this moment, he should indeed avoid the edge temporarily to prevent being targeted by the Federal Army again. They moved to a larger laboratory, and the domineering experiment had not made any progress, but at this time, Lockefu fell ill. He suffered from a rare disease, a terminal illness that cannot be completely cured with the current level of interstellar medicine. The human body will evolve with the evolution of the interstellar, and similarly, disease cells will also evolve rapidly. The difficult and complicated diseases that were originally conquered are no longer a threat to humans, but new strains of the disease will soon appear in the interstellar space. Humans and viruses are twin enemies. They will progress together with each other and perish together with each other. Lockefu's illness was very serious. In just half a month, he could no longer walk around and go to the laboratory. Even if he reluctantly went there, he would eventually faint in the laboratory. He coughed up blood every day, and his physical strength was visibly declining. After Lockefu was bedridden for a week, Fei Qixua came to visit him with a light screen. Although Fei Qixua came to visit his good friend every day, this time Lockefu had a hunch that his purpose of coming was not simple. Sure enough, after Fei Qixua sat down, he did not greet Rokov, but listed all of Rokov's physical report indexes in front of him. There were countless red-marked precautions on it, and the report was so bad that it was hard not to doubt whether the owner of this report was still alive. Faced with such naked data and cruel truth, Rokov's expression was moved, but he was still trying to suppress the desolation in his heart and asked, "What are you?" "Fei Qixua, let me show you your current physical condition. If nothing unexpected happens, you won't survive this week." Rokov looked up at the virtual clock hanging on the wall, which had today's date on it. Today is Tuesday, and there are still 5 days until the end of this week. Fei Qixua gave him a death ultimatum. 5 days, he only has 5 days. But Badeo's experiment has not made any progress, and he has not seen Badeo live again in the world. He was unwilling to accept it, and he couldn't understand why it was him, why he encountered this disease. In fact, he was not completely without any guesses in his heart. Perhaps it was the long-term exposure to different reagents and instruments in the laboratory that had a negative impact on his body and led to the collapse of his body. But he had to do it. This is a false proposition, and there is no way to solve it. Seeing Rokov fall into silence, Fei Qixia did not miss the struggle and unwillingness in his eyes. This is why he came today. Fei Qixia calmly dropped a death bomb. Rokov, let's restart the third laboratory. What? Rokov came back to his senses and looked at Fei Qixia with some confusion. Why talk about the third laboratory at this time? I said, let's restart the third laboratory. And you will be the next experimental subject. Hearing this, Rokov was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Did I hear it wrong? You? No. Fei Qixia interrupted him and said again forcefully and slowly, word by word, you are the first experimental subject after the restart of the third laboratory. Listen to me. Fei Qixia leaned forward and grabbed Rokov's pale and thin hand, as if he could break it with a little more force. His palms and arms were covered with needle holes, and his blood vessels were all bulging, obviously with holes inside. Fei Qixia's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and the heat waves swept Rokov's soul through the air, making him agitated in an instant. Fei Qixia said seriously, you know what the third laboratory is mainly researching. The genes of the alien beast are powerful. It can help you kill the diseased cells in your body, and its strong regenerative ability can also reshape your body. We should not give up if there is a glimmer of hope, right? Don't you want to see the day when Tyrant is reborn? Perhaps Fei Qixia's eyes were too serious, or Rokov's obsession was too strong. He seemed to have grasped the last straw, and nodded in agreement. So that night, Rokov was transferred from the ward to the third laboratory. At this time, the third laboratory was brightly lit, and staff had already prepared inside. With the help of Fei Qixia, Rokov successfully changed into the experimental suit and lay in the capsule. He was swept away by the anesthetic gas, and the next moment, the experimental liquid filled the entire experimental cabin. This process was roughly similar to the process of Li Ke and his companions entering the cabin. Countless devices were running at high speed in the dark night, maintaining Rokov's life. A few days later, Rokov was finally awakened for the first time. He was lucky. He did not lose consciousness like other experimental subjects. Instead, he felt that his body had changed. The pain that had tortured him disappeared, and the strength of his hands and feet was more abundant than normal. He was reborn. He was reborn in a way that abandoned his human identity. His experiment achieved phase success, but Badeo's experiment did not make much progress. However, the fifth failure was not completely fruitless. They captured a wave frequency that seemed to be related to the wormhole. They recorded it and began to analyze it day and night with machines. Rokov, whose body had recovered, also had new hope for Badeo's experiment. As long as he was fine, he would do his best to complete this project. And now he no longer stopped Fei Qixia from starting the experiments in the second and third laboratories. The lights in the three laboratories were on at the same time, and the experimental building was unprecedentedly lively. Incandescent lamps lit up every window, and also lit up their inner hopes. Unexpectedly, the next experimental progress was not made in any laboratory, but Qingjiu looked at the rotating black cave in the bottle in a bit of astonishment, with lightning flashing around. Mr. Fei, we have decoded it successfully. We can create a small wormhole. Chapter 451. Qingjiu witnessed the man holding this small bottle and walking to Fei Qixia. She was too familiar with this small black substance. So this is how Fei Qixia and his team got their wormholes. They were actually extracted from the experimental subjects in the first laboratory. Fei Qixia's expression was as shocked as Qingjiu's, but his face was filled with more joy. This is definitely their extra gain. Rokov was standing beside Fei Qixia at this time. He reached out and gently touched the bottle. The black substance in the bottle seemed to shrink for a moment, and then it actually moved closer to Rokov. It was attracted by Rokov. Fei Qixia also saw that this little wormhole liked Rokov. He raised his eyebrows and couldn't help saying, it seems that it likes you very much. Just like Badeo likes to stick to you. Rokov's heart trembled, and then his expression eased. He looked at the wormhole as if he was looking at his own child, gentle and doting. Perhaps because this thing was extracted from Badeo's experiment, it inherited some of Badeo's wool, for example. It liked Rockefeller and naturally wanted to get close to him. It was precisely because of this factor that the experiment of developing wormholes was fully handed over to Rockefeller. Rockefeller did not refuse because it was not an experiment of the first laboratory. After all, wormholes were also one of Badeo's derivatives, and he could not refuse everything related to Badeo. The development of wormholes is much simpler than resurrecting Badeo. The size of the wormhole is visibly increasing. When it is large enough, Rockefeller and his team decided to conduct a real experiment. They dropped the recorder into the dark cave and studied its landing point. The development of wormholes progressed very quickly, but the experimental speed of the other 3 laboratories seemed a bit lagging. Jean-Gio vaguely remembered that Rockoff's diary stopped abruptly when the 5th experiment failed. It turned out that he had concealed the origin of the artificial wormhole. Not long after, Jean-Gio knew that Rockoff and Fei Chixiao were on the bounty list, but their bounty amounts were not as shocking as Jean-Gio's bounty. This meant that Rockoff and Fei Chixiao had also become thorns in the eyes of the federal government. Rockoff and Fei Chixiao sat on the open space with 2 small wooden chairs, and they remained unmoved in the face of the scorching sun. Enjoying the warmth of the sun in the winter is a very enjoyable thing, but Jean-Gio rarely saw Fei Chixiao's heavy expression. He looked serious and seemed to be having a quarrel with Rockoff. What do you think? Do you know what Ivana gave you? You, a man who has worked diligently in the Beast Tamer army for many years, he said you are a rebel. We have been on the run for so long. What do you want to do now? You said you want to cooperate with him? Where is your brain? Isn't it because of you that we are wanted? If you hadn't exposed the experimental subject, he wouldn't have thought of my existence, and he wouldn't have wanted to eliminate me out of fear. Fei Chixiao found that his friend seemed a little crazy. He put his hands on Rockoff's shoulders and looked into his eyes, as if he wanted to force him to regain consciousness with his burning gaze. Don't you remember why Ivana is afraid of you? It's because he overdrew your life and Badeo's life to gain the kingdom. He is afraid of you, afraid that you will expose Badeo's previous attendance record and give him a bad reputation. But what did you get in the end after doing so much? Not a reward, not wealth and glory, but becoming a rat in the gutter, being hunted to the ends of the earth. But what are you talking about now? Do you still want to cooperate with him? Think about the name of our organization, White Tiger. We were born for Badeo, but you cooperated with a murderer who killed Badeo? Fei Chixiao was furious at his lack of resistance, and the anger in his eyes was about to swallow him up. But Rockefeller did not waver at all. He looked into Fei Chixiao's eyes, and said, "We have no funds. The 6th experiment failed. We need to restart a new culture dish. Do you know how much it will cost?" "I know. But you shouldn't. Fei Chixiao, I find you have changed." Rockefeller interrupted Fei Chixiao. His cold and calm voice was different from his previous appearance. "You used to do whatever it takes for the experiment. I admired your determination and decisiveness at that time. But what about you now? Indecisive, you are emotional." Fei Chixiao took a deep breath and asked, "I am emotional? Have you thought about the consequences?" "Yeah." Rockefeller said lightly, "At worst, I will die, and you will continue the experiment." "You?" Fei Chixiao found that he could no longer communicate with him normally. His eyes were like emotionless animal pupils, and he could sacrifice everything for his goal. Rockoff became a stranger. He was no longer the little beast man who was swayed by emotions. For the first time, Fei Chixiao felt the power of the alien beast gene. It could assimilate the species that possessed it, and humans were no exception. "You have lost your ability to think normally, Rockoff." Fei Chixiao looked serious. He grabbed Rockoff's arm and was about to pull him up. Rockoff staggered to his feet. He didn't understand Fei Chixiao's behavior and asked, "Where are you taking me?" "To the laboratory to check the concentration of the alien beast gene in your body." "Rockoff, you are affected." "I won't go." Rockoff pushed Fei Chixiao's hand away. He stood there and said, "I am not affected. This is my own will. Fei Chixiao, all the time since I got sick till now is stolen by me. I am very grateful for the opportunity to continue to accompany Badeo in his growth. But I know that I may not be able to wait for that day. So I am alive. Can I do more for you?" Faced with his sincere request, Fei Chixiao frowned even more. He and Rockoff stood face to face. Although there was nothing in front of them, it seemed as if there was an unbridgeable gap between them. Fei Chixiao pursed his lips and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, he slowly spoke. "Rockoff, tell the truth. Is the alien gene in your body about to go out of control?" Rockoff's eyes fell on Fei Chixiao without any emotion. He nodded gently and said lightly, "Yes, I can feel that I am being eaten away. Although its progress is not fast, I can really feel that as Rockoff, I am slowly disappearing. Maybe one day I will die ugly in front of you. Let's go to the 3rd laboratory." "No, it's too late." Lockefew's calm but desperate voice penetrated the gap between humans and beasts and struck Fei Chixiao's heart. "You know in your heart that this process is irreversible." He looked at Fei Chixiao, and his eyes, which had lost their emotions, suddenly seemed to be desolate. "Fei Chixiao, it's too late." Chapter 452. "Bullshit! I said it's okay. Come with me. Fei Qixia stepped forward and grabbed Rokhov's arm. This time, he was so strong that Rokhov couldn't break free, and could only let him take him away. It was also the first time that Qinjiao saw Fei Qixia so angry. It can be seen that Rokhov definitely occupies an important position in his heart. Perhaps, he has long regarded Rokhov as his family. They have formed a deep bond in the past few years of getting along. Fei Qixia would not agree that Rokhov would give up on himself, and take the initiative to face death. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he is willing to spend twice as much energy to find a way to solve this problem. Rokhov was dragged by Fei Qixia to the third laboratory and underwent countless physical examinations. In the end, it was concluded that his situation was the same as all other experimental subjects. The alien beast gene was expressed in his body, and the new cells generated were gradually devouring the cells that originally belonged to humans. And his gene chain belonging to the human part has begun to be reorganized incompletely. Every experimental subject who reaches this stage has only one end waiting for them. They will die in a particularly painful way in the near future. Fei Qixia took Rokhov's report and started to study it day and night in the laboratory. He heard from others that he had not been to any other place except the third laboratory recently, so he stayed in the third laboratory completely. Rokhov had no way to persuade him to leave the third laboratory, so he had to continue working in the first laboratory. But he still did not listen to Fei Qixia's advice and contacted Ivana. Ivana planned to fund Rokhov with a huge amount of experimental funds on the grounds that he was very interested in their experiment. Rokhov didn't believe Ivana, but the current funding was his lifeline to start the sixth experiment. He had no time and no choice. So without Fei Qixia's knowledge, Rokhov sold himself out completely. After the sixth experiment started, Fei Qixia's day and night research also yielded results. He developed a drug that can inhibit the overexpression of the alien beast's genes. Injecting it into the optimized body can slow down the speed of the optimized body's collapse. Rokhov, who learned the news, volunteered to become the first guinea pig. Everyone was worried about whether Rokhov would have other adverse reactions after injecting the drug, but when the second report came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Rokhov's body was gradually getting better. Although it could not recover to the original level, the stable number of cells had remained above 80%, which was a qualitative leap for their experiment. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that Fei Qixia was indeed an experimental genius, who could actually develop an inhibitory drug in such a short time. When Fei Qixia returned to the first laboratory, he found that the sixth experiment had been carried out. Fei Qixia asked Rokhov where the funds came from. Rokhov answered truthfully, and was hit hard by Fei Qixia as expected. He fell to the ground. His mouth was broken, but he looked very calm. Why don't you listen to me? Fei Qixia, in fact, what we do is not different. Rokhov mentioned the matter of their transfer of the laboratory. Rokhov looked indifferent and said, didn't you do something similar at that time? No. Fei Qixia said with a tisk sound, rich people are different from Ivana. Ivana is a cunning man. You can't beat him. This time it may not be as simple as moving out of the laboratory, or all our efforts will be in vain. It came true. Although the two got a lot of benefits from Ivana during the experiment, when the time was right, Ivana really showed up outside their laboratory with the federal army to force them to surrender. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Even Qinjiao, who was watching, understood it. Fei Qixia took Rokhov away, but Rokhov was reluctant to give up the experimental data. When he turned back to take away the important experimental samples, he was discovered and almost shot on the spot. If Fei Qixia hadn't opened the artificial wormhole in a panic and dragged Rokhov in at the critical moment, perhaps there would be no such person as Rokhov in the world. And because the situation was urgent at the time, there was no preset direction for the exit, so they got lost in the wormhole, and the two who entered the wormhole together did not appear in the same place. When Fei Qixia woke up, he found that Rokhov was not around. He fell to the bottom of a cliff, and there was no one within 100 miles. If Shadow had not been around, he might have starved to death on the cliff or been eaten by other beasts. This part of the memory might be the news that Rokhov heard from other places, so the picture was blurry and Qinjiao couldn't even see Fei Qixia's face. Qinjiao had heard Fei Qixia mention this past, but the picture in front of him was different from his description. In the memories mentioned by Fei Qixia, all the mistakes were caused by Ivana, and Rokhov was just a victim. But in Rokhov's memory, he himself made many wrong decisions, and became what he is now. I don't know if Fei Qixia deliberately beautified Rokhov's image in Qinjiao's mind, but Qinjiao is more inclined to believe the current picture. Qinjiao wanted to approach Fei Qixia's shadow, but before he could get close, The picture in front of him began to change again. She came to Rokhov's side. Rokhov was awake at this time. He was holding a large water tank with a ball of meat squirming in it. Jinjiu knew that it was an experiment of the first laboratory, and Rokhov regarded it as more important than his own life. This generation is already the 9th generation of experiments, and it is the most successful experiment so far. Although it is just a ball of meat and has no shape, it has an organ similar to that of humans. A useless heart. The heart beats every day, but there is no real blood vessel connected to it. It is just a useless decorative machine. Rokhov carried the creature through the mountains. His last memory before he woke up was the scene of Fei Qixia kicking him into a wormhole. He touched himself and found a small device in his pocket. He still had an artificial wormhole. Should he use it now? But where else could he go? If he landed at the wrong point, he would most likely be in danger again. Just when he was exhausted and struggling to decide whether to use the wormhole to return to the city, someone's voice came from afar. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" "I don't know. The sun guided me here." "But can't we sense the sun's energy anymore?" Jinjiu looked in the direction of the voice, and her pupils trembled when she saw the person coming. The person who came was the patriarch who led her to this virtual fantasy. Chapter 453. Rokhov was startled when he heard someone talking. He immediately picked up the water tank and hid behind the tree. He secretly showed his eyes in the dark and looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, a man and a woman were walking along the mountain road. Their clothes looked different from those of ordinary people. Their clothes were full of various embroidery of auspicious clouds and suns. The clothes were not designed to completely cover the body, but were somewhat bold and loose, revealing large areas of skin. The collar of the man's upper body was wide open, and the woman's upper body clothes only covered important parts. Their strong body lines were clearly portrayed by the sunlight. It was obvious that they were hunters who lived in the mountains all year round. Let alone dealing with two people, Rokhov, an experimenter who had been in the laboratory all year round, might not even be able to beat that woman. But in addition to feeling a little scared, Rokhov was also full of curiosity about the marks on the man's body. The interlaced lines on his skin made the man look mysterious and sacred. They didn't look like pigments that were painted on, but rather like they were born in his skin. When the two of them came into his sight, Rokhov immediately turned around and hid. Even his breathing was deliberately suppressed. "Grandpa, there's nothing here. What instructions did you receive?" The woman's somewhat blaming voice came from behind him, and Rokhov's heart was relieved. It seemed that they didn't find him. As a shadow that could not be locked, Jinjiu stood directly beside the clan leader and the woman, so she did not miss the clan leader's sight. The chief was looking at the marks on the ground. There were several places where the grass had been trampled. The grass was drooping and looked wilted. Following the marks on the lawn, the chief's sight quickly locked onto a big tree. Jinjiu was not surprised that the chief was so keenly aware of Rockefeller's presence. After all, Rockefeller's hiding skills were too poor. But it made sense when he thought about it. How could he have the opportunity to play a dodge game? It was because he had been chased many times recently that he had to face similar situations. The chief gestured to the woman and pointed to the towering tree. The woman responded with a knowing look and slowly approached the tree. In the blink of an eye, the woman had disappeared instantly. Jinjiu looked around in surprise. After a long time, she realized that the woman had secretly climbed up the trunk of another tree. She looked in the direction of Rockefeller in midair and gestured to the chief again. After the two confirmed that the other party was just a strange man who posed no threat, the chief cleared his throat and said, "Friend, we know you are behind the tree. We have no ill intentions. We are the natives here. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask us for help." After he finished speaking, there was a long silence in the air. The woman shook her head in the direction of the chief. It seemed that the other party was very wary, and would not easily expose himself to outsiders. It was indeed a rare thing for someone to break into their territory, but the woman did not read the threatening atmosphere from Rokhov. He was obviously hungry and thirsty, but he just held a large light pink water tank in his hand tightly, looking very precious. Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, the chief shook his head at the woman. The woman also jumped down from the tree and landed lightly on the ground without making much noise. "Okay, if you don't need any help, we leave first. It's easy to get lost in the forest, and there may be wild animals at night, so you have to be careful," the chief said to the tree trunk, and then said to the woman, "Let's go." The voices of the two people were actually fading away. Rokhov peeked at their whereabouts again, and he found that Fawn was not cheating but really intended to leave. Just left? They didn't intend to attack him? Just let him go? Chinchio saw the struggle in Rockoff's eyes, and it was obvious that he was struggling whether to believe what the other party had just said. They seemed to have no ill intentions. At this time, his stomach made an untimely cry, "Goo!" He was indeed almost at his limit. He looked down at the meatball in the water tank, and it was obvious that its heartbeat was also slowing down, and it was not as energetic as it looked at the beginning. After weighing the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and took the initiative to leave the protection of the tree. He took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Don't leave yet, help me." The two who were leaving stopped at the same time. They turned back quickly and saw that the thin young man was trembling with his lips, trembling, "Please, help me." After saying that, he fell to the ground as if he could not bear the burden. But before he fell, he did not forget the water tank in his hand. He fell sideways and made himself a human cushion, so that the experimental subject could be saved. Seeing this, the two immediately stepped forward and carried Rockoff on their backs. Chinchio followed the others for an unknown distance, and finally saw a familiar mountain road. That was the road she took from the hotel. Chinchio looked at Rockoff lying behind the man, with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that he had lived in this place before. The two returned to the village. When the other tribesmen saw that their chief was carrying a young man on his back, they all came forward to ask about the situation. The chief didn't say much. He just ordered them to take good care of Rockoff. The woman was holding the big water tank, and the meatball in the water tank obviously attracted more attention. "Kalen, what are you holding in your hands?" "It's disgusting." Yes, how come it seems to be alive? It can't be the offspring of some monster?" The woman called Kalen glanced at them, pursed her lips, and said, "I don't know, it belongs to that man. I advise you not to touch it. That man is very precious. Be careful that he wakes up and finds that his treasure is in trouble, and kills you all." "Hiss, Kalen, don't scare us every time. We are just curious and ask. We won't touch such a disgusting thing." "That's right. Then why are you still here? Let's go away." Everyone dispersed after hearing this. They also had their own things to deal with, and they gathered here just to satisfy a little curiosity. Now that they found that there was no gossip, they naturally dispersed. Fortunately, Rockoff fell down only because of physical weakness, and he woke up soon after getting enough rest. After he woke up, he sat up suddenly and looked around. Finally, he saw a woman sitting beside his bed. The first thing he said to the woman when he woke up was, "Where is the thing I'm holding?" Chapter 454. "Here, it's there." Karen originally wanted to care about his physical condition, but seeing that he still had the energy to worry about the monster, her original little worry also dissipated. She pointed to the table beside her, where the water tank was quietly staying. Lockefew looked in the direction of her finger, and saw that the meatball was floating in the water tank, and its heart was beating vigorously. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and felt the weakness coming from his body. "You are such a weirdo." Karen shook his head and said, "Don't you care about your current physical condition? Why do you cherish that monster so much?" "It's not a monster." Even though his voice was weak, Lockefew tried his best to deny Karen's slander against the experimental subject. Hearing this, Kara curled her lips and said, "If this ugly thing is not a monster, what else can it be? It has a name. It's not a monster." Lockefew once again strongly condemned Kara's choice of words, but coughed twice because he was too excited. When he recovered his breath, he added, "It's called Eve, the god of creation." Kara frowned, and she looked at Lockefew with a fool's eyes, and said to herself, "Is he still a fool?" Lockefew didn't want to talk to the woman in front of him anymore. She couldn't understand Eve's greatness, nor could she understand Eve's importance to him. Naturally, he didn't bother to explain to her the amazing white tiger experiment. That was just playing the lute to a cow. Kara saw that he fell silent, and she didn't bother to pay attention to Lockefew. Since he had woken up, the next thing had nothing to do with her. Karen stood up and left the room under Rockoff's gaze. Rockoff wanted to ask Karen where he was, but seeing that she had gone far away, Rockoff had to give up. He didn't know how long he had fainted. Because he hadn't eaten, his empty stomach felt like burning pain. His hands and feet were weak, and his movements to get up were greatly restricted. Rockoff sighed, and could only lie back on the bed and wait for someone to come in next time. As long as his experimental subject was safe, he didn't care about anything else. Not long after Karen left, footsteps sounded at the door of the room again. Rockoff turned his head and looked towards the door. He saw the man he met before fainting. The lines on the man's skin were very conspicuous, so Rockoff couldn't ignore them. The man sat on the chair where Karen had just sat, and asked Rockoff, who was lying on the bed and looking at him, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine, but I may have not eaten for too long, and I feel weak all over. He felt that the other party had no ill intentions, and took the initiative to ask, "Can you tell me where this is?" "You are in our village, not far from where we found you." As soon as the man finished speaking, another boy whom Rokov had never seen before came in, with a wooden tray. Rokov smelled the fragrance from the wooden tray from afar. It was the fragrance of rice. His stomach growled, and even though he hadn't seen the food yet, he could imagine the scene of hot food placed in front of him in his mind. The man knew his physical condition, and took the initiative to help him sit up. The man took out a small table from somewhere, and put it on the bed, and then took the tray from the boy and placed the food in front of Rokov. Rokov had been unconscious for a long time, and could not eat a lot of food immediately. He only asked someone to heat up some meat porridge for him, and sprinkle 2 chopped green onions on it. The rising hot air carried the most simple rice fragrance, and the green onion color dotted it, which greatly stimulated Rokov's appetite. Rokov hurriedly picked up the spoon and tasted it. His eyes lit up instantly. He didn't care that the food was still hot, and he wolfed down a bowl of meat porridge. The man asked the boy to serve Rokov another bowl of porridge. Rokov was obviously much better after eating. At this time, the man asked, "What about you? Where are you from?" And the man pointed in the direction of Eve and asked, "What is that thing?" Rokov did not choose to answer the man's question, but avoided the man's side guiltily. He is an Interstellar wanted criminal. Even if this is a small village with few people, there is no guarantee that someone will not betray him for profit. From the man's question, they probably didn't know their identities yet, but if he told them everything, perhaps the man's attitude would change 180 degrees. The man didn't seem to care when he saw that he didn't answer. He said kindly, "If you don't want to say it, forget it." He stood up, and was about to leave, when Rokov suddenly called him back. "Can you do me a favor?" The man blinked and stopped leaving. "You say. Can you get me some things?" Rokov seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He immediately opened his terminal, and handed the man a page of chemical substances listed on it. The man took a look and didn't ask anything. He just nodded and said, "Okay, I try my best to find them for you." "Thank you." Rokov was relieved. He was at the end of his rope. If the man in front of him was unwilling to help him, perhaps the experiment he had been insisting on for a long time would be declared a failure in the near future. Rokov's body recovered very quickly, which Chinjio was not surprised about. After all, Rokov carried the genes of the alien beast, and had a recovery ability beyond ordinary people. The first thing Rokov did after his body recovered was to tinker with his experimental body. Eve, this is the name taken from the 7th generation of experimental bodies. It uses the name of the creator god in the mythology of the ancient blue star, implying that she will create a new species and a new era. As for why Eve is used instead of Adam's name, Chinjio has a deep memory of the conclusions of their experiments. Regardless of whether the fused human embryonic cells have obvious female characteristics or obvious male characteristics, the Y chromosome will be eroded in the end. Even if the experimental body is successfully hatched, it can only be female. According to the experimental records, the disappearance of the Y chromosome is due to the defects of the Y chromosome, so it cannot resist the attack of the war beast gene. Its instability is destined to prevent it from surviving in the body of the experimental body. Chinjio was very sure that the little white ball was Eve. The scene it had shown her was the scene of it sleeping in the large water tank in the laboratory. Fei Qixia was indeed lying to her. The experiment in the first laboratory was still in progress, but he concealed it from everyone. But Chinjio still didn't understand why Eve was related to her, why she needed her blood, and why she didn't call her mother who fed her to grow up but sister? Could it be that it only knew the word sister in the language it learned after traveling through different wormholes and going to different places? Just when Chinjio was in a daze, Fei Qixia suddenly stood up, and his almost fanatical eyes showed unprecedented joy. "It's done! It's done! The human genes in Eve's body are finally expressed in a targeted way." Chapter 455. Lakafu shouted in surprise. He was so excited that he wanted to share this joy with others. He turned around, as if he wanted to catch someone to see his experimental results. But after looking around, he found that there was no one behind him. At this time, his smile was restrained, but he still couldn't suppress the upturned corners of his mouth and the excited heartbeat. Who is he looking for subconsciously? Chinjio, who looked at everything coldly, knew the answer to the question very well. Even though he and Fei Qixia had some differences in concepts, Fei Qixia was still the person he trusted the most. He subconsciously looked for Fei Qixia's figure, wanting to share the progress of the experiment with him as soon as possible. The two never contacted each other again after they separated. It was not because they lost each other's contact information, but because Lakafu took the initiative to cut off contact with Fei Qixia. Perhaps this was a way for Lakafu to protect Fei Qixia. After all, anyone who had a relationship with him might be in danger. He continued the long and boring experiment alone, and even the experimental equipment was not perfect, but he still continued his career in such a harsh environment. The chief had come here several times, but he didn't know what Rockoff's experiment represented, and he didn't intend to interfere in Rockoff's affairs. As time went on, other people were quite biased about the chief's actions. Grandpa Chief, why do you still let him stay here? Have you seen the monster he raised? It's so scary. Some time ago, we saw that monster grow eyeballs. We accidentally looked at it, and were almost scared to death. That's right, Grandpa Chief, he stays in the room all day and night, and dares not see anyone. He must not be a good person. Sooner or later he will harm us. We should drive him away now. I agree. Me too. The tribesmen were arguing in the open space in front of the clan leader's house, and the clan leader stood in front without saying a word. He glanced at the two people who had started the trouble, and they immediately fell silent, lowered their eyebrows and eyes, and dared not look at him. Seeing the clan leader's silence, the originally noisy voices slowly weakened. They looked at the clan leader in front of them, waiting for the clan leader to give a reasonable explanation. When everyone began to quiet down, the clan leader slowly said, I know you have some concerns, but as the clan leader, I can only say sorry to you. I will not drive him away. The clan leader's tone was very firm and unquestionable. The neutral faction, who was still waiting and watching, couldn't help but ask, why, Chief? He is indeed suspicious. Others are making trouble because they are worried that he will bring us disaster in the future. You said that we can't drive him away. Do you have any plans? We are from the same tribe and family. What can't be said about family members? The person who spoke was also the elder of the others. Her generation was only slightly lower than that of the chief. Her words were very important in the tribe. As she finished speaking, other opponents began to echo the woman's words. Yes, Chief Grandpa, we believe that you will not suddenly accept a person of unknown origin to live in our village, but you should also understand that we have our concerns. You have to give us a reason to let us accept him? After all, we are in trouble now. As he spoke, his voice lowered. Qinjiu heard this, and turned his head to look at Rockefeller, who was only about 10 centimeters away from him. At this time, Rockoff was lying by the door watching the quarrel outside. No one noticed that Rockoff was spying on their every move through the crack in the door. The sound of their quarrel was clearly heard by Rockoff, and Rockoff's expression did not change at all, as if the object of their discussion had nothing to do with him. However, Qinjiu was not surprised that they had such concerns. After all, Rockoff's daily behavior looked like a madman to normal people. He only fiddled with the disgusting ball of meat every day, and never took the initiative to step out of the door, as if he was growing in the room. What Qinjiu cared about was his last sentence. Unable to protect themselves? What does that mean? Could it be that they are facing some inevitable disasters? The chief heard the concerns of the tribesmen, and was silent for a long time. He finally sighed and said, Okay, I will tell you. But to be honest, I don't know the answer to your question. What? The chief raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He said, This is the guidance of the sun god. He told me that the man in front of me may be the key to our tribe's continued inheritance. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They forgot to ask further questions. The chief continued, I understand your concerns. We are a race protected by the sun god. The chief, that is, me, is the agent of the god. I can let my tribe survive through some guidance from the god. But in recent years, my connection with the sun god seems to be getting weaker and weaker. I can't hear the guidance and avoid some fatal disasters. He tore open his wand in front of everyone, and put the bloody truth in front of them. Everyone was moved when they heard this, and there was a long silence on the open space. After a long while, the chief sighed and said, Not long ago, I received guidance from the sun god again. This time, the guidance was very simple. It asked me to take in that man, and help him complete his mission. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had already known that the patriarch could not connect with the gods again, but they were still shocked when they heard that the strange man was the hope of their tribe. They thought of the crazy man, and could not connect him with the hope of the whole tribe. But with the patriarch's words, others could no longer refuse Rockefeller to stay here. But they still couldn't help but worry about the monster that Rockefeller was cultivating. They didn't know what it was, but its grotesque appearance made people feel cold all over. If it matures and becomes a man-eating monster in the future, it is hard to guarantee that it will not eat them. They raised their concerns, and the patriarch also promised that he would ask Rockefeller what the monster was. Rockefeller, who was eavesdropping, didn't care about exposing himself at this time, and directly opened the door and walked out. When everyone saw Rockefeller, who was supposed to be at the other end of the village, suddenly appear, they all showed unnatural expressions on their faces. After all, they were discussing the person in front of them behind their backs not long ago. Rockefeller seemed calm. He nodded in the direction of the clan leader, as if to express his gratitude. Then, his eyes drifted to the people with wandering eyes. He said in a firm tone, "Don't worry, she is a human." Chapter 456. After hearing his words, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The first person to question was the one who had quarreled with the tribe leader at the beginning. He did not have a very good tone to this outsider. "Human? You call that monster-like thing a human?" Rockefeller frowned. In fact, he did not like this group of people calling his Eve a monster, but at this moment, he did not deliberately make a fuss about these two words, but said with certainty, "Yes, she is a human, and a developing embryo." Hearing Rockefeller's words, a woman silently raised her hand. She said carefully, "Mr. Rockefeller, even if you say she is a human embryo, but in my impression, human embryos do not look like that." Rockefeller rarely heard that there were people in the village who could understand some biological knowledge. He looked at her with relief and said immediately, "Yes, she is a special embryo. Don't worry, even if she can't grow up normally, she won't become a monster. At most." He paused and said the two words with some difficulty, "Death." "How can you guarantee it?" The crowd still didn't trust Rockefeller's words at all. They were more willing to believe their eyes. That ball of flesh was really chilling, and it looked like a symbol of bad luck and disaster. "If she turns into a monster, I will kill her myself." Rockefeller spoke calmly, as if he had made up his mind long ago, but he had never fully expressed this idea. Facing his promise, everyone was half believing and half doubting. After all, everyone could see how much Rockefeller cared about that ball of flesh, and asking him to give up that strange thing was no less than asking him to kill himself. The atmosphere was a little tense for a while, and finally it was the chief who spoke first to break the tense atmosphere. "Let's do this. I am willing to believe Rockefeller. How about we give him a deadline? If you say she is human, then we will use a year as the deadline. If she still cannot hatch after a year, then please kill her yourself." Rockefeller agreed readily after hearing this, but Chinchio on the side could see Rockefeller's plan. No one dared to guarantee that the experimental body could hatch within a year. The time wasted in the previous 8 experiments was calculated in years, and a year was just a very short gap for the experiment. The reason why Rockefeller agreed without hesitation was that he wanted to stabilize the fear of others and allow him to have a stable experimental site for the time being. If Eve did not hatch after a year, then he would find an opportunity to sneak away in advance. No matter what, he would never kill Eve who was still hatching. Everyone's eyes wandered between the chief and Rockefeller. After thinking about it, they still did not find a better way to refute the two's proposals. So most people voted in favor, only a few people disagreed with this approach, but because of the principle of majority rule, they had to leave in dissatisfaction. After the people dispersed, there was no one in front of the patriarch's house. Rockefeller thanked the patriarch, but the patriarch waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me, I'm just gambling." Or, "I'm also using you." Hearing this, Rockefeller raised his eyebrows slightly, not feeling angry at being used at all, but instead showing a happy smile. "That's even better. I don't believe in unconditional goodwill. A relationship of mutual use can go further." The patriarch laughed heartily. Apart from the guidance of the sun god, he personally admired Rockefeller. Although they lived in the mountains, they were not completely disconnected from the outside world. They also had entertainment, and needed to go out to the big malls to buy things. Naturally, he also knew Rockefeller's identity. A wanted criminal. It was just that they didn't care much about interstellar affairs. Rockefeller was wanted in the name of the rebels, but after getting along for a while, he gave people the feeling of a mad scientist rather than a rebel, who did all kinds of evil. So the patriarch did not drive him away, but helped him conceal his identity, so that he could indulge in his experiments. The patriarch had some perception abilities that were different from ordinary people. He could feel that the ball of meat was not a threat to them. On the contrary, he also felt that the ball of meat might be helpful to them in the future. Chinchio could read this information from the patriarch's daily interactions with Rockefeller. She knew that the patriarch did not hate the experimental body. He provided a lot of help for this experiment. If it weren't for his help, Rockefeller might not be able to continue the experiment and get the current results. So Rockefeller always respected the patriarch. Although the patriarch could not discuss the content of the experiment with him like Fei Qixia, he also liked the role of the patriarch. After an unknown period of time, the ball of flesh finally showed obvious human characteristics. Her originally uncovered black eyeballs were covered by the evolved eyelids. She grew limbs, but had not yet formed distinct knuckles. Its head occupied a large space, even twice as large as her body. Because she finally looked like a human, the tribesmen who occasionally passed by and secretly looked inside gradually let down their guard against Rockefeller. The two people who were still arguing had no place to vent their dissatisfaction, so they had to stay away from this room on weekdays. Chinchio's hand reached through the bottle, and held the humanoid substance in one hand. She was so small, only the size of Chinchio's hand. But she was so tenacious, and still thrived in such a difficult environment. Why? Chinchio couldn't help but have a question in his mind. Why can she grow in such a difficult environment? In Chinchio's memory, Eve must have the careful care of the experimental team to barely save her life. Did something else happen to Eve? While Chinchio was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice he hadn't heard for a long time. Why don't you contact my brother? He is very worried about you. Rockefeller was fiddling with the terminal page, and Chinchio leaned over to see. It was Dean Lu's name. In the conversation between Dean Lu and Fei Qixia, she learned that Dean Lu and Rokov had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time she appeared in the memory left by Rokov. Perhaps for Rokov, Dean Lu was not a particularly important person in his life, and Dean Lu had always been wishful thinking. Before Chinchio had time to sigh about Dean Lu's pity, he heard a new voice message from Dean Lu. Okay, even if you don't want to contact my brother, you have to care about your experimental subject, right? Chinchio raised his eyebrows, and as the word speaking above the dialogue box disappeared, another voice message popped up on Rokov's terminal page. Did you know? Eve already has a human outline. Chapter 457. Dean Lu's words really worked. Rokov, who had been indifferent to her, suddenly sat up straight and looked at the information on the terminal with a serious expression. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to type something, but then put it down silently. Chinchio saw his hesitation and struggle. He repeated the same action several times, and finally made up his mind to respond to the other party. Eve is still alive? Almost at the moment when he sent the message, the other party sent a new voice message. Alas, as expected, you still care more about your experimental subject. I won't reply to anything I send you, but as long as it is related to the experimental subject, you will definitely appear in the chat. Okay, I also know that I can't compare with the experimental subject. You and my brother are the same. The other party was still talking to herself, and in a half-minute voice, almost half of it was her complaints. But it doesn't matter, as long as you don't care about other women, I won't care about you. After she said this decisive sentence, she finally started to get the topic back on track. Eve is still alive. I thought you had taken Eve away, and our experiment would definitely fail again. After the Federal Army left, I went back to the laboratory. Eve's culture tank had been broken, but miraculously, I found a small ball of flesh at the bottom of the original experimental tank. He found that the small ball of flesh was still alive, so he brought it back to the laboratory. Now, it's fine. It has even grown into the appearance of a human embryo. I also renumbered it as a new experimental subject, hoping that it can escape the fate of disappearing in the past. By the time the other party finished speaking, Rokov's brows were already furrowed. He quickly sent a message to the other party. Why do you know so much? Haven't you been away from home for a long time? Chinchio keenly noticed that after Rokov sent this sentence to Dean Lu, the other party paused and hesitated for the first time, and there was no movement in the dialogue box for a long time. Rokov did not urge him, and silently looked at the top that kept flashing the other party is typing, and the other party is talking. After an unknown amount of time, the other party was finally willing to respond. I have met some very capable friends. I did it with their abilities. Rokov raised his eyebrows, and quickly typed a line of words. What friends? What kind of friends? Why are your friends so capable that they can let you contact me, and help you monitor your brother? Dean Lu seemed to be suddenly asked and mute, and her dialogue box suddenly stopped flashing. Rokov had already guessed that this would be the ending, so he closed his terminal, and began to meditate with his eyes closed. Chinchio could probably guess what Rokov was thinking. It seemed that the vitality of this experimental subject was not ordinary. It could survive in that environment, with only a little insignificant nutrient solution, and without mechanical supply. It was no wonder that the experimental subject in his hands could make such rapid progress. But Rokov was very confused now. Was the experimental subject in Fei Qixia's hands his Bideo, or was the experimental subject in his hands Bideo? He moved his eyes to the water tank. The pink liquid was the color of Badeo's blood diluted. The embryo was curled up in the center of the liquid. It occasionally moved its body, as if it was adapting to its own trunk. Rockoff's eyes couldn't help but become gentle. He took 2 steps forward, walked to the water tank, and whispered to the little man inside, "Be good, don't worry, I will definitely protect you and let you grow up healthily." The baby seemed to have heard Rockoff's words. It moved in the water tank and changed its position to make itself sleep more peacefully. But the good times didn't last long. The 1-year period was about to end. Not only did the experimental subject fail to thrive as planned, but at this time, the alien beast genes in Rockoff's body began to compete for the resources of this body again. And this time, even if he matched himself with the slowing drug according to Fei Chisha's formula, it didn't help. Perhaps, his deadline is coming soon. There are people in the village who regularly visit Rockoff's experimental subject. They have long discovered that the little man has stopped developing and has remained in the state of a few months ago. But surprisingly, it did not die, but turned around and moved occasionally as usual, as if nothing had changed. "Chief, the 1-year period is almost up, and his thing is still the same. How can a normal human never develop? Isn't it obvious that it is a monster? I think we don't need to wait any longer, we can drive him out now." "Yes, Chief. He is right. We can't let him stay in our village any longer." Ka Lan glanced at the 2 people who were making trouble nearby, and asked in a slightly cold tone, "Are you going to drive him away when he is seriously ill?" One of them had slightly red ears when he heard this, and seemed to be a little nervous because of the moral condemnation. What happened? "It's not us who made him sick, what does his illness have to do with us?" Kaylin slowly turned her head, she snorted and said, "Yes, so now in the middle of winter, you want to drive him out. What's the difference between this and killing him? You? You are so powerful, why don't you take care of him?" "I am taking care of him, am I not?" Kaylin rolled her eyes, not wanting to pay attention to the 2 fools in front of her. The 2 were angry, but they didn't dare to talk back to Kaylin. After all, they couldn't argue with Kaylin. So they focused on the chief again. "Chief, what do you think? Speak up." The chief's eyes swept over everyone, and then he said, "I agree with Kaylin's point of view. Driving him out now is tantamount to killing him. Our clan has been upright all our lives, and we can't ruin our reputation because of this matter." Others heard the words, and nodded in agreement with the chief's point of view. The 2 who spoke could only snort coldly and stand aside. However, Rockoff's matter is a time bomb after all. If it is not handled properly, it will explode sooner or later. The patriarch thought for a moment and said, "I will go talk to him first, understand the situation, and then give you an answer when I come back. How about that?" Everyone looked at each other, and after a moment, everyone nodded and agreed with the patriarch's approach. At the far end of the village, Rockoff was leaning on a crutch and trembling towards his Eve. His face was as pale as death, and his cheeks were sunken because he was too thin, and he was in a state of skin and bones. He finally walked to the water tank, and he was out of breath after just a few steps. He stretched out his fingers like dry bones, and opened the lid of the water tank. In order to make it easier for him to add substances to the water tank, he had already placed the water tank on the ground, so that he did not need to stand up and could observe Eve's situation at any time. But he did not expect that because of this action, he almost put Eve in danger. Chapter 458. Rockoff's health is very poor. He occasionally coughs up blood or has nosebleeds recently, and each time it comes very suddenly, making him unable to guard against it. This time is the same. He is fiddling with the things that need to be added above the lid that Eve opened. At this time, a drop of blood-red liquid fell silently from his nose and merged into Eve's nutrient solution. When he found out, everything was too late. Rockoff only heard the sound of water flowing directly below him. He just looked down curiously, but he happened to find a drop of nosebleed falling into the water tank again. He immediately covered his nose and looked at the situation in the tank in a panic. "It's over, it's all over." He actually let his dirty blood mix with alien beast genes contaminate Eve. It seems that even God doesn't want him to have the day to see Eve's birth. He actually made such a low-level mistake at the last minute. He fell to the ground because of his excessive emotions. Because of this, he can see Eve's current appearance more clearly. The child, who already had most of the human characteristics, was struggling violently in the tank. It waved its hands and coughed as if it was suffocating, as if its lifeblood was blocked by something. Rockoff was instantly distressed, and he trembled and crawled towards the water tank. Even though he knew that the little guy who had not yet fully formed could not hear him, he still whispered anxiously, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I will find a way to save you." He held the table leg and slowly stood up. Chinchio saw him start to tinker with the terminal, constantly looking for solutions in it. But this was the first time this happened. His previous experimental records had never described the treatment methods for alien animal gene pollution. The struggle in the water tank intensified, and Rockoff was like an ant on a hot pot. He kept an eye on Eve's condition while trying to find a solution, but it was still in vain. After an unknown amount of time, when Rockoff was so anxious that he was sweating a thin layer of sweat, Eve in the water tank suddenly stopped struggling. She slowly retracted her limbs and continued to curl up in a peaceful sleeping posture. This change not only made Rockoff stunned, but even Chinchio frowned when he saw it, thinking about what happened in these few short minutes. But she couldn't find the answer just like Rockoff. Rockoff did nothing, but Eve calmed down inexplicably. If it weren't for the water stains on the ground from Eve's struggle, the chaos just now would have seemed like something they imagined. Rockoff slowly walked towards Eve. He seemed to think that Eve had died in the pollution just now, and there was a deep sadness in his eyes. But when he saw Eve's condition clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned again. Eve seemed to be in a sweet dream, smacking her lips, as if she was savoring the delicious candy she had eaten in her dream. What is going on? Just when Rockoff was confused, there was a knock on the door. Rockoff immediately came to his senses, and closed the lid of Eve's water tank to prevent any accidents. After closing the lid, he asked loudly, "Who is it?" "It's me, and Karen." Rockoff heard that it was the voice of the patriarch, and he hurriedly walked to the door with his crutches. Here, the person he respected most was the patriarch. During this nearly 1 year, the chieftain gave him a lot of help. If it weren't for the chieftain, Eve wouldn't have survived safely until now. And Kaylin. Maybe their first meeting was not pleasant, but in the subsequent interactions, he gradually felt Kaylin's kindness. She was a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Every time Rockoff needed her help, Rockoff would be scolded. But Kaylin never refused his request, and always got things done while scolding. And when Rockoff was sick and everyone chose to stay away from him, she took the initiative to take care of Rockoff. Rockoff was very grateful for this, but she only said that it was for their tribe. Although Rockoff didn't understand how to explain what the chieftain said, that he was the hope of this tribe, he really got their kindness. He was not like Fei Qixia. He couldn't completely abandon his feelings. Fei Qixia also said that indecision was his weakness, but Rockoff never felt ashamed of having a grateful heart. So in the following time, he tried his best to meet their needs. Kaylin rarely goes out to the outside world, and is full of curiosity about everything in the outside world. Rockoff patiently explains to her the little interesting things in the outside world. Kaylin always acts as a quiet listener, watching Rockoff gesture with wide eyes, and imagining with relish the scenes, people, and things Rockoff mentioned. Rockoff opened the door, and saw the patriarch and Kaylin standing at the door. He smiled and greeted the two, then stepped back and made room for the door. "Come in and sit down." The two of them didn't hesitate and broke into Rockoff's space. "Hey, why is the floor wet?" Kaylin was sharp-eyed. Seeing the reflective water marks, she consciously stepped forward and picked up the mop to start cleaning. Rockoff closed the door, slowly walked to the table and sat down, and then he said, "It was accidentally taken out of the water tank just now." "Water tank?" Kaylin asked curiously. "Doesn't the water in the water tank need to be replaced?" She put down the mop, squatted in front of the water tank, and looked at Eve carefully. After a while, she suddenly shouted in surprise, "Come and see." Rockoff immediately stood up and walked quickly to the water tank with the help of the clan leader. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with her?" "No." Before Rockoff finished asking, Kaylin had already grinned and said, "Look. Did she grow fingers?" Hearing this, Rockoff and Chinchio, as the only two people who knew what had just happened, their pupils shrank immediately. Chinchio was one step faster than Rockefeller. She squatted beside Karen and carefully observed Eve's changes. Karen was right. Eve's palms, which were originally stuck together, had distinct fingers since some time ago. Even now, they could still be seen swaying gently. Rockefeller also saw Eve's changes. He looked at Eve in the tank with a complicated expression. Karen, who was standing by, asked in surprise, "How did you find a breakthrough?" "Tell me." It's a long story. Chapter 459. After struggling for a long time, Rockoff finally confessed the fact that his blood had just accidentally fallen into the water. His worries were not groundless. After all, if a baby needs the blood of others to grow normally, then she is definitely not a normal human being but more like a cursed existence. For Rockoff, who is in a sensitive period, this is not something he can talk about casually. But for the two people in front of him, Rockoff had already revealed all his secrets. He didn't want to deceive them. Of course, they already knew the situation of the experimental subjects. Although for the two clan leaders, they couldn't understand Rockoff's crazy idea of reviving the dead war beasts. They believed that the dead souls should return to their hometowns to rest in peace. But they could probably guess Rockoff's thoughts. For Rockoff, the war beasts were his children and half of his life. If they had witnessed their children die in front of them, they might not be able to be so indifferent and calm. This is his knot in his heart, and the source of his obsession. After hearing what he said, Karen frowned and asked, could there be any misunderstanding? Maybe it just happened that it needed to grow? No. Rockoff shook his head and said affirmatively, based on the experience of the previous experiments, I can be sure that without additional stimulation, the experimental subject will not change the state that has been maintained for a long time. When I got up today, I also observed her condition. She clearly maintained the same appearance as in the past 6 months without any change. She grew fingers within a few minutes of me opening the door for you. After he finished speaking, he slowly lowered his head, not daring to face the two. This situation beyond the normal law of development may make the two clan leaders afraid of Eve. If the only two people who support him here are also scared away, then for him, he will lose all his support here. He is afraid of the two people's judgment. What? Kaylin took a breath, her pupils dilated slightly due to surprise, and her voice was full of disbelief. Growing fingers in a few minutes? Rockoff nodded with difficulty. Although the clan leader was also shocked, he had seen a lot of storms and waves, and he could still stay sober and calm in front of this weird scene. What do you think now? He asked the key to the problem. What happened in the past has already happened, and they can probably guess what made the evolution. Then for Rockoff, the experiment maniac, he definitely has a plan, but he didn't show it in the conversation just now. Rockoff hesitated a little. He was burned by the eyes of the tribe leader. He looked at him quickly and lowered his head again. His voice was very small, like the hum of a mosquito. I want to try. Can I use my blood? Stop. Kara was shocked and her voice rose an octave. You mean you want to use blood to feed her growth? Yes. As soon as Rockoff answered, Kara immediately rejected his proposal. Do you know your physical condition? Do you know how your body is now? You said you want to use blood to feed her? I'm afraid that you haven't had time to feed her into an adult, and you've already become an adult lying in the cemetery. The chief nodded to Kaylin's worry and said, Kaylin is right. Your physical condition is not suitable. Chief, I know my idea is a little crazy, but you know how much time and energy I have devoted to this experiment, and how much I want to see her grow up. Even if I die, I am willing. The chief fell into a brief silence after hearing this. After a long time, he suddenly said, well, if you really want to do that, then use my blood. Grandpa Chief? Kaylin was dumbfounded, her lips trembling slightly, and after a brief silence, she immediately stopped him. No! What are you thinking, Grandpa Chief? You are our chief, you can't get into trouble. You can't do it for other people's experiments. The chief was about to say something, but the next moment, Karen interrupted him. If you must find someone, let me do it. I'm still young and I recover quickly. Facing the two people fighting for it, Rockefeller, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Why are you doing this? What? Rockefeller raised his head again, with deep confusion in his eyes. You don't have to do this for me, right? Well, you're right. Karen confirmed Rockefeller's answer without hesitation. She said, I'm not doing this for you, but for Grandpa Chief. Rockefeller blinked, and focused his eyes on the chief again. What about you? What are you doing for? For the so-called guidance of the sun god? Why? I eavesdropped. So your clan is the last generation of descendants of the sun god when it comes to you, right? Although he was raising questions, his words revealed affirmation. This was his guess, but at the same time, he believed that his guess was the final correct answer. The patriarch looked at Rockefeller, who was calm in front of him, and he did not speak. The air was filled with an uneasy atmosphere, and Kaylin, who was noisy at the side, also became very silent at this time. Her eyes flowed carefully between the two of them, not daring to break the weird atmosphere at this time. After a long time, the patriarch finally sighed deeply, and his eyes showed deep powerlessness, saying, Yes, as you guessed, I am already the last descendant of the sun god. The connection between our clan and the sun god is slowly disappearing with an irreversible trend. So what? What guidance did you receive from the sun god? Rockefeller went straight to the core of the problem. He stared into the patriarch's eyes, and did not give him a chance to escape. He suddenly chuckled and said slowly, You want to use me as a sacrifice? What? Kaylin's heart was in turmoil, and she looked at the tribe leader in disbelief. The tribe leader paused for a moment and nodded decisively. Kaylin had never thought that their self-proclaimed good deeds were actually guiding a young man to sacrifice. No, this couldn't be the instruction of the sun god. How could it be? She was still in shock, and the tribe leader had already spoken again. Not only do you need to sacrifice, but you also need to sacrifice willingly, otherwise it will be useless. So this is why you are so nice to me? Yes and no. The tribe leader shook his head and said, I will give you a chance to choose. If you don't want to, we won't force you. After all, it is an ironclad fact that our tribe will decline, and you are just another choice given to me by the sun god. After he finished speaking, the room returned to silence again. No one spoke to break the silence at this time. Everyone had countless thoughts flowing in their hearts. Suddenly Rokov nodded and said, Okay, I understand. After that, he looked at the patriarch with a firm look. I do. Chapter 460. What? The chief suspected that he had heard wrong, and he asked in disbelief. I said, I am willing to sacrifice myself. He coughed lightly after he finished speaking. He had said a lot in just a few minutes, and he needed a short rest. The chief looked at the young man in front of him who was weaker than himself with a complicated expression, and he asked again cautiously, Do you know what you just said? I know. Lokafu looked calm. He wiped the blood dripping from his nose again, and said, Look at my physical condition, I guess I don't have much time left. I can see through everything, but I can't let go of Eve. If my death can exchange for your future, I am willing to die generously. He said it very lightly in the face of death, and it seemed that he didn't care about the end of life. But I want to continue this experiment. My only wish is to see Eve's birth before I die. He looked up at the two people who were in great shock and couldn't come back to their senses. He said, Can you help me complete this last step? The patriarch's eyes flashed with complex emotions, like regret, like reluctance, and finally turned into sadness. He nodded heavily and said, Okay, we will do our best to help you. Okay, that's enough. Rokov slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. With the promise of the two, the big stone in his heart was removed, and his body instantly became much lighter. When he felt dizzy, he only heard a scream and then lost consciousness. The feeling of dizziness was not his illusion, but he fainted. Shinjio finally understood why the last wisp of Rokov's soul was locked up in this place. It turned out that he had made a deal with the clan leader. He was willing to sacrifice his life and soul to preserve the prosperity of this clan, and his request was just to continue his experiment. Recently, Kaylin and the clan leader moved into his house. With their care, Rokov's health barely improved a little. However, the two moved into his territory not just to take care of him, but for Rokov's proposal not long ago. They decided to start using their own blood as nutrients to feed the sleeping baby, and always observe her changes to find out the reason for her growth. The clan leader and Kaylin had tried to drip their own blood into the water tank, but the baby still kept a stable sleeping position without showing any discomfort or pain, which was completely opposite to the situation when Rokov's blood was dripped in before. The clan leader and Kaylin were thinking whether the timing was wrong or the dosage was wrong. They sat at the table to discuss the next plan. But they didn't notice that Rokov had gotten up from the bed and secretly walked to the water tank. The baby, whose facial features were not particularly clear, curled up in a ball, holding her thumb and sucking gently. Rokov knew that the blood of the patriarch and Kara was completely ineffective. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally locked on one answer. Perhaps only his blood could activate Eve's growth. So he secretly came to the water tank, picked up a sharp knife, and gently cut his wrist. A transparent hole appeared, and red liquid rushed out from it. They couldn't resist the attraction of gravity, and slowly fell into the tank. Gulp! The originally calm water tank seemed to be hit by a huge rock, and the baby inside was struggling with a painful expression, just like the stimulation of Rokov's nosebleed before. She waved her hands in it, as if fighting an enemy that did not exist. The pink gelatinous liquid mixed with war beast and human blood in the water tank flowed down the wall of the tank and fell to the ground. The movement here attracted the attention of two people not far away. They turned back suddenly and found that Rokov was lying next to the water tank, looking at the struggling baby obsessively. The baby seemed to be fighting with an invisible enemy in the water tank. She struggled painfully, but seemed to win in one battle after another. There were traces of nutrient solution on Rokov's body on the ground. It seemed that the nutrient solution originally in the tank overflowed because of Eve's movement. The two walked quickly towards the water tank. Rokov felt someone approaching. He looked up at the two with almost crazy joy in his eyes. Look! Eve is moving. She is moving. It's me. It's her father who can wake her up. The two saw the wound on his wrist. The long red scar was shocking. Kara cursed in a low voice, and immediately found the medical box on the shelf. She took out a bandage from it to bandage him. No, don't wrap it up. Let Eve eat a little more. Rockoff wanted to refuse Kara's behavior, but his body was almost at the end of its strength, and he didn't have the strength to refuse Kara. The chieftain on the side noticed something. He said, "Okay, let Karen bandage you. Your blood is useless." What? Just when Rockoff was at a loss, the chieftain pointed at Eve, who had gradually calmed down, and said, "It seems that she has eaten enough. Look, she has returned to her original state. It's useless to give her more blood now." Hearing this, Rockoff turned his head mechanically, and looked at the baby who curled up again. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the baby's facial features seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. The chieftain also noticed this change. He looked at Rockoff with a complicated expression and said, "It seems that your blood is indeed useful, but she can't absorb it endlessly. She needs time to digest it after absorbing enough." With this discovery, Rockoff's spirit and mood were obviously better than before. He agreed with the chieftain's point of view very much. While waiting for Karen to bandage her, he was calculating the time for the next feeding. Seeing the obsession in his eyes, and the way he kept muttering to himself, Kara couldn't help but sigh. She really underestimated Rockefeller's enthusiasm for the experiment. "Next time, you can't do it without telling us, or I will stop your experiment immediately." Rockefeller was about to refute something, but was stopped by the clan leader's eyes. He had no choice but to say, "I know." Chapter 461. After calculating the time for the next feeding, Rockoff actively cooperated with the treatment, and took a lot of supplements to maintain his body. Kalen inexplicably felt that he was raising a pig, wanting to fatten it up, and then kill it for food. The only difference is that Rockoff is a human, and he feeds humans. Under Rockoff's feeding, the little thing is indeed getting better and better. Her limbs have been fully formed, and her facial features have already taken a clear shape. Chinjio squatted in front of the glass tank, looking at the sleeping face. She had an inexplicable sense of disobedience. This face seems a little familiar. The baby who had been motionless for more than half a year took shape in just 1 month. Rockoff calculated various data, and finally came to a conclusion. Next week, Eve can leave the tank and become a real human child. He was extremely excited, and his withered face was full of smiles. He sat in a wheelchair, looking at the curled-up baby obsessively, with a gentle love in his eyes like water. Chinjio knew how much he had given up to get to this point. He gave up love, career, friends, and finally got a bad name for being an enemy of the entire galaxy. Even Chinjio, who knew everything, couldn't help but ask him, "Is it worth it? Is it worth squandering your life for an illusory existence?" But Chinjio knew the answer was unique. Rockoff had become obsessed with resurrecting tyranny, and letting you be born. Maybe he was not terminally ill at the beginning, and everything could be turned back. But since he accepted the genetic modification of the third laboratory, Chinjio found that he became more and more persistent, and even went further and further on the road of paranoia. Chinjio thought, maybe this is the sequelae of the alien beast gene. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Seeing that Eve was on the right track, he took the initiative to talk to the tribe leader about the matter he had mentioned before. Rockefeller successfully hatched Eve with the help of the tribe leader and others. He was willing to use his last life to do something for the tribe leader. The tribe leader did not refuse or persuade him. After all this started with conditions and purpose, and now it was just time for him to fulfill his promise. Kara felt a great psychological burden for forcing a terminally ill young man to die. She resolutely did not get involved and stayed away from this place of right and wrong. The tribe leader and Rockefeller were in the cave, where Chinjio had been before he came in. She stood behind them, and the two figures in front of her, one tall and one short, looked extremely lonely. The source of light in the center of the cave is a little sun hanging on the top of the mountain. It emits warm warmth, dispels the cold and darkness, and makes people feel at ease even if they are trapped in the dark and silent cave. The patriarch waved his hand, and the light of the little sun became brighter. Rockoff, who was still hugging his arms, felt the warmth, and the coldness in his body was gradually dissipated. He looked up, and couldn't look directly at the dazzling light. He smiled and said, "It's really useful." Sure enough, the sun's light is the most comfortable, better than any cold-repelling equipment. The patriarch also smiled. He nodded and said, "Yes, if there is no sun, human civilization will not exist. All of our ancestors came from the ancient blue star, and our ancestors on the ancient blue star also relied on the sun to have an environment to evolve into humans step by step." Rockoff nodded slightly. I think there is no interstellar person who doesn't know the history of human origin. He greedily yearned for that ray of sunlight. For him, he had few days left to enjoy the sunshine. Well, what should we do next? Have you really thought about it? The patriarch looked sideways at Rockoff. Even if he had to do this dirty thing for the future of the clan, he didn't want Rockoff to be a sacrifice just for himself. Well, I don't have much to think about. Look at my body. Even if it's not for you, how long can I live? His tone was as calm as if he was discussing what to eat for breakfast today, not at all like talking about his own life and death. The patriarch shook his head. I don't know, maybe a week, or a month, or tomorrow. Although the patriarch's words were cruel, they were an indisputable fact. At most, it won't be more than 2 months. This is the fate the patriarch saw from him. Rockoff shrugged calmly and said, yeah. Maybe tomorrow. No, I won't. I will definitely make it to next week. I want to hear you cry. When he thought of Eve, his face softened and his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was savoring what he had just said. That sentence was a piece of extremely sweet candy. Just lick it, and you can taste the sweetness it brings. It is precisely because of this goal that attracts him that he wants to hold on to his last breath. Rockoff felt like he had a piece of candy in his mouth. He no longer felt bitter about his future. He said, just like what I said at the beginning, I won't regret it. I have thought about it. Okay, I got it. This time, the patriarch did not stop him. He made a lifting gesture with both hands towards Rockefeller. Put your hands on me. Rockefeller's skinny and pale hands were gently placed on the patriarch's palms, and the patriarch even felt that they had no weight. When Rockefeller's hands and the patriarch's hands were clasped, warm orange light floated from the patriarch's hands, surrounded by a large amount of light, wrapped around the hands and arms of the two, and finally wrapped around the two bodies. Chinjio could only see that the two were completely surrounded by orange light, like another small sun in this space, even hotter and brighter than the small sun used for lighting on the mountain wall. After an unknown period of time, the light around the two slowly dissipated, and Chinjio could finally see the two in the light group. For some reason, Chinjio always felt that Rockefeller's face seemed to be better than before, while the patriarch's face was much paler. It was as if the two states were exchanged after this unknown ceremony. The chief took a breath and said, okay, after you die, your soul will become our fuel, so that new sun gods can continue to appear in our lineage. Similarly, your soul will completely dissipate and no longer fall into reincarnation. I don't believe in ghosts and gods, it doesn't matter. Rockoff laughed at himself. If there are really ghosts and gods in the world, why can't they hear my constant prayers? The chief lowered his head silently. He could understand how desperate Rockoff was when he prayed to the gods. By the way, since you can locate my soul here then, can I ask you to do something for me? The chief heard this and said curiously, you say. I want to. Leave something for Eve. Chapter 462. Tell me, what do you want to leave behind? As long as it is something I can do, I will do my best to help you. Lockefew whispered, all the notes and materials in my room, if she finds them, help me give them to her. After he finished speaking, he thought about it again, and then regretted, let's not do it. Hearing that Lockefew suddenly regretted, the patriarch asked curiously, why? Don't you want her to know? Wouldn't it be better if she didn't know? Lockefew scratched his hair, which was already very little left, and said, maybe she can grow up as an ordinary person, and never get involved in our disputes again. But you have no right to deprive her of the right to know the truth. The patriarch looked at Lockefew calmly, and he said lightly, maybe she wants to know? She wants to know. How about telling her origins and past? No one wants to live in deception all their lives. After hearing this, Rockoff was silent for a long time. He finally nodded heavily and said, okay, leave it to her. And I want to ask you something. You said, my soul will return here after death, right? Yes. Then, Rockoff hesitated for a moment and asked, can I leave her a memory or video of me? Hearing Rockoff's request, the patriarch thought for a moment and nodded, okay, what do you want to leave for her? My memory, maybe she can find all the answers she wants to know here. Okay, I will help you. After the patriarch finished speaking, he found that Rockoff hugged him again to keep warm, and he said softly, let's go, it's too cold here. With Rockoff's consent, the chief pushed his wheelchair out of the cave step by step, and the little sun on the cave went out completely after they left. The chief pushed him on the mountain road, and he remembered what Rockoff had said just now, and couldn't help but ask curiously, from what you said, you don't plan to let her grow up here? Rockoff shook his head. I want her to see the outside world. Just like you said, She also has the right to choose a different life, right? And he took out the pocket watch that had been on his chest. He opened the pocket watch and saw a photo on it. In the photo, a young man was holding a snow-white little tiger. He was bearing a row of white teeth, showing a brilliant smile. I believe she might take a more suitable path for her. The chief understood, and he asked, do you want her to become a Beastmaster? Well, not to join the Beastmaster army, just to be a free Beastmaster. Isn't it cool? The chief didn't know what kind of picture was appearing in Rockoff's mind, and he continued with Rockoff's words, well, very cool. Rockoff also showed a proud expression when he heard the chief's praise. The chief seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he asked, she will be born next week, why don't you give her a name first? Yes. When Rockoff heard this, he immediately sat up straight and fell into deep distress. His mind turned quickly in terms of experiments, but he had no clue about naming a child. The chief saw that his facial features were immediately gathered together, and he seemed to be in great distress. The clan leader was afraid that he would think too much and look up the dictionary day and night, so he immediately interrupted him and said, in fact, it is easier to raise a child if you give him a common name. Just think of a simple name. Simple it? Rockoff's frowning brows began to relax after hearing this. His fingers tapped on the armrests of the wheelchair, making a tap, tap, tap sound. The patriarch did not interrupt Rockoff's thoughts. The cold wind in winter whistled past, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. When the wind died down, the patriarch waved his hand to disperse the transparent wall made of sunlight. After a long time, Rockoff suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted, I thought of it. The patriarch lowered his head patiently and asked, what did you think of? Do you know that there was a very powerful emperor in the history of ancient Blue Star? Rockoff turned his head slightly to look at the patriarch. His eyes were bright, and his pupils had changed from the turbidity of the past. Do you want to say Ingsheng? Li Shimin? Or Wu Zetian? Or someone else? Ingsheng, Ingsheng. Rockoff gestured with something in his hand and said he was the first person to unify the country. The patriarch knew this person, but he didn't understand why Rockoff mentioned him at this time. Rockoff was in high spirits, and the whole person was in an excited state. He said, isn't he also called Qin Shi Huang? I want Eve to have this surname too. I also want her to rule the beast world in the future. The patriarch was surprised to hear this and asked, doesn't she have your surname? She is your child. No, although she is my child, I am an orphan myself. My surname has no meaning. There is no need for her to have the same surname as me. Rockoff didn't bother with the issue of meaning before, but now he is like a father who wants his child to live a good life and tries to add good meaning to her name. He didn't wait for the chief to speak and said to himself, the simpler the name, the easier it is to raise the child. She is Eve, the 9th experimental subject. Rockoff pondered for a moment and immediately came up with an answer. Let's call her Qinjiu. What do you think? The chief chuckled and said, it's fine if you like it. I think it's good. Many people here use numbers as names. Some are because the number is the lucky number for the child, and some are to commemorate some special days. 9. It's good, it's good. Yes. Rockoff paused, and under the joy, there was still a trace of melancholy. In fact, we have tried to conduct experiments at the same time, but we found that only when the previous experimental subject died, the next experimental subject can grow normally. If the previous experimental subject is still in the thriving growth period, then the next experimental subject will die due to various problems. Gio. I also want her to remember that she has 8 sisters before her. Because of their sacrifice, she finally succeeded. The clan leader nodded, and his voice blended into the wind. It's a very meaningful name. Rockoff shook off those melancholy thoughts. He was very satisfied with the name he gave himself. The corners of his mouth have not been lowered, and he is obviously still immersed in great joy. The figure that had been following the two of them seemed to be fixed, and stood alone under the scorching sun as a shadow to accept the baptism of the strong wind. Compared to the strong wind, the heart that had fallen into the ice cellar made her feel colder all over. Qinjiu, Eve, experimental subject. She was not a human being. She was just an experimental subject artificially created because of paranoia. She is a domineering substitute. Chapter 463. This fact made Qinjiu fall into a huge shock. This was definitely the most painful and unacceptable thing she had ever encountered in her life. She could not be considered a person in the actual sense. She was just a successful experimental subject, a human created artificially. And the meaning of her existence was just to commemorate a dead war beast. She and Zysite and the others were actually not much different. They were all monsters struggling in the mud, and were already covered with filth. No matter how much she didn't want to believe it, this was an ironclad fact. Qingjiu also got the answers to some of her previous doubts at this moment. Why could she maintain a good relationship with the war beast? Why could she naturally give orders to the war beast? Why did she have a recovery ability beyond ordinary people? In fact, these doubts have always troubled Qingjiu, but since she met Li Tong, she also attributed all this to the fact that her physique was as special as Li Tong's. Because she is Rakov's daughter, and Rakov is a carrier of the alien beast gene. She was not affected by the alien beast gene, perhaps because of the generation gap. This diluted gene protected her to a certain extent. She has always been curious about who her mother is. Now it seems that this lady does not exist. She is just a carefully selected egg cell. Qingjiu took a deep breath and immediately gave a helpless bitter smile. What is she? Is she a human? Is she a beast? She is a strange species that should not exist in the world. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Qingjiu's mind. She was tormented in her heart, and did not even notice that the scene around her had changed again. This time, they returned to Rakov's room. The sound of a crying child filled the room, pulling Qingjiu back to her senses. She was born. Qingjiu's eyes were full of bloodshot. She looked up at the scene in front of her. She barely suppressed her inner torment and forced herself to come back to her senses. In front of her was Rakov holding the baby carefully. The clan leader and Kalen stood beside him. They were smiling and teasing the little girl in front of them. What a harmonious scene! Qingjiu finally knew where her familiarity came from. Wasn't this face her own? Rakov really liked her. A happy smile filled his face. He even forgot about his physical discomfort and kept showing off his little Qingjiu to the clan leader and Kalen. Our little Jiu has such a loud voice. She looks healthy and immune to all poisons. This little brat can really shout. Who dares to say she is unhealthy? I go prepare food for her, you wait. Kalan took the milk bottle beside her and left to make the milk powder that had been prepared long ago. Lakafu sighed and tapped the baby girl's nose, as if joking, but also as if he was really annoyed. If I were a woman, it would be great, so that I could feed you breast milk myself. Forget it. Kalan rolled her eyes and continued. Do you really think that mother is not hard? That's not the case, but if it's for our little Qingjiu, I am willing to endure the hardship. Kalan heard this, lowered her head angrily, and continued to fiddle with the milk powder in her hand. She did not doubt the credibility of Lakafu's words. He was willing to do more for Qingjiu than she thought. After all, in just over a year, he has already paid more for Qingjiu. What do you think? When will you send her away? The clan leader suddenly asked a question, which made Rakov's smile fade. Rakov shook the baby girl, as if to make her feel more comfortable. He was silent for a long time before saying, Wait until this month is over, until Shujo is 1 month old. The clan leader raised his eyebrows, but he did not say anything questioning, because he did not want to break a father's expectations. But they may all know one fact in their hearts. Rakov does not know if he can survive another month. The birth of Shujo did make Rakov's mood a qualitative leap, and as his mood improved, his health also began to improve. But the clan leader could see that Rakov's lifeline was still getting shorter, and it was even close to the point of running out of oil. Perhaps the illusion that his health had improved recently was just a flash of light in his last days. The chief sighed in his heart. Perhaps he had already regarded Rakov as his friend. Facing the death of a good friend directly was not an easy thing. The chief raised his hand and handed a small badge to Rakov. Rakov took it curiously and looked at it. He was stunned and asked, Where did you find it? It was a badge of the White Tiger organization. Maybe it had always been on Rakov, but Rakov had no memory of it at all. I found it in your pocket. Take it. I left something on it. What? The chief raised his head in the direction of the baby girl. If you don't leave some marks for her, how can she find us? Hearing this, Rakov suddenly realized and accepted the thing. I have connected them. Whenever she touches this thing in the future, our mark will appear. The chief said, and pulled up his hem, where there was a small pink flower. Kalen's small flower was on her arm, and she also pointed to her tattoo mark and said, Here, it is this thing. Lakafu carefully put it away. Thank you. After accompanying the baby girl in the village for a month, the baby girl's condition has completely stabilized, and Lakafu finally packed his bags and prepared to leave. The people in the village saw that he could actually turn the monster into a human, and when they saw him in the village, they couldn't help but take a step back, fearing that he also had the same ability to turn them into monsters. Lakafu didn't need to use a wheelchair for the time being, and he put on a hat to cover his head with little hair. He tied the baby girl to his chest with a sling, and looked back at the village for the last time at the entrance of the village. He waved to the chief and Kalen, who were standing behind him. He knew that this departure would be a farewell forever. He bowed deeply to the two and said, "Thank you for your care. Take care." These two words weighed heavily on their hearts. They took a breath and waved to Rokov, saying, "You too, take care." Rokov left the village. The tribe leader and Kalen didn't know where he and Chinjio were going. The only thing they could be sure of was that as long as there was something abnormal in the cave, it meant that Rokov had passed away. Chinjio followed Rokov and watched Rokov and the baby's every move. The baby may have never been far away, and the bumpy environment made her feel uncomfortable. She moved uncomfortably in Rokov's arms and burst into tears. Rokov also patiently coaxed the little girl in front of him in a low voice. In front of the baby girl, he was not like the obsessive and crazy scientist he used to be. He was just an ordinary father, a father who loved his children. Chapter 464. He didn't care if the grimace he made when coaxing her was ugly. As long as the baby girl smiled, he smiled too. He had traveled a long way and was inevitably covered in dust. But the baby girl in his arms remained pure and clean, and was obviously well taken care of. Chinjio should hate him, but seeing everything he had done for her, she couldn't help but be touched by the softest part of her heart. She had no parents, but she had truly had fatherly love. She sniffed and looked up at the sky, trying not to let the tears in her eyes fall. Soon, he arrived at his destination, a place Chinjio was very familiar with. Xiranxing Orphanage. "I didn't expect you to come so early." The person who spoke in front of him was Dean Lu, but now she looked quite young, and her pretty face could still show the shyness and expectation of a little girl. She liked Rokov, and Chinjio had known about it. But now Rockefeller has already stepped half a foot into the coffin, and has long lost his former vigor and vitality. Now some people believe that he is an old man. But even so, Dean Lu seems to still have a filter left over from the past for Rockefeller, and her feelings for him are still hot. Dean Lu jumped to his side, she circled around him, and after a moment, she said with some heartache, "Why did you become like this now?" "Well, because of the alien beast gene, it's a matter of time." Rockefeller still behaved calmly in the face of this matter, but his current tone can hear his relief. His little Chinjio has been born, and he has fulfilled the biggest dream of his life. The only regret is that he can't watch Chinjio grow up. Dean Lu opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak in the end. Perhaps what she wanted to say was too cruel to Rockefeller, and she didn't want to make things difficult for him in the remaining days of Rockefeller. Her eyes moved and finally focused on the child in Rockefeller's arms. "That's what you said." "Yes, my child." "You?" The woman frowned, obviously unhappy. She said gloomily, "Why are you still hanging out with her? How can I be inferior to her?" Chinjio was stunned. She suddenly remembered that Dean Lu had told her before that she was the illegitimate daughter of Rokov and another woman. It turned out that it was not that Dean Lu deliberately concealed it, but she didn't know that she was an experimental subject. Rokov said lightly, "It's normal for her and I to have a chance to rekindle our relationship after so many years." "You?" Dean Lu crossed his arms, looking angry. "What about me? You and I have no feelings? Haven't you and I always been brother and sister?" Rokov took the initiative to break Dean Lu's unrealistic fantasy. Rokov had never given Dean Lu hope, but Dean Lu was just wishful thinking. Dean Lu was amused by his attitude. She snorted and said, "You are still you, still so heartless." Lockefeller covered his mouth and coughed twice, and his palms suddenly turned red. Dean Lu saw it, and immediately asked nervously, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm used to it." Lockefeller waved his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and joked, "What? Why don't you invite me in?" "Alas! You are still like this, you don't say anything." Dean Lu seemed to have no idea what to do with him, so she had to open the door and let Rokov in. The two sat in Dean Lu's office, chatting about each other's recent situation. Chinjio also pieced together some scattered events from their conversation. It turned out that Rokov helped Dean Lu find this piece of land, saying that it could help Dean Lu complete her experiment. And Dean Lu's purpose of transforming this place into a large orphanage was also very simple. Because Rokov wanted to get Chinjio to her for raising, she needed to get Chinjio an identity, so that she could live normally in every corner of the galaxy. And Rokov. He deceived Dean Lu, saying that Chinjio was his child with another woman, and in the last time, he wanted to entrust his orphan to Dean Lu. Will you blame me? Blame me for not saying anything and just entrusting the child to you. Before Dean Lu could answer, Rokov said to himself, I definitely blame you. Yeah, I blame you. Dean Lu took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and looked at Chinchio in Rakov's arms again. You're not a good father, nor a good man. As for her, she's also competing with me for a man. Rakov laughed helplessly when he heard this and said, talking nonsense in front of a child, aren't you afraid of corrupting the child? TSK, how can a little kid like her understand what we're saying? Dean Lu finished speaking, and stretched out her hand in Rakov's direction, and said, let me see. Rakov hesitated for a moment, but still handed the baby girl over. Dean Lu held the baby girl gently, she said disgusted, but her actual behavior was completely different from what she said. She obviously cherished Rakov's child very much. She reached out, and poked the little girl's cheek. The child did not cry out of fear, but looked at Dean Lu with her big round eyes. After a long time, she suddenly laughed. Dean Lu was touched by her smile, and the resentment in her heart gradually dissipated like an iceberg melting at this moment. She looks like you. This was Dean Lu's heartfelt feeling. Before Eve was hatched, she did eat a lot of Rakov's genes, so it was reasonable that she would be somewhat similar to him. Because of this, Rakov knew that Chinchio's identity was easier to fabricate. Have you given her a name? What's her name? Dean Lu had teased the child enough, and finally looked up at Sharakov again. Chinchio, her name is Chinchio. Chinchio? Dean Lu was a little surprised. Why did you give her this name? It has nothing to do with you. Lakafu looked at the little girl in Dean Lu's arms, who was looking at the world with curious eyes, and his gentle voice, like water, came again. Yes, it's Chinchio. I gave her this name. I hope she has her own life and doesn't live under my shadow. Dean Lu shrugged his shoulders after hearing this, and no longer entangled in this issue. The name is just a title for the children in the orphanage. They know their situation, so they won't pester him to ask why they are called this name. Dean Lu doesn't need to explain the origin of her name in the future. Only Dean Lu knows that this name was given to her by her father, not a random name. Will you stay with me? Yes, for a while. Lakafu wanted to spend the last time with Chinchio. He paused and said, but before that, I have another place to go. Chapter 465. Lakafu left the orphanage alone, and Chinchio followed him to the door of Xinghuang. Xinghuang was in winter vacation at this time, and there were only 3 or 2 students staying in school. The whole campus seemed extremely deserted. Lakafu wrapped his clothes tightly and lowered his hat. He leaned against the alley opposite Xinghuang and stared at the door of Xinghuang. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a man ran out in a hurry. He even buttoned 2 buttons on his clothes wrong because he came out too hurriedly, and his scarf was hanging crookedly on his neck and shoulders, which was not in a proper shape. He raised his head and signaled to the security guard at the gate. The two greeted each other in a friendly manner, and then the man left the door of Xinghuang. After the man came out, he looked around, as if he was looking for someone's shadow. But he didn't seem to find his target. He lowered his head and opened the terminal, wanting to contact someone. At this moment, his terminal page received a message. The sender's name and avatar were blank, but when he saw the dialog box with the blank avatar light up, he was excited. There was only one sentence on it. In the alley ahead. The man quickly scanned the sentence, and he immediately knew the direction and walked straight into the alley. Rakov held his scarf tightly again, and took a few more steps into the darkness, hiding himself completely in secrecy. When the man went deep into the alley, Rakov found that there was indeed no one else following him, so he slowly walked up to the man and whispered, "Teacher." The person who came was Edel. Edel heard a familiar voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, and his emotion surged. He subconsciously raised his hand and hit Rakov's shoulder hard. Rakov, who was already weak, took 2 steps back. If there was no wall behind him, he might have fallen to the ground. Edel was shocked when he saw this. He hurried forward to support Rakov, and the resentment in his heart also dissipated a lot. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Your body." "Teacher." Rakov wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile, and then he smiled. "Long time no see." "It's been a long time. You still remember that you have a teacher." "I thought you." Edel suddenly stopped talking. He smacked his lips, as if he couldn't find a more suitable word to say. In the end, he could only sigh and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about that you are now. It's a long story." Rakov stood up with the help of Edel, and he asked, "Find a place to sit down and talk?" Edel nodded, and the two went to a coffee shop with better privacy. They opened a private room and ordered 2 drinks. After the waiter had completely left, Edel asked, "Okay, can you tell me what's going on now?" The heating in the room was turned on very well, and Rakov's limbs, which had been frozen stiff, finally seemed to come alive. He covered the warm drink cup in his hand, pondered for a long time, and then said, "Teacher, don't you already know?" Edel frowned when he heard it, and asked, "Are you talking about the inhumane experiments you were caught doing before?" I don't believe what they said. I want you to say it yourself." Rockoff looked up, and under Edel's scrutinizing eyes, he broke his last fantasy. "Yes, I did." "You?" Edel was furious. He slapped the table hard, and suddenly realized that the occasion was not right. He lowered his voice and scolded, "You are confused. Why do you do such a thing? Fei Qixia is a lunatic. He is crazy, but what about you? Are you crazy with him?" Lockefu was silent for a long time, nodded, and his voice was so light that it could be blown away by the wind. "Yes, maybe I am crazy too. From the day Badeo left, I have been crazy." Edel opened his mouth slightly. He suddenly lost the battle, slowly leaned back on the chair and said nothing. As long as he talked about Badeo, he had no way to blame Lockefu. Badeo was Lockefu's hard knot, and also Edel's hard knot. Every time he thought, if he had been tougher at that time and didn't let Badeo work overtime, could he have saved Badeo's life? Even if he didn't know whether the answer was what he thought, Edel did not have the courage to face Lockefu. If it was lightning, Snow White, or Moon, he would go crazy no matter which of the war beasts fell in front of him. Seeing Edel suddenly quiet down, Rockoff took the initiative to say, "Teacher, I don't want to blame you now. No one expected this situation to happen at that time. And you have helped me enough. I have never blamed you. You should not always punish yourself with this matter." Edel was a little surprised to hear this. It was the first time he heard Rockoff face the domineering death so calmly. Could it be that time can really heal everything? You suddenly came to me this time, not just to reminisce with me? And what's the matter with your body? Since he came in, Edel had discovered that Rockefeller's body was too bad to be a normal human being. His pale face was like a corpse in an ice coffin, and he looked extremely scary under the light. He was completely skinny, and even his fingers showed obvious bone shapes. He was too thin, too thin. Rockefeller put down the cup in his hand, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and told Edel everything about his genetic modification of alien beasts after contracting a rare disease. Edel's expression changed several times with his words, and finally turned into shock. He didn't expect that his student would experience so many difficulties and problems in a short period of time. Every time he heard about the thrilling part, he couldn't help but feel worried. Rockefeller didn't say anything about Badeo and Eve. Perhaps from his point of view, not letting anyone know Qingzhou's identity was the best protection for her. After Rockoff finished telling his troubles, he suddenly said to Edel, "Teacher, I came to you this time because I have a request for your help." Edel was still in great shock at this time. Hearing this, he looked up at Rockoff like a sleepwalker and asked, "What is it? Tell me." The most normal part of Rockoff's body was his eyes. His bright eyes cast a hopeful look. "I want to leave something in Xinhuang." "What?" Edel obviously didn't expect his purpose to be this. He asked, "What do you want to leave? For whom?" Rockoff suddenly fell silent. He refused to give an answer, but asked again, "Can I?" Chapter 466. Seeing that he refused to answer his question directly, Edel did not dare to agree rashly. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you hiding?" "Teacher, please let me keep a little secret." Lockefu brought the topic back to the previous question. "Teacher, please do me this favor." Lockefu, is the thing you want to leave related to the White Tiger organization? Yes and no. Lockefu suddenly sighed heavily and said, "The thing I want to leave is related to tyranny. I want to leave traces of tyranny's life in the world. I want everyone to know that there is such a super war beast called tyranny." Edel was moved, and a struggling look appeared on his face. It was obvious that his heart had been shaken, unlike the initial firmness. "Teacher, for tyranny's sake, can you help me this time, just this time?" Lockefu begged hard, and Edel finally softened under his pleading. He sighed and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to leave? If it's something dangerous, It's not something strange." Lockoff immediately interrupted Edel's worries, and said, "It's just some documents. I just want to keep them well." "Who do you want to leave them to?" "When the time comes, the person who can take it out will appear, right?" "Actually, I can't say. Maybe that person will never appear." Lockoff shook his head, put aside his messy thoughts, and continued, "I will protect them well, so that no one else can see them." Edel was silent for a long time, and finally his guilt for tyranny prevailed. He agreed to Lockoff's request, and took him back to Star King. The security guard of Xinhuang was curious about Edel bringing back a stranger. He wanted to stop him, but Edel calmly took Rockoff to register his information, and said that this man was also a student of Xinhuang before, and just came back to see him. The man in front of him was wrapped up, with only 2 eyes exposed. It was originally a very suspicious picture, but under the background of the weather, he was wrapped tightly, and it didn't look so strange, not to mention that Edel was guaranteeing him. The security guard let down most of his vigilance, just went through the process, asked him to sign his name, and let him in. Where do you want to go? Edel turned around and asked, and then suddenly laughed at himself and said, why am I asking this? Isn't it obvious where you want to go? Rokov didn't say anything, because he still had a mouthful of blood in his mouth at this time. He didn't dare to expose himself in front of the security guard, so he kept it hidden. Until he left the range that the security guard could see, he approached the flowers and spit out a mouthful of blood. Edel's face changed, and he hurried forward to support Rokov. Has your body reached this point? Edel frowned, and his tone was full of deep worry. Rokov waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He said, it has been like this for a long time. Don't worry. I won't die for the time being. He paused, and then laughed at himself. But it will be soon. Rokov. Edel didn't want to hear him say bad things, so he immediately interrupted his curse on himself. While supporting Rokov, Edel asked, have you seen a doctor? What did the doctor say? No need to see a doctor. I have a terminal illness and can't be saved. I should have died several years ago. These few years I stole were God's mercy to me. I am satisfied. I dare not ask for more. In these few short years, he finally succeeded in hatching Eve. He has fulfilled the biggest wish of his life. He can almost be said to have no regrets in death. After he finished speaking, Edel was silent for a long time. Finally, he took a deep breath and said the 3 words he had always wanted to say but had not said. I'm sorry. Lakafu, who was still moving slowly forward, suddenly stopped and looked at his teacher. Edel's facial features were still the same as before, but his temples had turned gray, and the color of his eyes had faded under the carving of time. It turned out that his teacher was also secretly aging in the long river of time. After not seeing him for a few years, Lakafu only had the mind to take a good look at his face now. Even if he had resentment towards Edel, it was now blown away by the cold winter wind. Lakafu shook his head. Teacher, I really don't blame you. This is my fate, and I have to accept it. Humans are still too fragile. Sometimes, I wonder why humans, who are so weak compared to war beasts and alien beasts, can become the masters of this galaxy. Sometimes I can't figure it out, but now I understand it again. Lakav patted Edel on the back and said, because humans have wisdom, feelings, and reason. You are suffering in your heart, but you know that you and I are enemies after all. I may disrupt the normal development of the entire galaxy. For the future of other humans, you will choose to give up me. But for you personally, you feel that I am your student, and you have to protect me. You didn't do it, so you feel guilty, and you let me in out of weakness. He paused and suddenly smiled. Thanks to your guilt, I had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Walk off, don't say anything. Edel didn't dare to look him in the eye, because every word he said hit Edel's heart. He was cowardly and powerless. Okay, I won't say anything. The two walked to the Beast King building in silence. At this time, the 2 war beasts Lightning and Snow White were standing at the door of the Beast King building. Lightning was not the size of a kitten, but a normal appearance. It and Snow White were guarding the door on the left and right. They sniffed in the direction of Rokov, as if looking for some strange smell. Hi, long time no see, how are you? Rokov was not worried at all that he might be a dangerous alien beast in the eyes of the 2 war beasts. He even took 2 steps forward to approach Lightning and Snow White. Lightning took a step back, and then showed a suspicious look and circled around Rokov. Don't recognize me? That's right, I'm now. Rokov suddenly stopped talking, and just shook his head helplessly. Lightning, Snow White, go away. Edel was worried that they would attack Rokov, so he took the initiative to step forward and block Rokov. But unexpectedly, the 2 war beasts did not attack Rokov, nor did they show any hostility. They just glanced at Rokov and followed him silently. Rokov and Edel were both surprised, but Shinjio, who was watching from a distance, knew the reason. The way Lightning and Snow White looked at Rokov. They were already looking at a corpse. Chapter 467. Lakafu returned to this place that he was very familiar with. He looked at the evidence that he had lived here with Badeo. Memories surged in his heart, and he subconsciously looked around him. The white tiger that was supposed to make trouble around him was gone, and there were only 2 swift leopards behind him who were monitoring his every move. He guessed that Lightning and Snow White would definitely be able to see the difference in him. Now they were staring at him closely, obviously wary of him, fearing that he would cause any trouble here. Their attitude towards him had also completely changed, and his partner was gone. Things have changed. Lakafew murmured, to some extent, it is also a return to your roots. His words fell into Edel's ears, making Edel feel extremely uncomfortable. The reason why this building is called the Beast King Building is largely due to Badeo. In the past, Xinhuang did not have this building. This building was donated by an alumnus, who had become a beast tamer army. The reason for the donation was to give it to Badeo and Lakafew. At that time, Rokov and Badeo were in the internship period, and the alumnus was a formal beastman. The two happened to be near the same wormhole, and went to war as part of the same group of beastmen. And this senior was Rokov's direct superior at the time, and also his instructor. It was originally just an ordinary daily mission, but there was a small accident that time. The alumnus accidentally fell off a cliff, and broke his leg. Although its war beast went down to help immediately, the rescue team needed time to arrive, because the environment where it fell was relatively dangerous and remote. But it was as if the roof leaked and it rained all night. He didn't expect that the first thing he waited for was not the rescuers, but the army of alien beasts. He couldn't move, and there was only one war beast to protect him. Unable to deal with so many alien beasts, his life was in danger. And at this moment, Badeo fell from the sky, like a god in his eyes. Badeo's outstanding combat power relieved most of his pressure, and soon Rokov also came with a rescue team. At that moment, Rokov standing in front of him was as reliable as a mountain, and seemed to be able to block all the wind and waves for him. He was successfully rescued, which was just a very ordinary mutual assistance between colleagues. But that person was the prince of a large enterprise, and his way of expressing gratitude was very simple and crude. Donating a building to Xinhuang, and this building was donated in the name of Rokov and Badeo. According to his meaning, he wanted all the students who came to Xinhuang in the future to remember that they had such a senior, and such a powerful war beast. So this building is also the home of Badeo, and Rokov to some extent. Badeo did spend a long time here, and Rokov and Edel discussed transforming this building into a place for war beasts to stay. Snow White and Lightning also became the natives here. They and Badeo are the masters of the entire Beast King building, and all the war beasts here are under their management. Of course, occasionally the three war beasts will have their own ideas, and they will start fighting if they can't talk. In the end, Edel and Rokov had to come out together to coax and praise them before they were willing to stop fighting temporarily. This building not only carries all the memories of Badeo's past life here, but also the last place Rokov and Badeo lived. Rokov believes that he now has the right to take back the right to use this building. He came to his former office. Edel was a step behind him. Rokov gently pressed the doorknob in front of him. The door made a creaking sound, and then slowly opened. As the gap between the doors became larger and larger, the whole room was visible. The lights in the corridor rushed into the room, illuminating the small space in front of him. Familiar memories were mobilized from the depths of Rokov's mind. Simple arrangement, neat desk, spotless floor. Everything was exactly the same as when he left. Rokov looked back at Edel in surprise, with confusion hidden in the shock in his eyes. He seemed to be curious why the place was still the same. Edel read his doubts and replied, "After you left, I didn't let anyone in here, and I didn't plan to reopen it. Don't worry, it's very clean inside, and I have someone come to clean it every week." "Why?" Rokov's voice was a little hoarse, as if he was trying to suppress something. Edel shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. "It's your place. How dare I move without your consent? I have been waiting for you to come back. I believe you will come back." "Look, now you are back, aren't you?" Edel said, his eyes dimmed again. Because he knew that this might be the last time Rokov came back. Perhaps no one in the entire galaxy is looking forward to Rokov's return except Edel in front of him. He has been labeled as a betrayer, and even his best friends in the past have consciously cut off their relationship with him. His teacher always believed in himself. Rokov's restrained voice came out slowly. "Thank you. You and I, don't be so polite." Lakafew seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a woman's figure appeared in his mind. The woman always liked to walk in front of him and turned back to smile at him every 3 steps. Lakafew thought of the woman who always smiled at him, and he laughed at himself. He was sorry for her. He was full of domineering things at that time, and completely ignored her feelings. In fact, even during that time, she did not take the initiative to break up. Maybe she didn't know what he was busy with, but she decided to support him silently behind his back. But later, he disappeared without any greetings. He could imagine how anxious she was at that time. So many years have passed, and I don't know how she is doing now. Lakafew took a deep breath and asked hesitantly, "How is she now?" "She?" Edel paused, and instantly understood, who he was talking about. Edel sighed with some regret. Originally, he was very optimistic about the relationship between the two. Edel hoped that they could grow old together and not go down his old path. After all, he had already lost Shin Jinglan, and he didn't want Rockefeller to lose the one he loved. But the truth is always cruel. He occasionally recalled that they kept saying love, but always left at the most important note and did what they thought was right. Love? Yes, but maybe not enough. But he understood that even if things happened again, they would still choose the current path without hesitation. So they had to bear the punishment God gave them. Edel tried to make his tone calmer. She is married and gave birth to a big fat boy. Her other half is also a beast man, and now she has a happy family and lives a good life. That's good. That's good. Although Rockefeller was a little disappointed, he was relieved sincerely. He couldn't blame her. He couldn't give her everything she wanted, and he had no reason to let her suffer with him. As he exhaled this foul breath, his guilt seemed to be relieved a lot. Now, except for Fei Qixia, Edel is probably the only one in the entire galaxy who is willing to stand by him unconditionally. Feeling Rockefeller's low mood, Edel was like a worm in Rockefeller's stomach. He knew what Rockefeller was thinking, and he comforted him. Even if you lose everyone, you still have me. After he finished speaking, he patted Rockefeller's shoulder heavily, trying to give him strength through this channel. The person Rockefeller was most grateful to in his life was Edel. He had already regarded Edel as his father, and wanted to accompany him for the rest of his life and take care of him in his old age. But now, he has to go first. Chapter 468. Lockefew didn't dare to say what he was thinking. He put the things neatly on the table, and cleaned the room himself according to his previous habit. As Edel said, everything in the room was the same as before he left. Everything was in its original place and spotless. Lockefew was weak and didn't have the energy to clean the room. Fortunately, the room was already very clean. He just put some sundries in their place and didn't work too hard. But even with simple exercise, he was already a little out of breath. Edel sighed. Seeing Lockefew's body become like this, he was very sad, but he could do nothing. He could only pray that since the White Tiger organization had started the experiment that violated human ethics, they would cure Lockefew's illness. Intellectually, Edel shouldn't have the idea of supporting an organization that shouldn't exist. But emotionally, he hoped that the experiment would succeed, so that Lockefew's health could be improved. Edel saw him put his things away, so he asked, "Would you like to sit for a while?" Lockefew was silent for a moment, nodded, and then slowly sat down on the sofa beside him. Edel also sat beside him. Lightning and Snow White walked past where Lockefew had just put his things down, sniffing the documents on them. Lightning, Snow White. Edel was afraid that the two war beasts would mess up and damage Lockefew's things. But the two war beasts didn't listen to him at all, just glanced at him, and continued to use their noses to point at those things to carry out their security inspection. Edel was so angry that he wanted to stand up and stop the two war beasts. However, Rockoff on the side pulled his sleeve, shook his head, and said, "It's okay, they won't make trouble." Hearing Rockoff's words, the two war beasts looked at him at the same time, and then they really kept silent and stopped making trouble. They have confirmed that what Rockoff brought back is not threatening. They looked at each other, and walked a few steps to Rockoff's side. Even Rockoff, who had owned large war beasts before, couldn't help but sit up subconsciously when he saw two big leopards approaching him at the same time. His current identity is a bit awkward. He is half human and half alien beast, which can easily provoke the attack of war beasts. Maybe he didn't reveal the breath of alien beasts just now, so the two war beasts were not interested in him. Now they suddenly approached him, and he couldn't say whether they recognized him as a purebred alien beast. But the two war beasts did not attack Rockoff, nor did they intend to attack. They sat in front of Rockoff, and Snow White stretched out her claws and pressed on Rockoff's instep. Rockoff, Snow White's big claws, which could cover Rockoff's soles, were very heavy even without exerting any force, and Rockoff couldn't pull out his soles for a moment. Edel couldn't help asking Snow White, when he saw Snow White's abnormal behavior, "Snow White, what are you doing?" Snow White glanced at him, and a low growl came out of her throat, as if advising Edel not to meddle in other people's business. Edel was irritated by its behavior. These two war beasts were its ancestors. They had to be worshipped. And they couldn't question their behavior. It was rare for Edel to stand up in front of the two war beasts. He showed a tough attitude and said to Snow White, "What's wrong? Can't ask any more?" Snow White saw that he was really angry, so she stopped confronting him and ignored Edel's dissatisfaction. "Edel, eh?" At this time, Lightning yawned loudly and slowly stood up and walked to Edel's side. Edel was delighted and forgot about Snow White's behavior of ignoring him. Humph! Snow White is disobedient, but he still has Lightning. He smiled and greeted Lightning, saying to Lightning, "Lightning is so good. Lightning is my good child." But before he finished speaking, Lightning had passed by him, and even its swaying tail just hit Edel's face when he half knelt down to hug Lightning. Edel's smile froze on his face. Rockoff wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to, so he could only purse his lips to suppress his smile, and his expression looked a little distorted. After Lightning passed by him, he laid down at his feet and pressed down on Edel's instep like Snow White. Edel? ? However, Edel's doubts only lasted for less than a moment. As the owner of the two war beasts, Edel was familiar with the two war beasts and had a vague guess about their abnormality. "Do you have questions to ask us?" Snow White was finally willing to give Edel a straight look at this time, and nodded to Edel. Edel pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you want to ask about the war beasts?" This time it was Lightning's turn to nod. Edel asked again in a guiding way, "Is it domineering?" Lightning and Snow White let go of their insteps at the same time as if they had a telepathic connection. They sat upright, and their two pairs of golden eyes looked at Edel, full of hope. Edel knew that he guessed right. Edel passed their thoughts to Rockoff, and then sighed heavily, "You think about whether to tell them." Edel threw the question to Rockoff, who was actually reluctant to tell them the answer. After all, they used to be Badeo's best friends, and maybe it would be better for them to always think that Badeo just went to work somewhere else. But Rockoff knew that being deceived was the real pain, and they would have to face the facts sooner or later. So Rockoff still said Badeo. "Badeo is gone." Roar! The two war beasts roared at the same time, as if scolding Rockoff not to talk nonsense. But Rockoff was not afraid. He decided to break their fantasy with his own hands. "It's useless to intimidate me. Badeo has died of illness." Roar! Lightning! Don't! Chapter 469. Lightning couldn't bear to hear him say that Badeo was gone, and his anger surged in his heart, and he subconsciously pounced on Rockoff. Rockoff didn't dodge or evade, but just quietly closed his eyes, and waited for the anger from Lightning. Perhaps for him, this way of leaving was also a good ending. But the pain he expected did not appear. Snow White was more rational than Lightning. When Lightning made a move, it immediately stood up and pounced on the angry Lightning. Lightning fell to the ground and groaned. It quickly adjusted its body and stood up, looking at Snow White in front of it with 2 rows of fangs. It was already angry, but Snow White came out to disrupt the situation at this time, which was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Lightning completely lost his mind and fought with Snow White. Rockoff was afraid that they would accidentally damage his things during the fight, so he quickly used his back to protect the documents. The two war beasts fought from inside the room to outside the room. The sound of their fighting was so loud that it alarmed the patrolling guards. The 2-member guard team found something wrong with the Beast King building and rushed over immediately. Hearing the voices coming from afar, Edel immediately stopped the 2 beasts from doing anything. "Stop fighting." This time he did not hesitate, but immediately gave the 2 beasts an order to stop immediately. In this short period of buffering, Lightning finally regained some rationality. It growled in the direction of Rockoff to express its dissatisfaction again, and then looked at Snow White beside it with disdain. Snow White looked as if she really wanted to bite her useless brother to death. She spit out the black hair in her mouth and turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lightning. Edel immediately said, "Lockefu, go away." "No! You go away!" Lockefu said calmly, "You can't be involved." "Bullshit! You are not from here. You will be suspected and hunted." Lockefu pushed him out of the door and said calmly, "I have my own way to get out. You, Lightning, and Snow White go from the other side. Don't let them find you. You have to get yourself out of this." "You?" Edel was still hesitating, and Lockefu had already said to Snow White on the side, "I believe you are a smart hurricane leopard. I don't need to say more about this situation. You should know what to choose, right?" Snow White glanced at him and nodded reluctantly. Edel wanted to say something, but Lockefu was quick and pushed him down on Snow White's back. Snow White felt Edel's weight and ran away immediately. Edel was startled and subconsciously hugged Snow White's neck to prevent himself from falling to the ground. He watched Rockoff's figure getting farther and farther away from him, and a thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. This might be the last time they saw each other. Snow White and Lightning were very fast and disappeared at the end of the corridor in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the guards finally arrived, and they just saw Rockoff's back as he returned to the room at one end of the corridor. The leader immediately shouted, Who are you? Stop! Rokov didn't intend to turn back at all. After he entered the room, he locked the door of the room with his backhand. The two guards looked at each other, immediately tightened their electric batons in their hands, and quickly walked to the front of the room. A strange light suddenly flashed in the window, and the two subconsciously raised their hands to block it. When they opened their eyes again, they finally saw who was standing in the room. Rokov is not only an outstanding graduate of Star King, but also a famous wanted criminal in the interstellar world. It is hard not to leave an unforgettable impression on people. The two immediately recognized each other's identity. They looked at each other, and saw each other's shock. His bounty order has been posted for such a long time, and he has never been found. Everyone assumes that this person is no longer in the interstellar world. But they never expected that Rokov would appear alive in Star King now. One of them immediately notified others to request support, and the other wanted to go forward to open the door. But when his hand just touched the door handle, an invisible force appeared from the door handle, which directly shook him back several steps. He frowned, looked at his trembling hands, and looked up at the door handle in disbelief. Their guards often patrol, and have keys to enter and exit all office spaces. Several times, he took the initiative to help the cleaner open this door. He remembered clearly that this door was not so strange before. After thinking about it, there was only one reason. Rokov inside had done something. He put a limit on the door handle. Rokov ignored their shouting and threats. He quietly packed up his things, and cleared away the traces of lightning and by Shue's mess. He finally walked around the room slowly, his eyes lingering on every bookshelf, every table, and every small record. He seemed to record this room full of memories with his eyes in the last time. Chinjio was beside Rokov, and he could see from the bottom of his eyes that he was attached to this place. The two people outside the door were still shouting, which did not affect Rokov's leisurely mood at all. The two people outside the door couldn't come in because Rokov had pasted a strange thing behind the door the moment they appeared at the end of the corridor. The golden paper with mysterious symbols on it merged into the back of the door and disappeared. After that, the room seemed to be covered with an invisible shackle, and the people inside couldn't go out, and the people outside couldn't come in. Chinjio remembered that this thing was a small spell similar to a cage that Rokov asked the Patriarch for. The way to unlock it is very simple. Use the blood of the person it identified to activate the spell. This is why Chinjio can open this layer of confinement. Rokov had already arranged everything, and he was waiting for Chinjio to appear. And Rokov left this place using a wormhole amid the calls of the two of them. Obviously, he had a better way to prevent others from finding out, but he chose the most high-profile way. Chinjio was not unable to understand that Rokov was demonstrating and provoking Ivana, who had pushed him to a dead end. He wanted Ivana to live in fear all the time. And he did it. This time, Chinjio did not leave with Rokov. The scene in front of her receded like a tide, and a cold, damp, and dim cave appeared in front of her. She was back. What happened after Rokov left the Beast King building seemed to be unimportant to him, and Chinjio could guess Rokov's final outcome. He might want to save his face, and not let her see his miserable appearance. She took a deep breath, her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and the shadow of Rokov in front of her became dimmer and dimmer, as if it would disappear in the air soon. Chinjio did not miss this process. She stared at the sleeping face of Rokov intently until he completely disappeared. She remembered the face of this man, a man she could not love, nor could she treat with full hatred. She raised her hand to wipe the tears that had long dried up on her cheeks. When the tribe leader saw her coming back, he sighed deeply and asked, "Are you okay?" Chapter 470. Chinjio slowly turned around and faced the direction where the sound came from. At this time, a little fire appeared in the dim cave, like the orange flame spit out by the sun, rolling up hot air waves. A virtual little sun appeared on the top of the cave. Chinjio had seen its existence in Rokov's memory. The Patriarch was uneasy. He didn't know whether Chinjio could accept the truth after knowing it, and whether he would do something extreme. After all, these things were not something that ordinary people could accept without any psychological burden. If anyone with a weaker psychological endurance heard these incredible pasts, they might go crazy on the spot. He was not sure whether Chinjio was outside this range. Under the orange light, Chinjio's face looked extremely calm, but a pair of eyes hidden under his eyelashes revealed a hint of unknown emotions. Like uneasiness, like shock, and like sadness. Chinjio opened her mouth and found her voice after a long time. "I'm fine." She closed her eyes to calm her inner waves. When she opened her eyes again, the emotions in her eyes had been well hidden. Her voice was a little hoarse, and she asked with a hint of uncertainty, "I am his experimental subject?" I am not human? Well, the clan leader spoke softly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Chinjio. He said, you are the 9th generation EVE experimental subject, the first successful experimental subject of the first laboratory of the White Tiger organization. You are also the continuation of Badeo and Rokov in the human world. Chinjio's eyes couldn't help but feel a little sour when she heard this, but fortunately the light in the cave was not too strong, and the clan leader did not see her wrong. After a long time, Chinjio suppressed the sourness in her nose, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and asked, so what did you get from the deal between Rockefeller and you? The clan leader's face moved slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect Chinjio to accept the fact so quickly, and still grasped this key point to ask. However, for Chinjio now, he no longer has many secrets. He said without concealing, let our clan continue. So, the birth of Kebli is due to Rockefeller's sacrifice? The clan leader could no longer keep his face calm. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were erratic. Chinjio is indeed an experimental subject formed by selecting excellent genes. She can actually guess the answer that even his clan members are kept in the dark based on clues. The clan leader nodded with some difficulty and said, originally, our clan could no longer produce descendants with the inheritance of the sun god. Because Rokov was willing to contribute his soul, our clan was able to continue, and Kebli was the human with the inheritance of the sun god, who was born after Rokov's sacrifice. Chinjio was not surprised by this answer. She did not blame Kebli or the clan leader. This was the result of Rokov's own choice. Chinjio fell into silence again. The clan leader was a little worried about her mental state and asked carefully, I know it may be difficult for you to accept this result now, but Rokov really loves you. No. Chinjio decisively interrupted him. She looked up and looked directly into the clan leader's eyes. The dark eyes seemed to drag the clan leader into the endless darkness, so the clan leader could not help but look away. Chinjio's mouth curled up a smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She seemed to be mocking the efforts of the clan leader and her own existence. She said, have you never thought of another possibility? I may not want to be born. You have used your self-proclaimed feelings to wrap up my life. Love? Rokov may love me because he loves to be domineering. But in my opinion, he loves himself the most. Chinjio's eyes pierced deeply into the clan leader's eyes, hurting his soul and giving them judgment. You are all the most selfish people. The clan leader was speechless. Even if he had not experienced Chinjio's first half of life, he knew that she would not live a good life after thinking about it. An abandoned baby without a father or a mother grew up alone in an orphanage. She had no father's love or mother's love. Every day she envied others for having a normal family and looked forward to the day of being adopted. But she was destined not to have a complete family, because Rokov never intended to let her have a family. She was an experimental subject created by Rockefeller because of his tyranny. Even after his death, Chinjio had to live according to Rockefeller's original wishes. She must be lonely and strong, and in order to achieve this goal, Dean Liu will let her stay in the orphanage, and not let her become the child of any mediocre human family. Everyone is satisfying their desire for control for the sake of her good, but no one has ever asked Chinjio, are you willing? The worldview of more than 20 years was overturned in an instant, and Chinjio was overwhelmed by anger for a moment. She hated the person in front of her, and also Rockefeller, Dean Liu, Fei Qixia. She wanted to tear them apart and bury them with her painful first half of her life to commemorate her lost freedom and happiness. Her pupils turned blood red, but soon, the red slowly dissipated. Chinjio was powerless to do anything about what had happened in the past. Her reason told her that even if she wiped them all out now, she could not make up for the regret in her heart. Everyone thought they were doing the right thing, but in fact, from Chinjio's point of view, they were all wrong. The clan leader felt Chinjio's killing intent for a moment, but soon, the strong sense of oppression slowly disappeared. The clan leader had prepared himself mentally. Perhaps Chinjio would kill him in anger because he could not accept this result. He could also accept this ending. Now that the clan had Kebli, he could leave with peace of mind. It was just that he underestimated Chinjio's kindness. Chinjio took a deep breath, suppressed the anger, and sneered, saying, perhaps the biggest mistake Dean Liu made in his life was to let me have feelings. Even if she didn't want to admit it, Dean Liu did teach her kindness. Dean Liu might not be a good person, but she always wanted Chinjio to be a good person. What a contradictory existence. The clan leader opened his mouth and stammered for a long time. I'm sorry. Chinjio snorted coldly, not intending to accept this apology. She remembered another thing and temporarily put aside her emotions. She asked, since I am a successful experimental subject, then? Chinjio paused, and the shadow of the little white ball suddenly appeared in her mind. What about the surviving experimental subject in Fei Qixia's hand? Has it also become the new Eve? Chapter 471. About this point. Actually, I am not too sure. After all, Rockefeller only mentioned it once and did not tell us in detail, but I guess she no longer exists. Why do you think so? Ming Ning clan leader did not know the situation around Fei Qixia, but his tone was firm, which made Qinjiu curious about why he was so sure of his answer. The patriarch shrugged and said, according to Rockoff, all experimental subjects must die in order to achieve the progress of the next experimental subject. If it still exists, you may not be able to hatch successfully. Qinjiu frowned. She caught the loophole and said, even so, it is different. Because it and I are experimental subjects from the same experiment, but we are separated for some reasons. Logically, I can hatch, so it. Hearing this, the patriarch denied Qinjiu's answer more affirmatively. But the reason you can hatch is because of Rockoff's feeding. What about it? Can they find this key point? I don't think so. You also know that the reason why Rockoff fed Eve with his own blood was because of an accident, right? Qinjiu nodded. The patriarch suddenly mentioned this matter, and it must be that this matter can give her the answer she wants. Sure enough, the patriarch's next words explained to Qinjiu why it was impossible. They have always regarded Eve as a sacred being because she is the offspring of the war beast. The alien beast is indeed a representative of filth and dirt. Even though they have experienced many failures, they have never thought of using the blood of the alien beast as experimental material. If it wasn't for Rockoff's mistake, Rockoff had just stumbled into the right direction, and he would never have thought that the dirty gene was the key to the experiment. Hearing this, Qinjiu suddenly realized. If it was Qinjiu at that time, Qinjiu might not have thought in the direction of the alien beast. Seeing that Qinjiu had shown a look of understanding, the patriarch continued, and Rockoff has passed away, and they can't find a second Rockoff to support the experiment. Isn't its death certain? What the patriarch said was not unreasonable, but for Qinjiu, this was not a good thing. They couldn't find a second Rockoff to support the experiment, but what if the experimental subject took the initiative and found her with Rockoff's blood? Thinking of his feeding behavior to the little white ball, Qinjiu couldn't help but have a bad thought in his mind. Without her knowing. Next, maybe she has helped Eve. She remembered the word sister that the little white ball had called out. Not only was it still alive, but it was also waiting to be hatched in the first laboratory. It even knew its identity long ago, so it called Qinjiu that sister. Qinjiu was somewhat resistant to becoming a family with a monster. But when she thought that she was also a member of the monster, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Don't forget, she is also a monster that should not exist in the world. Boom! Suddenly, the whole ground shook, and broken sand and gravel fell from the top of the cave. Dust and sand fell on Qinjiu's head, and she subconsciously closed her eyes and shook her head to get rid of the fallen sand and gravel. After the shaking stopped, Qinjiu asked, "What happened?" The clan leader also shook his head, his face solemn. "I don't know. This has never happened before. Let's go out and take a look." When Qinjiu and the clan leader were leaving the cave also shook twice. Fortunately, the magnitude was not large, and the cave did not collapse. The two did not dare to neglect and quickened their pace to leave. After walking for an unknown period of time, there was finally light at the end of the road. Qinjiu felt that the air became much fresher at this moment, and the place where the light shone dispelled the chill behind her. Those unbearable memories were also left in this cave forever. After they left the cave, the scene in front of them made them stop instantly. They seemed to have 1,000 pounds under their feet, and their bodies were locked tightly in place. They looked at each other, and they could see the horror of each other in each other's eyes. It's a wormhole, and there's more than one. The whole valley is covered with dense wormholes, and countless black vortices are spinning, as if they are going to suck all life in. What's going on? Even the clan leader has never seen such a scene, as if hell has descended. Fortunately, the wormholes are just black matter that distorts space, and there are no alien beasts in them, so they are safe for the time being. The two of them said no more, and chose to rush to the village at the same time. In Rockoff's memory, Qinjiu was already very familiar with the road back to the village. She took a few steps to the clan leader, and quickly left him behind. Seeing her fast pace, the clan leader also speeded up a little, hoping to catch up with her. It's just that although there are no alien beasts on this road back, it didn't make them feel more at ease. Qinjiu walked quickly while looking around. Wormholes, wormholes, all wormholes. Looking around, there were all kinds of wormholes of different sizes on both sides of the road, in the mountains and forests, on the trees, and even in front of Qinjiu. This was an absolutely abnormal change. It was unknown whether these wormholes only appeared where they were, or appeared in every corner of the Interstellar. This uncertainty made Qinjiao and the clan leader fall into deep panic. If these wormholes began to become active, let alone the continuous appearance of alien beasts, even if only one alien beast appeared in a wormhole, according to the current number of wormholes, they would probably have a hard time dealing with it. Not to mention that there has never been a wormhole that only generated one alien beast. If this continues, the day of human extinction may be today. That is, Qinjiao and the others. Lilith saw the hurricane flying in the air circling not far away. She looked in that direction and saw two figures coming down the mountain quickly. Qinjiao had been in Rakov's memory for a long time, even spanning several years. But in reality, she only disappeared for less than 2 hours. Lilith and the others certainly didn't know what Qinjiao had endured during her absence. They were just relieved that Qinjiao had returned safely. But this happiness was only momentary. After all, the sudden appearance of a large number of wormholes was the biggest threat now. Even if they had war beasts around them, they couldn't deal with every alien beast that came out of the wormhole. Let alone dealing with it. Perhaps as long as the wormholes began to appear alien beasts, they would not last more than a second before all of them turned into a pool of blood. Even blood will eventually become a good rehydration substance for alien beasts. Qinjiao ran towards them, and saw the stack of information in Laker's hand. Qinjiao remembered that this stack of information was about the relationship between Rockefeller and Ivana, which could directly accuse Ivana of all the bad things he did when he just became president. And the part about the experiment. Qinjiao's eyes naturally fell on the woman behind Laker. The woman tied her ponytail high and wore a skirt made of fur. At this time, there were several notebooks lying quietly in her hands. Qinjiao was very familiar with their covers with some traces of time. It was Rockefeller's experimental data record and diary. Her face was a little different from what Qinjiao saw half an hour ago. She was less immature than before, and had more traces of time left on her face. The woman's eyes fell on Qinjiao's face, as if she wanted to find another figure through her face. Qinjiao looked at the woman with a complicated expression, and then nodded slightly to her. The woman was Kaylin. Kaylin saw Qinjiao's eyes, and knew that she already knew everything. Kaylin smiled and nodded to Qinjiao, like an elder's friendly greeting to the younger. Before Qinjiao could speak, Lilith on the side had already walked quickly to Qinjiao. She touched Qinjiao directly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was not injured. Qinjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't stop Lilith's behavior. When they learned that Qinjiao was safe, everyone put down a big stone in their hearts, and their attention was also focused on all the newly appeared wormholes. Qinjiao asked first, "What's the matter with these wormholes?" Chapter 472. They appeared suddenly, and we don't know what happened, but... Gu Zheng paused, his eyes swept across the wormholes, and he lowered his voice and said, "Although these wormholes are dormant now, if they all become active, our fate will be..." He didn't finish his words, but everyone could understand what he wanted to say. Vina frowned from beginning to end. She hated all wormholes. This was a natural hatred brought by war beasts, belonging to the deep disgust of the soul. But for some reason, these wormholes did not give her a sense of threat. She just felt that there seemed to be something calling her in the wormhole. She retracted her gaze, and turned to the two war beasts on the side. Meteor and Qiuqiu did not show vigilance, but sat in place with their heads tilted to look at the wormholes around them. Perhaps they were experiencing the same feelings as themselves. Vina took 2 steps forward, and pulled Qinjiao's sleeve. Her behavior attracted the attention of others. Everyone focused their eyes on Vina, as if curious about what she wanted to say. "Qiuqiu, these wormholes may not be naturally formed." She hesitated to express her thoughts. Everyone else was shocked when they heard what she said, but Qinjiao in front of her did not change his expression at all after hearing what Vina said. Feeling Qinjiao's calmness, Vina asked curiously, "Are you not surprised?" "Well, I know it's not naturally formed. If it is a naturally formed wormhole, alien beasts will soon emerge from it. But since she left the cave, so much time has passed, and each wormhole has only maintained its original state, and no threat has appeared. This shows one thing. There are no alien beasts in these wormholes. They are just a rotating shell." And Qinjiao is very familiar with such wormholes. But even if they are not naturally generated wormholes, they cannot be allowed to exist forever. Isn't this a time bomb? Gu Zheng scratched his head. He had just released a Pathfinder robot to approach the wormhole and tried to enter it like Qinjiao, but without exception, every wormhole was like a hard wall, and the robot could not enter it. It seems that entering and exiting the wormhole is the privilege of their vice president. Thinking of this, he looked at Chinchio with an indescribable deep meaning. For the war beast, his vice president is special, and for the wormhole, his vice president is also special. His vice president has many secrets. How to close the wormhole, Chinchio has no idea. She looked up at Gu Zheng and asked, besides here, where else are there wormholes? All over the galaxy. Wang Ling answered before Gu Zheng did. He had just received a message from Jin Chung. Jin Chung said that countless wormholes were detected in the detection equipment of the Federal Army. The entire interstellar map was marked with black dots. Each planet was like a black sesame ball. It was impossible to count the number of wormholes. Sure enough, Chinchio's most worried thing happened. The same wormholes appeared all over the galaxy. No one knew which one was active and which one was static. If a new natural wormhole was mixed in, the support of the Federal Army would not be able to accurately find the object in need of help. Has there been any reports of alien beasts invading? Yes, but it's strange that only 1 or 2 alien beasts appear occasionally in the wormholes where they are. Gu Zheng opened the hot search, which was full of topics about wormholes, and a few of them particularly caught Chinchio's attention. Chinchio clicked on these hot searches and observed them carefully for a long time. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and immediately asked, what are the natural wormholes that originally existed in the interstellar space? Although it was unclear why Chinchio asked this question, Gu Zheng, who was most familiar with this issue, still answered, there are still 4 wormholes produced by alien beasts. Chinchio asked Ping and next to him, will it snow on the Porcelain King planet at this time? Yes, what's wrong? As soon as Ping finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something again, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Chinchio and asked in disbelief. You mean, the alien beasts from Porcelain King Star were teleported to other places? Chinchio nodded with some difficulty, and said her guess, I'm afraid it's like this. The alien beasts from these 2 places may have been exchanged, or they may just appear randomly. She paused, took a deep breath, and continued under the solemn look of everyone. It seems that these wormholes are not decorations. We can't enter, and mechas can't enter, but alien beasts can enter, and their exits are random, which means... Chinchio looked around and scanned all the wormholes around him. As long as the wormholes are still there, we don't know which wormhole will teleport an alien beast from a natural wormhole. All non-natural wormholes are exits of natural wormholes. Chapter 473. Hiss. Everyone was shocked by Chinchio's guess when they heard it. Although there is no evidence for the time being, everyone has already believed this answer. After all, in their cognition, wormholes cannot appear for no reason. Even the many wormholes that suddenly appeared and disappeared recently have produced a lot of alien beasts that affect the safety of the interstellar. The only person who has seen an empty wormhole is Wang Ling, but even so, it is difficult for him to equate the overwhelming wormholes in front of him with the wormhole that quickly dissipated last time. Do you want to contact the Federal Army? The current situation is completely beyond the ability of several of them to handle. Gu Zheng has already opened the terminal page. As long as Chinchio agrees, he will send the message immediately. But Chinchio thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, if the other party asks, how will you explain this conjecture? Gu Zheng was stunned, and then said, just explain it to them according to what you just said. They will probably think you are a fool. Chinchio finished speaking to Gu Zheng, and turned to look at Wang Ling. For them, the only person they can trust now is him. Wang Ling notified Jin Chung, let Jin Chung mobilize and handle this matter. Wang Ling nodded, and quickly sent a communication to Jin Chung. In fact, Wang Ling's views on this matter are consistent with Chinchio's. When Gu Zheng asked that question, the first figure that appeared in his mind was Jin Chung. A person they can trust unconditionally, and who can trust them unconditionally, has certain abilities, and has a certain say in the Federal Army. This person can only be Jin Chung. What should we do now? Lilith was alert to the changes around her, preventing alien beasts from being teleported to where they were, and asked questions to their backbone Chinchio. Even Laker, Kalen and the chief on the side could see that this group of juniors did not take them seriously at all. Instead, they only had eyes for Chinchio, who was surrounded by them, and they were willing to follow her arrangements. Chinchio had absolute appeal, and they believed in her unconditionally. The chief and Kalen, who knew Chinchio's identity, looked at each other, and couldn't help but put on a faint smile. Rockefeller, did you see it? Your daughter is doing well now, and she has many friends who are willing to face difficulties with her. She is not alone. Chinchio's eyes stayed on each of their faces, as if she wanted to imprint their appearance in her mind. That look was too sad, and everyone who looked at her had an ominous premonition in their hearts. The mountain wind swept across the land, and the sound of leaves colliding with each other resounded throughout the valley. The wind was very cold and a bit biting. There were only the sounds of nature around, which seemed a bit desolate. Chinjio's next words directly broke the brief silence, like a boulder hitting a calm lake, causing waves. You don't have to do anything, just wait here. Wait. Wait for what? Everyone didn't understand what Chinjio meant, and couldn't help asking curiously. Chinjio didn't intend to explain. She faced Wang Ling and asked, will you take good care of them? She seemed to want to remove herself from her words. Lilith heard something wrong and asked, what do you mean by you? What do you want to do? Chinjio looked at Lilith deeply. I'm going to solve this farce that shouldn't have existed in the first place. Chinjio was too familiar with these wormholes. They were not naturally generated wormholes, and there were no alien beasts, but they had the ability to teleport. Only she and the little white ball. Oh no, now I should call her Eve. This is an ability that only she and Eve have. The overwhelming wormholes appeared, obviously Eve's masterpiece. Perhaps her purpose was just to find herself, but she really brought disaster to the Interstellar. Chinjio had already known Eve's temper when getting along with Eve. She was a monster who could use everything to achieve her goals, and she would not care about any life except herself. For the safety of others, Chinjio had to solve this farce. The clan leader, who heard the implication of her words, was stunned, and immediately stepped forward to bully and oppress. Don't mess around, you. Chinjio interrupted him before he finished speaking. I shouldn't exist in this world. If all this is caused by me, let me end it all. The clan leader frowned upon hearing this, and he asked in confusion, what do you mean? Chinjio's face did not change at all, and she said calmly, do you remember what I asked you? Another Eve. The clan leader's pupil shrank suddenly, and she nodded cautiously. Unfortunately, she is not dead. Not only that, we have already met. Chinjio calmly struck a thunderbolt, which made Kalen and the clan leader present show extremely frightened and shocked expressions. Chinjio ignored their expression changes and continued, although she couldn't find the next rock-off, she found me. These wormholes are most likely her masterpiece, so... Her voice was very light, as if it would be blown away by the mountain wind, but there was a terrifying murderous intent in her words. I will go and put an end to her with my own hands. Even if everyone was puzzled, they could hear some clues from the conversation between the two. It seemed that Chinjio was going to take the risk to complete an extremely dangerous thing. Lilith was the first to stand up. She tightly held Chinjio's arms and forced Chinjio to look at her. She asked, what do you mean? I will never let you do anything dangerous. Li Tong also silently blocked Chinjio's retreat, as if in invisible opposition. Lilith, I don't know what you are talking about, but I know that these things should not be borne by you. The Federal Army will solve these wormhole issues. At worst, don't we still have Jin Chung? You just stay here with us. Chinjio raised her hand and pushed away Lilith's hand that was grabbing her. She looked at Lilith seriously. After this trip, she might never be able to return. She didn't want to deceive these classmates, who always treated her sincerely, so she kept silent. Her silent resistance was seen by everyone. Lilith and Li Tong saw that she wanted to escape and had already thought of controlling her. But before they could make any move, a black shadow flashed in front of them, and then a huge force pushed them together. After a dizzy moment, Lilith looked at the rope around her waist, and she looked at the other end of the rope with a shocked face. Chinjio was tying them together with mechanical weapons to stop their actions, and Wang Ling and others, who were still watching, also asked, Chinjio, what are you going to do? I'm sorry. Chinjio smiled bitterly, flipped her palm, and lightning leaped, and a new wormhole suddenly appeared behind her. Everyone was stunned and forgot to move. The next moment, Chinjio fell back and merged directly into the wormhole. The ropes on Lilith and Li Tong were also retracted at this moment, and they fell directly into the wormhole. Chinjio. Lilith was untied and stepped forward quickly, but the wormhole had completely disappeared in front of her. This scene was too unbelievable, but Lilith was not scared, but her face was dark, and she didn't say a word. Although Gu Zheng was also unable to recover from the huge blow, he still stepped forward silently, and cared about Lilith's situation. Lilith, are you okay? I'm fine. Lilith's tone was gloomy, and she didn't look like she was okay at all. She took a deep breath, and jumped out word by word. Chinjio, you dare to play tricks on me, you'd be dead if you come back. Chapter 474. The alarm sounded in the first laboratory, and the red light filled the entire space. If the current situation occurred, the laboratory would be crowded with people, handing over and coordinating work. But now the laboratory seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. The huge water tank in the middle was now covered with glass fragments, and the pink viscous liquid inside was spilled everywhere. All electronic equipment was covered with a thick layer of colloid and began to malfunction. In addition to the broken glass and viscous liquid, there were countless experimenters lying quietly on the ground. Some of them closed their eyes, while others opened their eyes wide with fear, but the light in their eyes had disappeared. They were lifted up by the viscous liquid and floated slowly on the water. The stiff limbs and torso, and the unfocused eyes were pointing to one answer. They were all dead. And next to the water tank in the center of the laboratory, a teenage child was sitting at this time. Her long hair like a waterfall was scattered casually behind her, and her little feet were swinging restlessly. She was wearing a long robe that didn't fit her, like a child wearing adult clothes, which looked very funny. She swung her feet and poked the person closest to her. Or to be more precise, a corpse. Her nails were sharp, easily cutting the skin that was still warm, and red liquid slowly flowed out of the wound. Her fingertips were stained with blood red, and she immediately put her fingertips into her mouth. The girl was savoring the taste of the drop of blood, but soon, she made a disgusted expression and spat. Her voice was childish, but the words she said were enough to make people shudder. "Pa! It's so disgusting." The girl finally gave up on the humans in this place. She jumped lightly, and her smooth little feet landed on the water. But if you look closely, you will find that she is not standing on the ground, but floating above the liquid and glass fragments. Every step she takes is like walking in midair, which is extremely weird. She jumped out of the laboratory, humming a song without any tune. It is not difficult to see that she is in a good mood at this time. She has been in this ghost place for too long, and now she can finally go out to play. Oh right, the first thing she has to do is... she has to find her sister first. Chinjio returned to the base, and she keenly felt that there seemed to be a strong smell of blood in the air. But she didn't have time to think about it, and immediately called on Guangming and Xiaoxiao. Meteor hid in her clothes pocket before she left through the wormhole, and now she returned to the base with her. When Guangming and Xiaoxiao saw the two return, they did not show their warm welcome as usual. Xiaoxiao even drove Chinjio away in a rage the moment he saw them appear. "Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with you?" Chinjio saw that it was very uneasy and asked curiously. Xiaoxiao was unusually serious. It changed its abstract style, and suddenly became very deep. Even Guangming, who always liked to stick to Chinjio the most, pushed Chinjio with his head, as if he wanted to drive her away. Chinjio didn't care about that, and directly started empathy with them, wanting to see what they found that made them so uneasy. The bright world has always been a core existence. Chinjio could see the red smoke floating in the sky, and a strong sense of uneasiness came from the smoke. It was like countless dead souls were telling their grievances, and they were unwilling to become such an existence. Chinjio got the answer instantly. There was a death in the base, and more than one person died. Without saying a word, she took the three war beasts to the third laboratory. I hope Li Ke and Xiao Qinhua are fine. When Chinjio arrived at the third laboratory, she found that the third laboratory was operating normally. The experimenter was surprised to see Chinjio and greeted her. Chinjio didn't waste any words and asked, "Where are the 14th and 15th test subjects? What about them?" They seem to have gone to Zhongtian Star. It was the 16th test subject who took them there. They said they were going on a trip? The experimenter didn't look nervous at all. She said, "Mr. Fei hasn't been paying much attention to the situation in our laboratory recently, so they ran out to play when they had a rare chance to be lazy. Oh, by the way, Mr. Fei doesn't seem to be at the base either. He seems to have gone to Zhongtian Star as well." Chinjio frowned when he heard this. Zhongtian Star is the base of the Federal Army. Aren't they afraid of falling into a trap? However, Fei Qixia has always been confusing, and Chinjio didn't want to understand Fei Qixia's purpose. Just hearing the news that they all went to Zhongtian Star, and thinking of the red smoke just now, Chinjio breathed a sigh of relief. At least in Zhongtian Star, they are safe. Other places are full of wormholes, but the strange thing is that there is no trace of wormholes here in the base. Chinjio judged that this place is temporarily safe. She said a few words to the other party, and then left through the wormhole in the corner. She was going to find Fei Qixia, and she had to know where the first laboratory was now. Not long after she left, a girl in a lab gown was hopping barefoot to the door of the third laboratory. The girl sniffed the air lightly, and she seemed to smell the breath of her sister. The experimenter who came back from outside was a little surprised to see the little girl's back, and she couldn't help asking curiously, "Little friend, how did you get in? This is not a place for children to come." The little girl blinked her eyes, and looked back at the experimenter. When the experimenter saw the little girl's face clearly, she couldn't help but be stunned. She whispered in disbelief, "Are you Chinjio? Do you know my sister?" The little girl remembered that Chinjio seemed to be her sister's name. Since the person in front of her could call her name, he must know her. "Sister? Are you saying that you are Chinjio's sister?" But Chinjio doesn't seem to have a sister. The experimenter scratched his head, looking puzzled. The little girl took the initiative to extend her hand. She put on a bright smile, showing 2 small canine teeth, and said to the experimenter, "Ah, maybe you will be more familiar with my other identity. I am the experimental subject of the first laboratory. They seem to call me Eve." Chapter 475. Laboratory number 1? This strange name made the experimenter a little surprised. She scratched her head, her eyes full of doubts. "We only have the second and third laboratories here. The first laboratory seems to have disappeared a long time ago." The girl blinked when she heard it. She took back her hand, and her face still had a childlike innocent smile. "Ah, I forgot you don't know." As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden sense of pressure made the experimenter couldn't help but take a step back. The girl began to sulk because she said she didn't know who she was. The girl's eyes were full of blood red, and there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. For some reason, people saw it and felt cold. She said helplessly, Okay, it seems that we have nothing to talk about." She came forward and asked in the extremely frightened eyes of the experimenter, "Then can you tell me where my sister went?" I don't know," the experimenter answered truthfully, but the other party was obviously not satisfied with her answer. The girl's face suddenly turned gloomy. She curled her lips and said angrily, "Why don't you tell me? I clearly felt my sister's breath. Why did you lie to me?" I really don't know." "Ugh." The words of the experimenter were stuck in her throat. The girl stretched out her slender and white little hand. It looked fragile and beautiful, but when it pinched her neck, the huge force from her neck made her almost suffocate. He was lifted up by a child who was a head shorter than her. Her feet were slightly off the ground, and the feeling of pain came over her heart. Her eyes were bloodshot and her pupils were dilating. All her cries for help were cut off by the child. She struggled desperately and shook her legs, but it was all in vain. Crack. With a crisp sound of bone breaking, the woman's body, which was originally tense and struggling, suddenly softened. Eve seemed to have lost interest in a broken toy and threw the woman to the ground with disgust. She smelled the bloody smell coming from the woman and couldn't help frowning, then pinched her nose. "It smells so bad. Why are the guys here so smelly?" She remembered the smell of Chinjio's blood again and said with some regret, "Sure enough, sister is the best. Sister is fragrant." After that, she turned around and jumped away. Suddenly, her feet paused, and a dark light flashed in her eyes. She finally showed a happy smile. "I know where you are, sister." Chinjio was shocked by the scene in front of him as soon as he arrived at Zhongxing. The number of wormholes in Zhongtian Star is far more than Chinjio imagined. If the number of wormholes in Rose Star has surprised Chinjio, then Zhongtian Star, which is twice the number of wormholes as Rose Star, makes her even more surprised. And the most fatal thing is that there are occasionally alien beasts in the wormholes of Zhongtian Star. Most ordinary people have no ability to resist. They can only become blocks under the claws of the opponent. Chinjio stepped forward to save a child, who was about to be torn apart by the alien beast. She took back the mechanical weapons, and asked Xiao Xia and others to guard around. The support of the Federal Army has not arrived yet, perhaps because it was too late to respond, or perhaps because there were not enough people, but bloodshed has really occurred on this street. "Shujio's sister?" The boy held under Chinjio's armpit suddenly spoke, and the familiar voice made Chinjio stunned. She looked down and saw a familiar face. The child turned out to be Shuji. Chinjio immediately put him down and checked if there were any signs of injury on his body. Shuji had regained his composure at this time. He waved his hand and said to Chinjio, "It's okay, I'm not injured." Chinjio breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then asked with some reproach, "What's the matter? Why are you running around in such a dangerous situation?" Shioji shook his head and said, "I'm not running around. I want to go to the War Beast Zoo. The Federal Army's helpline is not available, and the War Beast Zoo is safer." Chinjio looked at Xiaoji in front of her, who had grown much taller than she remembered, and she couldn't help but smile and said, "You are very smart, it is indeed safer there. But now alien beasts may appear on the road at any time. It is not safe for you to run around." After Chinjio finished speaking, she identified the direction, and saw that the zoo was not far from here. She made a prompt decision and shouted to the people around, "Go to the mall, There are war beasts there, it's safer. Some people who were running for their lives heard Chinchio's words and immediately ran towards the mall while screaming, not wanting to miss any hope of survival. Some people were so scared that they stayed where they were, trembling, and couldn't move at all. Chinchio said to Xiaoji, "You guide them in, my war beast will protect you." After saying that, Chinchio pointed to Meteor, who had just bit off the neck of an alien beast. Meteor seemed to feel Chinchio's call, and immediately ran to Xiaoji's side. This is a swift leopard? Xiaoji took a breath, but before he could ask more questions, Chinchio lifted him up and put him on Lu Xing's back. She said to Lu Xing, "Take him to the mall and protect the safety of others." Lu Xing nodded solemnly, and then turned around and ran away with Xiaoji without looking at Chinchio again. Xiaoji's surprise had subsided. He quickly regained his senses and began to shout for others to escape together. And Chinchio went to help the person who fell to the ground. Chinchio came to a middle-aged man, and she reached out to help the man up. The man's pupils revealed fear, tears, and snot were still hanging on his face. He trembled and murmured, "No, no, why are there alien beasts in Zhongxing? No, no, the alien beasts should eat those country bumpkins." Chinchio frowned when she heard this, and couldn't help but take back the hand that was holding the man. The man seemed to suddenly wake up. He saw the uniform of the Federal Army on Chinchio, and immediately grabbed Chinchio's arms tightly. He glared at him and said, You are from the Federal Army, right? What do you do for a living? How much tax do we pay you every year? Shouldn't you protect us? Ah? Why are you so late? It doesn't matter what those country bumpkins do, you have to protect us. Protect us. Chinchio faced the man who was already in a state of madness standing in front of her. She raised her hand and pushed the man's hand away. Her eyes turned cold in an instant, and the man's accusations gradually became smaller after his eyes met hers. You are all human beings. There is no distinction between high and low. Everyone is equal in the face of disaster. Go over there, it will be safer. I don't have time to be your bodyguard. You? He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Chinchio's eyes. He staggered away, still blaming Chinchio for not knowing what was good for him. Chinchio took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. This is Zhongtian Star, which is well protected by everyone. This is the nobles of Zhongtian Star. They think they are noble beings and can despise all other lives. Chinchio only felt mocking. Ugh! No! No! Suddenly, the man's frightened voice came from the direction where the man left. Chinchio turned back suddenly, and saw the man who fell to the ground. There was a gap in his chest, and blood was flowing. Sister. A little girl in a long dress that didn't fit her well waved to her with blood all over her body. Her face was 9 points similar to Chinchio. In Chinchio's stunned eyes, she slowly spoke. Her voice was like a devil from hell. Since sister doesn't like him, why do you keep him? Chapter 476. Chinchio's pupils shrank when she heard this, as if the intuition from deep inside her heart made her subconsciously know the identity of the little girl in front of her. She is Eve. There is no doubt about it. Eve saw Chinchio's stunned look. She looked down at the man on the ground, and then tilted her head to look at Chinchio. She asked, Sister, do you think he should not die? You are still as kind as ever, but... She changed the subject, her eyes full of bloodthirstiness and playfulness. Emotions are the most useless things, sister. Don't you know it best? We are different creatures from humans. We are born to be superior to any other life. What war beasts, alien beasts, humans, are just lowly species. Hearing these words from a teenager is really chilling. Chinchio did not agree. She shook her head, and the mechanical weapon in her hand was already tightly grasped. No, we are just ordinary lives in this galaxy. We have no right to decide the life and death of others. She pointed at the man on the ground and said, You are killing innocent people. He? The little girl kicked the cold body of the man in front of her and said, He is not innocent. He made my sister angry. My sister is kind and dare not do it. Then let me do it. The whole process of her killing was witnessed by some people who were still running for their lives. Someone screamed and said in fear, Kill! 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 The man's voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Eve pursed her lips, and there was disgust between her eyebrows. Eve raised her hand and snapped her fingers in the air. Immediately, several alien beasts suddenly jumped out of the wormholes that were originally very peaceful beside them. These alien beasts were different from ordinary alien beasts. They did not attack humans indiscriminately, but rushed towards the woman who was originally screaming with a purpose. The woman was frightened and cried on the spot. She retreated violently, but her speed was far less than that of the alien beasts, and she was about to be caught up. At the critical moment, Chinjio threw out the mechanical weapon, pierced the alien beast that pounced on the woman, and then turned into a phantom, and quickly approached the direction of the woman. Eve stood there, restrained her smile, and looked at Chinjio expressionlessly. Chinjio retracted the mechanical weapon, and chopped the alien beast into 2 pieces, with a few swings. She looked at the woman who was frightened and motionless on the ground, and found that she was still alive, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Shut up and go," she warned in a low voice, and the woman immediately covered her mouth and nodded continuously, and her tearful eyes exuded endless fear. When Chinjio looked back, the woman had already run away for a distance. Chinjio looked back at Eve, who looked innocent. In front of and behind them were people fleeing for their lives. They were the only 2 figures standing still. The surrounding disturbance had nothing to do with them, and the pedestrians who left quickly in front of them could not block their sight. There was an invisible smell of gunpowder spreading in the air, as if a small spark could ignite this extremely depressing air. Even though Chinjio was far away from Eve, she knew that Eve could hear her words. "Did you do it?" Eve nodded without any psychological burden, and a happy smile appeared on her young face. She asked back, "Don't you think she is noisy? So? Will you destroy anything that doesn't suit your taste?" Chinjio suppressed his inner anger, and spoke out word by word. Eve was confused. She didn't understand why Chinjio was angry. She didn't answer but asked, "If you don't like something, it's better if it doesn't exist." She paused, shook her head, and continued, "Not entirely. Even if you like something, it doesn't have to exist in this world. As long as you stay with me, it's fine." After he finished speaking, she looked at Chinjio with more and more heat. In her eyes, Chinjio was no longer just her sister. She was also a delicious snack. Eve and Chinjio were twins, and their lives and deaths had long been tied together. Just like all the previous experimental subjects, only the death of the original experimental subject can promote the evolution of the next generation of experimental subjects. And in this pair of twins, devouring the other can also make them start to evolve. Eve believes that she deserves to exist in this world more than Chinjio, so her purpose is also very simple. She wants to be with her sister forever. She will eat her sister. This is the mercy God gave her, which can make her and her sister live forever. Chinjio felt the murderous intent hidden in the sweet eyes. She snorted coldly. The little white ball really did not give up this goal. "Then what are you going to do to me?" "Eat me?" Chinjio's calm and cold words reached Eve's ears. Eve heard the words, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She asked, "Sister, are you willing to let me swallow you?" Chinjio did not answer, but asked, "Can you tell me something first?" "Yes, sister, you ask." Eve was like a little girl who wanted to please her sister to get a reward. Her hips were suspended in the air, and she sat in the air. Chinjio raised his eyebrows, and his eyes became more solemn. It seems that Eve is more terrifying than she imagined. "First, are these wormholes your masterpiece?" Eve nodded and said, "I'm looking for my sister, but I don't know where she is, so I have to open the wormholes to travel around." Chinjio asked again, "Second, can you control the alien beasts?" Just now, Chinjio clearly saw that after Eve moved her fingers, the alien beasts appeared from different wormholes, as if they were summoned. She didn't think it was a coincidence. Yeah, these lowly creatures are naturally obedient. But those war beasts are a bit annoying. They are not very obedient. After saying that, Eve showed a distressed look, as if she was in distress because of the problem with her toys. But soon, she regained her smile. "It doesn't matter, since the war beasts are not obedient. Just kill them all, and leave only the obedient toys." Chapter 477. Lilith and the others witnessed Chinjio leaving through the wormhole. They looked at the empty place in front of them in disbelief, and fell into the biggest cognitive gap in their lives. Chinjio can open a wormhole? Wang Ling thought of the wormhole he saw in Xingdu, and combined it with the subsequent encounter with Chinjio in Xingdu. He equated the two things, and seemed to have guessed the origin of the Xingdu wormhole. No one wanted to believe that Chinjio was related to the wormhole, but the facts were in front of them, and Chinjio didn't seem to intend to deceive anyone at this moment. This is not a good sign. The clan leader had a vague feeling of uneasiness, and Chinjio might be in danger this time. The uneasy silence flowed in the air, with a suffocating depression. In the end, Lilith calmed down first and analyzed the current situation. She looked up at the clan leader. Her eyes were extremely sharp, as if she wanted to see through him. "What did you talk about with Chinjio? We must know everything, without missing a single word." Kabeli had no special affection or dislike for Lilith. Now that he heard that Lilith actually treated his clan leader with an interrogative attitude, he immediately stepped forward and reprimanded, "Speak with respect." Lilith just glanced at him, and didn't take him seriously. She didn't care about respect or not. Now Chinjio's safety should be put first. If Chinjio had any accident because of the old man in front of her, Lilith would not let anyone present go. This was the same for Wang Ling and Gu Zheng. So Gu Zheng and Wang Ling also stepped forward silently and stood beside Lilith. They didn't speak, but they had made their positions very clear. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, the clan leader quickly stopped Kevli and sighed. These things involve Chinjio's privacy, I can't tell you. Hearing this, the remaining politeness on Lilith's face also drifted away with the wind, and she turned cold and was about to make a threat. At this moment, the clan leader shook his head, as if accepting his fate, and said, but, in the current situation, perhaps only you can help Chinjio. What do you mean? I know where Chinjio is most likely to go, and I know what she wants to do. It's just that what she wants to do will lead to a result. The clan leader no longer evaded, looking straight at the girl in front of him, and said, Chinjio will die. The faces of several people changed drastically when they heard this. Lilith couldn't help but draw the gun on her waist and pointed it at the clan leader. Kebli's divine pupil shrank suddenly, and he quickly stopped in front of the clan leader and blocked Lilith's gun. For a while, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The chieftain showed no fear. He just patted Kebli's shoulder gently and shook his head to signal him not to worry. Kebli reluctantly took a step to the side, but the look he gave Lilith was full of hostility. The chieftain remained calm. He looked directly at the barrel of Lilith's gun and asked, Have you thought about the consequences of doing this in my territory? As long as you return Chinjio. No, Chinjio was not taken away by me. It was her own will. The chieftain interrupted Lilith's words. His eyes were serious. He asked again, You want to kill me in my territory for Chinjio? Have you thought about the consequences? Can you bear the consequences? Lilith laughed in anger. She said, At worst, I will die with you and take you with me. The clan leader, for Chinjio, is it worth it? If I remember correctly, you all have different identities, right? You don't cherish your beautiful future, and you come to be buried with an old man like me? Is it worth it? Stop talking nonsense. It's not for you to judge whether it's worth it or not. The clan leader saw the resolute look on their faces. The clan leader suddenly smiled and nodded repeatedly. Okay. Chinjio has made a close friend. Okay, I tell you, now only you can help Chinjio and stop her from seeking death. But you have to be mentally prepared. Maybe what I say next is not so easy to accept. Lilith showed a suspicious look. She slowly put down the gun in her hand, waiting for the clan leader to speak. Kalan, come. The clan leader waved to Kalan. Kalan hesitated for a moment, but still took 2 steps forward and stood beside the clan leader. This is Kalen. We too are considered Chinjio's elders. The clan leader and Kalen told everyone some past events. He told them all about Chinjio's origin and identity without reservation. His intuition told him that the group of children in front of him would not betray Chinjio. Even if they betrayed, it didn't matter. After all, if they chose to stay out of it, Chinjio would hardly escape. In this case, even if Chinjio's secret was known to them, it would be meaningless. So, the clan leader said the final conclusion. Eve probably wanted to devour Chinjio and made such a big fuss. Everyone was engulfed by the shock for a while, and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. These things sound like stories made up by the clan leader, and they are totally unreliable. But if you think about the strange things that happened to Chinjio, everything seems reasonable. Chinjio, a student who has never learned the knowledge of beast control, and a child who grew up in an orphanage, how could he get along with the war beasts? How could he be smart enough to defeat them who have top education? If what the clan leader said is true, then all this can be explained. Chinjio is a man-made person, so her intelligence, physical fitness and other aspects are higher than normal people, which is the result of genetic screening. And the war beasts are close to her, probably because of the snowflake tiger. Domineering. The offspring of humans and war beasts. Such a ridiculous answer is actually the answer closest to the truth. The clan leader saw that they did not respond for a long time, and he felt a little uneasy. Did he guess wrong? These children are not trustworthy? The clan leader asked nervously. Are you afraid of Chinjio? Lilith and the others focused their eyes, and set their sights on the clan leader again. How could it be? Gu Zheng chuckled and seemed a little relaxed. I was scared to death. I thought we were so bad that we'd lost to her. I was about to doubt my life. Although she was cheating in the exam, at least I am now balanced. Wang Ling's serious face rarely showed a teasing smile. Yeah, I thought we were too stupid. Lilith knew they were talking about the entrance exam. She couldn't help but punch the two of them lightly, rolled her eyes at them, and then brought the topic back to the right track. So how can we help Jinchio? The clan leader saw that they were not afraid at all, and he knew that he had made the right bet. These children are trustworthy people. He said to everyone, you can't let Eve devour Jinchio, otherwise the entire galaxy will usher in its doomsday. There is one more thing. He said with some difficulty, you can't kill Eve either. Why? Because killing Eve, Jinchio may also die. Chapter 478. What? The clan leader spoke slowly amid the shock of the crowd. Jinchio and Eve are a pair of twins. According to my guess, their lifelines are tightly linked together. In the past, the experimental subjects must die before the former can continue to grow. For twins, perhaps if one does not devour the other, they will die together. In other words, only if Jinchio devours Eve can Jinchio survive, and this is also true for Eve. But if Eve dies and Jinchio does not devour her, then Jinchio will also die. The clan leader expressed his thoughts. Although it was his guess, he was 90% sure that this was the truth. Lilith heard this and asked uncertainly, what should we do now? Let Jinchio eat Eve. This is the only way for Jinchio to survive after eradicating Eve, but the clan leader shook his head and said with some regret, I guess Jinchio will not do that. Even if the clan leader didn't point it out, everyone could guess the answer. Jinchio is different from Eve. She can kill Eve, but she will never allow herself to live as a monster. So Jinchio's purpose of going is obvious. She wants to die with Eve. Neither of them should exist in this world. Perhaps for her, this is the only way to get rid of all her pain. Hearing the clan leader's implication, Lilith was a little distressed. Then, what should we do? The clan leader also shook his head. He pointed in the direction of the sun. His eyes looked directly at the sun, but he was not burned. He said, I got the answer from the sun. As long as you stand with her, you can save her. He said it in a very general way. Lilith couldn't help asking, what should we do specifically? Unfortunately, I don't know. The chief shrugged. He could only see a vague answer, but he couldn't see the way forward. He suddenly seemed to think of something, and looked in the direction of Kebli. Kebli felt the chief's gaze, and he slowly turned his head to look at the chief. He was looking at the sun in the sky just now. When he turned his head, there was still a little golden afterglow in his eyes. Kebli was a new generation, and he could hear the instructions of God more clearly. At this moment, his state was obviously inspired by the sun god. Kebli, you. Before the chief finished speaking, Kebli interrupted him. Chief, I know what to do. Kebli's originally confused eyes suddenly became firm, as if he had made a decision. He said, I go with you too. Then I go too. Vina, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke after Kebli. Facing everyone's gaze, she said nonchalantly, my relationship with Shujo is enough for me to stand by her side unconditionally. TSK. Little bat, stop trying to get close to your sister. My sister, and I have a good relationship too. After Li Tong finished speaking, he looked like he wanted to go up and argue with Vina. If Ping'an hadn't pulled her back, she might have gone up to fight with Vina. This inexplicably provoked war made Ping'an a little overwhelmed. He stood between the two and said, let's go, we all go together. We can't just watch Jinchio die. Everyone nodded. Li Tong snorted in the direction of Vina. Vina also stuck out her tongue and raised her middle finger to Li Tong. Seeing the behavior of these two childish ghosts, everyone was in a headache. The question now is, where is Jinchio? There is a high probability that she is in Zhongtian Star. Gu Zheng suddenly spoke on the side, and everyone's eyes fell on him. According to what the clan leader said just now, she must be looking for Eve now, right? Everyone agreed with Gu Zheng's statement and nodded. Gu Zheng handed the page of his terminal to everyone. On the screen was a little girl sitting in the air. Her face looked about 70% similar to Jinchio. Across the street from her was the person they were looking for. Jinchio. It seems that she has found Eve, or it should be said that Eve has found her. So we have to speed up. Everyone immediately walked towards the car. Unlike Jinchio, they could not travel through wormholes, so they had to go to the station and take the Interstellar train to leave. Wang Ling sent a message to Jin Chung in advance, asking Jin Chung to arrange a car for them, and to take them back to Zhongtian Star as soon as possible. Everyone left quickly, but Kebeli slowed down and walked at the end of the team. The clan leader saw that he was slow, and guessed that he had something to say. The clan leader also followed Kebeli a few steps, like an elder escorting a young man on a long voyage. The clan leader took the initiative to ask, do you have something to ask? Yes. Kebeli lowered his voice, and asked in a volume that only the two of them could hear, Am I? Because of Chinjio's father. The patriarch knew what he wanted to say, so he didn't hide it. He nodded decisively and said, yes. Kebli got the patriarch's affirmation, and he took a breath of cold air. The cold air rushed into his chest, and his chest felt as if it was about to explode. He owed someone a life. You don't have to blame yourself so much. This matter was all voluntary by Rockefeller, and it has nothing to do with you. He just played the last value of his life. Kebli said him softly, but he was far from relaxed as he looked. Did you see the guidance of the sun god? Do you know how to save Chinjio? The patriarch skipped the heavy topic and tried to liven up the atmosphere. Kebli heard this and just nodded heavily, saying, yes, I know. That's good. The patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. Chinjio could be regarded as his half-granddaughter, and he didn't want to see Chinjio fall into danger and lose to another experimental subject who might not be humane. He patted Kebeli's shoulder heavily and said solemnly, then she will be handed over to you. Yes, I understand. Kebeli's still slightly immature face showed a resolute look, and he decided to take the initiative to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Go quickly. The chief pointed to Lilith and others who had already walked away and said, they are all waiting for you. Grandpa Chief. Kebeli stood still and bowed deeply in the direction of the chief. Take care. Yes, I wait for you to return safely. Kebeli finally looked at the chief and replied, I will. Chapter 479. TSK, what's going on? Why can't I contact anyone in the lab? Fei Qixia has never been so annoyed as she is now. She called Dr. Cui again and again, but in the end, she was greeted with only a busy tone. The assistant stood beside him and dared not say a word, fearing that Mr. Fei would burn him with anger. The communication was hung up again because of the busy tone, and Fei Qixia almost wanted to throw away the terminal. So many wormholes suddenly appeared in the interstellar space, and I don't know what the current situation of the laboratory is. If a large number of wormholes also appeared in the laboratory, how can Eve's safety be guaranteed? In the past 20 years, every time he had a big emotional fluctuation, it was because of Eve, and this time was no exception. Just when he was anxious but helpless, the assistant beside him suddenly said, Mr. Fei, maybe you should come and see this. The assistant moved his terminal page to Fei Qixia. Fei Qixia was a little annoyed because he was called by the assistant, but when he saw the content on the page, he suddenly restrained his emotions. The terminal page showed a scene of two people confronting each other. One of them was very familiar to him. Chinjio. But Fei Qixia had never seen the girl facing Chinjio. The girl was held up by the air in a strange posture, sitting in the air. What surprised Fei Qixia the most was not her movements, but her face that was 70% similar to Chinjio. What? What is this? Fei Qixia finally found his voice. He looked up at the assistant in surprise, trying to find the answer on his face. The assistant said, it was a hot search content. The original shooter wanted to expose the evil deeds of someone taking advantage of the chaos to kill people, but he didn't expect to shoot such a weird scene. No, that's not the point. A strange thought suddenly flashed through Fei Qixia's mind. He grabbed the tale it left behind and tried to find the answer in his mind that he might have forgotten or ignored. Eve was still sleeping before he left the first laboratory. Because she had been curled up for a long time and her facial features developed the slowest, Fei Qixia did not pay special attention to her appearance. But now, he found some clues about Eve's appearance from every observation he made in the past, and he discovered that Eve also looked a bit like Chinjio in his memory. Fei Qixia asked, do you still remember Rockoff? Of course I remember. The assistant was curious why Fei Qixia mentioned Mr. Rockoff at this moment, and what was his relationship with the current situation. Rockoff. Did he take away the 9th generation Eve before he left? Yes. The assistant seemed to have suddenly caught a key frame. He paused and asked in disbelief, wait, Mr. Fei, what do you mean? Maybe the 9th generation Eve didn't die, but was successfully hatched. The more Fei Qixia spoke, the more he felt that his answer was the correct answer. He broke the last layer of obstacles in the assistant's heart and hit the core of the answer. Chinjio is the 9th generation Eve. The assistant froze in place, his eyes looking through Fei Qixia in front of him to a day more than 20 years ago. In this way, many things can be explained. For example, why Chinjio has a natural attraction to war beasts, and why Chinjio can be the key to Eve's hatching. But, after brainstorming, the assistant calmed down and questioned, Ms. Qin has the genes of alien beasts, Have we done a test on her for the genes of war beasts? The assistant shook his head. I guess this is the key. Fei Qixia was convinced of his answer. He said, think about it. Our experiments have been failing. What is the reason? The genes of the war beasts are too powerful. Human genes cannot accept fusion. In the end, they are either destroyed or swallowed. Yes, this is the key. Fei Qixiao's eyes have never been as bright as they are now. He has grasped the core of the problem. I think the genes of the alien beasts are the key to fusion. The war beasts and the alien beasts are a pair of twins. So what if the two powerful war beast genes are restrained by the alien beast genes? He continued to analyze, and the assistant's eyes from confusion to shock. Suppose that the war beast genes are too powerful and the human genes cannot survive. Then the addition of the alien beast genes can make the war beast and alien beast genes present a situation of checks and balances, and the human genes can survive in the cracks until the two are slowly merged. His eyes revealed enthusiasm, and he said, "Do you understand the principle that the fisherman benefits from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam?" How could the assistant not understand? He just didn't expect that the key to the matter was the alien gene. It's not that they didn't think about this path, but they didn't plan to add alien genes from the first generation of experimental subjects. Because the domineering war beasts are noble, and they are not bloodlines that can be tainted by alien beasts. They never thought of adding any alien beast genes to the experiment in the first laboratory to affect the purity of Eve's war beast genes. Because of this, their experiments can only face continuous failures. It turned out that the key to the experiment was the natural enemy of the war beast. The fog in Fei Qixiao's heart suddenly dissipated, and he was more excited than ever, like a child who got candy and got supreme satisfaction. After thinking about it, the assistant asked a key question, but how did Miss Jean get the alien beast genes? About this, I guess it has something to do with Rockoff. Talking about the possible cause of Rockoff's death, Fei Qixiao's smile was restrained, and he said with some heaviness, "Maybe Rockoff used his own blood to feed Qingqiu. Have you forgotten?" Rockoff was genetically modified by the third laboratory at that time, and was still on the verge of failure, that is, when the concentration of alien beast genes was the strongest. In other words, Qingqiu's alien beast genes came from her father. Rockoff's sacrifice. For a moment, the assistant fell into silence, not knowing how to react. Fei Qixiao, every time Qingqiu goes near the wormhole, Yi's energy fluctuations will become stronger. I now reasonably suspect that Yi has also absorbed Qingqiu's genes, which is equivalent to indirectly obtaining the genes of the alien beast. Because Qingqiu's genes are more stable, Yi may be even more powerful than Qingqiu. He looked at the little girl on the page with some obsession. No wonder the first laboratory can't contact. It turns out that our little Eve is hatched. What a beautiful and perfect experimental subject. After he finished speaking, he looked up at his assistant. His voice seemed extremely enthusiastic. He said, "Where are they now? I want to see them." "They are." The assistant flipped through the records and said, "Near a pet mall in another district." "Okay. Let's go now." Chapter 480. The headquarters of the Federal Army was in chaos, with countless pedestrians coming and going in a hurry. Everyone's face was full of solemnity and panic. Some received temporary duty orders and were preparing to go to their destinations, while others heard that they were going to die and turned back to pack up and wanted to escape in fear. Jean Chung was not surprised that such a situation would occur. The Federal Army had begun to rot from the inside. As long as a little pressure was applied to the bright appearance, the rotten meat and smelly liquid inside would be exposed at this moment, revealing its already corrupt heart. Yi Suixin didn't care whether she would be suspected or not. She stood in front of Jean Chung at this time, opened the Interstellar map, and analyzed the current situation for him one by one. But for some reason, Jean Chung seemed to be out of shape today. His eyes were red, his expression was dazed, and every move seemed a little dull. Like a puppet with a soul taken away. After analyzing for several minutes, Yi Suixin finally found that something was wrong with Jean Chung. She asked nervously, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? You don't look very good." "It's okay." Jean Cheng's voice was hoarse. The two short words seemed to have turned into countless fine sands, and rushed out of the shackles in his throat before reaching the ears of the two. Even Jean Chung was surprised by his hoarse voice. "No, you are very wrong now. What happened to you?" Yi Suixin stepped forward and helped Jean Chung up, wanting to drag him to a bench nearby to rest. But as soon as Jean Chung stood up, his legs trembled as if he couldn't control it, and then they softened again and fell directly to the ground. What happened to you?" Jean Chung shook his head gently, and he covered his eyes, trying to ease his discomfort. At this moment, the door of the office was opened, and Yi Suixin heard a beep sound, and her hair stood up, and she looked up suddenly. They had obviously locked the door of the office. Only a few people had the access card of this office. Could it be the president and his people who came in now? But when she saw the person coming, she was suddenly stunned. "Why, although it's been a long time since I saw you, You don't forgive me? The man's teasing voice came from the door. He took a step forward, turned around and closed the door, blocking all the noise and anxiety outside the door. There were only 3 of them left in the room. Hester. Admiral? Yi Suishin's unbelievable voice came out, and even Jean Chung couldn't help but look up at the door. The person who came was the long-missing Hester. No one knows how he sneaked into the Federal Army headquarters, but as a general who has devoted most of his youth here, his ability is more terrifying than Yi Suishin and the others imagined. Yes, it's me. He looked down at Jean Chung, who was lying on the ground, and said concisely, "Let's not talk about the past now. Jean Chung, that's enough." You? Jean Cheng's red eyes showed shock and confusion, and he murmured, "How did you know?" "I always have my way." He shrugged and said, "Remove the poison on Ivana, otherwise you will die. Didn't you know it a long time ago? Your body is almost hollowed out now. To be honest, you did better than I thought. You are indeed a good seedling." Zysite took a few steps forward and gently patted Jean Cheng's shoulder. His voice did not hide his appreciation for the junior at all. "Okay, leave the rest to me." Zysite's words seemed to have a calming effect. Jean Cheng's originally tense nerves instantly relaxed. He looked at Zysite in front of him blankly. "Can I really let go?" "Well, leave it to me, kid." As Zysite's voice fell, Jean Chung suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. The scene was exactly the same as when he was bewitched in Yulaunching before. Yes, he played a trick. He asked the witch tribe of Yulaunching for a goo that could make people obedient. And the target of the effect was Ivana, who sat in a high position. Everyone thought that Jean Chung had gained Ivana's full trust with his own strength and means, but for a person like Ivana, who had 800 minds, no matter how much he did, he could not get Ivana's 100% trust. So Jean Chung had unknowingly put a blind eye on him, at the cost of raising the goo himself. And all the other additional actions were just to confuse others. But even if Jean Cheng's mental strength was strong, it was difficult not to be backlashed. The reason why he let Hurricane and Qinjiu leave was because he knew that he might be punished soon, and letting Hurricane follow Qinjiu might be the best destination for Hurricane. As long as a period of time passed, he could achieve his goal, save Adele, and give Qinjiu a free body. He was deserted by everyone just to let his teacher and vice president be free. As long as they left this dispute, the affairs of the Federation Army and the beast-taming army had nothing to do with them. Perhaps he would feel a little regretful for not being able to fulfill his wish to take root since childhood, but he did not regret it. "You, how are you?" Seeing that Jean Cheng's body was seriously depleted, Yi Suishin panicked for a moment. On the other hand, Zysite calmly pulled up Jean Cheng's body with one hand and put him on the sofa to rest. He was no longer worried about Jean Cheng's condition. After all, Jean Cheng's goo had just vomited out. It did not need the help of external forces, because Jean Chung could no longer control the goo, so the goo worm would leave Jean Cheng's body by itself. This was also a way out left by Yulaunching, which for Jean Chung. As Zysite said, Ivana could no longer be controlled casually. Under the multiple stimulations of the wormhole and the magnetic field, his mental power finally regained control of his body. Although he still had some doubts about his past behavior of unconditionally believing in Jean Chung, it was obvious that there were other more important things for him at this time. For example, the sudden occurrence of the wormhole disaster was a good time for an accident. Leon. Hearing the president's voice calling him, the assistant immediately stepped forward and asked, "Mr. President, what do you want? Does Arnold still have the alien B samples that were imprisoned before? There should be some. You asked this. Do you have any plans? Well, get 2 and throw them in the prison." The president's voice was filled with a bloodthirsty smile, and his eyes fell on Leon's eyes, making Leon shudder. "We are deeply saddened by the accident at this time, but we can only accept the fact that Master Adele has fallen, right?" Hearing this, the assistant immediately showed a look of understanding. He was surprised that his stupidest puppet finally came back. The assistant couldn't suppress his smile and said respectfully, "Yes, Mr. President." Chapter 481. Lion was very fast. He took advantage of the chaos and opened the door of the laboratory with the highest authority. He was lucky. Recently, Professor Arnold said that she didn't know what topic she was going to study. She didn't know where to find the experimental material she needed with her backpack on her back. The laboratory was now guarded by her subordinates. At this time, due to the emergence of a large number of wormholes on Zhongtian Star, most of the members of the laboratory had evacuated for refuge. The lax supervision of the laboratory gave him the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Lion himself was afraid that he could not control the alien beast, so he planned to push the entire cage away. Although it was difficult for this behemoth not to attract the attention of others, as long as he brought out the reason that the president needed to mobilize the experimental subject, others would not stop him too much and ask him too much in the busyness. He moved towards a sparsely populated area, leaving behind the noisy sound, and the cold and damp dungeon slowly appeared in front of him. There were several serious criminals imprisoned in it, and Edel was one of them. Edel didn't need to stay in such a poor living condition, but in fact, people outside didn't know where Edel was. In their impression, before he was convicted, Edel should live in a special prison. So Edel stayed in such an uncomfortable environment for a long time. Staying in such a cold and depressing place for a long time will wear out a person's willpower. Perhaps Edel has lost his determination to resist, and is unwilling to fight again. Leon is very satisfied with this possibility. This is the result he wants. Since the dungeons are all serious criminals, the lives of other prisoners are nothing more than existence that can be discarded at will for him. He made sure he was far enough away, and after closing the door to the outside world, Leon finally took out the controller of the big iron cage. Click! A subtle sound of the door lock opening was almost impossible to catch, and the two alien beasts found that the door of the cage where they were originally imprisoned was open, and they walked out naturally. In the surveillance video, Leon saw that the two alien beasts had been out of the cage. He had a bloodthirsty smile on his lips, and then turned around and left, no longer paying attention to the situation here. As soon as the two alien beasts came out, they smelled the aroma of food, which was the tempting smell of humans. During the days in the laboratory, they had been subjected to various inhuman treatments and had been hungry for a long time. At this time, they finally smelled the smell of food, and saliva immediately flowed from the corners of their mouths, carefully searching for the source of the food smell. Edel, who had closed his eyes and rested in the cage, suddenly opened his eyes. Even if it was a very subtle smell, he could smell the stench of the alien beasts from the air. No, why are there alien beasts here? Edel stood up carefully, trying not to make any unusual noises that might attract the alien beasts. He came to the door and moved his eyes outside. The blue light fell from the ceiling lights, filling the entire corridor with a frightening blue light. The chill seemed to penetrate his skin from the light and seep into his body. But the discomfort brought to him by the environment was far less shocking than the scene in front of him. Two alien beasts were moving slowly in the corridor. They raised their noses to sniff the air and approached him. There was a number plate on the ear of the alien beast, which was obviously the number from the laboratory. This is the alien beast in Arnold's laboratory. How could they be here? Edel's doubts were thrown out of his mind in just a moment, because something more deadly happened in front of him. The door lock that separated the corridor and the interior space in front of him actually opened by itself. He looked up suddenly and scanned other single rooms, and found that the same thing happened on other doors. This was not an accident, but someone deliberately opened Pandora's box. Hey! The door is open. The door is open. The door is open. Go! While no one is noticing, go. I'm finally free. Ha 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 ha. Edel heard cheers from another corridor, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He secretly looked at the two alien beasts in the corridor. Sure enough, the two alien beasts heard the sound and immediately changed direction and ran to the other side. Edel only hated that he didn't have any weapons on him now. He quickly left the cage and found a baton on the desk in the duty room. He immediately hit the desk hard and shouted, "If you don't want to die, be quiet. There are alien beasts here. Hey, you two alien beasts, come here if you have the guts. I'm waiting for you to come and eat." But his speed was a step slower after all. Some of the people who were still trying to die had already encountered the alien beast head-on. In extreme panic, he watched his hands and feet being bitten, torn apart, and swallowed by the alien beast. Their miserable cries also slowly weakened under the attack of the alien beast until they disappeared. However, with the sacrifice of the first person to delay time and attract the attention of the alien beast, the others hurriedly ran out of the door with all their strength during this gap. Edel stood not far from the gate and guided them to leave. The alien beast swallowed very quickly, and only a white skeleton was left of the first person, but it was obviously not enough for the two alien beasts, who had been hungry for a long time. Soon, they chased the fleeing crowd again. Edel watched the alien beast approach the last person in the team, and heard the other parties cry for help. He picked up the baton without hesitation and went to meet him. His baton just got stuck in the alien beast's open mouth, and the alien beast couldn't close its mouth and only roared. Another alien beast was about to arrive, and Edel hurriedly shouted to the already dazed man, "Go!" The man woke up as if from a dream. The first thing he did when he came to his senses was not to turn around and leave, but to do a move that even Edel didn't expect before the second alien beast pounced on him. She suddenly pushed Edel, who was originally blocking the alien beast, to the side. Edel rolled on the ground, and the baton in his hand fell out of his hand. The alien beast that was originally restrained by him staggered a few steps because it lost the power to resist. Edel stared at the man who turned and fled with disbelief. As if sensing Edel's sight, the man leapt and shouted, "Only if you die can I live. Blame it on you for meddling in other people's business." Edel should have thought of it earlier. This is a dungeon prison. Those who are here are all vicious and cruel people. How could they care about other people's lives? He was wrong. Maybe he shouldn't have saved these people in the first place. They should get the punishment they deserve. But now, he has lost the opportunity to regret. He had fought with the alien beast for his whole life, and he was not surprised that he would die in the mouth of the alien beast one day, but he did not expect that he would die in the mouth of the alien beast because of the uncertainty of human nature. He felt extremely ironic in just 1 second. It was like doubting his decades of life. He had worked hard for so many years, but what was he protecting? The high-level officials who had been fighting for power? Or the federal government that could abandon him as a pawn at will? He seemed to have been wrong all along. He thought he was protecting the lights of thousands of homes behind him, the smiles of children, the peace of the people. They were all imagined in the mirror. At this time, the broken mirror separated and shattered all the beauty, and also broke the last hope in his heart for this terrible world. He was leaving with regret. The stinking abyss mouth of the alien beast rushed towards Edel's face. He thought he would be afraid, but at this moment, his heart was extremely peaceful. He slowly closed his eyes, and calmly accepted the last moments of his life. Everything was over. Ah! Suddenly, the alien beast in front of him let out a painful howl. Before Edel opened his eyes, a hot stream with a strong fishy smell fell on his face, making him almost nauseous. "Master Edel, you shouldn't die here again." Chapter 482. Edel's face moved slightly. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes nervously. The alien beast that was supposed to be on top of him had fallen to his side at some point, and purple-black liquid flowed out from under it, contaminating the floor. The other alien beast that was ready to attack also suffered the same fate. And in front of him stood a man. His face was handsome and cold, and his pupils revealed an abnormal red color. Only the smile on his lips could make Edel feel a little warm. "You are?" Edel's eyes widened in disbelief, and then a name broke through the barrier in his throat and appeared out of thin air in the silent air. "Liku? You are not." "Why? How did they promote me? Did I participate in a secret mission? Or, I have disappeared? Died in battle?" Hearing Lika's teasing of himself, a sense of unreality flowed through Edel's chest. He showed an extremely shocked expression and asked, "I thought you were. Well, maybe you can say I'm dead." I don't know if it was Edel's illusion. He seemed to see a self-deprecating loneliness on Lika's face. But before he had time to investigate, Lika had already reached out to Edel and said, "Okay, Master Edel, now is not the time to reminisce. You still have things you must do." He grinned and chuckled, just like the image of the big brother next door in the past. "We are the beast tamers, and we have to protect every citizen in the StarCraft, right?" Originally, Edel had been completely disappointed with the StarCraft, but after hearing Lika's instigation, he somehow held Lika's hand. He loves this galaxy, he loves every student and teacher in Star King, and he also loves the land where his 3 war beasts survive. Lika is right, he is a beast man. He wants to protect the peace of this galaxy, and protect this land full of love. "Lika, let's go." Lika smiled and said gently and firmly, "Okay." Chinjio and Eve looked at each other across the street, and the number of humans around them was slowly decreasing. Eve did not stop them this time, and let them run to the mall where they thought they were safe. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, swinging her legs as if she had one, just watching Chinjio's eyes getting more and more enthusiastic. "Sister, don't you think those fragile humans can survive in the hands of those disobedient little toys?" She stretched out her hand to roll her hair. Her movements looked exactly like a little girl, but every word she said was cruel enough to make people feel cold. "My obedient toys need to eat, they need to eat. You can't let them go hungry all the time, right?" she said, rubbing her belly again, looking at Chinjio with a pitiful look. "And me, I need to eat too." Chinjio was attacked by her straightforward malice, and she couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. She suppressed her disgust for Eve, and asked, "You said you want to destroy all the disobedient toys. What do you mean?" "It means literally." Eve seemed puzzled why a sister with strong genes would ask such a meaningless question. She changed her sitting position and said, "Although disobedient toys are disobedient, they are very fragile. Eve seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and added, of course. Compared with humans, they are still a little bit stronger, just a little bit. Eve stretched out 2 fingers and pinched them together, gesturing the almost invisible difference. Chinchio couldn't help but laugh. She sneered and said, "You are just a combination of them. What right do you have to say that they are not powerful?" Hearing this, Eve fell into distressed contemplation, and after a long time, she said, "I am different. I am a combination of obedient toys, disobedient toys, and the most powerful genes of humans." She pointed her chin in the direction of Chinchio, as if praising, "We are the most special and powerful existence. Sister, you are also someone I admire." Chinchio did not feel honored to be praised by Eve. On the contrary, this heavy praise was like a shackle tied tightly around her neck, squeezing out all the air in her chest with invisible pressure. She was almost suffocated. Chinchio did not speak, but looked at Eve not far away quietly. The corner of her eyes occasionally swept across the mall in the distance, and then moved back without a trace. At this moment, Eve sighed softly, shook her head in disappointment, and said, "Sister, you still regard yourself as those lowly creatures." She looked in the direction where Chinchio's corner of her eyes had just looked. The humans who were originally fleeing had gathered in the mall, which seemed to be a safe zone they had spontaneously marked out. Eve said, "Sister, I know you are delaying time so that those humans can leave. Well, I have also achieved your request and purpose." Then, her bare feet landed gently on the ground. Rather than landing, it would be better to say that she was stepping in midair. She took 2 steps towards Chinchio's direction, looking at Chinchio's eyes with hot and greedy eyes. She asked, "Sister, can you fulfill my wish now? I want to merge with my sister forever. I want to eat you." Chapter 483. Eve's voice swayed in the wind, and it didn't sound real to Chinchio. Chinchio suddenly laughed out loud, and this behavior made Eve look puzzled. But soon, she also smiled. It seems that her sister is also looking forward to merging with her, but before she took 2 steps, she heard Chinchio in front of her say, "Why do you think I would be willing to be eaten by you obediently? Instead of..." She paused, and her irises turned into a dazzling red in an instant. Immediately, Chinchio turned into a shadow that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye and slid away from Eve. Eve's pupil shrank, and out of her perception of danger, she subconsciously summoned the appearance of alien beasts. Alien beasts appeared from all directions, and blocked Chinchio's way. Chinchio raised his knife, and cut off the neck of an alien beast neatly, and then immediately approached Eve. Eve saw the crazy killing intent in Chinchio's eyes the moment she looked at him. She wanted to kill herself. This thought emerged in Eve's mind. After a brief panic, she put on a crazy smile again. "So my sister wants to eat me. Ha ha. So interesting," Eve said, and the whole person floated back a few meters away. A huge wormhole appeared behind her at some point. Chinchio had never seen such a huge wormhole. It covered the sky and almost swallowed a building. It was truly unheard of, and unseen in the past and present. Chinchio had an ominous premonition in her heart. She couldn't let Eve expose the monster hidden in the dark. Release? Even though Chinchio didn't know what kind of danger was hidden at the other end of the wormhole. Chinchio sped up and moved forward. She was slightly inferior to Eve in controlling abilities that were not normal human abilities. Perhaps if we only look at the experimental process, Eve is the experimental subject who should be kept until the end. But the wormhole appeared faster than she thought. Almost instantly, all the small wormholes around disappeared, leaving only the wormhole behind Eve emitting an ominous breath. "To be honest, sister, you are not suitable to stay in this world. You are too weak." Eve sighed softly, as if she was regretting Chinchio's fragility, and feeling sad for her ending soon. But no matter what kind of emotion it was Eve's false feelings to Chinchio. The wormhole has been successfully opened. Both Chinchio and the people watching from a distance fell into deep fear and anxiety when facing the huge wormhole in front of them. What on earth is that? A wormhole? But this is? Who is that girl? Is the woman opposite her Chinchio? That girl also looks a lot like Chinchio. Is that wormhole her masterpiece? What are they? Such a big wormhole. What will be inside? There was only one answer in everyone's mind. Alien beasts. Thousands of alien beasts. As if to confirm their most uneasy thoughts, dense gray shadows appeared in the wormhole, and then they fell to the ground, like ants coming out of a cave, covering the entire ground, and even making it difficult to see the original color of the ground. Endless alien beasts that are enough to destroy the entire planet. Everyone go in. Don't stay here. It's dangerous here. As the curator here, Weiss, had naturally heard what Qinjiu asked Xiaoji to bring. He immediately arranged for the staff to open the cages of all the war beasts. Even the retired war beasts, as long as their physical condition was still peaceful, quickly left the cage and left through the back door of the museum. The breath of the alien beasts suddenly stimulated their bloodiness, making them take the initiative to take the responsibility of destroying the alien beasts. And the original cage was vacant. Weiss did not hesitate. He decided to let all the ordinary people who came in for refuge stay in it. The structure of the cage is very stable and can fully withstand the short-term attack of the alien beast. While Weiss arranged everyone to enter the museum in an orderly manner, he happened to encounter the scene of thousands of alien beasts appearing in the giant wormhole outside, and he only felt deeply powerless. What is this? A wormhole that is big enough to block out the sun and countless alien beasts. Is this a disaster that humans can face? He began to doubt his own thoughts. Hey, Meteor? Where are you going? Just as Weiss was stunned, Xiaoji beside him exclaimed. When he just turned his eyes to Xiaoji, he saw a gray figure disappearing from his side like lightning. Weiss knew that it was her war beast, Meteor. Meteor ignored Xiaoji's call behind him and ran towards his master, who was surrounded by heavy enemies. The number of alien beasts was indeed terrifying, but most of them were not strong in combat. Meteor fought his way through them. But Meteor's physical strength was gradually consumed. Its movements became slow, and its forward speed was also dragged down. It looked at Qinjiu, who was still some distance away from it, and roared anxiously. Ing! Suddenly, a black shadow passed over it. It subconsciously looked up and saw that it was still wearing a tie and flying in an extremely elegant and unrestrained posture, approaching Qinjiu like an arrow. The light also followed behind it. Although its eyes could not see anything, it had a clear direction in its heart. That was their master, the only light source in the end of the world. It was also the first ray of light in the bright world. After helping humans evacuate, they saw that their master was surrounded and were already very anxious. They did not wait for Qinjiu's instructions at all, and approached Qinjiu's direction, as if they had a telepathic connection with Lu Xing. Fortunately, Qinjiu, who was surrounded in the middle, was still safe at this time. She waved the long whip in her hand, tripped the approaching alien beast, and circled a safe area for herself. I don't know if it's because Eve released too many alien beasts, but the quantity is lacking in quality. Most of these alien beasts are not strong in combat, and Qinjiu can knock them down at will. But the endless appearance of alien beasts still made her a little tired, and the speed of her whipping was gradually slowing down. Eve, who had been watching Qinjiu, was like an outsider. She sat on an alien beast and watched the show. She crossed her legs and held her head to watch her sister's last struggle before death. She thought that when her sister's physical strength was exhausted, it would be the time for her to have a full meal, but two war beasts suddenly flew out of the sky and attacked her. She panicked and immediately ordered the alien beast she was sitting on to take her away. She is different from her sister. She doesn't have the strong physique and healing ability of her sister. Just like the relationship between twins, which is both complementary and competitive, she can have more abilities beyond normal people, while her sister gets the most direct physical enhancement. She also envies her sister for being able to get physical enhancement, but it doesn't matter. Soon, she will be able to merge with her sister, and then she will be able to inherit her sister's abilities. Chapter 484. The two flying war beasts posed a huge threat to him. There was one thing that was not good about the little toys, like the alien beasts. They had not evolved the ability to fly, so they could only be slaughtered when they met the flying war beasts. Although Eve could control the air in a small area, it was only enough for her to float, not enough to provide her with the ability to fly at high altitudes. Watching the two flying war beasts getting closer and closer to her, Eve said TSK and waved her hand gently. The alien beasts that were originally all aimed at Qinjiu suddenly began to split up, and they began to scatter and go to all places where people might stay. She believed that her kind sister would not give up those lowly creatures. Sure enough, when Qinjiu discovered her intention, he immediately shouted, Guangming Xiaosha. Hurry up and stop them with Liuxing. Guangming and Xiaosha did not want to leave, but Qinjiu had already forced them to give orders. Once they accepted Qinjiu's order, the two had to turn to help the fleeing humans no matter how reluctant they were. Sister, you did something wrong. You shouldn't still be thinking about those humans at this time. Eve's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and it just reached Qinjiu's ears. You can't hold on for long, and neither can they. Give up. This world should have been dominated by higher creatures. Sister, I will rewrite the world order. What? Do you want to become the king of this world and make everyone submit to you? Qinjiu panted and sneered. If it weren't for the low level of these alien beasts, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until this moment. But she also knew she was almost at her limit. No, that's boring. Surprisingly, Eve shook her head. I want to raise Zhongtian Star. Oh, this planet is called Zhongtian Star, right? I want to raise Zhongtian Star to the ground, and then let it become a speck of dust in the entire Interstellar. I want to see the expressions of humans when the white tower built by humans falls. Although this bad taste sounds a bit crazy, what Qingjiu is most puzzled about is her purpose. Why? What is the purpose of your doing this? After Qingjiu asked this question, she didn't know if it was her illusion. She seemed to find that all the alien beasts paused for a moment. But soon, they resumed the rhythm of attack. Why? Eve's innocent and lovely face showed a sweet smile. Sister, you don't acknowledge the existence of Father. But I am very grateful to him. If it weren't for him, we sisters would not be able to come into this world. She pointed to the tallest building in Zhongtian Star and said, maybe you don't have this ability, but I can capture your memories, including Father's memories. Father was severely disturbed by the people there. The humans there almost killed us, and they were also the indirect murderers of Father. As Father's beloved daughter, shouldn't we avenge Father? After she finished speaking, she suddenly chuckled. No, Sister has forgotten everything, and Sister has become their running dog. But it doesn't matter, I will avenge Father for him. Heh. For some reason, Qingjiu didn't feel the slightest shame after hearing this. She laughed. Do you really want to avenge Rokov? No, you are just venting your desire for killing. Eve heard this, and did not deny it. Her eyebrows curved and the corners of her mouth turned up. She had a sweet and lovely smile on her face, but for some reason, people could not help but shiver. Well, Sister is right. I really have no interest in the grudges of the previous generation. But I am curious, if the highest command center of mankind is paralyzed, what will happen to mankind? Eve can sacrifice any life that she thinks has no value just to satisfy her desire for knowledge. Humans fall into this category. Originally, Eve thought that her kind sister would be shocked, panic, and then preach to her verbally. Eve thought that her useless kindness would hurt herself one day. But Qingjiu did not react as she thought she would. Qingjiu just raised his head slowly, and his eyes as clear and bright as rubies looked straight at Eve. Her voice was firm, without a trace of hesitation. You won't succeed? Eve was stunned when she heard this, and then her smile deepened. Sister, are you still having unnecessary fantasies? I'm curious about how you came to this conclusion. I have alien beasts in my hands, and this resource will not be exhausted for the time being. And your weapons or war beasts will be completely exhausted one day. Humans, why do you fight me to the end? Something you will never understand. Qingjiu suddenly shouted. Now. Bang. A burst of gunfire appeared out of thin air, which was not so obvious in the empty environment. But its sound was still clearly captured by Eve. Like a conditioned reflex, she waved her hand, and let several alien beasts surround her. Ouch! A scream came from behind her. She knew what happened without turning her head to look at the scene behind her. Her toy fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Its twitching limb swayed in pain, and even kicked Eve's calf. Eve's face was gloomy. She didn't like these equally lowly lives to touch her actively. The damage caused by the alien toxin bullet to the alien beast was fatal, and it would also bring them endless pain. The fallen alien beast foamed at the mouth, its limbs twitched, and it slowly died after suffering great torture. Eve could even see its miserable state of death. What if this bullet hit Eve? She didn't dare to imagine what she was about to face. For a moment, her face was ugly, and she slowly raised her head and looked in the direction of the sound. The cold murderous intent burst out from her eyes. If eyes could kill, the woman who had just put down the gun in her hand would have died countless times at this moment. What a pity. The woman took back her gun and murmured a regret. She had to leave quickly after exposing herself, so as not to be unable to withstand the attack launched by Eve. You asked her to use the alien toxin bullet against me? Eve retracted her gaze from the window of a certain building, and when she looked at Qingjiu again, her little face was already full of resentment and murderous intent. Qingjiu remembered that she could read her memory, and she certainly knew the lethality of the alien toxin bullet to their sisters. Qingjiu shrugged without any remorse. What a pity, it didn't work. This was her first cooperation with the woman. Although it didn't work, it also tested a fact. Eve was indeed afraid of toxin bullets. You Qingyu, right? Eve's eyes flashed with vicious murderous intent. A failed experimental subject dared to hang around in front of me. Chapter 485. Yu Qingyu took back the gun in her hand, and she turned back decisively, ready to leave the building. The changes in front of her were indeed very confusing. the sudden wormhole, and a girl who could control alien beasts. No matter how she thought about it, it was completely different from their life process in the past hundreds or even thousands of years, completely subverting their imagination for many years. But Yu just had such a hunch. The girl might be an experimental product from the white tiger like herself. Just as she had doubts before, she always felt that she seemed to have seen a face similar to Qingjio soaked in the same viscous liquid. Was she seeing Qingjio or the girl at that time? She had no answer. But now she was sure that if she didn't leave, the girl would never let her go. In fact, the moment her idea came out, the controlled alien beast had arrived at the stairs. She turned back and ran to the roof without any hesitation. As long as she got on the floating car on the roof, these alien beasts that could not fly would not be able to harm her. Ever since being attacked by Yu, Eve has become more alert. She could no longer keep her original smile on her face. She didn't know if it was Qingjio's illusion, but she always felt that the number of alien beasts was decreasing. Could it be? Qingjio took the time to look up in the direction of the wormhole. She found that the giant wormhole that originally covered the sky and the sun had now shrunk to only half of its original size, and the number of alien beasts inside was not as many as at the beginning. Qingjio instantly understood the direction of the development of things. Eve is actually the same as her. Eve can't use the wormhole for a long time and in large quantities. Maybe using the wormhole doesn't have much side effects for her, but there will still be consumption. Maybe. A glimmer of clarity flashed through Qingjio's red eyes. She could delay time and let Eve's ability enter a window period, so that she could successfully approach Eve. But as soon as her thought flashed through her mind, Eve in front of her seemed to have telepathy with her and immediately knew her intention. No, sister. Eve stretched out a finger to Qingjio, who was gradually approaching her, and shook it in front of her. Indeed, the number of alien beasts was decreasing, and the wormhole was also shrinking. Since Qingjio could see it, how could Eve not notice it? She had read Qingjio's memory, and she knew that Qingjio had also suffered this window period, so when she used her ability, she also took the initiative to pay attention to the situation of the wormhole behind her. When she saw the light of hope in Qingjio's eyes, she almost instantly understood Qingjio's thoughts. Her sister was a little too easy to understand. But there was nothing she could do. Who told her that she had actually spent these unforgettable 20 years with Qingjio in his memory? Eve's eyes flickered, and under her long eyelashes were a pair of bright eyes, which contained a teasing for Qingjio. Sister, although it's a pity, it seems that we will have to see each other next time. Wait! Qingjio was about to step forward to stop her, but the alien beasts around her launched a stronger attack. Just as she was surrounded, Eve had already merged into the black hole behind her and disappeared. The wormhole quickly shrank and disappeared, leaving only a large number of alien beasts. TSK! Qingjio made a sound of dissatisfaction. Almost, just a little bit, without the source of providing alien beasts, the number of alien beasts is naturally decreasing. The Federal Army arrived late at this time, but with their help, Qingjio could finally get away and take a breath. Qingjio, follow me. A low and suppressed voice suddenly sounded behind Qingjio. Qingjio, who was still taking a break, turned his head slowly. The man's long golden hair was neatly tied behind his head at this time. His face was pale, and he looked weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. At this time, his brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes looked around, as if he was alert to something. This was the first time that Jin Chung called her real name after reuniting with her. As Qingjio thought, he had known his identity for a long time. Qingjio did not ask more questions, but nodded gently, and leapt in the chaos under the cover of Jin Chung. Like the chain reaction brought about by the collapse of the first domino, Jin Chung knew that if Qingjio stayed in that place, even if there was no pursuit by the alien beast, her false identity could not protect her at all. As the person who put the poison on Ivana, Jin Chung knew this principle better. The poison has lost its effect. Ivana will continue to turn back into the suspicious president, and he can no longer protect Qingjio's safety. Qingjio came to a relatively safe place under Jin Cheng's guidance. The director's office. Weiss also received Jin Cheng's message at this time, and immediately appeared in the office. Qingjio looked at the two and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say at this moment. I think you should explain something. Jin Chung was really weak, and he sat down on the sofa. Even though they were only a few steps away from the museum, he was already out of breath after walking this distance. Qingjio did not answer but asked, shouldn't you explain first? Qingjio's eyes fell on Jin Cheng's pale purple lips. Even though the two were tit for tat, she did not forget to care about each other. Are you sick? Jin Chung twitched his mouth, and did not dare to look Qingjio in the eye. He looked away, and reluctantly said him. No, you went to play with goo? The vague sense of familiarity was really unforgettable for Qingqiu, and she almost instantly remembered her experience with Yu launching. She was a little skeptical at first, but when she saw Jin Cheng's unnatural expression on his face after hearing her words, she immediately grabbed Jin Cheng's collar and asked, Are you going to die? I'm fine now. Let me go, I can't breathe. Qingqiu wanted to blame him a little more after hearing this. After hearing this, she still let go of Jin Cheng's collar. Ah. Jin Cheng was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. Qingqiu didn't rush to ask, but quietly waited for Jin Cheng to speak. After a long time, Jin Cheng finally asked in a weak and hoarse voice, Where should I start? Chapter 486. Eagle is responsible. Jin Cheng had no intention of waiting for Qingqiu's answer. He had already said to himself, The whole thing is very complicated, just start from when you left Xinhuang. Jin Cheng talked about his experiences during this period, from the time Qingqiu left Xinhuang. He told how they parted ways after the wormhole disaster appeared, and how he joined the Beast Tamer army. Regarding the part about his cooperation with Yi Suixin, he thought for a moment and decided to confess to Qingqiu. When Qingqiu heard that he actually went to Yu launching to ask for the goo to control Ivana, she almost couldn't help but want to beat him up again. If he didn't look so pitiful now, Qingqiu would definitely leave a heavy punch mark on his pretty face. The reason why Jin Cheng was willing to tell everything was because he already knew that his current position was not much better than Qingqiu's. Suspicious Ivana would definitely feel something was wrong. If Ivana thought about it further, thinking about what Jin Cheng did when he was confused, maybe Jin Cheng would appear on the wanted list soon. And Jin Cheng's eyes dimmed, and he thought of his father, whose temples were already a little gray, and he couldn't help but sigh secretly. He was stubborn at the time, and had a falling out with his father. It is estimated that his father is still angry now, and he has no way out. Qingqiu and he are now grasshoppers in the same boat. Qingqiu scolded him for being confused several times after hearing this, but in the end, he could only sigh and accept this fact. Jin Cheng was confused, but if you think about it carefully, who is this confusion for? Qingqiu felt mixed emotions. Whether it was Jin Cheng, Gu Zheng, Lilith, Wang Ling, or Li Tong, Ping'an, they stood behind him from beginning to end. Even if she was suspected of treason, they never alienated themselves because of this. She couldn't help but wonder, why? What on earth is there in her that is worthy of their trust? Qingqiu sighed silently, and she was silent, and the original anger also dissipated. She had no choice but to say to Jin Cheng, Okay, I know, you have a good rest. Jin Cheng was dissatisfied with Qingqiu's reaction, and he said, What about you? Do you also want to explain to me what happened to you? Qingqiu was choked by him. She really didn't want Jin Cheng to worry too much. If Jin Cheng knew what she was going to do next, it might become her biggest obstacle. Qingqiu silently said sorry in her heart, and then said to Jin Cheng, I will explain all these things to you in the future, without reservation, but now I need to deal with that guy first. Qingqiu thought for a while, and added, The recent wormhole anomaly is all her masterpiece. As long as she is controlled, maybe our lives can return to normal. What is it? Jin Cheng interrupted Qingqiu's words. He looked straight at Qingqiu, wanting to see through her heart and see through her thoughts. Why does she look so much like you? Qingqiu's face did not change at all. All the panic was buried deep in her eyes. At this moment, she is the best pretender. I don't know, maybe she is some strange species, and she turned into me when she saw my appearance? Qingqiu's words contained a joking meaning. She seemed to be sending a humorous message, completely removing herself from this matter. Jin Cheng looked at her suspiciously for a long time. Out of his unconditional trust in her, Jin Cheng finally accepted her statement. He asked, What should we do now? She's gone. Qingqiu was also troubled by this problem. Eve could sense her presence, but she could not sense Eve's presence. Eve was like a natural hunter. She had a keen sense of smell, and could accurately lock Qingqiu's position. This was her ability, as the next generation of Eve. Even Qingqiu had to admit that Eve was indeed more advanced than her. If he fought alone, Qingqiu might not be Eve's opponent. Tap tap. There were two sounds of knocking on the glass outside the window. Weiss took a cautious step towards the window, holding a tranquilizer gun in his hand and looking serious. No one knew what was outside the window. Now was a special period, and every abnormal event would cause them to be highly nervous. Qingqiu's eyes flashed darkly. She shook her head and said, It's okay, it's Xiaoxia and the others. Weiss knew that Xiaoxia was her war beast, so he relaxed his vigilance and stepped forward to open the window for them. As soon as the window was opened, two figures flew in from outside and landed beside Qingqiu. Bing bing! Xiaoxia made an anxious cry, as if urging something. When Qingqiu looked at it, his eyes showed a rare panic. Xiaoxia held a little gray leopard covered in blood in his hands. At this time, the little gray leopard was drooping its head and motionless, as if it had fainted. Meteor! Qingqiu quickly took the gray leopard from Xiaoxia's hand. When she was panicking, Weiss beside her had already responded immediately. Take it with me. While he sent a message on the terminal page. Qingqiu's sharp eyes saw that he was asking people to prepare the medical room. This is a place for war beasts to retire, and the medical equipment for war beasts is also very complete. Although it is still unknown how injured Lu Xing is now, at least there are life-saving equipment. So Qingqiu and Weiss left Jin Cheng and left quickly. Following Qingqiu in a chic manner, it did not care about the blood on its body. It seemed that at this moment it no longer cared about its image. Its eyes were always fixed on Lu Xing, and its heart was severely restrained by Lu Xing. Guangming was about to spread its wings and catch up, but it heard a light cough from behind, and its movement stopped, and it turned back to Jin Cheng's side. Jin Cheng saw that Guangming did not leave, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He covered his mouth and swallowed the remaining cough into his stomach, and then asked Guangming, "Why don't you follow?" Guangming tilted his head, and although his eyes were closed, his eyebrows still could not relax. Strange, Jin Cheng's little flame is so weak. It tentatively jumped to Jin Cheng's side and pecked his trouser leg with its eagle beak. Jin Cheng was not afraid either. After all, his hurricane was much more fierce than Guangming's. In his eyes, Guangming was just a cute little baby who could not cause much harm to him. Jin Cheng's weak voice came from Guangming's head, and he asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to stay here with me?" Originally, Jin Cheng was just joking with Guangming, but the next moment Guangming actually nodded. Not only that, Guangming took the initiative to fly to a seat, close to Jin Cheng. Most war beasts are aloof, and are not willing to approach humans other than their masters. The only one who has the privilege is Qingqiu, and now Guangming's sudden initiative to approach does surprise Jin Cheng. The idea of his death came to his mind again. He quietly stretched out a finger, and gently brushed it over Guangming's head like a dragonfly touching the water, and then quickly retracted it. Guangming just turned his head to look at him in confusion, and then silently lowered his head to continue to tidy up his feathers. Seeing that it did not reject his touch, Jin Cheng was delighted, and continued to touch Guangming's head. Although Guangming called out, he did not show any particular disgust. So Jin Cheng was moved and happy, but he couldn't help feeling a little sad. Woo woo woo, Guangming even let him be touched. His hurricane is so cool. What he didn't know was that he was now just a cub in need of protection in Guangming's eyes. Guangming treated him as a child, so naturally he rationalized his behavior. Alas, what's wrong with a humanoid cub being a little curious? Guangming shook his head and sighed, which is unique to eagles. In order to protect this cub, its responsibility is really huge. Chapter 487. Fortunately, Lu Xing only fainted due to blood loss. Thanks to timely treatment, he can recover after a period of rest. Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, and Xiaoxia breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoxia fell to the ground, his back against the cold wall, and his wings were full of black and purple dried blood. The small tie in front of its neck was broken, and the remaining half was hanging on its neck in a funny way. Its little eyes revealed endless fatigue. It was the first time that Qingqiu saw it in such a miserable state, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. She walked to Xiaoxia and sat down side by side with it. Xiaoxia looked at Qingqiu with a puzzled expression on his face, and he called softly. Perhaps his eyes were too fragile, or Qingqiu was full of guilt towards Xiaoxia. Qingqiu couldn't help but put his arms around Xiaoxia's body and whispered in his ear, "Everything will be fine." During this period of time, Xiaoxia, as the head of this war beast family, has endured too much, like a taut string, which will break completely as long as there is a little external force. Xiaoxia's body stiffened for a moment when he heard this, but he still nodded to show his trust in Qingqiu. Just as the two were hugging each other, a slow footstep suddenly came from the depths of the corridor, gently stepping on the hearts of the two. The leather shoes fell on the ground, making a d-d sound. The sound interval was stable, and one could even hear the other party's leisure from the sound. Qingqiu's eyebrows frowned slightly, and her sight merged into the darkness in the distance. It's a pity that she didn't have night vision ability, so she couldn't see anything. She could only hear the slow footsteps approaching her slowly. At this time, the outside world was in chaos, and the museum was actively evacuating people. Who could be so slow and unhurried? Qingqiu's heart sounded the alarm, and she whispered in Shiosa's ear, "Shiosa, look who's behind you." Shiosa has night vision, and its field of vision is certainly wider than Chinchio's. In order not to make the other party suspicious, Chinchio let Shiosa go and chatted with Shiosa intimately. Shiosa sat back in his original position, and he looked at the darkness in the distance without leaving a trace. With just this one glance, he was a little stunned. Chinchio found that Shiosa was wrong, and she couldn't help but lower her voice nervously and asked, "What's wrong?" Shiosa didn't answer. He stood up suddenly, and before Chinchio could react, he had already run into the darkness. Shiosa. Chinchio was shocked, and didn't care whether there was danger hidden in the darkness, and immediately followed Shiosa's steps forward. The footsteps in front seemed to pause for a moment after hearing Chinchio's call, and then the sound sounded again, and he continued to move forward, but a little faster than the beginning. Chinchio, who officially stepped into the darkness, finally saw a man's figure with a little light coming in from outside. His blurred facial features were hidden in the shadows, and could not be seen clearly. The tall figure stood a few meters away from Chinchio, and there was a dog-type war beast sitting beside him. Chinchio was confused about this familiar figure, and she asked unconfidently, "Li Ku?" After a silence of 10 seconds, the other party finally responded, "Yeah." Chinchio took a few steps forward with full of doubts, and finally stopped in front of the man. Xiaosha must have rushed over because he was a little bit unbelievable to see an acquaintance. However, the crisis was resolved, and Chinchio was secretly relieved. She thought it was too dark here, and said to Xiaosha beside her, "Xiaosha, help me open the curtains." Liku did not stop him. After Xiaosha opened the curtains, Liku's familiar face was completely exposed to the light. Golden light rushed in from the window, dispelling the original coldness and darkness. The man in front of him had a handsome face, and the light softened his outline, just like the image of the big brother next door. Liku smiled, and his dark eyes were like a fine black gem, reflecting a dazzling light. "It's me, Liku." With just one sentence, Chinchio seemed to understand what he meant instantly. He said, it was him, it was Liku. The familiar face in the memory gradually overlapped with the handsome face of the man in front of him, and even the smile was as gentle as ever. You recovered your memory?" "Yeah." Liku did not deny it. He apologized. "I'm sorry for hiding it from you. It's been a while." Chinchio heard this. A flash of surprise flashed in her dark eyes, but she was relieved quickly. She remembered that Dr. Cui once said that he had a chance to recover his previous memory, but no one took it seriously at the time. It's a good thing that Liku can recover his memory, but Chinchio couldn't help feeling sad when she thought of the pain that happened to him. "Are you okay?" Seeing her cautious look, Liku knew what she was referring to. Liku shrugged and pretended to be relaxed. Fortunately, it was still hard to accept at first. "But it has already happened. What else can I do except accept it?" "And didn't Admiral Zysite also join the game?" Chinchio opened her mouth, and after a long time, she could only say, "I'm sorry." "You don't have to say sorry to me. You don't owe me anything." Liku patted her shoulder gently and said, "Let's talk about the past later. We have more important tasks now." Liku told Chinchio all about Zysite's whereabouts. Zysite had taken over the important task from Jin Chung, and began to reorganize the Beast Control Army with Yi Suishin. He also released Edel from the prison, and Xiao Qingwei would deal with the two war beasts Lightning and Snow White. Their main task now is not to fight internally, but to restore the original order of the entire galaxy and ensure the safety of the people. After Chinchio heard what Liku said, she couldn't help asking, has Xiao Qingwei also recovered her memory? Unfortunately, no. Liku's originally bright eyes seemed to dim a little. He sighed and said, "He is different from me, and Admiral Zysite doesn't know that I have recovered my memory." "What?" Chinchio thought that they had such a clear division of labor and cooperation, and had already communicated with each other, but he didn't expect Liku to give a completely opposite answer. "Not the right time." Liku shook his head and continued, "Perhaps I have more room for operation because I am a free identity." Chinchio agreed. If he was just a disobedient experimental subject, everything he did was within a reasonable range. Chinchio looked down at the long-haired dog beside him. She raised her eyes, and asked with doubt, "Don't introduce it." "Oh." When Liku heard that Chinchio was interested in the long-haired dog, he immediately said, "This is my war beast, Mauchio. After I left, I have been staying here." When Mauchio heard Liku calling his name, he immediately arched his palm towards Liku's hand. Canine war beasts are friendlier than other war beasts, and they are not very averse to contact with humans. Chinchio saw that its eyes were also covered with hair, so she squatted curiously and asked, "Can it see things here?" "Its eyes are better than yours." Lika retorted helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Machio sniffed in the direction of Chinchio, and then tilted his head again, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, it stood up and rushed towards Chinchio. Machio! Lika exclaimed, and just when he was worried that Machio would hurt Chinchio, Machio quickly laid down in front of Chinchio, watching her stick out her tongue and begging for a touch and a hug. Lika, Oh, he forgot. Chinchio has the ability to attract war beasts. He looked down at the Machio on the ground and secretly complained. Look at your appearance of not wanting money. Chapter 488. The worthless fur ball ignored its owner. It wagged its tail wildly, not much different from an ordinary pet dog. Lika sighed and said, sure enough, you have a way to deal with the war beast. Chinchio rubbed the long hair on the fur ball and smiled, you can't say that. She suddenly thought of the reason why she was popular with the war beast, and the smile on her face unconsciously decreased. Lika noticed the change in Chinchio's mood, and he couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Chinchio didn't know where to start, but Lika seemed to have guessed most of it. Are you thinking about the white tiger? Well, Chinchio stopped stroking the fur ball, and the fur ball was still a little dissatisfied, and kept nudging her palm with his nose. Chinchio did not satisfy the fur ball's desire. She ignored the fur ball's touch, and looked up at the young man in front of her. The young man's facial features were all covered in shadows, only his bright eyes were still clear. Have you ever thought about why Baihu only has the second and third laboratories? Where did the first laboratory go? Hearing this, Lika nodded gently and said, I am indeed curious about this. They said that the experiment of the first laboratory failed many years ago, so there is no first laboratory now. No, the first laboratory exists. Chinchio lowered her head slightly. Perhaps only Lika, who was also an experimental subject, could understand her inner distress. She finally responded to the fur ball, and rubbed its head hard. She threw a depth bomb in the calmest tone. I am the product of the first laboratory. What? Lika's surprised voice echoed in the corridor, and even Shiusa, who was standing beside Chinchio and showing hostility to Machio, couldn't help but cover his ears. Damn! Human voices are always so scary. Lika also realized his own loss of composure. He looked around nervously, and confirmed that no one noticed their movements. Then he bowed slightly and asked hurriedly, Are you kidding? Unfortunately, no. Chinchio shook her head, and slowly stood up. She and Lika faced each other, their eyes intertwined, and they were extremely frank. I am an experiment in the first laboratory, and so is the girl who made trouble just now. We are twins. She didn't want to say those 3 words, but no matter how much she didn't want to accept it, this was the fact. Lika only felt that the amount of information was huge and rushed straight to his head. He turned restlessly on the spot, then patted his head and said, But she doesn't look like a human. Well, I can't be considered a human in the traditional sense either. From the moment Chinchio knew her identity, she had accepted the fact that she was not a human. Because all this was no longer important to her, she and Eve would face the most tragic death that belonged to them. Lika's eyeballs seemed to be popping out of their sockets, and extremely complex emotions flashed in his eyes. He was shocked and puzzled, but in the end, all his emotions turned into calmness. He could only describe all this in 4 words. Fate is playing tricks on people. Lika lowered his eyes, and fell into thought, and Chinchio did not interrupt him. She was just trying to comfort Xiaosha's emotions. Xiaosha looked at the ball of hair, and couldn't help sneezing again. It rubbed its nose, took the tissue Chinchio handed over, and blew its nose. Heaven! Earth! Spare an old bat who is allergic to dog hair. After a long time, Lika suddenly looked up, his brows knitted, as if he had thought of something, his face full of worry. When Fei Qixia and I separated, he seemed to be calling somewhere, but the other party never answered. Is it possible that it is the first laboratory? Chinchio heard this, thinking of the possible results later. She nodded, and said, I'm afraid so, and it is very likely that there are no living people in the first laboratory now. Hearing this, Lika's face also had a solemn expression. He asked, She is so strong, do you have a chance of winning? Lika asked the point. Does she have a chance of winning? She really wanted to give Lika a positive answer to comfort his heart. But in fact, Chinchio herself was not sure. Eve is more cruel and vicious than her. Eve can sacrifice everything to protect her own safety, and she also has the ability that Chinchio lacks. Does she have a chance of winning? It seems not. Seeming to see the obvious answer under Chinchio's ugly face, Lika comforted her. Relax, you are different from her, you will win. Why? Chinchio looked at Lika in confusion, and her eyes revealed deep doubts. Because? Lika said carefully. You are not fighting alone, we are behind you. Lika pointed at Mauchio, then pointed at himself, with an extremely sincere face. She has the help of alien beasts, and we also have the help of war beasts. Not to mention that you have all mankind behind you to support you? Lika's optimism was passed on to Chinchio, and Chinchio's originally anxious heart did calm down slowly. Humans may not be as powerful as the monsters, but what is most fascinating about humans is our ability to cooperate, unity, and spirit of sacrifice. Don't worry, we will win. However, Lika was obviously out of breath when he said this. Chinchio sighed silently in her heart. She did not show it on her face, but just nodded gently. At this moment, Lika's terminal rang, and he connected the communication. A low curse came from the other end, and then Xiao Qingyue's voice came into their ears through the network. Fuck. Lika. What did you ask me to do? His voice was up and down, as if he was out of breath due to the intense running. What's wrong? Lika and Chinchio looked at each other. Neither of them understood what happened to Xiao Qingyue. Those two big cats. They are chasing me now. I can't run anymore. Chapter 489. Big cat? Chinchio suddenly remembered what Lika said just now, and she couldn't help but laugh. What else could the big cat be? It could only be the two cute little ones, Lightning and Snow White. Lika asked him to turn on the video. Although Lika was puzzled, he still did it. When the video was connected, Xiao Qingyue was indeed fleeing in a panic. Seeing that Lika had sent a video call, he hurriedly cursed. Do you still want to see how embarrassed I am? Hi. Chinchio suddenly appeared in the camera, and Chinchio could see that Xiao Qingyue's expression in the shaking camera was stagnant for a moment. Xiao Qingyue said with some surprise, Chinchio, why are you also with Lika? Yes. Chinchio didn't say much to him, but immediately said to him, enlarge the screen so that the two big cats behind you can see it. The sound of large animals' claws scratching the floor when they landed came from Xiao Qingyue's side, which was harsh and creepy. Xiao Qingyue didn't dare to ask more questions. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to think. He did it immediately. In these few seconds, two black and white figures appeared in the camera. They followed Xiao Qingyue closely, looking like ferocious monsters, who wanted to swallow Xiao Qingyue in one bite. War beasts are not incapable of attacking humans, but they will not attack humans for no reason. Moreover, they attack humans not to wipe out humans. They are more to give humans some small threats or warnings. But the fierceness of Lightning and Snow White at this time did not seem to be joking with Xiao Qingyue. They seriously wanted to kill him. Chinchio quickly came to the conclusion of Lightning and Snow White's abnormal behavior. They regarded Xiao Qingyue as an alien beast. Xiao Qingyue's alienation was very high. Perhaps even the war beasts could not tell the difference between him and the alien beasts with their naked eyes. But to Lightning and Bai Shui, Xiao Qingyue was a little different, because they seemed to have never seen an alien beast as smart as Xiao Qingyue. This alien beast would take advantage of the terrain and shuttle through every corner like a cunning mouse, which gave them a headache. Xiao Qingyue enlarged the picture according to Chinchio's instructions, and turned on the loudspeaker to turn up the volume. Chinchio's face appeared out of thin air in the corridor. Because of this sudden picture, the two war beasts suddenly stopped. They blinked their big golden eyes, and stood there in a daze, looking unbelievable. They stopped chasing, and Xiao Qingyue finally got a chance to breathe, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back and found that the two war beasts were actually sitting there motionless, just staring at the terminal screen with big eyes, looking surprised and happy. Xiao Qingyue slowed down until he stopped. The sub-page of the terminal cannot be too far away from the device, otherwise the page will be disconnected. Xiao Qingyue had a hunch that as long as the screen disappeared, the two war beasts in front of him would continue to attack him without hesitation. He carefully hid in a corner of the corridor, ensuring that the connection of the terminal page would not be disconnected, and at the same time, he could run away immediately if he encountered any problems. In the terminal, Chinchio moved closer to the camera, and she seemed to be carefully observing the appearance of the two war beasts. They did not look much different from when Chinchio left, except that their chests were a little heaving after the intense running, but their mental state was still very good, and they did not look depressed at all. Chinchio waved at them, smiling, and his voice softened. Lightning, Snow White, look at me. Do you still know who I am? Lightning took the initiative to approach the screen, and wanted to use its nose to push Chinchio's face, but found that it actually went straight through. It growled a little angrily, and scratched the ground with its claws. Snow White looked at Lightning with disdain. It had recognized that it was a virtual projection in front of it, and just nodded in the direction of Chinchio to give its answer. Chinchio also wanted to pass through the device, and touch their heads. Snow White, Lightning, listen to me. The person you are chasing is not an alien beast. He is here to take you to find Edel. If you kill him, you will not see Edel. After Qingjiu finished speaking, Snow White narrowed her eyes, and her sight passed through the projection and fell on Xiao Qingwei not far away. Xiao Qingwei felt Snow White's sight and shuddered suddenly. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Will it bite me to death? However, due to their high trust in Qingjiu, neither Xiao Qingwei nor Bai Shui moved, and a delicate balance was maintained between the two. Lightning, who was a bit naive and cute, roared softly, and then tilted his head to think about what Qingjiu meant. That thing just now. Is it here to help them? Forget it. If Qingjiu said it is, then it is. Lightning threw this sentence behind his mind, and continued to paw at the air with his claws, complaining with his eyes why Qingjiu didn't hunt him. Bai Shui stood behind Lightning, and the whiskers beside his nose trembled. Under Qingjiu's gaze, he rolled his eyes for the first time. Ha! It didn't believe that Lightning didn't know that it was a phantom in front of it. It was just pretending. It was pretending to be cute and pitiful to gain Qingjiu's sympathy. Such a big leopard pretending to be cute here. Bah! Shameless. As if it was telepathic, Lightning seemed to hear Bai Shui's inner contempt. It turned around and stuck out its tongue at Bai Shui from an angle that Qingjiu couldn't see. It seemed to be provoking. What? You don't accept it? Bai Shui really wanted to slap this stupid brother to death, but Qingjiu was still fooled by it. Qingjiu said a few nice words to coax Lightning, and then told the two not to hurt Xiao Qingwei, and to meet up with Edel as soon as possible, and then listen to Edel's words carefully. Qingjiu ended the communication, and the corridor returned to peace. Xiao Qingwei took a step hesitantly, exposing herself to the two. With Qingjiu's advice, the hostility of the two war beasts had indeed disappeared. Xiao Qingwei wanted to liven up the atmosphere, so he raised his hand in a friendly manner and whispered, "Hi!" The two war beasts suddenly raised their heads and focused their gazes on him. The original warmth in their eyes disappeared, leaving only endless indifference and scrutiny. Xiao Qingjiu's heart was beating fast. This reaction was wrong. Could it be that Qingjiu's words didn't work? The next moment, Lightning and Snow White walked by his stiff body. Xiao Qingwei resisted the urge to move. He found that they did not attack him, and finally exhaled a breath of foul air. He was about to say something, but Snow White, who was walking in front, looked back at him, pointed at Xiao Qingwei with her claws, and then pointed at the empty corridor in front of her. It looked condescending as if to say, "Lead the way, you are neither human nor beast." Xiao Qingwei, Xiao Qingwei, what should I do? He felt humiliated by the war beast. Is it his illusion? Chapter 490. With Yi's disappearance, the wormhole also dissipated. Except for the natural wormholes that still existed, other man-made wormholes disappeared almost instantly. With the help of the beast tamers, the low-level alien beasts that were rampant on the streets were quickly cleared. Of course, this was also thanks to the help of the war beasts in the war beast nursing home. Everyone finally had a chance to take a breath at this time. Weiss was running around the venue, dealing with the problem of personnel placement. When Qingjiu and Li Ke found Weiss was still comforting a child. He saw Qingjiu and a strange man appear together. He winked at Qingjiu, and then asked other employees to take over his work, and walked towards Qingjiu himself. Qingjiu introduced Li Ke's identity to Weiss. Weiss just looked at him twice more, and didn't ask anything more. He nodded slightly to Li Ke. In fact, Weiss still had some impression of his face. After all, everyone in the museum watched the variety show before. Although Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei took an emergency mission and disappeared, everyone still remembered them. Weiss didn't think much about it. He just thought that Li Ke was transferred back after completing the mission, and happened to meet Qingjiu. But when he really saw Li Ke, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable disgust towards Li Ke. There was a trace of aura on him that Weiss didn't like. He didn't know if Li Ke was infected with the other party's aura when dealing with the alien beasts. He politely didn't raise any doubts. Qingjiu asked, "The war beasts have all run away, you?" When Weiss heard Qingjiu's question, he instantly understood what Qingjiu meant. He said, "Don't be afraid. If they are willing to come back, they can come back. If they don't want to come back, they can stay outside to help kill some alien beasts. It's better than staying here and waiting to die." Qingjiu understood what he said. Although the purpose of releasing the war beasts this time was to deal with the sudden alien beasts, it actually gave them a chance to escape. After all, the museum has the responsibility to take care of them, and even if they see them trapped and depressed, they have to keep them in the museum to take care of them. After all, if a war beast is missing from the museum, the people from the War Beast Management Bureau will come to ask for punishment, and they will also suffer. Now is an opportunity to let them go free, and Weiss, as the director of the museum, will certainly not miss it. Qinjiu seemed to suddenly remember something, and she asked, "Where is he?" "It's impossible to let he leave too? Its owner is still in a coma." About this, Weiss dragged out the tail tone, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes that Qinjiu couldn't see clearly. Weiss's mouth curved slightly, and he slowly said under Qinjiu's scrutinizing gaze, "CE has returned to the team." "What?" Qinjiu's doubts disappeared in just a moment, and she asked with some surprise, "Senior Sister Shiqin is awake?" "Yeah." Weiss nodded, confirming Qinjiu's answer, and said, "It's been a while, and Ze has left with her, and is now serving in the beast-taming army." Shiqin recovered very well, and Ze also recovered his fighting power after returning to his master, and is now one of the main forces of the beast-taming army. This is really good news. Qinjiu was sincerely happy for her from the bottom of her heart, but it was a pity that she still couldn't see Shiqin again. Maybe there will be no chance to meet in this life. You should go and rest, I think. There is still a tough battle waiting for you. Qinjiu thought of Yi's shadow. She sighed deeply, and returned to the room to rest for a while. She knew that the relationship between her and Eve could only be a life-and-death struggle. Next time, she must kill her with her own hands. The large screen on the interstellar train was playing news about Zhongxing, and every carriage remained absolutely silent. Unease and fear fermented and spread until they filled every carriage, and everyone's eyes were full of worries about the future. Among the group of people, a man in his early 20s made a TSK sound. He didn't know how many times he had opened the communication page of the terminal, but the other end of the communication always showed busy. Still can't get in touch? Gu Zheng was anxious and anxious. He dialed the communication again, and pressed it off again and again. As the frequency of his actions increased, he became more and more impatient. Hearing Lilith's question, Gu Zheng paused, shook his head, and there was an indissoluble sorrow between his brows. Can't get in touch. Seeing from the news that his mother actually risked her life to attack Eve, he could hardly believe his eyes. But when he saw his mother escape and Eve disappeared, the heavy worry in his heart continued to erode his reason. Did his mother leave successfully? Why didn't she answer his call? Even when he kept going to each planet to rescue, he never failed to contact his mother. As long as Gu Zheng dialed a call, no matter how late it was on Zhongtian Star, his mother would always be able to get through to him in the first time. This was the first time she'd lost contact since she came back. He pieced together all the scenes, and Gu Zheng couldn't help but think of the worst outcome. Could his mother have been caught? Is she safe now? Wang Ling gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Maybe it's just a network problem that can't connect? We are still on the interstellar train, and the signal may be unstable. Don't worry too much. Well? Gu Zheng was not in a good mood and just responded perfunctorily. Ping asked again, try to contact your father? Maybe you can find your mother by contacting your father? This is indeed a good idea, but Gu Zheng showed a somewhat embarrassed look. The dialogue box between him and his father has not been lit for a long time. Since he chose this path, he has gone against his father. Even with the middle factor of his mother, the relationship between father and son has not eased at all. It seems a bit difficult for Gu Zheng to take the initiative to contact his father. But at this moment, he should perhaps put aside his estrangement and have a good chat with his father about his mother's situation. Gu Zheng took a deep breath and clicked on the dialogue box that had been silent for a long time. He sent a message to his father to ask about Zhongxing's situation. Gu Zheng, who originally thought that he would not be able to wait for a response, soon received the first message. It's okay now. Fortunately, she was there at that time. Gu Zheng knew who this she referred to. After getting a response, he wiped his face and continued to ask, how is mom now? After sending this message, he did not get an answer as quickly as Gu Zheng expected. The input prompt above the dialogue box lit up and dimmed and lit up, all revealing the other party's tangled heart. It was precisely because of Gu Chunqing's behavior that Gu Zheng's uneasiness continued to ferment. After a long time, another reply finally appeared in the dialogue box. She disappeared. Chapter 491. Missing. These 3 words from Gu Chunqing's mouth mean more than just that he can't contact her, but that he still can't determine her location even after using multiple channels. This is really not a good response. Lilith also saw the reply from Gu Chunqing, so she had to comfort him. Maybe Auntie had something to do and forgot to contact you and your son. Calm down first, Gu Zheng said him solemnly, and he closed the terminal, but the worried look on his face did not fade a bit. The lights in the carriage were bright, and the white light shone on everyone's face, adding a layer of pale filter, which made people feel uneasy. There was only a mechanical female voice reading the train announcement in the whole car. The emotionless voice rose and fell, making the silent atmosphere in the carriage more obvious. No one paid attention to what the woman was saying. They only cared about the difficulties they would face after arriving at Interstellar. After a long interstellar shuttle, the car finally stopped at the largest station in Interstellar. It was unknown what had happened in the station before. When Lilith and the others got off the train, they could see the collapsed ruins of the waiting building next door. Perhaps this place had also been attacked by alien beasts, and for protection reasons, the entire building had to be abandoned. Everyone looked at each other without saying anything, but the solemnity in their eyes revealed deep uneasiness. The largest station in Zhongxing was like this, so what about other places? Will there be more serious damage? Wang Ling contacted Jin Chung as soon as he landed. He was cautious and thoughtful, and had already arranged a vehicle to pick him up. They had just transferred to the car, and when Wang Ling wanted to tell the driver the destination, he received a response from Jin Chung. Don't go to the Federal Army headquarters, come here. Then, the location information of a shopping mall was transmitted to Wang Ling's terminal. Wang Ling almost didn't think about it, and immediately said to the driver, "We won't go to the Federal Army headquarters, let's go to this place." Wang Ling handed the terminal page to the driver. The driver only took a glance, and everyone could clearly feel that the driver's face turned pale. The driver hurriedly shook his head, and his pupils revealed a huge fear. "Hey, little brother, I don't dare to go to this place. I don't dare to accept your order." "What's wrong?" Lilith was curious. She moved closer to the cockpit and asked the driver inside, "What happened here? Little sister, didn't you watch the news? The live news of Zhongxing before?" "I saw it." The driver glanced at Lilith and looked ready to drive away the customer. He said, "The center of the alien beast riot is near this mall. Who knows if going there will be life-threatening? I won't take your order. Get off the car." Everyone looked at each other after hearing this, and no one planned to get off the car. Lilith pondered for a moment, and she moved closer to the driver. Immediately, a flattering smile appeared on her face. "Uncle Driver, you don't have to be afraid. Don't we have 2 war beasts here?" Chio and Hurricane were wandering around in the cage board. When they heard Lilith's words, Chio immediately raised his head and slapped the iron cage with his claws, making a loud noise. "Paw!" The noise it made the driver tremble. His fearful eyes fell from the front of the car to the back of the car. Chio looked at him and slapped the cage again with an expressionless face. The driver silently retracted his gaze, trying to ignore the movement behind him, but he really didn't dare to stand up casually. "Chio, stop making trouble." Lilith scolded Chio on the surface, but she gave Chio an admiring look when she turned back. Chio was in a good mood, swinging his big tail and patting the cage again. The driver was neither getting up nor leaving, and the whole person seemed to be tied to the chair by invisible shackles, and couldn't move. He had a vague feeling that if he dared to stand up, the war beast behind him would never let him go easily. In front of him was the alien beast in the distance, and behind him was the war beast close at hand. He was in a dilemma for a while. Lilith saw his entanglement, and took advantage of the situation to say, "Driver uncle, don't worry, we just need to land on the tall building. The alien beasts can't fly. You go and come back quickly, and the alien beasts won't target you." As she spoke, she asked others to take out their IDs. Except for Wang Ling, everyone had an official identity document belonging to the Federal Army. With the blessing of their identities, the driver struggled for a long time, and decided to take them for a quick trip. The car slowly rose into the air. The driver was still a little scared and didn't want to be affected by the quiet atmosphere, so he took the initiative to talk to them. "Are you ordered to maintain order?" Lilith nodded. She didn't want to cause trouble. She said, "Yes, driver uncle, can you tell us about the situation over there?" "Alas, in fact, I don't know much. After all, there are too many alien beasts there. I don't dare to take the risk and go there to join in the fun." The driver saw from the rearview mirror that Chio had returned to the cage and closed his eyes to rest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he didn't offend this big Buddha. He looked away and suddenly thought of something, saying, "But I did hear some gossip." "What is it?" Everyone pricked up their ears, and all their attention was focused on the driver's words. After all, the battlefield changes rapidly, and knowing more news can provide more protection. The driver said, "I heard that Admiral Zysite is back, and is now organizing the battlefield at the front line. Also, I saw someone say that Master Edel also appeared." "What?" For Lilith and others, who had not heard any news about Edel for a long time, this news was like a thunderbolt. Lilith immediately asked, Master Adele, is he alone or? Oh, it seems he brought his war beast with him. When the driver talked about Adele, his face was full of admiration. He said, I have seen the photos sent to me by my friends. The swift leopard is really handsome. It's a pity that Mingwe is an aquatic war beast, otherwise the meeting of the three will definitely fascinate the war beast fans. In other words, Lightning and Snow White are also with him. Although it is not clear what happened, at least it can be guaranteed that Adele is safe now. The driver talked about these things incessantly, and Lilith and others were the most loyal listeners, just silently asking about the current situation of Zhongtian's star. Huh? The driver, who was still outputting, suddenly made a puzzled sound, and everyone looked up in the direction of the cockpit. But their attention was not on the driver, but attracted by the grotesque picture outside the window. What is this? Chapter 492. Above the window of the cab was a blue sky and white clouds, while below was a scene beyond everyone's cognition. A huge, smooth shell mixed with blood and limbs covered the city. It reflected a faint red light under the sun. If you look closely, you can even find that it is alive, isolating the outside world from the inside. High in the sky, everyone looked down, and saw that the ant-sized humans on the ground were also looking up and discussing the drastic changes in front of them in fear. Even if the window was not opened, everyone in the car seemed to be able to smell the fishy smell coming from outside. Lilith and others stayed on the battlefield for a while. Although they turned pale and felt uncomfortable when they saw the tragic scene in front of them, they remained calm. The driver, who had never seen such a tragic scene, couldn't help vomiting. Fortunately, the car was in automatic driving mode, otherwise the vehicle without driver control might have crashed directly into the strange transparent glass cover. Ugh! Cough cough. The driver had vomited so much that there was nothing left to vomit, but because the scene in front of him was too shocking, he couldn't help but dry heave. Uncle Driver, are you okay? Hearing someone ask, the driver turned around and looked at the people in the car. He was surprised to find that the young men behind him looked at him very calmly, as if they were not frightened by the scene in front of them at all. Surprise and confusion filled his heart, and even made him forget the discomfort for a while. Aren't you afraid? Pingan handed the driver a tissue, and he smiled bitterly and said, We have seen more terrifying purgatory than this. This sentence seemed to have the magic power to rewind people's memories, and everyone's mind appeared the scene of fighting on the front line. Screams, pain, fear, panic, despair. The purgatory-like past made them numb. They knew that fear could not change anything, and they could only continue to fight in the mountains of corpses. To avenge their predecessors, to maintain interstellar peace, and to survive. Being alive is their greatest luck. The driver read the unusual meaning from their depressed expressions, and his eyes swept across the cage of the ball again. He suddenly realized what a stupid question he asked. They are the Federal Army that rushed to the front line during the alien beast disaster. Obviously. They are just some little kids. The driver's original contempt for them disappeared, and he suppressed his inner discomfort and sat up straight. He forced himself to accept things from the outside world. He was looking for the familiar Zhongtian star through that disgusting shell. I don't know if this thing can get through. You'd better think of an alternate landing place first. The worst case scenario is that I can only drop you off at a landmark near the mall. Gu Zheng heard this and stood up and walked to the window. He searched in his pocket for a while and took out a spherical object. Gu Zheng was a mecha master. Even though his focus had shifted from combat mecha to rescue mecha, he still had some inventory on him. He threw the ball out of the window, and the ball fell freely under the action of gravity. When the ball touched the bloody barrier, it was sucked in and disappeared without a trace. Gu Zheng's expression became serious. He stretched out his hand and pressed it beside his temple, as if he was looking for a connection with the small ball. But no matter how he called, the small ball seemed to fall into the abyss, and never responded again. But there was no trace of the small ball falling on the other side of the barrier. It just disappeared out of thin air. As if it had never existed, it melted into the air and disappeared. What happened? Everyone also witnessed this process, and they cast their hopeful eyes on Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng shook his head and said, Don't get close to that thing, it will eat us. Hearing this, the driver's hand trembled, and the car shook with it. But soon, the driver tightened the steering wheel again. Only this time, the driver's hand holding the steering wheel turned slightly white, and the bulging blue veins on the back of his hand were very conspicuous, and even sweat could be seen overflowing from his palm. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he didn't control the car well and let the car fall, all of them would disappear in the interstellar space. At this moment, what he was holding was not the steering wheel, but the life of him and the people in the car behind him. What should we do? The mall is inside. What exactly is this thing? Cabelli, who had been silent, withdrew his gaze from the window. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, and said, "This may be a distorted space channel. The ball that Gu Zheng dropped just now did not disappear, but was teleported to a corner we don't know. And these corpses." Cabelli pointed to the mixed corpses of humans, alien beasts, and even war beasts outside, and said, "It is also very likely that it was teleported from other places. There is a very weak magnetic field on its surface." Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, there are actually projects in Interstellar to study space channels, but they are not used for people's travel because of temporary instability. But how did this thing appear here? It was made by Eve. Just as everyone lowered their heads to think, Vina suddenly spoke. She frowned slightly, and her eyes flashed with complex light. "This familiar feeling is not the first time I have sensed it. Last time, I didn't understand where this strange feeling came from. The appearance of the wormhole, and Eve this time made me confirm this answer." Vina looked at the ball, and the ball was sitting upright at this time, responding to Vina's eyes. Vina knew that the ball, which was also a war beast, also sensed Eve's call at that time. There is Eve's breath on it, and Eve may also have the ability to call war beasts. "Are you serious? This is not a good sign." Laker was worried. War beasts are powerful creatures, but they are born to be kind, so they are friends of humans rather than enemies. But if they join Eve's side, humans will be isolated and helpless in the interstellar space, and war beasts and alien beasts are enough to exterminate them. Well, but don't worry about it for now. Compared with Qingjiu, Eve's appeal is not enough in the war beast population. The balance in their hearts is more inclined to Qingjiu, which is an unchangeable fact. But how can this thing be made to disappear? If it continues to exist, won't the people inside? Although it will not be devoured by it if you don't actively touch it, the people living in it need life supplies. If the logistics work cannot be carried out, then when the food inside is exhausted, the people will still not be able to survive. "Wait," Vina said calmly. "I believe Xiaojie will have a way." Chapter 493. Since this strange thing appeared in Zhongxing, everyone began to fall into anxiety. Some people tried to escape, but in the end, they disappeared like a ball of air and never came back. This incident caused a big stir in the Interstellar. Some people who were on the verge of collapse began to protest at the federal government headquarters, demanding that the federal government quickly solve the livelihood problems, and that they should not continue to be trapped in such a terrifying thing. At this time, Ivana seemed to be mute. No matter how the public opinion fermented, the people still did not get any response from the government. This made many people dissatisfied with the federal government and demanded the impeachment of the decision-making level. Ivana sat in the office with a headache. From his window, he could see most of the city. He could see the weird barrier outside, and the protesting people downstairs clearly. His mind finally became clearer, but he didn't expect to be entangled by these annoying things again. Leon came in from the door. Ivana didn't speak, but asked him about the situation outside with his eyes. Leon's face was not looking good. He whispered, "Mr. President, there is a lot of resentment against the federal government outside. If we don't show up, they might riot and attack the building." "TSK, what are you doing?" Ivana slapped the table angrily. He took a deep breath and asked, "What is that barrier?" "I don't know for now, but anyone or anything that touches the barrier will disappear without a trace. Now not only are the civilians downstairs in trouble, but we can't leave this cage either. The implication is that their fate is also tightly tied to those ants downstairs." Ivana is not a kind president, and the lives of others have little to do with him, but when he heard that he might also die slowly in it, he sat up straight and asked, "Is there no way to crack it?" Leon shook his head. He also wanted someone to stand up and say that he had a way, but unfortunately, such a person has not appeared yet. And Leon himself is also a bird in the cage. He wants to escape as much as Ivana. Ivana supported his head with one hand and tapped the table with the other hand, making a da-da-da sound. In the quiet room, the sound from the fingertips filled the space, and Leon's heartbeat also changed with the beat. Leon even tried to lower his breathing. He knew that Ivana was thinking now. Maybe he had some crooked ways in his mind, but anyway, it could provide a reference. Leon was certainly willing to listen to Ivana's solution, even if Ivana's method might be a dirty trick. The sound of Ivana knocking on the table coincided with the sound of the second hand of the clock on the wall. As time passed, Leon's originally calm heart began to become a little tormented. Does Ivana have any method? Suddenly, the sound of his knocking on the table stopped abruptly, and Leon's heart, which was tightly tied by the rope of time, finally loosened the shackles. He looked at Ivana with expectation, hoping to get the final answer after Ivana's thinking. When Ivana raised his eyes again, his eyes were no longer as anxious as at the beginning. He did think of something. Lion thought. Ivana changed his posture to make himself sit more comfortably. He squinted his eyes and pondered. Do you remember the video from some time ago? Lion tried his best to understand what Ivana meant. He asked unconfidently, You mean that Luo Shijio? She is Qingjiu. Ivana gave her answer very confidently. I don't know what bewitched him before, and he actually believed Jean Cheng's words. When he woke up and thought about it carefully, almost every link during this period was inconsistent. In addition to seeing the familiar back again, Ivana can completely confirm that Luo Shijio is Qingjiu. Even if he knew the answer, he remained inactive until now. Maybe she is still useful. Prepare the car. I'm going to the pet-friendly mall. When Leon heard this, his eyelids trembled slightly, and then he answered respectfully, Yes. Qingjiu stood outside the venue. The sunlight passed through the barrier and fell on her, as if she had a blood-red filter, making her look like a demon from hell under the light, which was extremely terrifying. Since the appearance of this barrier, an uneasy atmosphere has lingered in everyone's heart. They were either panicked or afraid, and some even committed suicide because they could not bear the huge psychological pressure. For a while, Zhongxing became synonymous with hell. What do you think? Liko also walked out of the room. He came to Qingjiu's side and looked at the blood-red sky with her. It's Eve's masterpiece. A vaguely familiar feeling came from the barrier. When this disgusting thing appeared, Qingjiu already knew its origin. Liko nodded and said, It makes sense. Only she has this ability. Liko retracted his gaze and looked at Qingjiu on the side, as if he wanted to see something on her face. He asked, Do you have a way to make it disappear? Qingjiu shook her head. Even Qingjiu herself was asking herself this question. Does she have a way? She tried to establish a connection with the barrier, but the results were all pessimistic. She felt more and more powerless. Eve was more terrifying than she imagined. She began to doubt whether humans could still defeat such a terrifying existence. Now that Eve disappeared, they could not locate Eve, and naturally there was no way to eliminate her. However, after her thinking for a while, Qingjiu came up with a not-so-good method that might lure Eve to appear. Didn't Eve want to eat her? Then she just wouldn't let her. Qingjiu had just made up her mind to implement her plan, when Liko suddenly said, It seems that they are looking for you. Qingjiu heard this, and followed Liko's line of sight. 2 floating cars slowly landed in the parking lot on the top of the mall. Even though there was no mark on the car body to indicate its identity, Qingjiu had a hunch that the other party was not friendly. Qingjiu narrowed her eyes, and raised a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. She might know who the other party was. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 494. Qingjiu and Liko returned to the mall. Before they had walked a few steps, they saw Weiss coming towards them from the pavilion. The big mall has now become a small refugee camp. Many homeless people have made a temporary home here, so naturally there are people everywhere. There are too many people in the mall. Weiss can't speak. He just gave Qingjiu a look from a distance, and Qingjiu quickly understood his intention. Liko is also a smart person, and he knew what Weiss meant at a glance. Someone is indeed looking for Qingjiu. Qingjiu, who had guessed it long ago, did not show any surprise. She nodded in the direction of Weiss without leaving a trace, and then walked into the pavilion with Liko. They often appear in the mall on weekdays, occasionally helping trap people. Even though their identities are conspicuous, everyone is used to their walking around. Liko walked and asked quietly, Who do you think it is? Qingjiu heard this and asked instead, What about you? Who do you think it is? Liko said nothing, but showed a knowing smile. Qingjiu came to the door of his office under Weiss's guidance. Weiss stopped at the door and looked at Qingjiu with a complicated look. He was afraid of disturbing the people inside, so he didn't say anything, but his lips moved up and down to say a word silently. It was Ivana. Qingjiu had long guessed that there would be such a day. As long as the news that she was alive reached Ivana's ears, they would definitely meet one day. She just nodded and gave Weiss a look that reassured her. Her action of reaching out to hold the door handle was like a slow-motion movie in Weiss's eyes. Qingjiu didn't hesitate too much and stepped into the room. As the sound of the door closing rang out in the corridor, Weiss slowly came back to his senses. Don't worry, Ivana doesn't dare to do anything to Qingjiu now. Liko quietly witnessed the whole process from the side. He was not as worried as Weiss, and his relaxed posture seemed a little abnormal. Weiss's eyes met with his, and he seemed a little confused. Liko whispered, Now everyone is inside the barrier, and they are grasshoppers on the same boat. If Ivana still wants to live, He should know that perhaps only Chinjio can handle the situation in front of him. He came to negotiate, not to make trouble. For Ivana, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Although Weiss also understood this truth, he was afraid for Chinjio for no reason. Hearing Lika's speech at this time, his originally restless heart miraculously calmed down. Weiss said him softly, and then said to Lika, Let's go to another room and wait for them to come out. Lika didn't say much, just followed Weiss silently and left here. In the office, Chinjio stood by the door, while Ivana sat in Weiss's seat, and Leon stood straight behind him. Ivana was like an emperor who dominated this space. When he saw Chinjio enter the room, his pupils contracted briefly, and then slowly returned to their original state. It was her. Chinjio was not like other people. She showed full respect to Ivana. She sat opposite Ivana carelessly, placing the two on the same status. She looked at Ivana's face that looked a little old, and couldn't help but sneered. It's not been a long time since we last met. Why does the president look like he has aged 10 years? In fact, the poison Jean Chung gave him was not completely harmless. It would accelerate Ivana's aging. Chinjio could also guess something from it. Now he deliberately teased Ivana to secretly mock him. You are so stupid. You were tripped so easily. Ivana's face suddenly darkened. The muscles on his face twitched. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, I don't think it is a wise choice for you to be quick with words now. Chinjio leaned back in the chair. Ivana was very dissatisfied with his careless appearance. But she didn't care about Ivana's opinion at all. She said, I think I am the superior in this conversation, right? You asked me something, right? Ivana took a deep breath. He admitted that the girl in front of him did have the ability to anger him. But she was right. Ivana had already imagined hundreds of ways for Chinjio to die in his heart. It seemed that only by wiping Chinjio out again and again in his fantasy could he slightly calm his inner fluctuations at this time. Ivana, yes, I have something to ask you, but it's not entirely my business. He pointed to the window behind him, without looking back, and said, if that thing doesn't disappear, not only me, but also you, your friends, and all the people inside will die. Chinjio's eyes were calm, and she listened to Ivana's words calmly. But while Ivana was talking, she couldn't help but sit up slightly, obviously attracted by Ivana's words. Chinjio had already guessed this result, but Ivana mentioned it again, just like the forgotten sword of Damocles appeared clearly in front of people again. It is a terrifying thing that can cut off everyone's life at any time. You are also a smart person, you can definitely guess the consequences. Ivana retracted his hand and faced Chinjio. He said very seriously, I know you may have a way to solve it. How about cooperating? Save the others here first, and we can settle our grievances later. Chinjio took a deep breath, she chuckled, and said, unfortunately, I don't have a way. But, she paused, and said as if compromising, even if you don't come, I will find a way to deal with it. Chinjio slowly stood up and looked down at Ivana. Okay, let's cooperate for the time being, after all, our lives are now tied together. A very wise choice. Ivana was unwilling to be inferior to her, and quickly stood up and looked at Chinjio at eye level. He stretched out his hand, as if he was extending an olive branch belonging to the federal government, and the grievances between them would not be mentioned by either party during this period of time. Happy cooperation. Chinjio glanced at his outstretched hand, and after a moment of silence, she still touched him and left. Although they started the cooperation reluctantly, for the smooth cooperation in the future, Chinjio thought that not to annoy Ivana was the best choice at the moment. Seeing Chinjio appear in the lounge in good condition, Weiss stood up swoosh, he walked up quickly and asked, What's going on? What does he want to see you for? Chinjio shook her head, and did not answer Weiss's words. Instead, she said to Lika, Can you help me call Jean Chung? Lika nodded and left the room. Chinjio then said to Weiss, Let's talk about it when Jean Chung comes. Although Weiss was full of doubts, he still endured it. Chinjio sat on the sofa, looking at the fruit platter on the table, and fell into deep thought. Soon, Lika appeared with Jean Chung, whose face had improved a lot. The two sat down, and Chinjio told him the content of the conversation with Ivana. When Jean Chung heard that Chinjio needed all the beast tamers to gather within half an hour, he couldn't help but wonder, why? Well, Chinjio reached out and picked up the fruit knife, then picked up one of the apples and started peeling it. You know in a moment. Chapter 495. Listening to the noises downstairs getting louder and louder, they knew someone must be coming. No need to ask, it must be the beast control army deployed by Ivana. Lika looked at Chinjio, who was eating an apple silently, raised his eyebrows. walked slowly to the window, and looked at the outside world. There were indeed many beast control soldiers walking outside the mall, and their war beasts were rarely obedient, all standing beside them without running around. Lika certainly knew the reason. There were too many people here. War beasts also hate trouble, and are also worried that they will scare other humans, so when there are a lot of people, they will choose to be very obedient. Of course, no one knows what they are thinking. This kind of scene is not common in the Beast Control Army. The place in the Beast Control Army is large, and these guys will not stay quietly and obediently beside humans. Not making trouble is already a face for them. Huh? That is. Lika's voice with a little surprise and doubt came out, and several people looked up at him. Lika turned his head and looked at Chinjio, saying, "Your acquaintances are all here." Hearing this, Chinjio seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and stood up and ran to the window in 2 or 3 steps. Under Lika's guidance, Chinjio finally saw the acquaintances that Lika mentioned. A galaxy wolf seemed a little too calm compared to the curiosity of other war beasts. It was crawling at the feet of a human, yawning loudly at this time, and had no great interest in everything in front of it. Its owner was talking to a man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses next to him. They seemed to be discussing the current situation. 2 swift leopards, one black and one white, were looking up at the 2 men talking. The man who had called for help in the communication before was also beside them, but because there were too many war beasts present, he seemed a little uneasy. The person standing at the front of them was the former commander-in-chief of the Beast Control Army, who had been missing in the Interstellar for a long time. His return seemed to give the people behind him an incomparable sense of security. Many eyes fell on him intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were curious about what happened during his disappearance. Shiqin, Edo, Xiao Qingwen, Zysite. Everyone was here. Chinjio chuckled. Well, this might be the last time she saw them. Everyone was curious about why they gathered here, and even the few people in the room didn't understand Chinjio's plan. Chinjio retracted his gaze, slowly came to the table, and picked up the fruit knife and apple just now. She cut the last piece of apple and put it into her mouth. The sweet juice of the apple couldn't cover up the bitterness overflowing from her throat. After she chewed and swallowed, she sat on the sofa silently and played with the fruit knife in her hand. Just when Jin Chung wanted to ask her about her next move, he saw Chinjio's sudden action, and his pupil shrank suddenly. Chinjio actually stabbed his heart with a fruit knife in his backhand. Chinjio! Jin Chung exclaimed, and was about to step forward to stop him. But a strange scene appeared. A snow-white little hand suddenly appeared in front of Chinjio's empty body, stretched out from the black vortex, and firmly grasped the blade in Chinjio's hand. The sharp edge of the fruit knife cut the skin of the girl's palm and pierced the skin on Chinjio's chest. The half-inserted blade was soaked in the mixed blood of Chinjio and the girl. The bright red liquid slowly dripped from Chinjio's body, dyeing Chinjio's clothes red, and also dyeing the floor with a dazzling red. The wormhole was gradually completed, and half of the little girl's figure emerged from the wormhole. She sneered on her face, which was 70% similar to Chinjio, and her voice was filled with suppressed anger. She said, "Sister, you can think of using this method to lure me out. I admit that you are cruel enough." The pain in her chest made Chinjio's face pale. She showed a playful smile on her face and asked provocatively, "What? Can't bear to part with my food?" This short sentence completely annoyed Eve. Sister knew how important she was to her. Eve had to completely devour Chinjio to get all her abilities. If Chinjio died accidentally somewhere else, she would lose the right to become a perfect new god. Although she guessed in her heart that Chinjio would not really commit suicide, she could not sit still and appeared immediately because she was betting on the 1 in 10,000 chance of losing Chinjio. She admitted that Chinjio's method was stupid, but useful. "Sister, you really?" Eve laughed in anger. This time, she really wanted to kill. Although now is not the best time, since her sister is determined to die, she has no choice but to fulfill her wish. Eve's hand, which was originally pulling back, suddenly pressed forward, and the fruit knife went deeper again. Chinjio endured the severe pain, and beads of sweat flowed down her temples. Her face, which was pale due to the pain, showed a mocking smile. Her voice trembled slightly, but every word fell clearly into Eve's ears. "What? Can't wait? Sister, didn't you take the initiative?" Eve exerted force on her hand again, but this time before she pressed down, the whole person had already fallen towards Chinjio. She suddenly realized that there was a wormhole behind Chinjio. Chinjio chuckled and said, "Eve, don't leave if you appear." Chinjio's hand suddenly grabbed Eve's wrist, and Eve's pupils trembled. The next moment, she and Chinjio fell into the abyss together. Chinjio. Lika just called out and heard a commotion outside the window. Lika looked out the window and found that the two people who had just disappeared had miraculously appeared in the open space outside. Chinjio and she were still in a stalemate, but her originally dark eyes emitted a dark light that was difficult to ignore. I let you escape last time, but this time, I will never do that. After she said that, some war beasts that were lying on the ground suddenly stood up and rushed towards Eve. Eve couldn't pull her hands away, but she still summoned some alien beasts to hold the war beasts back. But now there are too many war beasts, and she can't hold on for long. Sister, I don't think you're cute now. You really annoy me. Eve suddenly smiled, and a wormhole that could only accommodate one person appeared beside her. Chinjio thought she wanted to escape again, and immediately warned her sternly, if you run away, I will. Don't worry, sister, you gave me such a big gift, how could I sneak away by myself? She smiled lightly, and the fierce light in her eyes seemed to want to tear Chinjio apart and eat it. There is no reason not to eat the food that sister brings to the door. She gritted her teeth, and Chinjio could not see how happy she was. Then, in order to repay sister's kindness, I will also give sister a big gift in return. Chapter 496. After she finished speaking, a human silhouette slowly appeared in the black hole beside her. Chinjio was in a stalemate with Eve, while taking the time to distinguish the appearance of the silhouette. From the silhouette, it can be seen that the other party should be a woman. She came closer and closer, and her figure gradually enlarged, as if she was slowly walking towards them in the black hole. But the woman's steps were a little stiff. She seemed to be trying her best to get familiar with her body, and her limbs were out of control and showed strange angles. It looked like a human being was possessed by a monster, so she showed it in human posture. Chinjio searched quickly in her mind, but she couldn't find a figure that matched it. She had seen many alien beasts, and the complexes in the second laboratory, and of course optimized bodies like Liku and others. But among these few, she didn't find an existence like her. What? Sister, are you curious? Seeing that Chinjio was not concentrating, Eve rarely found a sense of superiority in Chinjio. She knew what was in the wormhole, but Chinjio didn't know. The information gap, she had allowed her to be superior to Chinjio, which was enough to make her happy. Eve's eyes were too excited, and this little madness made Chinjio feel a sense of crisis. Perhaps for Eve, this was a secret weapon she had kept, and she planned to release it at the most appropriate time to strike Chinjio. Chinjio didn't want her emotions to be led by the other party. She sneered and pretended to be calm. I'm not curious. Anyway, you, and I will disappear soon. Really? Eve lowered her head and chuckled, with a playful look in her eyes, and a cruel and bloodthirsty smile remained at the corner of her mouth. Maybe when you see her, you won't think so. As Eve finished speaking, a strange figure stretched out a hand from the wormhole. The pale, bloodless hand was full of tense muscles, and it made the gesture of an animal claw with human fingers. Then came her arms, calves, thighs, shoulders, and torso. As her full appearance was gradually exposed to Chinjio's eyes, Chinjio's calm mask was torn off bit by bit, and he could no longer remain calm. She is Yu Qingyu. Impossible. Chinjio clearly saw Yu Qingyu leave safely, so how could she fall into Eve's hands? Eve admired Chinjio's stunned and shocked expression. She liked the fear in Chinjio's eyes, and the panic when he was out of control, which gave Eve supreme emotional value. The fact that Chinjio was played around by her was exciting in itself. Eve's eyebrows curved into a thin line, and the arc of her lips gradually widened. Her sweet voice was like the whisper of a devil at this moment. Sister, do you like this gift? You? Chinjio gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the girl in front of her turned into a fierce ghost in her eyes, tightly entangled with her. The force Chinjio exerted, when he was angry, made Eve unable to compete with it. Eve watched the front end of the blade being pulled out from Chinjio's chest little by little. She couldn't compete with Chinjio in strength, which was not her strong point. But she also had what she could do. Yu Qingyu, who had already emerged from the wormhole, suddenly opened her bloody mouth and rushed towards Chinjio with extremely uncoordinated limbs. She was like a monster in human skin, doing things that were completely contrary to humans. Chinjio made a tisk sound and pushed Eve away with a sudden force. Before Yu Qingyu pounced on her, she rolled to the side. Yu Qingyu pounced on nothing, and her head hit the ground heavily. A moment of pain appeared in her eyes that were originally devoid of human emotions. But soon, the fluctuation of human emotions disappeared, and she stood up again, regardless of anything, and attacked Chinjio again. Chinjio quickly stood up, and she threw out her mechanical weapon to temporarily tie him up. Yu Qingyu was bound by her limbs, and the whole person fell to the ground like a wriggling caterpillar. She kept making animal roars from her mouth, as if she wanted to tear Qingjio apart and eat him. And this scene was seen by Gu Zheng, who was far away from the barrier. He saw his mother's appearance through the telescopic device on the building, and he showed a look of horror. Xiao Zhengyu. Wang Ling carefully cast a concerned look at Gu Zheng. He was afraid that Gu Zheng would not be able to accept such a shocking scene for a while. The telescopic device can share images, so naturally everyone here saw the strange scene. Qingjio appeared from the wormhole, and everyone was used to it. They accepted Qingjio's identity, and naturally knew her specialness. And that girl should be Eve, and the two of them were fighting each other. When several people saw that the blade in her hand had pierced Qingjio's chest, their hearts were in their throats. They also knew a little bit that Qingjio had a strong recovery ability, but if the most important heart was damaged, perhaps Qingjio's recovery ability alone could not repair it quickly. However, they soon discovered that in this confrontation, Qingjio actually had the upper hand. Although Eve wanted to go further, as long as Qingjio did not let go, she could not press in half a point. They were very sure that the war beast that suddenly ran towards one place, and the alien beast that suddenly appeared were the movements made by the two people in the center of the confrontation. But no one expected that Yu Qingyu would appear the next moment. Gu Zheng took a deep breath, wiped his face, and said calmly, "It's okay." The experience during this period has made him grow a lot. He learned that he must stay calm when encountering things. That monster may just have a similar appearance to his mother, not his mother herself. Now is not the time to worry. Just when everyone fell into a brief silence, Vina, who had been silent, suddenly said, "The magnetic field seems to have changed." Everyone looked at Vina, only to see Vina squinting at the barrier. She seemed to be able to see things that belonged to the barrier, which no one else could see, but only Vina could see. "What do you mean?" "The magnetic field of the barrier seems to have weakened a little." Vina pointed to the shell full of horror and said, "Didn't you notice that its color seems to have become lighter?" Chapter 497. Hearing this, the other people immediately stuck to the glass and looked carefully in the direction of the barrier. The original deep red barrier seemed to have some signs of fading, and the red that was a bit dazzling under the sun gradually turned into dark pink. "What's going on? Has something changed?" Lilith looked back at Vina and asked. Vina shook her head, and the doubt on her face did not diminish at all. She could only vaguely feel that the magnetic field had changed, but she couldn't tell the reason. She silently moved her eyes to the telescopic device, where she could still see Qingjio and Eve. Since the appearance of this barrier is likely related to Eve, then its strengthening or weakening must also be related to Eve. What happened to Eve in just a few minutes that caused the barrier to have problems? Vina repeatedly recalled the scene just now in her mind, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her, and she immediately stepped forward to pull the progress bar of the telescopic device forward. Everyone didn't know what her sudden action meant, but no one came forward to disturb her, just silently observing her actions behind her. After repeatedly pulling the progress bar, Vina clapped her hands suddenly, and said with sudden realization, "I know." "Lilith, do you know how the barrier disappeared?" Vina didn't nod, she just pulled the picture back to before Yu Qingyu appeared. It was because of her appearance that the barrier changed. "You mean, she is the key to breaking the barrier?" "Maybe, maybe not. But at least we have a general direction now, don't we?" Vina cast a cautious look at Gu Zheng, who was in a daze. She quickly retracted her gaze, and continued, "Maybe we can try to tell Qingjio the news." "It's too difficult." Lilith was a little discouraged. The signal source has also been cut off. There is no way to communicate with the people inside now. Since the barrier appeared, people cannot enter or exit, and all signal towers have lost their function. There is no way for people inside and outside to get in touch. The only way is to communicate on both sides of the barrier. But now this most primitive method is obviously not applicable. Qingjio can't suddenly come to the border and communicate with them without knowing anything. Just when everyone was in trouble, Kebli suddenly walked slowly to the window. He looked up at the sun that was not dazzling and said, "Maybe I have a way." The moment Qingjio and Eve appeared, the Beast Control Army had entered a highly nervous state, but before they could react, they found that all their war beasts were actually rushing towards them without their command. Even when they were giving mandatory commands to the war beasts, they felt that there was a higher authority that prevented them from establishing contact with the war beasts. The two war beasts that Edel had been sitting next to had long disappeared. He looked at Qingjio in the distance, with a complicated expression. He did not even show any doubts, and let Lightning and Snow White leave him. Qingjio's behavior was tantamount to making all his secrets public, and at the same time sowed the seeds of disaster. After this catastrophe was over, how should she explain the abnormal situation that occurred during this period? There are too many things about her that are different from ordinary people, and no one can guarantee that she can still be safe after the disaster is over. Teacher Edel. Jean Chung came out of the mall, and he looked at the scene of the war beast and the alien beast fighting in the distance with a serious face. Although he could not see Qingjio's position for the time being, he knew that Qingjio must be in the center of their fight. Edel felt as if he was in another world when he saw Jean Chung again. He patted Jean Cheng's shoulder heavily without speaking. Jean Chung took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions that were also surging in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of calmness and determination. Qingjio asked us to prepare the alien beast toxin bomb and find an opportunity to shoot the girl. This was the note Qingjio dropped before leaving the wormhole. It fell on the sofa and was discovered by Jean Chung. Qingjio simply stated that all the troubles were caused by the little girl, and that the little girl was not human either, so they should not feel guilty and must end the turmoil as soon as possible. She and Qingjio look so similar, and they also react to the alien beast toxin bullet. He knew that the relationship between the little girl and Qingjio was definitely not simple, but he did not hesitate and listened to the message left by Qingjio as soon as possible. This matter was not particularly difficult for them. As long as the shooting position was arranged in the right place, a small bullet could end it all. It was just that Jean Chung had left the Federal Army and could not get legal weapons, so he could only wait for Zizit to appear. Zizit was also beside Edel, but Jean Chung trusted Edel more, so he notified Edel instead of Zizit as soon as possible. Anyway, Hester must have heard what Jean Chung said, so Jean Chung didn't need to worry about the follow-up. Sure enough, Hester heard what he said and immediately called his subordinates to start playing the battlefield. Jean Chung secretly glanced at Hester and heaved a sigh of relief. Won't you explain it? Edel saw Jean Chung retract his gaze and immediately raised his own questions. In fact, he had been imprisoned for too long and was unaware of many changes in the outside world. He was rescued by Liku in a daze, and before he even had time to ask Liku why he had the ability to hunt alien beasts alone, he was called back by Hester, who reappeared, and then he saw Xiao Qingwei, who had also disappeared for a long time, appear with lightning and white snow, and Xiao Qingwei seemed not to recognize him. All this made Edel a little confused. When Jean Chung heard Edel's question, he also shook his head and said, Teacher Edel, I actually know about the same as you. I am also confused now. Okay, stop talking for now, and think of a way to get closer to them, okay? After arranging the affairs, Zysite returned to Edel and Jean Chung. He sighed helplessly, as if he had encountered some great difficulties. Jean Chung asked in confusion, Can't we use a hover car, or go up a tall building? Just like last time. Zysite knew what Jean Chung meant by last time. The time when Yuqingyu attacked by surprise. But he quickly rejected Jean Cheng's opinion. No, she is too cautious. Even if we do the same thing, the outcome will be the same. Last time she was just a coincidence. This time we have more people, so we can suppress it with firepower. We have sent out the advanced team to try, but it doesn't work. Zizit thought of the reply from the advanced team just now, and he sighed deeply. She is too cunning. In addition to the alien beast, she also took Yuqingyu as a hostage to block the gun. Jean Chung was silent after hearing this. Humans are not harmed by the alien beast toxin bullets, but the damage caused by guns is inevitable. He also tried to shoot Qingjio. At that time, he used a bullet with the internal potion replaced, and there was no alien beast toxin in the bullet. But even so, Qingjio was still injured. Although the gunshot wound was not fatal, it also made her uncomfortable for a while. If you choose to suppress it with firepower now, it is not only possible to accidentally injure Qingjio, but also possible to injure Yuqingyu. No matter how you look at it, it is not the best solution. Could it be that Qingjio had to face it alone? Qingjio, who was at the center of the fight, didn't know what they were thinking. She just dazed herself in the dazzling sunlight. Then, a strange message suddenly came into her mind. The key to opening the barrier lies in Yuqingyu. Chapter 498. What is this? Qingjio was in a trance. Eve had already ordered the alien beast to stop the war beast from blocking, and Yuqingyu on the side had gradually broken free from the restraints. Qingjio did not rush to chase, but his eyes began to linger on Eve and Yuqingyu. Eve was retreating to distance herself from him, while Yuqingyu wanted to get closer to him. No matter how you look at it, Yuqingyu was protecting her master. A forgotten picture suddenly appeared in the corner of his mind, and Qingjio had a vague guess in his heart. She took the initiative to withdraw her offensive, and Yuqingyu twisted her body in a strange posture without blocking. Qingjio lightly dodged Yuqingyu's attack, and then under Eve's somewhat unbelievable eyes, she grabbed Yuqingyu's neck and lifted her up, and then pierced Yu Qingyu's body with the sword. Yu Qingyu let out a beast's roar from her throat. Qingjiu drew his sword, and purple blood gushed out from Yu Qingyu's wound. But a strange thing happened. The wound that should have remained was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. As an optimized body, Yu Qingyu does have the ability to recover quickly, but it is impossible to have such a terrifying efficiency and speed. All kinds of abnormalities point to one answer. Yu Qingyu is blessed by an external force that does not belong to her. After doing this, Qingjiu looked in the direction of Eve, and she saw a trace of fear on Eve's face, and her whole little face turned pale. She glanced at the barrier with the end of her eyes, and she didn't know if it was her illusion or it was true. The color of the barrier seemed to have faded a little. Qingjiu let go of Yu Qingyu, but Yu Qingyu, whose body had been fully restored, surprisingly did not attack Qingjiu again, but retreated to Eve's side like a lost dog. The war beasts and alien beasts were fighting around the two of them, leaving them a relatively calm central area. Qingjiu and Eve stood face to face, neither of them moved, as if all the disturbances in the outside world had nothing to do with them. But at this time, Eve's face was gloomy, and she couldn't even keep the smile that usually hid murderous intent. The fierce hatred almost turned into substance and pierced Qingjiu. Qingjiu had a calm face, and that calm look made Eve even more angry. Let me guess, Qingjiu's eyes fell on Yu Qingyu, who was keeping her head down and not saying anything. She had an intriguing smile on her lips. She is the core of this barrier, right? She won't die because this barrier is giving her life, just like the commotion you made on Shirong Star before. Qingjiu pointed to the barrier in the sky and said, the barrier that absorbs the vitality of others to supply your vitality. Eve's face darkened with every word Qingjiu said. She was still a child after all. Her eyes couldn't hide things, and her emotions were all expressed on her face. Qingjiu knew her answer without her answer, and in the next moment, Qingjiu told Eve the truth that shocked her even more. Besides, your purpose is not to keep her alive. You don't have such a kind heart. But you can only achieve your goal through her, right? If Qingjiu guessed correctly, this barrier was indeed absorbing the vitality of the humans inside to become the source of Eve's energy recovery. But now Eve already has a human body. These excessive energies gather in her body, and her body will not be able to absorb them completely, and will be broken. After all, Eve's body is not as good as they imagined. Since she was a small meatball that was thrown away, her physical fitness is destined to be inferior to Qingjiu. And this has led to her needing a long time to recover. The appearance of Yu Qingyu has undoubtedly become her best transit. Yu Qingyu's body has been transformed, and has the genes of an alien beast. Her physical fitness is definitely better than most people. However, this is not the main reason why Eve chose her. Eve is attracted to something else. She has been alienated for most of the time, so naturally the category of alien beasts is larger than that of humans. Eve can easily control her in her hands. An obedient and powerful container has become Eve's intermediate transition tool for absorbing energy. Eve has an invisible umbilical cord tightly tied to Yu Qingyu's body, and it is trying to absorb the energy purified from the mother. Of course, this is an irreversible process, and Yu Qingyu will eventually die slowly because of the life force being sucked away. But this is nothing to Eve. It's just a container. She won't feel sorry for an object. If Yu Qingyu is useless, then find the next one. Anyway, there is more than just Yu Qingyu here. But now, her purpose is so nakedly laid out in front of Qingjiu. Qingjiu analyzes her thoroughly from the inside out, and this feeling of being invaded at a glance makes Eve fall into deep anxiety. Obviously, she has always been the only one who can read Qingjiu's memory and spy on her life. Why does everything seem to be out of control now? Maintaining such a large magic circle requires a lot of effort, right? So as long as there is a deviation in one of the steps, you can't maintain the existence of the barrier. Qingjiu's voice was calm and full of certainty. She had completely seen through the other party's intentions. The reason why you dare to let her appear in front of me is because you know that I will not hurt her. You are fearless and put the core in front of me to affect my judgment. But unfortunately you failed. Qingjiu smiled, but that smile seemed to Eve like the mockery of the messenger of hell. It's time to end this farce. After saying that, Qingjiu clenched the void fiercely. Yu Qingyu, who was originally standing next to Eve, suddenly screamed in pain. She twisted her body, her bones creaked, and made a creepy sound. Qingjiu implanted the small flying needles into Yu Qingyu's body without knowing when. At this time, they felt Qingjiu's call, and wanted to break through Yu Qingyu's body. The torture was so painful that Yu Qingyu could hardly bear it, and her body was destroyed from the inside. The moment the needle flew out, her body was almost stung like a hornet's nest. Ugh! Eve groaned, and blood flowed from her mouth. At the same time, the barrier shook, and the color became even darker. As Qingjiu expected, Yu Qingyu's body was quickly repaired. She lay on the ground in pain, and her originally empty eyes seemed to have a faint light. Eve's control over her was slowly disappearing. Everyone was paying attention to the situation of Eve and Qingjiu, and no one noticed that the barrier in a corner had disappeared. Fei Qixia finally broke through the barrier and entered the central battlefield. Great, I hope I can catch up. Chapter 499. Sister, I really hate you for being so smart. Eve wiped the red on her lips, and Yu Qingyu, who was lying on the ground, was gradually out of her control. The vitality that was constantly injected into her body was slowly decreasing. This was a sign that the barrier was about to collapse. Eve had never wished so much that she was still the little white ball that could come and go freely. Her body was raised by Fei Qixia and others. She only needed to shuttle through different wormholes and do what she liked with that little consciousness. And when she was still a little white ball, she could easily absorb a lot of energy, and even the strength of the barrier formed could make Qingjiu fall into an illusion. Now this body has severely shackled her soul in it. Although she can finally move around in human places, she has also lost relative freedom. When she became a little white ball, it was obviously easy to absorb vitality. The alien beasts that ran out of the wormhole created by Eve also had a share of vitality. At this time, they seemed a little sluggish because they lost the continuous supply of vitality. Although the war beasts were not in the upper hand, at least they had some breathing space to deal with a large number of alien beasts. But according to the current number and offensive of the war beasts, Eve believed that she did not have much time to think. She had to eat Qingjiu as soon as possible. If Qingjiu had not threatened her with death, she would have thought of finding a good day in the future to slowly taste her sister. She wanted to savor the energy in Qingjiu's blood and her gradually complete body bit by bit. Unfortunately, she lost this opportunity. Although now is not the best time, since her sister is determined to die, she has no choice but to fulfill her wish. Sister, do you have any last words? Eve put on a sweet smile on her face again, but the murderous intent hidden in her eyes was no longer concealed, and the overwhelming malice wrapped Qingjiu in it. Qingjiu couldn't help but feel funny. Do you think now is the time for me to leave a last word? Isn't the current situation enough for you to face the reality? She took a step forward and said with a sigh and disdain, You are the most dangerous one now. That's not necessarily true. Eve also took a step towards Qingjiu. She had already seen the flying hover car and the federal army preparing for the attack everywhere. She sneered and asked, Sister, is this what you prepared for me? Well, do you like it? Qingjiu asked in the calmest tone. I like it, but sister, I can't enjoy it. Eve chuckled, and her face showed the calmness that had grasped Qingjiu's lifeline. She took 2 steps back, waiting for the arrival of the 2 groups on the left and right. Jin Cheng, Edel, and others were already close to the central battlefield. Lightning and Snow White surrounded them at some point, protecting them as they moved forward. On the other side was Fei Qixia, who came quickly. Although his war beast was not around, he did not need the protection of others. He fought his way through the encirclement, and soon appeared on the other side of the encirclement. The moment Fei Qixia saw Eve, he could not help but exclaim from the bottom of his heart, Eve! Eve! It's really you! So beautiful! So beautiful! Fei Qixia didn't care how close he was to the federal headquarters, and he didn't care if his identity was recognized. The only thing in front of him was the girl he had spent his life to incubate. She was not a human, not a war beast, not an alien beast. She was a god. Fei Qixia's eyes revealed fanatical piety. That was the new god he created. He almost knelt down, wanting to offer his most sincere love to his new god. Eve's face did not change at all. She just gave Fei Qixia a look out of pity. However, Fei Qixia was not attacked by other alien beasts after he appeared. It was unknown whether Eve did it on purpose. Eve was waiting for Fei Qixia. Although she looked down on Fei Qixia was indeed the one who could guarantee her safety. As long as Fei Qixia was there, no one except Qingjiu would show murderous intentions to her, including the people of the federal army. Qingjiu ignored Fei Qixia's existence and looked at Jin Cheng, who was ready to attack. Qingjiu winked at Jin Cheng and told him that he would create a perfect interval for him to shoot, so that Jin Cheng would wait for the opportunity to strike. Jin Cheng understood Qingjiu's meaning very well, and he gestured to Qingjiu to show that he understood. Qingjiu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She felt guilty towards Jin Cheng because she had lied to him. But if you look deeper, she did not lie to Jin Cheng, but rather she just concealed some important information at the right time. For example, if she killed Eve, she would also die. Qingjiu sighed secretly. If he knew this, he would never agree to her plan, and he would definitely find a completely new solution. But what they lack most now is time, and Shinjio doesn't want to give Eve any chance to develop. Perhaps in the future, Jean Chung will scold her for being dishonest and deceiving him in front of her grave. Thinking of the possible scenes, Shinjio couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shinjio recovered his weapon and quickly approached Eve. Eve's pupil shrank, but unexpectedly she didn't dodge. Shinjio's inner doubts flashed by, and soon, she heard Fei Chixia's voice. Jean Chung. You still owe me one thing you haven't promised me. I'm going to fulfill it now. Fei Chixia's voice passed through most of the center of the battlefield and reached everyone's ears. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the direction of Jean Chung. Edo and Zister couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Jean Chung. When did he get together with Fei Chixia? Jean Chung behaved very calmly under the gaze of everyone. He didn't give any response, but just silently waited for Fei Chixia's request. Fei Chixia shouldn't be so stupid as to ask him to kill Shinjio at this time, which is impossible, right? The next moment, Fei Chixia shouted with all her strength, "Don't let Shinjio kill Eve. If she kills Eve, she might die too." What? Before Jean Chung could react, he saw Shinjio raising her mechanical weapon in the direction of Eve. "Shinjio, stop!" Jean Cheng's voice was a little out of tune in a hurry. Just watching Shinjio's attack without any reservation, he knew that Shinjio must have known this result, but she still chose this ending without hesitation. When everyone's heartbeats were already in their ears, the sound of a bullet leaving the chamber passed quietly by their ears. Dang! Chapter 500. A bullet hit Shinjio's weapon, causing his attack to deviate from the trajectory, and he could only hit the ground hard. A huge deep groove appeared on the originally smooth ground, and the intact ground began to crack from the place where the weapon was cut, forming a spider web-like gully. Shinjio used all his strength to attack, with full killing intent. Eve looked at the ground beside her with lingering fear, and at the same time she sat on the back of an alien beast, quickly pulling away from Shinjio. Shinjio saw such a perfect opportunity was wasted, and she turned back suddenly to look in the direction where the bullet came from. Jean Chung silently took back the gun in his hand, and looked at Shinjio from a distance, with a complicated expression. Even in the face of Shinjio's reproach, he was still determined that his approach was not wrong. If Fei Chixia made other requests, Jean Chung might not agree, but when it comes to Shinjio's safety, Jean Chung dare not be careless at all. Shinjio frowned, and she asked Jean Chung with her mouth, "Why did you stop her?" Jean Chung showed a bitter smile. How could he risk Shinjio's life to hurt her? Fei Chixia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Eve successfully escape Shinjio's sharp blade. When he looked at Eve again, he was still full of pity. Eve didn't have much good feelings for the person who raised her. She suffered too much torture in that big water tank, so she killed all the experimenters as soon as she came out to relieve the anger in her heart. But she didn't plan to kill Fei Chixia for the time being. After all, he was of great use to her now. Seeing that he indirectly saved her life, Eve showed mercy and gave him a false smile. She rode an alien beast to Fei Chixia's side, getting closer to his piety. "Eve, are you Eve?" Fei Chixia knelt on one knee, and he covered his heart with one hand, like a devout believer willing to offer his loyalty. "Yes, I am." Eve shook her legs gently, and she said, "You did a good job." She didn't seem like an experiment of Fei Chixia, but more like an existence above Fei Chixia. But Fei Chixia didn't care about her high-handed attitude at all. He accepted Eve's praise, and an excited smile appeared on his face uncontrollably. The assistant standing behind him said nothing, just silently watching the interaction between the two. His neither humble nor arrogant attracted Eve's attention. She remembered that this man was a big celebrity around Fei Chixia, and was mainly responsible for handling all matters for him. She didn't like the way he looked at her, coldly, as if he was looking at an object. Eve hooked her finger and said to him, "You come here." The assistant stepped forward silently, standing side by side with Fei Chixia in front of Eve. "I don't like you." Eve said her thoughts directly, "But for you, it's the same, right?" The assistant raised his eyebrows, and under Fei Chixia's warning eyes, he sneered and said, "Yes, I don't like you, a thing that is neither human nor beast." "You?" Fei Chixia didn't expect that the assistant he trusted so much would say such a treasonous word, and he immediately scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." "Yeah, I guessed it." Eve ignored Fei Chixia, and a playful smile appeared on her lips, saying, "Let me think. When did you start lurking in the White Tiger organization?" "Our dear Lieutenant General of the Federal Army." As soon as these words came out, Fei Chixia's shocked pupil showed disbelief, and his eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. You The assistant was exposed but did not show fear or surprise. He answered without asking, "When did you know?" "This is a secret." She would not tell them that she had extracted the memory from the blood of people related to him. Fei Qixia read from their conversation that neither Eve nor the assistant lied, which means his most trusted partner is also a spy? Can I ask your purpose? In fact, you have several opportunities to wipe me out, right? Why do you keep me? Eve's feet swayed like a curious baby, waiting for the assistant's answer. Because I know you are not the only one in the world. We don't know where Rokov took his other half. If you die, our clues will be broken. After the assistant finished speaking, he looked back at Qin Jiao, who was walking towards them. He sneered and said, "Thank you, you finally let us find our other half." Eve also saw Qin Jiao's actions. She shrugged and asked, "What do you want to do now? Kill us all?" "Yes." After he finished speaking, he raised an ordinary gun and pointed it at Eve. "The answer just now is considered to satisfy your last wish before your death, so that you don't be a confused ghost." After speaking, he pulled the trigger, and the moment the gunshot sounded, the scene in front of him seemed to be slowed down. Qin Jiao hadn't reacted yet, while the assistant shot Eve, and Fei Qixia frantically stood up to block the bullet for Eve. But the expected scene of Eve's blood splattering on the spot did not appear, and she was still sitting on the alien beast intact. Instead, a big hole was pierced in the body of the assistant in front of her. The huge pain attacked his nerves, and he even forgot to breathe. He looked down at his pierced body with an expression of disbelief. Eve's eyes passed over the assistant and fell on Yu Qingyu behind him. She curved her lips slightly and praised, "Well done." Yu Qingyu's beast-like hand was pulled out of the assistant's body, and she greedily licked the remaining blood on it. At the same time, the wormhole that appeared in front of Eve disappeared, and the bullet disappeared after falling into the wormhole. Eve smiled and said, "I don't like being pointed at by someone. Can you understand that? I couldn't activate the wormhole instantly before, but with the help of the woman behind you, she helped me improve some small abilities, and now I can do more." She sniffed the strong smell of blood in the air, and she was a little surprised and said, "Oh, you didn't accept the transformation? I thought you, as an excellent spy, would be willing to be a sacrifice?" The assistant's consciousness was slowly disappearing, and there was still reluctance and despair in his eyes. He still couldn't fulfill his wish. A woman's smiling face flashed before his eyes. Soon, the woman in front of him fell to the ground and cried loudly. She said, Rokov abandoned her because of the dead war beast. He wanted to go forward to comfort her, but the next moment, the woman in his arms turned into a cold corpse. Because of her bad mood and frequent insomnia, her distraction ruined her life. Rokov was her murderer. Why didn't she choose him? If she had made the right choice at the beginning, could she have avoided the tragedy? Before he fell to the ground, he hadn't figured out the answer. Eve saw that his body was rapidly losing temperature, so she kicked him in disgust, and then looked at Fei Qixia, who was standing aside. Fei Qixia seemed to be still immersed in the great shock of losing his best friend, and didn't notice Eve's approach at all. Eve gently patted Fei Qixia's cheek, and her bewitching voice brought his thoughts back. "You won't be like him. You will protect me, right?" Chapter 501. Fei Qixia nodded vigorously, and he said firmly, "Of course." Eve sat on the back of the alien beast with satisfaction. Qin Jiao was dragged by the alien beast, and a large number of alien beasts surrounded Eve, causing Qin Jiao to lose her position. Qin Jiao made a prompt decision, and said to the light flying in the sky, "Light, help me locate." When the light heard Qin Jiao's voice, it immediately flew forward. In its shared vision, it could clearly see Eve surrounded by alien beasts. Although Eve and Qin Jiao are twins, the color of her flame is different from Qin Jiao's. The colors of the three flames on Qin Jiao's body are almost the same, and the red flames on Eve have a tendency to swallow the blue-white flames. If Qin Jiao is a balanced mixture of the three, then Eve is a human transformed by the alien beast. Her behavior is indeed closer to that of the alien beast. Qin Jiao did not hesitate, and immediately moved towards Eve's direction when he found her position. Jin Cheng and his companions also moved forward with difficulty, under the cover of lightning and by shui. At this time, everyone had no time to ask Jin Cheng why he was related to Fei Qixia. Qianqin finally took back his dominance. She asked he to protect them and asked, "Just now, that person said that if the girl was killed, Qin Jiao would also die. Why?" Jin Cheng shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I can't take the risk." "Zizit, what do you think?" Edel asked Zizit on the side. He had a vague feeling that Zizit might know some of the inside story. Zizit pondered for a moment. Even if he read through his memories in the White Tiger, he couldn't find the answer he wanted. But Fei Qixia's various actions told him that Baihu played a very important role in this matter. What is it? Sisset thought of countless answers in his mind, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed, and he even doubted the accuracy of this answer. Could it be that the non-existent first laboratory is actually still there? Was Baihu still studying an experiment to revive Tyrant before, putting the cause and effect together, he suddenly realized that things might be exactly as he thought. So, the girl couldn't be an experimental product made with Tyrant as the experimental material? Then, what about Qingjio, who looks a bit like her? Some clips about Qingjio's difference from ordinary people played in his mind, and the answer was already on paper. Qingjio might also be one of the experimental subjects of the first laboratory. She once said that she also had the genes of the alien beast, and he thought that she got it through the experiment of the third laboratory like himself. After all, the people in the entire base basically had the same past. Since she is Rakov's daughter, it is not surprising that she was genetically modified at a very young age. But the current situation overturned his expectations. Perhaps Qingjio was not Rakov's child from the beginning, but an experimental subject created by Rakov. After this idea came into being, and was gradually verified in his mind, his hair stood on end, and he could hardly control his expression. Artificial man. Qingjio is actually an artificial man. Even though Xingji has experienced many special events and hardships over the years, the proposal of artificial man has not been accepted. This is an experiment that violates human ethics, and its product cannot even be called a person in the general sense. Not to mention that the other party has implanted the genes of war beasts and alien beasts. So, are they considered human or beasts? Zizit didn't have a standard answer in his mind. Zizit suppressed his suspicions, and decided to keep the secret for Qingjio temporarily. He shook his head and said to Edel, "I don't know now." While they were running, Qingjio had already faced Fei Qixia. Fei Qixia fought against the dragon like a knight protecting the princess, while the princess admired the entanglement between the two behind him. Fei Qixia, who had undergone genetic modification, was not easy to deal with. Qingjio could not break through his defense several times when he faced him. Qingjio met him again, and Fei Qixia's enhanced mechanical arm blocked in front of him and resisted Qingjio's attack. Qingjio was shaken away by his power, and fell heavily to the ground. Fei Qixia now looked very abnormal, and his eyes were filled with excitement that was different from ordinary people. The bloodshot eyes caused by extreme excitement made him look like a beast out of control. Qingjio frowned slightly, and looked at the girl behind Fei Qixia. The girl was wearing a snow-white dress, and her bare feet were dangling in the air. She raised a finger, and spun it in the air. Although she had a smile on her face, her eyes were full of contempt for playing with everything. She was controlling Fei Qixia. Qingjio came to this answer almost instantly. Just like Yu Qingyu, Fei Qixia also had the alien beast gene. He could also be affected by Eve, and become a toy in Eve's hands. Fei Qixia had lost his own judgment now, and his emotions were completely controlled by Eve. Qingjio secretly looked at the barrier, which was almost transparent, and it was estimated that it would soon be unable to maintain. She found that although Eve's ability was powerful, the consumption was proportional to it. If the barrier disappeared, Eve could not be replenished, and the alien beasts she could control would decrease, and she might even be unable to open the wormhole. As long as Qingjio dragged her until the moment she lost her ability, everything would be over. Qingjio adjusted her posture and stepped forward. When she and Fei Qixia fought again, the barrier completely disappeared. Lilith and others had been waiting for this opportunity. At the moment the barrier disappeared, they had already stepped into this long-sealed space. Qiuqiu and Hurricane joined the battlefield at the first time. They wrestled with the alien beasts, and killed a bloody path for Lilith and others. The situation was gradually shifting to Qingjio's side, and the number of alien beasts was reduced in a short time. But just when everyone thought that the matter would soon be over, a familiar voice came from above them. "All low-level war beasts retreat. Immediately. Right now." This voice spread through the loudspeaker and reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked up in the direction of the voice, and saw a vehicle belonging to the highest laboratory in the Interstellar hovering in the air. A woman was sticking her head out, and the face that made everyone very familiar appeared in their sight. It was Arnold. At this time, her serious face was a little anxious, and she used a floating microphone to broadcast to the outside world, "All war beasts of B level and below retreat immediately, and do not contact the alien beasts again." Chapter 502. What does this mean? Everyone looked confused. They looked at each other for a few seconds, and none of them understood what Arnold meant. At this moment, an extremely discordant sound appeared in the battlefield between the war beasts and the alien beasts, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads in the direction where the sound came from, and saw that a B-level red bear suddenly went crazy. The target of its attack changed from the alien beast to the war beast, and even attacked its master after killing its companions. Everyone watched a war beast turn into a demon. It fought with its companions and bit its master to death. The whole scene lasted less than a minute. Things happened so quickly that no one had time to react. How could it be? Isn't the red bear a war beast? How could it attack humans? Did it eat its master? Can it still be called a war beast? Is it an alien beast? But it was fighting bravely just now. Why did it suddenly change like this? Arnold was looking at the whole scene from the sky, and she saw the first tragedy happen. Her eyes were cold, and she immediately shouted, "Quick, if you don't want the tragedy to happen again, let your war beasts retreat." At this time, everyone didn't think about the meaning behind Arnold's words. The scene they saw was shocking enough. They immediately gave their war beasts orders to evacuate, and some people found that they had lost contact with the war beasts. With the previous experience, they didn't dare to think too much and turned around and ran. Even so, a large number of war beasts had mutated. As Arnold warned, most of the mutated ones were low-level war beasts, and no mutated samples were found in A-level and S-level war beasts. While Arnold was trying to prevent this tragedy from happening, her eyes glanced at Eve. Eve was also paying attention to her movements at this time, and Eve still had a faint smile on her lips. But after the change happened, her smile was obviously deeper. Qingqiu retracted her attack, and her eyes passed Fei Qixia and fell accurately on Eve. Qingqiu also saw the scene of the war beast's mutation. She couldn't help but connect this matter with Eve. She asked, "Did you do it?" Unexpectedly, although Eve was very happy to see the chaos in front of her, this matter really had little to do with her. She did not hide Qingqiu's thoughts and said bluntly, "No, it was not me. I don't have this ability yet." Qingqiu heard this, and his eyes revealed obvious disbelief. Eve took the initiative to ask, "Guess why the war beasts and the alien beasts appeared in the Interstellar at the same time? They are a pair of twins like us. Although they are mutually hostile, but..." Eve paused, she pointed at Qingqiu, and then pointed at herself. "They are like us, they can also influence, devour and transform each other." The flames in her eyes were burning, and her face was full of crazy and paranoid smiles. "Don't you understand, sister? War beasts have the opportunity to transform into alien beasts. Or merge with alien beasts." This answer is not good news for Qingqiu now. Fei Qixia, who was sandwiched between the two, heard this, and his eyes revealed a trace of anger. He murmured, No, war beasts are noble beings, how can they merge with alien beasts?" "Oh, I almost forgot that you don't know." Eve heard Fei Qixia's mumbling, and she said to Fei Qixia, "The reason why your experiment failed is that you value the blood of the war beast too much." "Guess, how was my sister born?" Fei Qixia was stunned, and was attracted by Eve's words. "That's because the alien beast gene in my father was accidentally placed in the experimental tank. With the balance of the alien beast gene and the war beast gene, the human gene can survive in the cracks until she grows into a real human." Eve broke Fei Qixia's last fantasy about bloodline in his horrified eyes. "In other words, we are all descendants of dirty alien beasts. Fei Qixia is a descendant of aristocrats. He is an illegitimate child, so his bloodline is not legitimate. This is a stain on his life." Even if he said on the surface that he didn't care, he still had a gap in his heart. Because of this, in the experiment in the first laboratory, he never thought of adding the genes of the alien beast. He thought it was pollution. But now Eve told him that Eve, whom he had always cherished, actually carried the genes of the alien beast. This made his beliefs and ideas collapse like a tall building, stirring up thousands of waves in his heart. He himself could carry the genes of the alien beast, he could be a monster, but his experimental subjects must be flawless. But he was wrong. "Oh, there is one more thing I need to tell you." Eve still looked like a cute child with a smile, but the words she said were as cold as a knife. "Humans are too weak. You can't control the genes of the alien beast, but you can't integrate the genes of the war beast. Sooner or later, you will become a monster. The experiment you thought was successful is just your own wishful thinking." Fei Qixia has been shocked by the subverted worldview. He stood there like a lost traveler who has lost motivation and direction. Qingqiu seized the opportunity to cross Fei Qixia's defense line and threw the mechanical weapon in his hand. The sword blade tore through the space and stabbed at Eve's face at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Eve's face changed, and the smile on her face quickly disappeared. She dodged to the side, but her face was still cut. If she did not have a strong dynamic vision, she might have been pierced in the head by Qingqiu. She wiped the blood on her face gloomy. She did not have the strong recovery ability of her sister, and the wound would not disappear so quickly. This long scar will follow her for a while, reminding her of what Qingjio did to her. Even if she likes her sister, she has to admit that her sister's behavior has successfully annoyed her. Without Fei Qixua's help, most of the alien beasts nearby have been dealt with, and now Eve is left with only Yu Qingyu, who is not very aggressive. And Jin Chung and the others are also blocked by the alien beast army on the other side, unable to appear immediately by her side to hinder her actions. Now is the best time for Qingjio to take action. As if she had guessed Qingjio's thoughts, Eve did not show fear, but chuckled. Sister, you forgot what I just said again. She dodged Qingjio's attack again, and distanced herself from him. Yes, I can't summon more alien beasts for the time being, but... An alien beast was chopped in half by Qingjio in front of Eve. If Eve hadn't acted quickly, she might have been chopped off. Suddenly, a beast cry came from behind Qingjio, and the sound was approaching quickly. Its footsteps were heavy, and the whole ground shook. There is no such a large creature among the alien beasts. Qingjio took the time to look back. Her pupil shrank, as if she saw something subversive. The red light under Eve's eyes flickered. That was the change that would occur when she controlled the alien beast. I said, there is a chance that the war beast will mutate into an alien beast. Since they have merged, of course they will listen to me. Chapter 503. Alien beasts and war beasts are two similar, but completely different creatures. If Qingjio must fight one of them, he would rather choose to fight against the alien beasts that have no brains. Bang! The red bear raised its claws and hit the ground. Its huge force even caused cracks in the ground. Qingjio dodged the red bear's attack. When she glanced at Eve, she found that Eve was clapping and seemed to be very interested in this farce. The red bear saw that its attack failed. It roared, raised a thick bear claw and waved at Qingjio. Qingjio blocked the red bear's attack with the mechanical weapon in front of him, but the huge force could not be removed, and Qingjio flew back a few meters. Eve had too many trump cards, and Qingjio failed every time he tried to get close, and she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. She didn't have any alien beast toxin bullets, otherwise she might have more opportunities to attack. Now Jin Chung is unreliable. He is influenced by Fei Qixua's words, and will not give this thing to her. At most, he plans to control Eve and find other ways. But, who can control Eve? Even if she is caught, she can use the wormhole to travel freely. There is only one way to deal with Eve. Let her die here directly. Originally, Qingjio wanted to force Eve out and let her fall into the pile of war beasts. She wanted to suppress it with force, but she didn't expect that the war beast mutation would put her in prison. There is only one red bear war beast now, but what if the second and third ones appear later? Can she still deal with it? Just as she hesitated, she heard a familiar voice coming from not far away, followed by a gunshot that made people feel inexplicably relieved. Qingjio, don't worry about the back, we take care of it. Just as Lilith finished speaking, Qi Xiong was shot, roared in pain, and then swayed left and right like a drunk, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Lilith took back the anesthesia, and came to Qingjio under the cover of Qiuqiu and Hurricane. Why are you here? Not only me, they are here too. Lilith raised her head towards the floating car not far away, and Qingjio saw Gu Zheng and others sitting inside with sharp eyes. You? No need to say more, we all know. Lilith quickly interrupted Qingjio and said, you will die if you kill her, but there is another way, right? Lilith said the answer that Qingjio was most unwilling to accept under Qingjio's astonished eyes. You can swallow her. Eve saw that Qiuqiu and Hurricane had no alienated reaction at all, and she just felt bored. But after hearing the conversation between Lilith and Qingjio, her eyes lit up again. Yes, yes, sister. If you don't want to die, you can eat me. She clapped her hands, as if praising Lilith's proposal. But soon, she sighed with some regret. But I won't give you this chance. Qingjio didn't want to consider this plan. She avoided the important point and whispered to Lilith, cover me, or shoot her if you have a chance. She will die if she is hit by the alien beast toxin bullet. Lilith nodded solemnly. She sat on the back of the ball. While dealing with the alien beasts that surrounded her, she tried to shoot at Eve. But the bullets shot at Eve were either blocked by the alien beasts, or fell into the wormhole, and there was no chance to get close. Seeing that their current situation was relatively stable, the people on the floating car drove away, and came to Jin Cheng's vicinity. When Jin Cheng saw Gu Zheng and Wang Ling getting off the car, he immediately stepped forward and asked, is Lilith also with Qingjio? Yes. Gu Zheng nodded, and before he could say the next word, Jin Cheng immediately continued, let her come back, we can't kill the girl, Qingjio will die. Don't worry, she won't. Wang Ling patted his shoulder, and gave him a reassuring look. We have found a way to keep her from being affected. Lilith is there with the war beast to tell Qinjiu about this. Hearing that there is a way to save Qinjiu's life, Jin Cheng's originally hanging heart finally slowly fell. Only then did he realize that they were not the only ones getting off the car. A young man with light-colored hair and divine lines on his skin followed closely. His eyes met Jin Cheng's, and he nodded slightly. There was a girl of the same age standing beside him. She glanced at Jin Cheng and nodded slowly, saying, "Hello, I'm Vina, and this guy is called Kebli." Although Jin Cheng didn't know who they were, since they were brought by Gu Zheng and Wang Ling, he would naturally be friendly. He nodded to the two of them and quickly introduced himself. "Jin Cheng, I'm a classmate of theirs." "I know, and I'm the acting commander of the Beast Control Army recently." Finally, Li Tong and Ping An appeared from behind them. Jin Cheng was relieved to see that they were safe. Li Tong wanted to go to Qinjiu with Lilith just now. If Ping An hadn't stopped her, she would have run over long ago. And Ping An didn't plan to let Li Tong join the battle for safety reasons. It wasn't because he was afraid that Li Tong couldn't resist the attack of the alien beast, but because he was afraid of Eve's ability to control the alien beast. After all, Eve is a creature beyond normal understanding. No one can say whether she can control other species besides the alien beast. Li Tong might not help but make trouble in the past. At that time, will Qinjiu attack her or restrain his attack? Whether it is out of protection for Li Tong or Qinjiu, he believes that Li Tong should not be put in danger. Arnold's car returned to Adele after circling the field, and she rushed out in a hurry. She was stunned when she saw Zizit's figure, but she quickly regained her composure. Zizit didn't have time to reminisce with her. He asked directly, "What's the matter?" She didn't look at Zizit, but looked at Jin Cheng on the side. She said solemnly, "Do you remember the antler bear before?" Chapter 504. Jin Cheng nodded. That was a node in his transformation of Qinjiu into the beast-taming army. He replied, "Remember? After my investigation during this period of time, I found that war beasts and alien beasts have the ability to merge with each other. And in the early stage of fusion, there will be changes that tend to be alien beasts, and then they will slowly change in the later stage. War beasts below A are particularly easy to assimilate. If low-level war beasts and alien beasts are allowed to have long-term contact, we are equivalent to creating alien beasts with stronger combat power." When these words came out, everyone took a breath. "Arnold, is your conclusion reliable?" Adele really found it difficult to accept this result. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that this was just Arnold's temporary guess. Arnold and Adele have been allies for many years, and she can guess what Adele means. She sighed, shook her head and said, "There are not enough samples to support the conclusion, but do you think I need to give any more data at this time?" The mutated war beasts in front of him are constantly confirming Arnold's hypothesis. Indeed, as a rigorous scientist, it is somewhat random and falsified to draw conclusions without clear data support. But this conclusion is of great significance and must be taken seriously even without data support. Now the situation is tilted towards one side again. Eve has gained new help, while Qinjiu and Lilith's range of activities has been reduced again and again. They can only stand back to back and be vigilant against the alien beasts around them. Qiuqiu is also showing signs of fatigue at this time, and Hurricane has returned to Qinjiu's side after an attack. It gasped, and it seemed that it had no strength to fly again. "I'm running out of bullets." Lilith looked serious. She estimated her remaining ammunition for the last time and said, "I can only hold on for 5 minutes at most." Qinjiu nodded slightly. Eve was well protected by the alienated war beasts at this time. She even had the mind to play a little game with them. It didn't seem like she was facing a life-threatening incident at all. "That's right, it's Qinjiu and the others who should be worried now." Qinjiu sighed. She was mentally prepared. If she still couldn't defeat Eve in the end, she would use her method to go to hell with Eve. She couldn't let Eve devour her. Why hasn't the support of the Federal Army arrived yet? Lilith looked up at the empty sky, frowned, and showed confusion. Even her people on the periphery have arrived. What about the Federal Army that was originally inside? Why are they so slow to react? Although the beast tamers are helping, it seems that there are only the beast tamers. Why? This doubt arose in Lilith's heart. The Federal Army can't react so slowly unless someone deliberately doesn't want to support. Qinjiu had already thought of this, and she didn't even show the slightest surprise. It's not uncommon for Ivana to go back on his word. He only promised to give her the support of the beast tamers, and didn't say that he would send other people to reinforce. And now that the barrier has been broken, their deal is naturally over. Qinjiu even has no doubt that before her and Eve's matter was resolved, he had brought people to arrest her and bring her to justice. Internal and external troubles. Qingjiu glanced at Qiuqiu, and then she secretly retracted her gaze to look at Eve. She slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them, the next moment, the dark light in her eyes shone again. Eve seemed to feel something. She kicked away a mutated war beast in front of her, and looked towards Qingjiu. Qiuqiu reacted earlier than Eve, and Qiuqiu suddenly leaned down and lifted Lilith up. Lilith screamed, fell backwards, and landed steadily on Qiuqiu. Immediately, Qiuqiu and Hurricane took Lilith to break through quickly and left Qingjiu's side. Qingjiu. You? Lilith realized what Qingjiu had done to her, and immediately looked like she was going to jump down. But Qingjiu had guessed her possible reaction, and before she had time to jump down, Qingjiu's rope had tied her up tightly. Lilith could only gradually go away in her own curses. Eve stepped on the void again, and she took a few steps closer to Qingjiu, but she stopped cautiously because she was worried that she might have a trick up her sleeve. Qingjiu had no weapons and no help. She was at her weakest, but Eve didn't dare to take it lightly. Qingjiu stood calmly, with her arms open, expressing that she had no other weapons, and looked like she had given up struggling. I'm tired of it too, forget it, I won't fight anymore. Eve didn't look overjoyed when she heard this, and her suspicious eyes wandered over Qingjiu for a moment, and she asked, Sister, are you giving up now? Yes, I've given up. If you don't believe me, you can come and see, there's no other threat on me. The more frank Qingjiu was, the more Eve couldn't believe her. She asked Yu Qingyu and several mutated war beasts to check together, and finally they concluded that the other party did not have any threatening weapons. See? I said I didn't lie to you. Qingjiu grinned. Eve fell into silence, and the mutated war beasts that originally wanted to attack Qingjiu did not move, but just silently surrounded her. After a long time, Eve brainstormed and finally said, Do you have anything to say? Yeah. Qingjiu nodded and said, I can agree to the request to devour me, but at the same time, you must agree to my request. You say, you can devour me, but you can't hurt ordinary people. The people behind, the federal army, my friends. You must go to a deserted place to hide and live. Faced with Qingjiu's proposal, Eve did not agree immediately. She fell into a short thought. Qingjiu was not in a hurry to get an answer. She silently counted the time in her heart. Very good, let Eve continue to think. Let her think more clearly. The center of the battlefield remained silent for a moment. Only the sound of the federal army breaking through the periphery was still heard. After a long time, Eve nodded, as if compromising, and said, Okay, I agree. A wise choice. Qingjiu showed Eve a friendly smile from a distance. Eve also returned a friendly smile. At this time she was like an innocent child. What integrity, promise, these are things that only humans need. She is an existence above all species. She doesn't need these things. As long as Qingjiu died obediently, how could she care where she was, and what she was doing? A sure-win business. Eve suddenly felt that it was a waste of time to go to such lengths. Chapter 505. In order to show his sincerity, Qingjiu took the initiative to let Yu Qingyu grab him, and let Eve come forward. Eve carefully confirmed again that Qingjiu did not have the desire to resist, so she was relieved and slowly walked to Qingjiu. What do you mean by eat? Or is it the same as before? Qingjiu tilted his head and asked, You want to drink my blood? Yeah, that's good. Eve smiled and approached Qingjiu. She waved her hand, and let the two mutated war beasts grab Qingjiu's arms at the same time. She still couldn't completely trust the other party. Her sister was not an easy character to deal with. Who knew if she would wait for this opportunity to put herself in fatal danger? The beast's strength was so great that Qingjiu groaned, and she even wondered if her hand bones would be broken. Hee, sorry, I'm a little scared of death. Eve was sure that Qingjiu couldn't move at all. She stretched out her hand and stroked Qingjiu's neck. The gentle movement brought a tingling sensation. Qingjiu turned her head uncomfortably, but Eve held her head firmly and forced her to look at her. Sister, remember what I look like. I love you very much. If you forget what I look like, I will be angry, Eve said, and buried her head beside Qingjiu's neck. In her sight, Qingjiu's blood vessels were clearly visible, and the intricate purple and green lines converged in one direction, heart. It was a pity that she couldn't just take out Qingjiu's heart and eat it up. She could only use this backward method to get Qingjiu's blood. This was the most effective bridge between them. Eve scratched Qingjiu's skin with her nails, and a bean-sized red liquid oozed out from it. They gathered together to form a winding stream. Eve kissed her skin, and the bright red blood was like a layer of bright lip balm on her. The full power was slowly injected into her body, and she could hardly get rid of this obsession. The people in the distance, who didn't know the situation, were discussing the next plan, and Lilith's curse had come from the front. Everyone was startled, and they looked up in the direction of the sound, only to see Lilith tied to Chiyochio's body. Chiyochio seemed to be unable to hear her voice to stop, and rushed to everyone. What's going on? Wang Ling stepped forward to untie the mechanical weapon tied to Lilith, and the mechanical weapon turned back into the heavy bracelet in his hand. He could recognize that this was the weapon he gave to Chinjio. That is to say, Chinjio no longer has a weapon that suits him, but she hasn't come back yet. She is in danger. Lilith quickly recounted her experience, and when she said that Chinjio actually sent her away, she couldn't help cursing. Before everyone had time to figure out the other party's intentions, Zysite received another communication. Admiral Zysite, we are from the observation team. We saw some abnormalities, and we must report them quickly. Everyone could hear the voice coming from the terminal, and Zysite's face was stern. Please speak. We saw that the two people in the center of the battlefield had stopped fighting, and the girl seemed to hug our colleague from the beast-taming army. Hearing this, the few people who knew the truth immediately widened their eyes, and Li Tong was even about to rush out. Ping An hugged Li Tong from behind her, and Li Tong subconsciously wanted to bite him to make him let go in pain. But when she looked down and saw Ping An's mechanical arm, she gave up the idea in dismay. The same thing happened before. Ping An was naive at the time, and was bitten with a big tooth mark. Even in a hurry now, Ping An still remembered that he couldn't send his flesh arm up. But Li Tong didn't intend to obey obediently. She was waving her limbs, struggling with all her might, almost making Ping An unable to control her. Don't worry, is there a picture? Jean Chung went past Shi Si Tae and talked directly to the other party. Seeing that Shi Si Tae had no intention of stopping him, the other party nodded immediately and transmitted the surveillance picture of the scene. In the picture, Chinjio was controlled, and Eve was buried in her neck. She hugged Chinjio tightly, as if she had caught her prey and wouldn't let her leave. Not good. Jean Chung didn't care about that, he said directly. Shoot. Everyone shoot. Are you crazy? You will accidentally hurt Chinjio. Lilith was dissatisfied with Jean Cheng's proposal, but before they could argue out a result, the other party said, but we don't know whether those mutated war beasts will also be affected. This is indeed a difficult problem. If the mutated war beasts can also be killed by the alien beast toxin bullets, it will be unacceptable for their owners. Hiss's eyes for help fell on Arnold. Arnold didn't say anything, just lowered his eyes, and shook his head. Her meaning was very clear. Yes, the alien beast toxin bullets will also kill the mutated war beasts. But do they still have a choice now? He sighed, as if he had made the most difficult decision. He said, shoot, try not to hit those humans. Yes. The other party turned off the communication, and everyone could hear the gunshots coming from the tall building not far away. You? Do you want to kill Chinjio? Lilith grabbed Jean Cheng's collar with some anger. Jean Chung was still very weak, and almost fell to the ground with a slight push from her. Wang Ling took the initiative to separate the two. He stood in front of Lilith and said, his decision is right. If Chinjio is now, we must make a choice. No one wants to see this answer, but we also can't let Yi become a complete body. Not long ago, Jean Chung took the initiative to stop Chinjio from killing Eve because he was worried about Chinjio's safety. How could he possibly want to kill Chinjio? But from another perspective, aren't other people's lives also lives? If Eve devours Chinjio, will there be another catastrophe in the interstellar space? From the perspective of most people, Wang Ling also agrees with Jean Cheng's approach. The gunshots seemed to last longer than they thought. Eve could transfer bullets through wormholes, so it was expected that things would not go so smoothly. Under the suppression of firepower, most of the alien beasts were killed or injured, opening a path for them. They did not dare to neglect, and immediately approached the direction of Chinjio and the others. At this moment, a gray shadow passed by several people like an invisible lightning. The gray shadow also took away Chinjio's mechanical weapon when passing by Wang Ling. That is, Ing! With a short and sharp cry, everyone looked up and saw the Night Emperor bat galloping in the sky. Stylish? The one who just passed by was. Chapter 506. The crowd then looked at the disappearing gray figure, and the few who knew immediately recognized the other party's identity. It was definitely Meteor. Lika took the initiative to explain to Edel, it is Chinjioshin's war beast, called Meteor, and it is also a swift leopard. Edel was stunned when he heard this, swift leopard. Why don't I remember there is a war beast of this color? Oh, it's not a war beast in the War Beast Management Bureau. Vina, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, you bought it from me. Buy. This verb seemed a bit out of place when pressed on the head of the war beast, and Edel couldn't help but look at this unfamiliar woman. Vina nodded, not feeling that her identity needed to be hidden at all. It is an auction item in the Xingyue auction house. Hearing these words, Edo looked at the woman with a different look. He had heard that the owner of the Xingyue auction house was a girl, but he sneered at the rumor at first. He believed that the owner of the Xingyue auction house was a very capable woman, but he thought that the other party must be a woman of some age and experience. Connecting with the rumors he had heard before, he carefully looked at the girl in front of him again, and a strange thought rose from the bottom of his heart. She might be the boss behind the Xingyue auction house. Vina did not intend to explain too much, but just said, "Don't worry, this little guy used to be very timid, but now he has completely learned bad things, don't worry." Learn bad things? Edo was a little confused, but Vina glanced at him and chuckled. "Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your two war beasts." Edo, ? Although Vina has not communicated directly with Lightning Snow White, she can get the information she wants from Meteor. This is what Meteor revealed himself. It has learned a lot from its two brothers and sisters. As for what this learning a lot means, Vina knows without asking that it is definitely not something serious. As the number of alien beasts is decreasing, several people have gradually approached the central area. Even if there are a few difficult to solve mutant war beasts, Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei will take action to solve them. The abilities they have shown are really eye-catching. I didn't expect that they just came back from a business trip, and their physical fitness has improved so much. Only Vina and Li Tong can smell the disgusting breath coming from them. Guangming sent back the information that Qinjiu needed help. Xiaoxia began to lay out, and finally let Meteor implement it. What they have to do is very simple. They just need to help Qinjiu take back the weapons, and then help her deliver them. During this period, Xiaoxia needs to open the way for Meteor, and don't let other ignorant alien beasts block the way. The closer they got to Qinjiu, the more frightened they were. The wormholes in the sky were swallowing every bullet, and their owners were tightly hugged by Eve in the center of the storm. Eve turned her back to them, and Qinjiu looked at them. She suddenly asked, "You spend so much effort to maintain these wormholes. Can you still hold on?" Faced with Qinjiu's question, the other party took the time to look up and responded, "It's okay for now, but my ability is almost at its limit. Wait until I digest your power, sister." "Oh," Qinjiu asked with interest. "So now you can't control more wormholes?" For some reason, even though she couldn't see Qinjiu's expression, Eve felt uneasy when she heard Qinjiu's question. Before she could ask more, Qinjiu suddenly broke free from the loose shackles and hugged Eve tightly. Eve felt that Qinjiu's strength was about to break her ribs. Alarm bells rang in her mind and she screamed, "Sister, what are you doing? Leave this place that doesn't belong to us with you." After Qinjiu finished speaking, the bracelet that was originally held by the meteor suddenly moved. It turned into a sharp blade in front of the swift leopard and went straight to the direction of Qinjiu and Eve. Feeling the strong killing intent, Eve had already struggled with all her strength. But just as she and Qinjiu said, she is now in a period of energy vacancy, which is also her weakest moment. Swish! With a burst of air-breaking sound, the cold light of the black blade shot directly towards Eve and Qinjiu's body. Eve has understood Qinjiu's intention, and she shouted, "Are you crazy? You will die like this." "Yes, I know." Qinjiu replied calmly, and the sword blade quickly enlarged in her sight, and then pierced through the bodies of the two people with a muffled groan from the two people at the same time. Qinjiu then released his control over Eve, and Eve's extremely shocked eyes slowly dropped, and she looked at the blood gushing out of her pierced chest. This blow hit the heart directly. A trace of dark red overflowed from the corners of her mouth, and she staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground. There was a roar in her ears, and the scene in front of her began to blur. She began to breathe heavily, but the gas she took in was not enough. Eve was different from Qinjiu. She did not have a strong recovery ability. After an important organ like her heart was damaged, she would have died of excessive blood loss before the repair was completed. Everyone who rushed to the scene witnessed this scene. They looked at the woman who was holding a sword and getting up to Eve with horror. Perhaps because Eve was also in danger, Qinjiu's body's recovery function also began to strike. She pierced Eve's heart and her own lungs, and her condition seemed to be comparable to Eve. Qinjiu's mouth flowed a dazzling red, and all the wormholes around disappeared. The alien beasts and mutant war beasts that were originally controlled by Eve regained their autonomous control in an instant, and they began to kill aimlessly. But soon, they were suppressed by the firepower of the Federal Army. Ding! Qinjiu held the sword and knelt on one knee beside Eve. Several war beasts immediately came forward and surrounded Qinjiu. As the most sensible one, Xiaosa was trying to find a way to stop Qinjiu's bleeding wound, but no matter how it pressed, the red liquid could not stop at all. Ahem, no need, Xiaosa. Chinjio pulled a not-so-good smile at the corner of her mouth, and she said, "No need." Ing. Shiosao was obviously dissatisfied with Chinjio's words, and it still maintained that action. Chinjio no longer stopped him, but turned his eyes to Eve lying in front of her. Eve's skin was pale at this time, and her eyes were a little distracted, but she still felt Chinjio's sight at the first time. Hee. Sister, cough cough. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. She raised her arms with all her strength, trying to hug Chinjio. Okay, sister, since you don't want me to eat you, then you eat me. She could accept the fact of death better than Chinjio. Their relationship was like this since birth. Either she wins and eats Chinjio, or she loses and is eaten by Chinjio. She doesn't think death is terrible. She just lives in a different way. She just feels a little sorry that the one who is alive is not herself. No, I won't. Chinjio wiped the red from the corner of his lips, and his hoarse voice came out slowly. I'm here, with you. Two lives that shouldn't exist. They should also walk hand in hand into the abyss together. Death didn't scare Eve, but Chinjio's reaction at this time made her feel really scared. No, 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 cough, sister, no. We have to live together. We should be the gods of this world. TSK. Chinjio sneered at this statement. She was just an ordinary orphan. She just wanted to live a peaceful life, but now it seems that she can no longer fulfill this wish. Of course, she didn't want to be a god. Eve was her only relative, but she was also the beginning of the disaster. She just wanted to end this farce with Eve and bring peace to the Interstellar. She didn't ask herself if she was a good person, but she had to say that Dean Liu had instilled the correct 3 views in her since she was a child. Thinking of this, Chinjio couldn't help but chuckle. Her laughter caused her to cough, and she spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments. Eve's breathing was becoming more and more rapid, and she was obviously about to run out of energy. She was still struggling with her last bit of strength. Eat me. Sister. Chinjio admitted her identity at the last moment of her life. Eve's pupils trembled slightly. Even when she was dying, she couldn't hide her surprise. Sister admitted it, they are family. The next moment, Chinjio reached out to cover her eyes, and said goodbye in the softest tone. Good night. Eve closed her eyes, and her heart, which had been pierced, would never beat again. When Chinjio let go of her hand, she could see the faint smile on Eve's face. She slept peacefully. Chinjio's vision gradually became blurred, and she fell heavily on Eve amid the exclamations of the crowd. It was only a few days from the first time the two sisters met to the death together. Chapter 507. Chinjio. Lilith ignored Jean Cheng's obstruction, and put her own safety aside. She strode to Chinjio's side, and gently shook Chinjio's motionless body. Chinjio, wake up. Be careful. The mad mutant war beast lost control, and was about to attack Lilith, who was kneeling on the ground. Li could move faster than anyone else. He stepped forward with his bare hands, his eyes red, and tore it apart with strange strength. He exposed his ability without any cover, but the few people who were with him were not afraid. Jean Chung whispered to him when he passed by him. Several people gathered around. There were not many alien beasts left. Li Ke and Xiao Qingwei were stationed outside. None of the war beasts that were supposed to help left at this time. On the contrary, they all surrounded Chinjio and refused to leave. Xiao Shao looked at his hands full of blood, his whole body trembling, and he fell into deep self-blame. It didn't press Chinjio's wound, so Chinjio bled so much. It's all its fault. The 3 swift lepers and Chiochio used their claws to pull Chinjio. Their movements were gentle, as if they wanted to wake Chinjio up, but they were afraid to disturb her sweet dream. Roar. Meteor nudged Chinjio's rapidly hypothermic body with his nose. He didn't understand why Chinjio ignored him. Why didn't he play with him? Why didn't he look at him? Guangming stood beside them, tilting his head to look in the direction of Chinjio. Her little flame was disappearing, and now only a little firefly was left, and it would disappear in a while. Guangming didn't know what death meant. He only knew that if the flame disappeared, he would no longer have a master. Its little Chinjio, the only girl willing to adopt her, will never smile and say to it again, "Good morning, light." When it thought of its future life, it couldn't help but turn back to peck its feathers. The depression that it had finally cured relapsed uncontrollably at this moment. The heavy sadness not only permeated among the war beasts, but also the humans present were greatly shocked. Lilith shook Chinjio, and she called out to him in an anxious and suppressed voice, "Chinjio, Chinjio. Don't scare me, wake up quickly. Chinjio might have just fainted temporarily, the medical team will be here soon, she will be fine." Really fine. The gradually cold and stiff touch on her hands forced Lilith to face the answer she least wanted to see. Even if the medical team came, it was too late. She suddenly pulled Qingjio up from the ground with a nameless anger that came from nowhere. She shook him hard, trying to wake him up. Don't you have a strong recovery ability? Where did it go? Aw? I don't care who you are, just don't die. Lilith. Don't. Jin Chung reluctantly held Lilith's wrist and asked her to let go of Qingjio. He couldn't ignore the tears on Lilith's face, and he couldn't bear to look in Qingjio's direction again. At first, he agreed to the Federal Army shooting because he knew that Qingjio should have an antidote on him. Although he couldn't be 100% sure that it would work, he still believed in his heart that his vice president would find a way to get out. Qingjio didn't die because of the alien beast toxin bullet, but in a more tragic way, she chose to die with Eve. She killed Eve, and her only way to survive was to devour Eve, but she chose not to do so. Jin Chung probably understood her thoughts. She wanted to die gloriously as a human being, not to live a miserable life as a monster. Third electric shock start. With a huge electric current sound, Qingjio's body seemed to be greatly stimulated and suddenly jumped up. The heartbeat still hasn't recovered, do it again. Fourth electric shock start. Gu Zheng operated his rescue mecha to provide emergency rescue for Qingjio. His hands were trembling slightly as he slid on the light screen, and his voice was full of tension and distraction. Wang Ling patted Gu Zheng's shoulder heavily, and Gu Zheng suddenly trembled and focused a little. With the power given by Wang Ling, his eyes were no longer confused, and he continued to operate the mecha rescue. Li Tong burst into tears. Ping held her in his arms and lent her a solid arm. Li Tong has the simplest and most honest instinct of animals. No matter what Gu Zheng does, Li Tong knows that Qingjio's soul is gone, and she will never come back. Even though Hester and Edel are used to seeing life and death, they still can't help but sigh. They don't even have the heart to stop their powerless struggles, watching Gu Zheng doing useless work again and again. Vina stared at Qingjio, who was bounced up again and again by the rescue mecha. She bit her lips hard with her teeth, trying to suppress her emotions, almost biting her lips. Only Cabelli's expression did not change too much. He was like an outsider, witnessing this huge funeral. He patted Vina gently and comforted her. Don't be sad, she will be fine. Vina raised her eyes, tears rolled in her eyes, but they never fell. Under her hazy vision, Cabelli's pretty face seemed a little blurry, but she could inexplicably see the firmness in it. Do you remember why I followed you? Maybe I have a way. Chapter 508. Every year, colleges and universities will select a representative to hold the New Year celebration. Students from all colleges and universities can apply in advance to go to the colleges and universities holding the New Year celebration to participate in this annual event. It happened that this year it was Xinguang's turn to host the celebration. As members of the student union, Qingjio and his group were naturally left to help with the decoration. Lightning, come here. Qingjio waved to Lightning, who reluctantly walked forward with his head drooped. Qingjio chuckled and rubbed its head, then took out a new lantern from the basket behind it, and handed it to Gu Zheng, who was on the small flying mecha. Only you could ask them to help. Gu Zheng teased, and immediately made a zipper motion in front of his lips under Lightning's warning. He didn't dare to say anything else, and turned around to continue hanging lanterns. Qingjio saw that Gu Zheng was almost done here, so she was ready to go somewhere else to see if there was anyone who needed help. Dailu and Shiqin passed by her, with a large stack of paper cuts, and other senior brothers and sisters. Qingjio asked if they needed help, but they just shook their heads with a faint smile in their eyes, and said, No, I have enough laborers here. Qingjio nodded, said goodbye to them, and walked all the way from the gate to the teaching building. No matter which place they were, it was full of the flavor of the new year under their decoration. However, Qingjio looked back with some curiosity, squinting her eyes, and her eyes fell on Lightning. Where are Bai Shui and the others? Lightning looked up at the sky. It knew nothing. How did it know that Xiaoxia sneaked into the kitchen with Guangming? And how did it know that Bai Shui went to the fireworks warehouse with Meteor? It's just an innocent hurricane leopard. It knows nothing. Ahem, if covering up is also a kind of innocence. Qingjio looked at its expression. She had an ominous premonition, and left faster. Lightning didn't dare to expose himself, so he had to follow silently. Oh, it's been a long time since I saw Xinguang so lively. That's right, Xinguang is still a good place, big and beautiful. Our students want to come and see it during the festival this year. I'm afraid you can't accommodate it here. No way. Just come. We're calling. The principal, Edel and Ilya and others are visiting the school with the principals and management of other colleges and universities, wanting to experience the New Year atmosphere of Xinguang in advance. A student is standing behind them with a floating microphone and camera, taking pictures of the scenery of Xinhuang while giving a brief introduction, obviously live broadcasting. It was broadcast live on the college forum, attracting the attention of many students who were unable to participate in this event. Is the anchor at Xinhuang now? Yes, the celebration is tonight. Let's take a look at the school's layout in advance. The school is so big. Yes, I knew Xinhuang was big before, but I didn't expect it to be so big. We have to take a bus after this section. We can't walk anymore. This live broadcast room will not stop. It will last until the celebration is over. You can hang on. After he said that, he followed the leaders and got on the school bus and left. Where are we going next? Oh, we are going to visit the cafeteria. Let's see what delicious dishes are there tonight. Students enter in the evening. If you have successfully applied, remember to show up on time. Edel glanced at him and smiled. This is the third year of Xiao Chui hosting the live broadcast, right? Time flies. In another year, Xiao Chui will graduate. I don't know if anyone will take over by then. Don't worry, Teacher Edel. I have trained a junior brother, and he will come next year. Haha, okay. The few of them arrived at the cafeteria while chatting. Even though it was not time for dinner, they could smell the aroma of food. It was obvious that the kitchen was rushing to prepare tonight's meal. This is the largest cafeteria of Xinhuang. This scale can accommodate 10,000 people. Okay, let's go to the kitchen. His voice stopped abruptly. Not only him, but also the principals and everyone in the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. When they realized that they were not hallucinating, they took a breath together, and the barrage in the live broadcast room began to grow rapidly. Seeking a pair of eyes that have never seen, am I hallucinating? Then I might also be hallucinating. No, I didn't eat mushrooms. I think I am in a worse state now than when I ate mushrooms. After eating mushrooms, I would just chat with the plants at home. What is this? What is this? Is the war beast cooking for me? Huh? I suddenly thought of a cliché. The owner said to the pet, "Go to the kitchen and cook 2 dishes for me." Ha ha ha, I dare not open my eyes. I hope it is my hallucination. The picture shows a handsome man wearing a loose chef's uniform, and a chef's hat made of a napkin on his little head. At this time, he holds a knife in his right hand and an apple in his left hand, cutting it into pieces and carving it as if facing a great enemy. It doesn't know how to do complicated carving. It just cut 2 cuts on the apple skin, and then peeled it to make a rabbit shape. After cutting it, it didn't forget to soak it in salt water before putting it on the plate. Looking at the plate next to it, there was a circle of rabbit apples neatly arranged in the plate, and in the middle was a little swan carved from watermelon, which looked extremely delicate. And there were several such fruit plates on the table, all of which were covered in transparent covers. After finishing a fruit plate, the chef Shirsaw made a soft hum sound, and its deputy Guangming immediately understood and held a clean cloth in his mouth to wipe it on his forehead, wiping off the non-existent sweat for him, as if this was the only way to show his identity and status as a chef. Ha, ha, your school is really different. We are lucky enough to eat the fruit plate cut by the war beast for us. Could it be a human pretending to be a war beast? It doesn't look like it. Aren't those the popular Xiesaw and Guangming? The shock in the principal's eyes has not completely disappeared. He suddenly looked at Edel and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Edel called the chef with a headache. Seeing this, the chef immediately smiled and said, "Oh, I really have to thank Xiesaw for helping us. We are too busy here." It originally wanted to take 2 fruits away. When it saw us making a fruit plate, it volunteered to join. We didn't take it seriously at first, but after seeing its knife skills, we let it join. Oh, don't worry. It has thoroughly disinfected itself, and it also wears gloves and a mask. It is absolutely clean. If you don't believe me, I eat a piece first. After saying that, the chef really took a piece of apple from the fruit plate and ate it. While chewing, he commented, "Put more salt later, it will oxidize easily." Xiao Xiao immediately straightened up and made an okay gesture to the chef, and then continued to fiddle with their fruit plates with Guangming. It is illegal to hire war beasts, but the war beasts have to work for themselves. What? Are all the war beasts of your Star Emperor like this? Principal, Edo, This is a big misunderstanding. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the distance, as if an explosion had occurred somewhere, which attracted all their attention. Elijah identified the direction, and his face changed. No, it's the fireworks warehouse. Quick! Let's go and have a look. When they arrived, Qinjiu had already arrived at the place where the roar came from. She held her hands in front of her chest, Looking at the dusty Baishua, Meteor, Hurricane, and Chiuchiu, several war beasts, she was angry and helpless. Tell me, what happened? Chiuchiu asked, and Baishua, Meteor, and Hurricane pointed at Chiuchiu at the same time. Chiuchiu looked left and right, and growled in anger. But under Chiuchiu's sharp eyes, it still lowered its head and kept silent. After watching their whole explanation with gestures, Chiuchiu finally understood what happened. It turned out that Meteor, Hurricane, and Chiuchiu were curious about what fireworks were. Baishua, as an old hand, decided to bring them to see the world. Baishua originally just wanted to give them 2 fairy sticks to play with, but she never thought that one of the big guys was accidentally ignited by the fire tail that Chiuchiu swung around, and then the loud noise just now happened. Fortunately, the big guy was a little far away from the other fireworks, so no big mistake was made in the end. But the few war beasts present were still covered in dust. Chiuchiu had a headache. She punished them to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes, and they were not allowed to leave until the evening. Lightning showed a gloating look behind Chiuchiu. It seemed to say, "Hee. I knew you would get into trouble. Fortunately, I volunteered to work and was not bewitched by you." Baishua glanced at his smile, and recalled that this guy was very easy to talk to and willing to cover for them at the beginning, and it finally came to its senses. Unexpectedly, it would be tricked by lightning, a fool. It just moved, and Chiuchiu's sharp eyes fell on it again, and it had to withdraw its eyes in dismay. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Chiuchiu sighed, turned around and found that there were several people standing behind him, looking at him with a dull face. She nodded respectfully to the teachers and said, "Hello, teacher?" In the live broadcast room, "No. Why do I feel that the Star King's war beasts seem to be different from ours? Investigate whether they are humans pretending to be one. We must investigate. Don't they just want to play with fireworks? Let them play. Let them play. Why do I have an illusion now? I won't be surprised if the Star King's war beasts can speak one day. Ah? Don't you know? The war beasts on the screen are my classmates. We have classes in the same classroom. Don't make them stand in the corner. Don't hinder them from going to school. Haha, Star King is really full of talents." The principals took a lot of effort to calm themselves down. When they left, they seemed to be walking on cotton, light and fluttering. The Star Emperor and his party were so magical, but they never expected that something even more magical was yet to come. After dinner, Chiuchiu choreographed an acrobatic performance for the war beasts who stayed in the school. Everyone was at a loss as they watched the fire-tailed lion jump through the fire ring, the wind leopard walk on the tightrope, and the flying war beasts play basketball. Of course, the Night Emperor Bat Chef also served them a fruit platter after the meal. If they knew that the Star Emperor and his party would be so exciting, they would have brought 2 more heart pills. Their heartbeats and blood pressure were rising. Save them. But don't stop. The speed of the barrage in the live broadcast room has made Xiao Chui unable to keep up, and he also gave up the commentary and decided to be a ruthless broadcasting machine. He has participated in the celebration for 3 years, and he has never been so speechless as he is now. What can he say? He couldn't comment. This was beyond his comprehension. Are you ready? I'm going to light it. In an open space, Wang Ling was counting on a stopwatch, and Jean Chung was holding an integrated ignition device. This was a device that Wang Ling had specially made to ignite fireworks simultaneously, so that the sky could be lit up at midnight tonight. Countdown to 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignite! As the music stopped, the performance of the war beasts finally ended. They reluctantly bowed to the guests at Chiuchiu's call. Just as everyone was about to applaud, several sharp sounds cut through the sky, and rays of light shot up into the sky. Immediately, huge sparks exploded, and gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the air at the same time, lighting up half of the sky. Wow, so beautiful! What beautiful fireworks! Jean Chung and Wang Ling completed their task, and quickly came to the front of everyone. Chiuchiu looked at them, and rubbed the head of the war beast beside her. She smiled, and a few of them said at the same time in tacit understanding as if they had rehearsed. Happy New Year! Chapter 509. Hearing this, Vina looked up at Kebli with hope on her face. The tears that she had been reluctant to shed rolled in her eyes, and her crystal eyes showed her trust and expectation for Kebli. At this moment, whether Kebli's method was effective or not, she was willing to give it a try. Kebli reached out to wipe away the tears from her eyes, and he said softly, "Everything will be fine, don't cry." In their ignorant and ambiguous relationship, Vina has always been the superior. She has never shown her vulnerability to Kebli, which is also her survival rule in Xingdu. Perhaps there are too many recent events that have made her breathless, or maybe it is because Chinjio has a different meaning in her heart, and she can't face Chinjio's death calmly, so she can't help showing her vulnerable side. Kebli can accept any appearance of her, her strength, her vulnerability, he will accept them all. His eyes intertwined with Vina's, and his eyes contained emotions that Vina could not see through. Like deep reluctance. Kebli finally let her go, and he came to Chinjio and squatted slowly. Lilith had been controlled by Jean Chung, her crying had turned into sobbing, and her tears had a tendency to dry up. She was almost out of tears. She was like a cursed human, and people or things close to her would always leave her. How long had she treated Chinjio as her own talent? Why? Why did God take away the close existence around her again and again? Lilith. Jean Chung endured the sourness in his throat, and his voice was also hoarse and suppressed. Don't do this, Chinjio will not be happy. Kebli looked around, and everyone's face revealed a deep sadness. Chinjio was a person who occupied a great weight in their hearts. Of course, it was the same for him. If Chinjio hadn't saved him, he would have been sold to someone else's plaything. His gratitude to Chinjio came from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would definitely repay this favor. He stretched out his hand, and was about to touch Chinjio's body, but Lightning had already opened his mouth quickly, and his sharp fangs stabbed at his wrist. Lightning had never seen Kebli before, and even though Kebli was traveling with them now, Lightning's protective heart still didn't want Kebli to touch Chinjio's body. Meteor also protected Kebli, and it stepped forward to block Lightning's attack, and a low roar squeezed out of its throat, as if to soothe Lightning's emotions. Kebli didn't expect that the little brat, who had been hiding from him before, and even looked down on him, would now protect him. Kebli chuckled and patted Meteor's back. Meteor's muscles twitched, as if he was not used to Kebli's touch. But even so, it did not attack Kebli. Meteor, I need some time, can you protect me? Meteor blinked, and a firm light rarely appeared in his clear pupils. It nodded solemnly, and I don't know how it did it, but several war beasts actually listened to its advice, and moved away from this space. Kebli also gave Jean Chung and others a look, and everyone placed their last hope on this young man, who looked less than 20 years old. They retreated with the war beasts, leaving enough space for Kebli. Kebli took a deep breath, and touched Chinjio's fatal wound. Immediately, a little bit of golden powdery light gathered from all directions. I don't know if it was an illusion of the crowd, but the light gathered by these little fluorescent spots was even brighter than the sun in the sky. They subconsciously squinted their eyes, and the fluorescent light gradually gathered into a golden vortex hovering over Chinjio's wound. Like a miracle, the blood that had already coagulated on Chinjio's body seemed to come alive, and her pierced body was repaired quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a spell comparable to Chinjio's own repair ability. Chinjio's originally pale and bloodless face gradually regained its rosy color, and she looked more and more like a sleeping person. Everyone was happy. They didn't expect Kebli to have the ability to reverse life and death, and he actually had a way to bring Chinjio back to life. But their joy didn't last long. Kebli's painful cough came from the front. They witnessed Kebli coughing twice, and spitting out a large mouthful of bright red liquid, which seemed to be mixed with a little golden light. Kebli? Vina was shocked, and immediately wanted to go forward to check on Kebli. Kebli just stretched out his hand to stop her from moving forward. Don't come over, it will affect the ceremony. He seemed to be enduring great pain, and his pair of light-colored pupils gradually filled with bloodshot. He suppressed his hoarse voice, and stopped everyone who wanted to come forward. Ritual. Ceremony? Although Vina stopped, she felt a strong sense of uneasiness when she heard this word, and she immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Ahem. As Chinjio's body gradually recovered, Kebli's body seemed to have lost its vitality, and the whole person showed a decadent look. He covered his chest with one hand and whispered, "I am able to exist because of Chinjio's father, I should return this life to her." Reading the meaning between the lines of Kebli, Vina's eyes widened, looking unbelievable. "You mean, you are exchanging life for life?" "Yes, I just found out not long ago. As a descendant of the Sun God, I can exchange for the return of another life by sacrifice." "Are you crazy?" Vina didn't care so much. She stepped forward and grabbed Kebli's shoulder, asking him to leave Chinjio's side. But the golden vortex still showed no sign of stopping. It was still absorbing Kebli's vitality. "The ceremony has begun, and can no longer be interrupted." Kebli accepted this result calmly from the beginning. "You? If he continues like this, he will die." Suddenly, a strange man's voice sounded from behind Vina, and she was startled. She obviously didn't feel anyone approaching. She turned back to look in the direction of the voice, and she saw a strange face. Even though his facial features made Vina feel strange, the feeling coming from him was very familiar. Almost instantly Vina had confirmed the other party's identity. He was also a bloodbat. Chapter 510. Wes learned about Vina's existence from Chinchio, and naturally he had locked Vina's identity from the moment he had a premonition. She was his kind, one of the few family members still alive in this world. Vina was still in shock for a long time, and then she heard the other party say, "If you don't want him to die, there is another way." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and even Kebley, who was about to accept the fact of his own demise, widened his slightly bloodshot eyes. Vina grabbed the last straw. She immediately stood up and held Weiss's hands. "What should I do? Where is your star?" Wes didn't care that Vina grabbed him so hard that it hurt. He continued, "Have you forgotten how you survived until now?" This sentence may sound a bit confusing to others, but it is a guiding light for Vina. Vina's eyes lit up instantly, and she asked, "What do you mean?" "I think, even if you let everyone go, you still got all the wool you should get, right?" Vina nodded heavily. She had never thought about this direction. But with Weiss's guidance, the fog that was originally covering her was dispersed by the wind, and a unique answer appeared. Because of Chinchio's help, she no longer needs the star to save her life. But the star also gathers enough vitality, which can give her an extraordinary supplement when necessary. It's just that she knows that this thing can be used on herself, and she really doesn't have much clue how to use it on others. Seemingly seeing her doubts, Weiss took the initiative to explain, "He is very lucky. If it were someone else, even Chinchio, it wouldn't work. Kebley likes to be free and wears loose clothes. His collar is open, and the golden lines on it, which belong to God, are floating up and down with his rapid breathing." Weiss stretched out his hand and gently cut a small piece of skin on his chest. The dark golden blood slowly flowed out, outlining Kebley's body contour, and finally slowly fell on his clothes, staining a piece red. Kebley groaned in pain, but he did not resist. For him now, it doesn't matter even if the man in front of him threatens his life. After all, he can't escape death in the end. And it seems that he has a special relationship with Vina. He is willing to trust Vina, and naturally he is willing to trust the man in front of him. Weiss winked at Vina. "Come." Vina understood, and immediately took out the gem and handed it to Weiss. When Weiss put the gem on Kebley's wound, a strange scene happened. The gem actually merged into Kebley's body, and even Kebley's wound disappeared. The impact of the star is huge, and the human body cannot withstand it. He glanced at Chinchio meaningfully. Even the war beasts and alien beasts can't stand it. He witnessed that Capri's complexion gradually recovered, and he continued, "Capri survives in the world in the body of a demigod, so this little thing is naturally not a problem for him. Otherwise, you think that the star is so powerful, why can't it be used unlimitedly to help others?" Vina is just a junior in the tribe in front of Weiss, and her knowledge is far less than Weiss. At this time, Weiss is like her most reliable elder, giving her the most favorable guidance and help. Chinchio's body has fully recovered, and she seems to have fallen into a deep sleep. The rise and fall of her chest, and the gradually warming body, are telling everyone a fact. She is really alive, and with Vina's star, Kebley can be replenished in the first time even if his vitality is taken away, and his condition is gradually improving. When Kebley's sacrifice ceremony ended, he and Chinchio both survived in a way beyond ordinary people's understanding. Everyone still has no sense of reality at this time, and too many things have happened in a short period of time. Although Chinchio has been in a coma, at least her heartbeat signal can be displayed on Gu Zheng's rescue mecha, which can ensure that she is indeed in a safe state now. Just when everyone thought that the matter was about to come to an end, the Federal Army vehicles that had not appeared before appeared in the sky like an overwhelming force. And Fei Qixia, who had been in a daze, seemed to come alive suddenly. His faith collapsed. The god he once thought of was actually just a dirty combination of alien beasts. He was deceived. Eve's death caused him great stimulation. The evil thoughts in his heart were shouting, "Great! She should die. Chinchio should also die. They are all dirty things and should not exist in this world." This thought surged like a tide. From the moment he saw the Federal Army, he had already thought of the next plan. He waved his hand to the sky and shouted, "I want to surrender. I want to report." The crowd who heard his voice suddenly looked at him. Just now, everyone was worried about Chinchio's safety, and completely forgot about this person. He suddenly exposed himself at this time. For some reason, they always had an ominous premonition in their hearts. "Do you want me to get rid of him?" Li Tong wiped the tears from her face, and returned to her usual calmness. Fei Qixia made her feel very disgusted. Not only did he have the breath of an alien beast in his body, But more importantly, he was mixed with all kinds of negative emotions. Greed, indifference, cruelty. In Li Tong's opinion, there was no need to keep such a person alive. Not to mention that he was likely to say something inappropriate at an inappropriate time, which might cause unnecessary trouble to Qinjiu. But Ping An shook his head silently, and his meaning was also the meaning of the others. Now they were full of federal troops, and Fei Qixia was the most conspicuous. If Li Tong took action at this time, it was possible that Fei Qixia had not been dealt with before she was captured alive and imprisoned, which would not be worth a loss. If they had known that he would attack at this time, they should have taken action earlier. Ping An's eyes also rarely showed a hint of murderous intent. I surrender. Fei Qixia grabbed a high-ranking official who got off the car and did not give him a chance to speak. He accused Qinjiu all at once. I surrender. I am Fei Qixia from the White Tiger organization. I am willing to go back with you. But before that, I want to report. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Qinjiu, who was being supported by Wang Ling. I want to report. She is not human. She is an experiment of our White Tiger organization. She carries the genes of an alien beast. Chapter 511. What? The man was stunned when he heard this, and then he called another colleague with a serious face. He whispered a few words in the other's ear, and the man nodded and left. Fei Qixia was temporarily controlled, his hands were shackled behind his back, and he half knelt on the ground. But even so, his eyes looking at Qinjiu were still full of malice. The meaning hidden in his eyes was also very obvious. Since he couldn't get his god, he would destroy the semi-finished product. At this moment, he even forgot all the efforts he had made over the years, his friendship with Rokov, and his own safety. He was overwhelmed by anger, and did the most irrational thing. But he didn't know what regret was. He only knew that he couldn't bear to leave the semi-finished product in the world. Because of his obstruction, Qinjiu, who was originally prepared to be sent for treatment, was ordered to be controlled in place, and could not leave. Even with the two iconic faces of Hester and Edel present, it would not change a bit. Not long after, Ivana, who had been missing for a while, came to Fei Qixia. Fei Qixia, we haven't seen each other for a long time. He sighed and said with some regret, if you hadn't gone astray, we could have had a good relationship. Even if Fei Qixia needed to use Ivana, he disdained the other parties pretending to be generous. He sneered and said, don't say so many high-sounding words. How are you going to deal with the matter I want to report? Oh, you want to make meritorious service for your crime? He was like a generous old man, willing to give the lost Fei Qixia a chance to reform. Speak, I will plead for you depending on the situation. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Leon beside him. Leon understood what Ivana meant. He smiled slightly, and nodded slightly to Ivana. Ivana was relieved to look at Fei Qixia again. Fei Qixia pointed at Qinjiu, and told him everything about the experiment almost word for word. A few minutes ago, he received a response from the survivors in the laboratory. All the laboratories had been destroyed by Eve, and someone even found Shadow's body outside his room. He had nothing left. Whether it was experiments, home, brothers and partners. All had turned into handfuls of yellow soil in his memory. He had no way out. Every word he said was broadcast to the entire galaxy in the live broadcast room carefully prepared by Leon. Even those who did not pay attention to the Federal Live Broadcast Room at the beginning quickly rushed into the Live Broadcast Room after seeing the hot search terms. Tens of millions of people online pushed this live broadcast to the top of the hot search. The discussion was heated, and it only took a few days for everyone to go from being curious about Qinjiu to being grateful, and then to being afraid. Most residents on the Interstellar were afraid of another thing. Is Qinjiu suitable to continue living on the Interstellar? She has the genes of an alien beast, and she also has the possibility of mutation. Her fighting power is obvious to all. If she really mutates, how many people can escape from her grasp? For a moment, everyone's fear of the unknown spread uncontrollably, until the first voice of opposition to the execution of Qinjiu was heard. Then the second, the third. The development of public opinion was completely under their control, which was not much different from every previous manipulation. Ivana got a positive answer from Leon, and the whole person looked more amiable. His goal was achieved. He slowly turned his head to look at the people behind him, who were also controlled. Fei Qixia's suicidal self-exposure also exposed Zysite, Li Ke, and Xiao Qinwei, who were originally secretly cooperating. Zysite and Li Ke looked unhappy when they met Ivana's eyes, while Xiao Qinwei on the side was a little confused. Wait, what did they just say? He was originally a normal human. He was originally a member of the War Beast Management Bureau? The conversation that completely subverted his cognition made him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He was the only member present who was out of condition. After calming down, Zysite couldn't help but feel funny. Fei Qixia had worked so hard to manage the white tiger for so long, but he actually gave it up himself. And the reason was that he couldn't accept the fact that his experimental product had defects. Crazy scientists collapse in despair. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Then what about those who have been with him through thick and thin? What did he think of them? He suddenly understood why there was no one around Fei Qixia who could be completely trusted. People like him were not worthy. Well, this is a serious matter. First, take everyone here back and wait for us to discuss the results. Ivana finally gave a solution. He looked Fei Qixia and Qingjiu up and down, and said mercifully, "Send the injured to the hospital for treatment first." Yes. Vina wanted to resist. After all, she was a Xingdu person, and she hated discipline the most. She didn't need to listen to any arrangements made by Ivana. But the first sign of her resistance was extinguished by Weiss. Weiss just shook his head at her, indicating that it was time not to cause trouble. Neither Qingjiu's life nor Kebli's life was 100% safe for the time being. Vina received Weiss's meaning, and she finally stopped her plan to resist. Everyone was escorted back to the prison, and the injured were sent to the hospital for treatment. Yu Qingyu did not move after his death, as if she had become a sculpture, and was also escorted back to the federal hospital. The federal army here immediately organized to clean up the battlefield and appease the people. They seemed to care about the people, as if they were not the ones who came late before. Ivana now only needs to wait for public opinion to ferment, and the people will naturally choose the goal he wants to achieve. At that time, he will still be the respected president, and the threats around him will be eliminated one by one. His life is getting more and more promising. Mr. President, this time we finally caught all these troublesome people with legitimate reasons. The threat you are worried about will soon disappear completely. Leon stood beside the president flatteringly, with a hint of joy in his voice. Finally, everything is back on track. Ivana is back and back to where he should be. His puppet finally woke up, and returned to the same front as himself. Ivana closed his eyes, and shook his chair, as if enjoying a rare leisure time. He said softly, and the slightly rising ending tone showed that he was in a very good mood. But soon, he opened his eyes again, looked at the empty table in front of him, and sighed, "It's a pity that there is still one person who hasn't been caught. I'm worried about him." Leon was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered who Ivana was talking about. Laker. He hasn't appeared for so long, so he shouldn't pose any threat to us, right? Maybe he died in this catastrophe? I hope so. Chapter 512. Night falls, darkness engulfs the dim alley, and the lights on the street cannot penetrate the darkness and bring any light. It is a place where darkness is hidden in the city, and it is also a place where underground undercurrents roll. Is it done? Yes, please rest assured, we have sorted out the information and are ready to distribute it on all platforms. You will need to implement it later. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The man's face is completely hidden in the darkness, and the expression on his face cannot be seen clearly. The other party said goodbye to the man and left quickly. He carefully watched the situation on the street. After making sure that no one noticed his appearance, he quickly merged into the passing crowd. The man still stayed in the alley. In the darkness, he lit a cigarette for himself, and a little scarlet flame appeared in the alley. In the brief light of the fire, Laker's appearance was half revealed, and his eyes reflected a little orange warm light. He exhaled a puff of smoke, leaned against the wall, and didn't move, staring at the ground with his eyes in a daze, as if he had let go of his thoughts at this moment. He had long guessed that even if Eve and Qingjiu's matter came to an end, Ivana would have another reason to make trouble. He had reached a fragile cooperation with Qingjiu at the beginning just because he had other intentions. His intentions were not difficult to guess. He wanted to use Qingjiu to help him break the barrier. He would not take other people's lives seriously, but he cherished his life, and he would not be willing to become a victim of this war. As long as the barrier disappeared, the precarious contract between them would naturally disappear. This was exactly what Laker guessed. He flicked the ash of his cigarette, and couldn't help but sneered. He should really thank Ivana for fighting him with intrigues in the early years. After Laker fell, he reviewed why he was tricked by him at that time, so that now he can roughly guess Ivana's thoughts. As long as the barrier disappears, Ivana's next target will be very obvious. He will not let the hidden threat stay. Whether it is Qingjiu or Zysite, who may know something, Edel and others will become his targets. Of course, he can't not make any preparations. The current public opinion situation is caused by him, and Laker is not surprised by this result. It was precisely because of this that he had a premonition, so when Lilith and others decided to go to support, he took the initiative to leave the team. At that time, they had no reason not to let him leave, and he easily fell behind. Of course, he fell behind not because he was afraid of death, but because he had more important things to do. He had to give Ivana a blow when Ivana was not prepared. Just like what he did to himself at that time. He had handed over all the evidence of Ivana's crimes to his tribe members for classification and sorting, and then wrote a press release to send together. Ivana would definitely notice it quickly, and delete the draft quickly. But as long as there was a minute's gap, their goal would have been achieved. Even if Ivana forced the account to be banned in the end, the public had seen the truth, and the act of covering his mouth would only make things ferment more. Ivana's fate had come to an end, but Laker took another deep puff of cigarette, and with the bitter smell of tobacco in his mouth, he sighed deeply. He really didn't expect Fei Qixia to reveal all the things about Qingjiu in a suicidal way. He still couldn't figure out what stimulated Fei Qixia to make him do such a strange thing. He was happy to reveal the information, but Qingjiu would be in trouble. Even if Ivana's factor was removed, the public was still full of fear that she was a combination of an alien beast and a war beast. Even without Ivana's influence, they still had to be explained. But even now, Laker couldn't think of any good way to save Qingjiu. He took the last puff of his cigarette, extinguished it, and finally raised his foot and slowly left the darkness. That? Dr. Shen, how about I do it? The male nurse blinked, and he reached out to take the dressing tool from Shen Jinglan's hand. Shen Jinglan just glanced at him lightly, and she dodged the other's hands with a clever move. She said in a cold voice, "No, you go do something else." "Well, Dr. Shen, if you need any help, please call me." "Yeah." Shen Jinglan kept that cold look from beginning to end. The male nurse muttered softly, and turned to leave the ward. Today was his first day at the center. He had heard that Dr. Shen was an iceberg beauty. Today, he saw that she was indeed as good as her reputation. The door of the ward behind him closed, and Shen Jinglan slowly came to the bed. The woman in front of the bed was like a sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. Even when Shen Jinglan was changing the bandage on her chest wound, she did not move or react at all. Shen Jinglan looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and could not help but sigh. She had not shown any signs of waking up since she came here. She had done all the examinations. There was nothing wrong with her body, and her head was not injured. She should wake up soon. But after a few days of care, she was still sleeping peacefully, as when she was first sent here. The only difference was that the penetrating wound on her chest had healed. But in order to prevent others from being suspicious, or in other words, not to let others have a deeper misunderstanding of Qingjiu, Shen Jinglan took the initiative to help, and changed her dressings every day to ensure that others would not be afraid of discovering Qingjiu's extraordinary healing ability. Shen Jinglan put away the tools, took a last look at the sleeping Qingjiu, and turned to leave. At this time, the male nurse, who had already left, rushed back. When he saw that Shen Jinglan had completed the treatment of Qingjiu, he immediately said, "Dr. Shen, something bad has happened, Dr. Luo." Hearing this, Shen Jinglan raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't say anything, and strode forward directly. The male nurse was stunned, and then quickly followed. "Luo Ke, Fei Qixia's attending physician. I don't know if Ivana is too suspicious. He didn't let different medical teams cooperate to treat the injured this time, and Rock was appointed by him to take care of Fei Qixia." Shen Jinglan was originally not a completely trustworthy existence in Ivana's eyes, and she could not participate in the treatment. But in the end, because of insufficient manpower, she was allowed to be sent to take care of Qingjiu. Ivana's meaning is also easy to understand. Qingjiu is already a dead person regardless of whether he can be saved or not, so there is no need to be afraid. It's okay even if he is taken care of by Shen Jinglan, who is not trustworthy. But Fei Qixia is different. Fei Qixia may still be useful to him, so he will only let his confidants go to treat him. When Shen Jinglan came to Fei Qixia's ward, she heard a loud noise coming from behind the door. Shen Jinglan was startled, and she immediately peeked inside from the window. Soon, she met a pair of emotionless eyes. Chapter 513. Fei Qixia, wearing a hospital gown, looked at Shen Jinglan through the glass. His gray eyes were devoid of emotion, like a wild beast out of control. The moment she looked into his eyes, Shen Jinglan felt as if she was locked by a wild beast. Shen Jinglan was startled and immediately looked away. Looking into the eyes of a wild beast was a provocation. Shen Jinglan believed that the man in the glass room did not have much normal human thinking at this time. He might have been assimilated by the alien beast. When she came to this conclusion, Shin Jinglan immediately imagined countless questions. Is Rock still alive? But she soon got the answer. A slightly painful groan came from the crack of the door. She looked in the direction of the sound and finally saw Dr. Rock. At this time, Rock was pressed tightly against the door, and Fei Qisha's hand was wrapped around his neck. Fei Qisha was slowly exerting pressure, and Rock's legs were swinging and struggling. He held Fei Qisha's wrist tightly with both hands, trying to pull it apart. It seemed that if no one went in to save Rock, he would most likely die at Fei Qisha's hands. Dr. Shen, should we notify the Federal Army? The male nurse obviously knew that the current situation was not something that their medical staff could handle. The best way was to immediately notify the Federal Army and ask them to come to support quickly. But the time it took to go back and forth was enough for Rock to die. Shin Jinglan asked the nurse to notify the Federal Army and began to look at the situation in the ward. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for only one doctor to come alone to face such high-risk patients. At least 2 or 3 people would have to go with him. She quickly scanned the scene in the room and soon found the other 2 nurses lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. Rock groaned in pain before he was about to suffocate, and Shin Jinglan didn't care about that anymore. She quickly knocked on the window to attract Fei Qisha's attention. Coward, what's the point of bullying an unarmed doctor? As if stimulated by Shin Jinglan, Fei Qisha really let go of Rock. He came to the window and bared his fangs at Shin Jinglan, while hitting the window hard. The glass of the window could not withstand long-term and huge force, and obvious cracks had appeared. This was not a good sign. Seeing this, the male nurse was so scared that he immediately took a few steps back until his back was pressed against the wall of the corridor, with no room for retreat. No way, no way, no way. It's his first day at work today. He won't die here, will he? He's still young. He still has a bright future. What are you doing? Run! Shin Jinglan turned around and glared at the dazed male nurse, and scolded coldly. The male nurse seemed to have suddenly turned on a switch, and ran away, screaming in fear while running. Shin Jinglan rolled her eyes speechlessly. What's going on? Are the newly recruited medical staff so afraid of death? What if they have to follow the army in the future? Do they have to escape from the battlefield? Although she disdained the male nurse's behavior in her heart, she quickly found the direction and ran away. Shin Jinglan was very clear at this time that Fei Qisha in front of her had lost human consciousness. If he was still conscious, he should be able to recognize her. After all, they were partners who had a cooperative relationship. Although this bond is as thin as a gossamer, it will break by itself if there is a slight external interference. However, since he has never exposed himself or the White Tiger organization, Shin Jinglan does not think that Fei Qisha has any reason to put himself to death. Moreover, his body has already shown symptoms of alienation, and even if there is no need for testing, the current judgment can be made based on the simple changes in his appearance. The alien beast gene in his body has been spreading in an uncontrollable state. However, Shin Jinglan was not surprised by this. After all, he had no supply of stabilizers during this period of time in the hospital, and it was only a matter of time before he went crazy. It is better to say. The current situation is more favorable for Shin Jinglan. Shin Jinglan had just run a short distance when he heard the sound of glass breaking behind him, and then a muffled sound of heavy landing sounded. Fei Qisha made a beast cry that was not like a human cry, and quickly approached Shin Jinglan's direction. Shin Jinglan calculated the escape route nearby, and she did not forget to look up and scan the location of the surveillance. Soon, the news of Fei Qisha's escape spread throughout the medical center. The Federal Army responded quickly, and vehicles arrived at the medical center immediately. They looked for Fei Qisha's location through the camera, hoping to find the fastest way. In the surveillance camera, they finally caught Fei Qisha's figure, and the leader made a prompt decision to let the members of the medical center lead the way. None of the medical staff dared to agree, and finally the delivery robot was activated to lead the way. The Federal Army rolled their eyes at this, and their thoughts were the same as Shin Jinglan's. How can you follow the army in the future if you are so timid? But this was not the time to dwell on this issue. They turned around and left the monitoring room, following the pace of the robot. Although Shin Jinglan had good physical fitness, she was no match for Fei Qisha, who had the genes of the alien beast. The reason why she was able to escape Fei Qisha's repeated pursuits was because of her familiarity with the terrain. After turning the corner and getting rid of Fei Qisha again, she entered a completely dark room. This was the utility room. Shin Jinglan listened to Fei Qisha's footsteps going away, and she silently took out a round of ammunition filled with purple liquid from her pocket and held it in her hand. This was her best chance to avenge her war beast. She had been waiting for this moment for too long, Soon, she heard the sound of Fei Qixia coming back, and at the same time, she heard the voice of the Federal Army on the other side of the corridor. Quick! Over there! The scattered footsteps approached quickly, and Shen Jinglan heard someone shouting, "Don't kill him, just use tranquilizer bullets." Lord Ivana emphasized that this person is still very useful. Shen Jinglan deliberately walked out of the compartment at this time, and her cold face was covered with fear under a poor performance. "Save me!" she shouted. "Quick! Save people!" Shen Jinglan ran desperately towards the Federal Army, and Fei Qixia quickly approached Shen Jinglan's figure. Everyone was in a dilemma for a while. The tranquilizer guns in their hands are not only effective for animals, but also for humans. If Dr. Shen is accidentally hit when shooting, then Dr. Shen will no longer be able to resist Fei Qixia after being knocked out. Shen Jinglan happened to cleverly block the bullet from shooting Fei Qixia. Can't block the enemy, what should I do? Wait! Chapter 514. Everyone knew what the leader meant. Wait until Shen Jinglan entered the safe range before shooting Fei Qixia. But Fei Qixia was already very close to Shen Jinglan. If they had to wait for Shen Jinglan to enter the safe range, then Fei Qixia would be almost face to face with them. Would it be too late to react and move at this time? The team members were nervous, and their hands holding the gun handles were sweating slightly. This was no longer a simple technical issue, it was a problem related to their psychological pressure. They only had one chance to try and make mistakes. Shen Jinglan ran forward with all her strength, and finally arrived in front of everyone before Fei Qixia caught up. The leader immediately grabbed Shen Jinglan and hit her behind him, and immediately said, "Shoot!" Swish, swish, swish. Continuous anesthetic gunshots rang out, and Fei Qixia was unmoved after being shot several times. After taking the anesthetic dose that could knock down a large war beast, Fei Qixia only slowed down his movements by half a second, and had no intention of stopping at all. "He is a monster." At this time, someone shouted, "Quick, run away! Why are you running? No one is allowed to run." The captain's voice did not stop them from retreating. Two people in the team could not stand the pressure, and turned around and ran away. "Coward!" The captain spat and shouted, "Whoever dares to run will be punished by military law." The remaining few people who were still wavering heard the captain's words, and immediately forced themselves to face Fei Qixia's direction, and continue shooting. The outcome of military law against deserters is no better than being torn apart by Fei Qixia. They retreated and shot at the same time. Although it slightly slowed down Fei Qixia's attack speed, it still could not stop Fei Qixia from advancing. One of them asked cautiously with a trembling voice, "How about? Captain, should we use?" The captain understood what he meant almost instantly after hearing this. He immediately shook his head to deny this plan. The president said that this person should be kept alive. But, do you think he still looks like a human being? Hasn't he been completely alienated? There's nothing to be learned from keeping him alive. Do you mean to go against the president? The captain glanced at him coldly, and the man had to shut up in dissatisfaction. After all, worker bees like them are born to be squeezed for every bit of value. They cannot produce personal consciousness, which is of no use to the overall situation. He grew up adhering to this creed, and endured all kinds of unreasonableness in it. It's just, when it comes to the critical moment of life and death, he can't help but think, they are blindly obeying orders, right? Shen Jinglan silently watched their communication. In a place where others can't see, her face has completely returned to normal, without any fear. If you look closely, you can also find a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Her goal has been achieved, and now she just needs to wait for the ending to happen. "No, Captain, if we retreat any further, we will reach the intersection, and there is a fork in the road, and he will escape. TSK. The captain quickly glanced around and finally said, "Switch to real bullets, and be careful to only hit the limbs, don't hurt his torso, do you hear me?" "Yes." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and immediately put away the tranquilizer gun and replaced it with a real one. Even if the alien bee's toxin bullet cannot be used, as long as actual damage is caused to Fei Qixia, his actions can be slightly controlled. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out one after another, and Fei Qixia's hands and feet were injured to varying degrees. The effect of using real bullets is indeed better than anesthetic bullets. Fei Qixia's speed obviously slowed down a lot after being injured. As he wailed, his hands and feet gradually became bloody under the continuous attacks. "It works! Quick! Keep going!" The captain was refreshed, and he changed a row of magazines and continued to shoot. Bang! A new bullet was fired, and the sound of the bullet firing seemed to be a little dull, but he didn't take this little episode to heart. Ah! Suddenly, Fei Qixia in front of him knelt on the ground, and he wailed like a heart-wrenching wail. He couldn't help scratching himself, and his sharp nails pierced his body. He seemed to feel no pain, and directly grabbed off a few pieces of bright red skin. Even the people of the Federal Army had never seen such a scene. Their faces changed drastically, and some even retched. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting immediately! Did you hear me? What's going on? If he continues like this, he will die, right?" Everyone has stopped attacking Fei Qixia, but Fei Qixia's cruelty to himself far exceeds the damage they have done to him. "Captain, this. Don't act rashly, wait and see." Shen Jinglan stood behind everyone, watching Fei Qixia's self-abuse without blinking, feeling extremely happy in her heart. Others didn't know why Fei Qixia suddenly started to hurt himself, but Shen Jinglan, as the person involved, knew the reason very well. She hid the alien beast toxin bullet into his magazine the moment he caught her. She should be thankful that after so many years, the equipment of the Federal Army has not been significantly upgraded, and it is almost exactly the same as what she used when she was in the Beast Control Army. Shen Jinglan touched the position of the magazine the moment the two came into contact. As a former member of the Federal Army, it is not very difficult to change the magazine quickly. And this small bullet is enough to change everything. She witnessed Fei Qixia struggling in pain, wailing. Until death. A big stone that had suppressed her for many years seemed to be removed at this moment. She finally avenged her war beast. What should I do? He seems to be dead." After a long time, someone finally spoke. Shen Jinglan also pulled away from the twisted pleasure. "What's the situation? We didn't kill him. More than that, it was obviously his own death. There are surveillance cameras here, you can't blame us." Their quarrels continued, and Shen Jinglan still maintained the image of a cold-eyed spectator. After a long time, the captain finally spoke. "Okay, pack up and prepare to go back and write a report." He suppressed his inner anxiety, and tried to keep himself calm. They killed the precious hostages of the president, and they were doomed to die. He was also lingering with anxiety and uneasiness. But as their leader, he couldn't show a panic at this time, which would affect their emotions. He noticed Shen Jinglan, who was still behind them. He took a deep breath and comforted, "Dr. Shen, it's safe now, you." Shen Jinglan's eyes turned around his face, and a cold voice slowly sounded. "I will testify for you, it was not you who killed him, he committed suicide." The captain's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped the last straw, and he bowed slightly to Shen Jinglan. "Thank you, Dr. Shen. You're welcome, it's my duty. After all, you are also taking the blame for me." Chapter 515. Fei Qixia's accidental death really angered Ivana. He originally wanted to severely punish the Federal Army members who went to suppress him, but because Shen Jinglan came forward to guarantee it, he couldn't find a suitable reason to attack. Shen Jinglan. Ivana seemed to bite the name and spit it out bit by bit. The flames in his eyes almost burned his reason out. "Mr. President, I think Shen Jinglan must have done this." Leon lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and while enduring Ivana's anger, he didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Do I need to tell you? Isn't this an obvious fact? I didn't let her join because I was afraid of this." Ivana pinched her nose with a headache. Her war beast died in the tiger killing operation that year, which is indirectly the responsibility of Fei Qixia, the initiator. I guess she has long been resentful, and tried every means to torture Fei Qixia to death. But the biggest problem now is that we don't have direct evidence, and Fei Qixia did go crazy and threaten the lives and safety of others, so it's understandable that she did this. Of course, Leon also thought of what Ivana could think of, and he asked, "Then, don't we hold her accountable?" "Hold accountable? Hold her accountable for what?" "Hold her accountable for accidentally killing the crazy Fei Qixia in order to protect Rock and herself? Do you think it's appropriate?" Ivana sighed, feeling depressed. "And we don't have any evidence to prove that Shen Jinglan did it." Lion pondered for a moment, as if he was looking for a better solution in his bad mood. After a long time, he said, "Then, why don't we also put her in jail on some trumped-up charges? Like Adele?" Ivana did not answer, but leaned back in the chair and swayed. Lion was silent on the side. He had enough patience to wait for Ivana's answer. "It's not impossible." Ivana waved her hand and said, "Be clean." Lion immediately put on a hypocritical smile. "Got it. Knock, knock, knock." At this moment, the door was knocked, and Ivana looked at the direction of the door with dissatisfaction. He signaled Lion with his eyes, to see who dared to interrupt their conversation. Lion accepted the meaning and immediately went to open the door. In front of the door was a familiar figure who had not been seen for some time. Since Jin Chung and Zai Sai were locked up, Yi Suishin once again became the temporary general commander. Lion and Ivana did not like Yi Suishin. After all, she and Zysite were the same kind of people, so it was inevitable that she was not very obedient and could easily become a stumbling block for them. At this time, the other party was indifferent and rude, so Leon couldn't help but frown slightly and asked, "What do you want?" "The president and I are discussing important matters. If you..." "I'm sorry, Mr. Leon, I think your conversation with the president can end here." Her voice was cold, and there was no emotion on her face. When Leon heard this, an ominous premonition slowly emerged from the depths of his heart. After Yi Suishin finished speaking, she slowly stepped aside, revealing a familiar face behind her. That was most of the backbone members of the Federal Army. They all have the honor of Lieutenant General and above, and are the core of the Federal Army. "What do you want?" Seeing them gathered here, Leon felt even more uneasy. "We want to see Ivana." One of the men, with a slightly hot temper, stepped forward and pushed aside the other colleagues, who were blocking the way. Leon keenly noticed that he had changed his address to Ivana from a respectful title to a name. The tall figure seemed very oppressive to Leon. Leon did not retreat but asked, "What do you want?" The man sneered and looked down at him with a pitiful look like a pathetic clown. He said, "You shouldn't ask us this question. We should ask you." After he finished speaking, he opened a terminal, which showed a series of blurred screenshots, which were obviously the contents of some secret transaction documents. When Leon recognized what those documents were, he felt like he fell into an ice cellar, and the chill spread from his feet to his whole body. "Don't you want to explain? Or, you have never thought about making an excuse? Or, you plan to continue to hide it from us and eliminate us with your usual means?" The man pressed forward step by step, compressing Leon's range of activities. It wasn't until he was completely pressed against the door that he realized he had nowhere to retreat. He felt a chill coming from his back as he pressed against the door. He swallowed his saliva and was about to say something, but Ivana inside drew the fire over. "What's going on? You guys are arguing at the door. How can you be so disrespectful?" Leon opened his mouth to say something, but the man stared at him fiercely, so he had to swallow his unspoken words. The next moment, the man pushed Leon away and opened the door of the office forcefully. He was the first to enter the office, followed by others. No one knew what happened in the locked office that afternoon, but when people saw Ivana again, he was lying on the hospital bed. Shin Jingwan, his attending physician, gave a medical diagnosis. He could not wake up, and could only spend the rest of his life in a vegetative state. Lion finally saved his life, and was eventually put in a cell. Thinking of Ivana's fate, Lion still had lingering fears. If it weren't for the appearance of Laker at the critical moment to stop others from continuing, perhaps Lion would now be lying on the hospital bed with Ivana. After Ivana's actions were exposed, everyone realized that the deaths of their family, brothers and friends were not accidental, and many of them were manipulated by Ivana behind the scenes. Shock, anger, and unbelievable. With these emotions mixed together, no one could stay calm. Ivana bore everyone's anger, and even lost consciousness before he had time to figure out what happened. As the biggest victim in this incident, Laker was finally vindicated, and he completely got rid of the dark cloud of treason that hung over his family. Naturally, he also became the new president that everyone expected. Under his management, the entire Interstellar quickly regained its vitality, and post-war work was being carried out in an orderly manner. But even with Ivana's incident as a hot spot to divert attention, the hidden anxiety brought to the Interstellar residence by Qingjio's identity as a hybrid experimental subject still exists. Although Qingjio is still sleeping, everyone in the Interstellar is still paying attention to this experimental subject left behind by the White Tiger organization. After the Interstellar returned to stability, this incident was finally magnified and hot searches were hot for several days. So, should the experimental subjects be handed over to Professor Arnold for unified treatment? I heard that Hester and the others are already in Professor Arnold's laboratory. Professor Arnold is working with several other professors to develop an antidote to remove the alien beast genes. But, will it really work? I heard that Fei Chixiao lost control because he could not be controlled by drugs for a long time. Will they suddenly go crazy and hurt people? You are worrying too much. The place they are in is the most heavily guarded place. Do you think the three of them can escape? That's hard to say. Now I am most worried about the student named Qingjio. You don't know that she is an experimental subject who can control beasts. And she also has the genes of alien beasts and war beasts. What do you think if her alien beast genes make her crazy one day? How can she control the beasts to deal with us? I am also worried about this problem. If you ask me, it is better to kill her first while she is in a sleeping state. TSK, you Are you being too extreme? We were saved this time thanks to her. Do you want to throw her away after you've used her? Who said she's a threat? She's a time bomb. Maybe she'd kill you and me at the same time. Yes. I agree. Nip the danger in the bud. Mr. President, I think the public opinion trend these days seems not ideal. Edel returned to his post. Since Zyside went to Arnold's laboratory, he continued to perform his duty as a substitute, and Yisuichi assisted him in his work. He checked the online discussions about Shinjo every day, but the opinions were not optimistic. Perhaps the Battle of Zhongtian Star made them fear the monster of unknown bloodline, and this fear did not disappear as Zhongtian Star returned to normal. On the contrary, in the increasingly peaceful life, they cherished the hard-won peace more. They were unwilling to break the status quo, and naturally did not want to leave a root of trouble. Laker also felt it was difficult to deal with this. He was the president, and needed to listen to the voice of the people. At the same time, he was Shinjo's best friend, and he didn't want Shinjo to get into trouble. He originally thought that he could delay it for a day, but now it seemed that the time had come for him to intervene. Do you have any good ideas? Edel shook his head. Laker thought that he now had a caring assistant who could give him advice. Of course, Leon said before he went to prison that he was willing to serve Laker. But Laker refused. He couldn't trust a person like Leon, who was hypocritical. Just when the two were at a loss, there was a knock on the door. Who? I, Jean Chung. Chapter 516. Edel opened the door and welcomed Jean Chung in. Jean Chung nodded to the two of them. He didn't exchange too many pleasantries and said directly, I have a way to deal with Shinjo. I don't know if it will work. Laker's eyes lit up when he heard this. You tell me. Do you still remember the A-level wormhole on Wooloo Star? Edel nodded. He was captured on Wooloo Star at that time, so he naturally had a deep impression of it. Jean Chung, at that time, Shinjo saved most of the people who had not yet evacuated. They can testify for Shinjo. Shinjo is not a bad person. Her heart is towards humans and the Interstellar. Laker heard this, thought for a moment, and nodded vigorously. It's a way, but... Are they willing to stand up? You know, Shinjo is also a threat to them now. Will they be willing to speak for Shinjo? Jean Chung said frankly, to be honest, I don't know. He was just giving a possibility. Wooloo Star was abandoned by the Federation at that time, and Shinjo was the only one willing to come out to help. It was also because of Shinjo's help that they got the chance to escape later. It can be said that if it weren't for Shinjo, they might have disappeared in the wormhole disaster a long time ago. Laker also understood the difficulty, and he could only say to Jean Chung, okay, you go and try. At least it can change the impression of Shinjo in other people's minds a little bit. Okay. After Jean Chung agreed, he wanted to go to Wooloo Star without stopping. But Laker stopped him at this time. Wait. When Jean Chung looked at him again, he asked, have you resolved the conflict with your father? Do you need my help? Jean Chung was startled when he heard this. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he shook his head and said, no need. Laker saw this and said no more, letting him go. Jean Chung took the fastest train to Wooloo Star, and he found the village with his memory. The villagers obviously still recognized this little golden retriever, and they immediately rushed up enthusiastically. When Jean Chung explained his purpose, the village chief fell silent. What Jean Chung feared in his heart seemed to be coming true. The village chief pondered for a moment and said, this matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with the tribesmen. Of course. Jean Chung left the house considerately, and he watched several people enter the house after he came out. Jean Chung waited outside the door for 2 hours before the door was opened from the inside. The village chief saw Jean Chung sitting next to him at a glance. He took a few steps forward and said, we have discussed the result. Jean Chung stood up with a swoosh. He looked nervously in the direction of the village chief, as if waiting for a trial that belonged to him and Shinjo. We agreed to testify for Miss Chin. The clan leader knocked the ground with his cane and said with full energy, if it weren't for Miss Chin, we would have turned into food for the alien beasts. If Miss Chin had the intention to harm people, we would have died 800 times. I would never believe that Miss Chin would betray humans. That's right. If it weren't for her, my son might not be alive. I think those comments on the internet are just because they can't stand Miss Chin's well-being. Or maybe they are also puppets of that idiot former president. Bah! Jean Cheng's heart slowly settled down. He silently bowed to everyone to express his gratitude to them. Under Jean Cheng's operation, the post in which they stood up to speak for Shinjo quickly became a hot search. The polarized opinions on the hot search collided and impacted, and the topic became very popular for a while. What surprised Jin Chung was that since some time ago, many posts speaking for Qin Jio appeared on Yunjian Star. This even included two well-known organizations. They were fighting each other to death on weekdays, but at this time, they were surprisingly in sync and united their front. Then came Xingdu, a somewhat mysterious existence for the Interstellar, and there were posts supporting Qin Jio. Some careful people found that there were posts from Yuqi and Xingyue Auction House among them. Then, there were the relays from Rose Star, Shirong Star and Siwang Star. Without exception, they all spoke for Qin Jio. If Jin Cheng's initiative was just a butterfly flapping its wings once, then the development of the matter was all the storm formed by its own fermentation. And the guidance that led this force to develop in a positive direction was Qin Jio's kindness. Laker also seized this opportunity and started a meeting to decide whether Qin Jio should stay or go. At the end of the meeting, Qin Jio won the right to stay in the interstellar space and continue to live as a human, with a small advantage of 51 to 49. However, due to her special identity, she had to go to Professor Arnold's laboratory for evaluation regularly, and had to return to Zhongtian Star for investigation regularly. Even though she lacked a little freedom, she at least had an identity recognized by the interstellar space. Qin Jio, who was lying on the bed, didn't know all this. After Lilith finished reading a short story for Qin Jio, she closed the terminal page and looked at Qin Jio's profile that looked like a sleeping beauty. She couldn't help but sigh a little discouraged. When are you going to wake up? Do you know that everyone already knows your identity, and we don't mind whether you are an experimental subject or not? Also, those people you helped in the past are willing to stand up and vouch for you. It's not easy for you to have a legal identity to live in the interstellar space. How can you just lie there all the time? Just as she finished speaking, there was a sound of a door opening behind her. She turned back to look in the direction of the sound, and it was Gu Zheng who came in. Gu Zheng came to Lilith and asked as usual. She still has no reaction. Well, no. Lilith responded a little depressed, and Gu Zheng couldn't help but sighed softly. Okay, don't worry too much. Since she is not seriously ill, she should wake up soon. As Gu Zheng spoke, he opened the terminal page and observed the changes in the data on it. In fact, he didn't have much confidence in what he said. After all, judging from the data sent back by the medical mecha every day, her brain waves did not change at all. Whether it was the sound, light, touch, or pain stimulation from the outside world, she had no reaction at all, and even her brain waves were as calm as ever. This was a somewhat helpless conclusion. Let's go, we have to prepare for the resumption of school. After confirming Qin Jio's condition today, Gu Zheng said to Lilith beside him. Lilith nodded, got up and left with him. In a place where no one noticed, the patient's fingers on the bed seemed to move slightly. The door was closed, and the room returned to its former silence. The time for the interstellar opening ceremony has been set, and the school that was originally suspended due to the wormhole disaster has become lively again. This opening ceremony means new life and hope. Even if it is just an opening ceremony to celebrate the resumption of school, each school still treats it as a formal opening ceremony. Recently, Jin Chung is busy with the handover work of the beast-taming army. Lilith is running between the royal family and the hospital, and Gu Zheng is also taking care of Xiao Feng and Qin Jio. The responsibility of the first-year student union is all on Wang Ling alone. But fortunately, it is Wang Ling who can handle everything in an orderly and efficient manner like a robot. Even the seniors were urged by him to submit their plans. Some people even complained to Qianqin, saying that Wang Ling was putting pressure on them. Qianqin had just recovered from a serious illness and her body had not fully recovered. Everyone just complained to her and did not dare to let her worry about the ceremony. Qianqin heard too many complaints, so she decided to take the initiative to ask Wang Ling to meet him so that he could relax a little and not be so nervous. Although Wang Ling agreed, the expression on his face was not relaxed at all. Qianqin hesitated for a moment and said, I know you are still worried about Qin Jio, so you can only work non-stop to divert your attention. But even if Qin Jio wakes up, she doesn't want to see you ruining your body like this. Look at your dark circles. How long have you not had a good sleep? Wang Ling pursed his lips and lowered his head when he heard it, and there was a moment of panic under his eyes after being seen through. Qianqin patted his shoulder and told him not to worry about the ceremony for the time being, and gave their first-year student union a few days off. Finally, the day of the ceremony arrived. All the school leaders and teachers sat in the front row. Students of different majors and grades were arranged in different areas, and the student union members sat behind the teachers. Jin Chung and the others looked at the empty seat on the side and sighed silently. Their vice president was absent. After the principal finished reading the script, it was the turn of the student union president to go on stage. As a senior student who was about to graduate, Qianqing gave some good wishes to her juniors. Then the vice presidents of each grade went on stage and said some encouraging words and goals for their grade this year. Until the first-year vice president was invited to the stage, everyone's eyes were all focused on the empty seat. Everyone was stunned. Is the host nervous and made a mistake? The first-year vice president is not. Will it be the acting vice president? Jean Chung or Wang Ling will do. There were waves of discussion in the auditorium, and the host was still not panicked. After she completed her task, she left the stage to the non-existent vice president. Lightning, who was sleeping at Edel's feet, suddenly raised his head, sniffed the air, and then his golden eyes suddenly widened. It slowly stood up and jumped out from under everyone's feet. The principal saw a black shadow running by, and he immediately looked in Edel's direction. Edel also noticed Lightning's abnormality, but this time he did not stop him. He just shook his head at the principal with a smile, indicating that he didn't need to worry. The first-year vice president hadn't appeared for a long time, and the discussion in the auditorium was even louder. Jean Chung and others frowned. Jean Chung was about to go backstage to inform that the process was wrong. Suddenly, the discussion in the entire auditorium disappeared, leaving only a footstep slowly echoing. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a pale-faced woman coming in from the door, her long hair tied up high. The school uniform that originally fitted her now seemed a little too big on her. She walked very slowly, and she had to slow down after taking 2 steps. A black figure quickly arrived at her feet, and then climbed up along her trouser legs as usual, and finally landed steadily in the woman's arms. The little black panther pressed its front paws on her chest, it propped up its upper body, and stretched out its pink tongue to lick the woman's face. Don't, Lightning. The woman smiled, and pushed the little black panther away, letting it fall into her arms obediently. Then she stepped forward step by step, slowly and firmly, against all the gazes. She came to the stage, put down Lightning, and her eyes swept across the teachers and classmates in the front row one by one. The corners of her mouth were slightly curved, and there was a smile on her thin face, just like before. Hello everyone, I am the vice president of the first grade, Qinjiu. I'm back. Chapter 517 Extra. Bang! A loud noise came from the long-abandoned building, and Shadow, who was left behind at the base, suddenly pushed open the window of the vent. It quickly landed on the ground and sniffed the abandoned building not far away. The bloody smell filled the air. In Shadow's sight, dark red smoke was coming out of the abandoned building, almost covering most of the sky. This is a very rare situation. Even if there were experimental subjects that lost control and accidentally injured others before, there has never been such a strong bloody smell. Shadow remembered Fei Qisha's words, to let it look after the house. After a brief thought, it moved its dark body towards the building. But before it walked far, a small wormhole suddenly appeared in front of it. Shadow was startled. It could recognize the wormhole. Fei Qisha also left the base through the wormhole. Could it be that its owner knew that something was wrong with the base, so he came back early? No, the breath inside did not look like Fei Qisha's breath. Shadow cautiously took a step back, and his emotionless snake eyes looked at the wormhole vigilantly. Soon, a white and slender little hand stretched out from the wormhole. Shadow was stunned, and doubts appeared in his eyes. Is this a child? Oh! The girl snorted and fell from the wormhole. She was wearing a robe that didn't fit her at all, and her feet were suspended in the air, stepping on the void. Shadow had never seen such a scene before, and he stuck out his tongue and made a threatening sound. This girl gave him a wrong feeling. She was dangerous. She had a face that was 60% similar to Qinjiu, but the feeling she gave Shadow was completely different. Like 2 extremes born at the same time, one black and one white, one good and one evil. Huh? The girl seemed to have finally discovered Shadow, and looked at it curiously. Shadow took another step back slowly, but the girl showed no fear in the face of such a huge war beast as Shadow. She took a step forward and got closer to Shadow. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, she suddenly widened her eyes, her mouth corners raised high, and she looked very surprised. She said in disbelief, "No way. You are a war beast. When I first saw you, I thought you were an alien beast." She paused and searched for the memory of the war beast in front of her in her mind. Finally, she confirmed the other party's identity, and said suddenly, "Oh, I remember. You are Shadow." Shadow's long tongue flickered. He was wondering. He seemed to have never seen the girl in front of him. How could she know his name? Haha. Fei Qixia is really interesting. He actually transformed his war beast into an alien beast. Fun! Really fun! The girl jumped up and clapped her hands excitedly, and Shadow was a little puzzled. Suddenly, the girl stopped moving. She stared straight at Shadow, with a hint of cruelty hidden in her eyes. Alarm bells rang in Shadow's mind. It sped up and retreated, trying to leave here first and then make plans. The cold murderous intent emanated from the girl. She did not intend to catch up with Shadow. She just gently called, "Shadow, come back." Shadow's retreat stopped abruptly. It seemed to be bewitched by something. Its eyes could not focus, and slowly moved towards the girl. Sure enough, the war beast that has been alienated to your level can already be obedient. The girl reached out and touched Shadow's head, and said with some regret, "I wanted to borrow you, but I hate everything in this base, including you, of course." The girl gently stroked Shadow's head again. Her eyes were red, and her gentle tone was as gentle as coaxing Shadow to sleep. But her words were extremely cruel. "Shadow, you can end your life." After the girl finished speaking, Shadow, who was bewitched, suddenly opened his bloody mouth, showing his sharp fangs, turned around and stabbed himself fiercely. It seemed that it could not feel the pain, and it opened its snake scales, pierced its body, and kept biting its torso. Only it knew where its weakness was best. Soon, its movements became slow, and it seemed a little dull because of excessive blood loss. But it didn't stop yet, as if it had been cursed by a vicious curse, and could not be recovered. The girl chuckled, obviously very satisfied with the scene in front of her. She turned around and stopped watching Shadow's self-mutilation. Instead, she lightly jumped back into the wormhole and disappeared. Bang! Finally, after Shadow's suicide, it could no longer support itself, and its huge body fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The bewitching effect on it disappeared, and its eyes finally regained clarity at the last moment of its life. It uttered a weak hiss unwillingly, and slowly closed its eyes in regret. Dark. Shadow? What happened to you? Soon after, the old lady who found Shadow's body immediately sent the bad news to Fei Qixia, but before long, a long piece of steel suddenly pierced her chest. "Oh, I almost got a fish that slipped through the net." The girl threw away the sharp weapon in her hand, turned around and returned to the wormhole again. The old lady looked down at her chest where blood was gushing out in disbelief, and she pressed her trembling hands gently on her chest. But everything she did was in vain. She fell heavily to the ground and quickly lost her life. The terminal lit up, and the message from Fei Qixia appeared on the screen. What happened? What happened to Shadow? What happened to the base? It's a pity that no one will reply to this message anymore. Chapter 518 Extra. Hurry, over there. The man heard the voice behind him and moved faster, running at full speed to the end of the alley. His face was covered with sweat. After a long period of running, his physical strength was obviously reduced. He looked behind him and found that no one was following him. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave in another direction. He raised his hood to cover most of his face. Before he took 2 steps, he saw a figure blocking his way in front of him. He looked up and saw the woman's face. His hair stood up immediately, and the chill on his back climbed up from his spine. Where else do you want to run to? The woman slowly approached him, and he retreated step by step. After the two kept a safe distance, he turned around and was about to slip away. But as soon as he turned around, he found that the way back was blocked by 2 young men. He looked back at the woman with a look of horror, and he knelt on the ground with a thump, kowtowed repeatedly. "Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me, and let me go." "Oh." The woman curled her lips with interest and asked, "What's wrong?" In fact, even he himself didn't know how he had offended this big Buddha. Anyway, since she returned to Xingdu, she has never stopped besieging him. If he hadn't spent a lot of money to buy escape routes in the tavern, he would have been caught a few days ago. At this time, he was shaking like a sieve when he heard the woman's question, but he couldn't say a word. What's wrong with him? He didn't know. The woman didn't seem surprised by this answer. She hooked her finger, and the 2 people standing behind the man stepped forward and pressed him to the ground. The man's cheek was pressed against the ground, and the gravel pierced his cheek, causing bursts of pain. He saw the woman's shoes appear in his sight in panic, and for a moment, he felt like he was already dead. The woman slowly squatted down. She stretched out her hand and patted the man's cheek, saying, "Since you don't know, then I tell you. Do you remember that you sold a commodity to our auction house not long ago?" The man's eyes rolled, as if he thought of something, and he didn't dare to lie, so he could only nod and answer, I remember. "Well, very good. I came here for that commodity." The woman stood up and sat on a chair not far away. She asked, "Why did you sell him to our auction house?" What is your relationship with him? The man stared at the ground hesitantly, and he seemed to be hesitating whether to reveal the other party's identity. But before he could think of an answer, the force on his shoulder suddenly increased, making him grimace in pain. Don't think about lying to me, you know the consequences. The woman didn't look at the man at all, but admired her hands, but the man clearly saw her nails growing longer. The man swallowed his saliva and dared not hide anything. His name is Kebli, he is a child of the same tribe as me, and he is also the future chief. Our tribe believes in the sun god. The chief and the candidate for chief have the power of demigods, so he also has the mark of the sun god. The woman nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and retracted her nails. Well, since he is your tribe, why did you send him to the auction? Because. The moment he hesitated, the force on his body continued to increase, forcing him to scream, Don't! I tell you! I tell you! When the two men released their shackles on him, he slowly said, This is a long story. The woman listened to his story silently, and had a general understanding of the whole thing. This man was not targeting Kebli, but Rockefeller, who had died many years ago. At that time, Rockefeller refused to send the experimental subject away, and the chieftain did not give him face. He thought that the chieftain did not protect his own people, but instead protected Rockefeller, an outsider, and this made him always resentful. Even though Rockefeller's experiment successfully cultivated a real baby, he still had a thorn in his heart. And by chance, he knew that Kebli's birth was inseparable from Rockefeller's sacrifice, so he had evil intentions towards Kebli. Since you are such a precious existence to the chieftain, he will destroy Kebli with his own hands. Nothing is more insulting than sending a future patriarch to be treated as a plaything. So he teamed up with human traffickers, knocked Kebli unconscious and sent him to Xingdu, and then threw Kebli into the Xingyue auction house. Everything can be sold in the Xingyue auction house. Even if he wants to sell a living person, it is not a rare thing in the Xingyue auction house. Sure enough, the Xingyue auction house gave a high price after inspecting the goods and accepted the auction item. The woman also basically understood what happened next. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the timid man in front of her. She couldn't help but feel a little funny. You don't look very courageous, but when doing this, you are quite courageous. Listening to the woman's words, which were not sure whether they were praise or slander, the man didn't know how to react for a while. But the woman no longer cared about his response. She turned sideways and looked away, saying, Okay, that's what happened. The man has been caught, so I leave it to you to deal with. Thank you. The man crawling on the ground heard this familiar voice. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked up in disbelief in the direction of the voice. He opened his mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Clan leader. You still know that I am your clan leader? The clan leader glanced at him coldly, and said to the two people who suppressed him, Please help me send him to the car. I want to take him back to Rose Star, and take good care of him according to the clan rules. Hearing the word clan rules, the man's eyeballs seemed to pop out of his sockets, and he said in horror, No, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I admit my mistake. I am willing to make up for it. Too late. The clan leader got into the car without looking back, taking the screaming man all the way. The woman waved to the direction of the car to say goodbye to them, and a figure suddenly appeared beside her, and the other person slowly sat down beside her. What? Your clan leader is so confident in leaving you here? Aren't you afraid that you will learn bad things from me? Who else can do things more outrageous than my clan leader? Puff. That's true. The woman intertwined her fingers with his, and the golden line seemed to be born on the woman's hands. Then, you will stay here and do odd jobs. Just odd jobs? Can't you do something else? What position do you want? Well, how about being the owner's little husband? TSK, you're thinking too much. The woman stood up and slowly walked towards the Xingyue auction house. Not now, but I can give you an internship status. When I am satisfied, I will make you a regular employee. Yes, Miss Vina. Chapter 519 Extra. Brother. Let me out. Impossible. The man said, and shut the door heavily, leaving only Dean Lu in the room. Dean Lu walked forward quickly, and was about to open the door, but she found that it was tightly locked. The sound of her breaking the door lock was heard by the guards outside, and they advised, Miss, don't waste your energy. The master didn't say that you can be released. You can't go anywhere. Even though she knew the ending would be like this, she still worked tirelessly every day to find ways to escape from this cage that was luxuriously decorated on the surface. She had made many attempts, but she underestimated her brother's control over her. Not only was there someone guarding outside her room 24 hours a day, but there was also someone standing guard outside the window. Not even a fly could escape their surveillance, let alone a living person like her. And now she has lost the help of her aunt, and cannot control any turmoil. Even if she wants to send false messages to other guards in the name of her brother, she can't do it. It seems that this time, the eldest brother is determined not to let her enjoy herself outside. At this time, the door was opened from the outside, and Dean Lu slumped in the chair and slowly raised his head. When someone came in, she just glanced at it and lost interest. The person brought in a plate of Dean Lu's favorite food, and she walked to the table and put the food down. She said carefully, "Miss, you eat something." Dean Lu had no appetite, and waved her hand to indicate that she didn't want to eat. The servant opened his mouth, but finally didn't continue to persuade. Once the lady made up her mind, she, a small servant, could not change her mind. Although she knew that if the master saw that the young lady had not eaten again, she would be the one who would suffer in the end. But she also did not want to force the young lady, who was already in the cage, to do something she did not want to do. She sighed and put down the food, intending to let the young lady eat when she was hungry. Wait. Just as she was about to leave, Dean Lu suddenly called her. She turned around and asked with curiosity in her eyes, "Young lady, what's wrong?" How is Fei Qixia now? The servant trembled suddenly like a frightened bird when he heard it. Her eyes quickly turned around and looked around, as if she was afraid that this sentence would be heard by others. Fortunately, there were only the two of them in Dean Lu's room. She quickly calmed down and lowered her voice. "Young lady, it is not allowed to mention that person's name here." "TSK, I'm going to say it. What can they do to me?" Dean Lu rolled her eyes. Even though she was trapped in this small room now, she still seemed like a superior, dominating this space. As willful and arrogant as ever. Of course, the servant knew the character of her young lady. She made sure that no one heard their conversation, and then she whispered, "Young lady, She hesitated whether to continue, and Dean Lu had read something wrong from her expression. Dean Lu hurriedly asked, "What happened? Don't tell half the story." "Young lady, he was arrested and taken to the federal prison. Later, I heard that he went crazy in prison and hurt people, so he was." The servant quickly glanced at Dean Lu's expression, and seeing that she looked unbelievable, the servant gritted his teeth and continued, "He was shot on the spot, and the federal government asked us to collect the body. But the head of the family didn't want to. He said it was embarrassing." "Impossible." Dean Lu slapped the table, and stood up suddenly. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed the servant's collar, her eyes sparking, and the flames that jumped up were about to devour the servant. The servant didn't dare to look at her. "Yes, it's true, miss." The servant in front of her trembled under her hands, and he didn't look like a man who dared to speak nonsense. Dean Lu's heart sank immediately. She pushed the servant away, walked quickly to the door, and slammed it hard. "I want to see my eldest brother. I want to see my eldest brother. Let my eldest brother come to see me." She clamored to see her eldest brother, and outsiders could only pass it on. She stopped talking when her eldest brother appeared. The man sat on the sofa, his eyes locked on the servant accurately. The servant could feel a sense of killing even without raising his eyes. She knew that she was finished. But soon, this line of sight was completely blocked. Dean Lu stood in front of her and took everything for her. The man then retracted his gaze, and slowly looked up at his disobedient little sister. "What do you want to see me for? I ask you, is Fei Qixia dead?" When the man heard Fei Qixia's name, his eyebrows revealed a trace of displeasure, and he perfunctorily said, "I don't know, who knows where that bastard went." "Brother. He is also your brother." "He is not. I don't have such a brother." The man slammed the table heavily, his voice full of anger. The servant behind Dean Lu couldn't help shaking, and buried his head even lower. But Dean Lu was not afraid at all. She didn't take her brother's anger to heart at all, and repeated her question word by word. "Is he dead or alive?" "Dead." "Are you satisfied with this answer?" The man's cheeks flushed with anger, his chest heaving, he pointed at Dean Lu and cursed, "If you were not my sister, I would have kicked you out long ago. You only make me angry every day." Dean Lu didn't care about her brother's accusation, only one fact echoed in her mind. Fei Qixia dead? He is really dead. She lost the only brother who loved her in the world. She seemed to have suddenly lost her support, her feet softened, and she fell into the chair. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes widened, and she was obviously in great shock. Seeing that she suddenly lost her temper, the man couldn't help but calm down his originally aroused emotions. He leaned back slowly and said, "Why do you care about him so much? You just learn bad things from him, and you do things all day long. If I hadn't found out that my aunt was helping you with your tricks behind your back and arrested you in advance, you might have been arrested and sent to federal prison. He spoke coldly, as if he didn't regard Fei Qixia as his family at all. Fortunately, I broke off the relationship with him many years ago, and this matter can't harm us. Dean Lu was silent for a long time, and the man's patience was exhausted. He stood up and left. When he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned back and said, I have sent someone to take over your Shirong orphanage. From now on, you will stay at home and don't have to run around. After he finished speaking, he told the servants to keep an eye on Dean Lu and left with the servant who revealed Fei Qixia's information. Dean Lu recalled the scene many years ago in her mind. In her memory, she and Fei Qixia were just children of a few years old. You are my brother? But I only have my eldest brother and my second brother. What kind of brother are you? The child asked innocently in a childish voice. Me? Just call me brother. Don't worry about what kind of brother I am. Then, will you play with me? My eldest brother, second brother, father and mother all ignore me. Okay, I play with you. After all, I'm just an idler here. What do you mean by an idler? It's... The boy reached out and rubbed the little girl's head and smiled. Someone who can play with our little girl. Okay. From now on, brother is my favorite family member. Okay, you are my favorite family member too. Chapter 520 Extra. Rustle. A strong wind blew across the ground, and the leaves swayed and collided, making a rustling sound. There was no one in the empty cemetery at this time, only the tombstones stood quietly in place. The golden light of the sun sprinkled down, coating the tombstones with a layer of golden gauze. A man appeared in the quiet and solemn cemetery, holding 2 bunches of chrysanthemums in his hands. There was a thin layer of dew on the blooming flowers, which were obviously fresh flowers that had just been cut. The man's leather shoes made a click sound on the ground, and a pair of light gray eyes under his gold-rimmed glasses hid a trace of sadness that was not easy to detect. Click. The man walked through the long corridor and finally stopped in front of one of the tombstones. He looked down at the woman in the photo, who was showing a bright smile, and he leaned over and placed a bunch of flowers in his hand in front of the tombstone. Long time no see. The man's voice swayed in the wind and could not be heard clearly. He looked at the tombstone for a moment, then took out a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the woman's photo. He knew that women love beauty the most when they were alive, and she probably didn't want to see her face covered with dust. While wiping the photo on the tombstone, he said, You should know, right? He is here to accompany you too. After that, he slowed down his movements and slowly turned his head to look at another tombstone on the side. The photo on the tombstone showed a high-spirited young man with a confident smile on his face. Even though he had been frozen in that moment forever, he still looked so dazzling. Every bit about him suddenly emerged in his mind, and the man's nose was sore, and he tried hard to hold back the tears in his eyes. That was like his child, but now he has to send her off. The man took a deep breath to calm himself down. He looked away and continued to talk to himself. I lied to him. I lied to him that you were married and had children and had forgotten him. I just wanted him to feel more at ease in his last days. You won't blame me, right? The man's last words were swept away by the strong wind. The sudden gust of wind almost made it impossible for him to stabilize his body. But soon, the wind stopped and the surroundings returned to silence. The man suddenly smiled, as if he was talking to himself or chatting with someone who didn't exist. I know, you didn't blame me. He stood up and placed another bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone next to the woman. He whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you. But I don't think she wants to see you still worrying about her, and she doesn't want to be a burden to you. Although I don't know where you were buried in the end, I still bought you the cemetery next to her. If there really is a soul, you can come back more often. After the man finished speaking, the stagnant wind blew again, and the rustling sound of leaves seemed to answer the man's words. The man gently patted the tombstone, just like he patted his shoulder in the past. Then I'm leaving, I come to see you next time, you can finally be together. He smiled helplessly, and murmured, although everything is too late. After speaking, he turned around and left without looking back. The cemetery was empty, and only the wind eavesdropped on the conversation. He walked further and further away. The howling wind suddenly stopped, and the cemetery returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 521 Extra. Director, someone is looking for you. Wes heard this, he looked up from the documents and said to the visitor, Got it, I'll be right there. Wes put down the documents in his hand and slowly stood up, frowning slightly, as if he was curious about who was looking for him at this time. However, there are many matters of all sizes in the museum. Perhaps an organization wants to discuss cooperation with him, and came to visit without saying hello. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and he didn't take it to heart. When he arrived at the reception room, he found that the person who came was actually Vina. It had been a long time since the last meeting, and it was still a mess at the time, and there was no suitable time to talk. After they separated, they each returned to their own fields to deal with things. When they were busy with work, Weiss forgot to contact Vina. He thought that according to Vina's personality, she should not take the initiative to contact him, but he didn't expect that this time it was Vina who took the first step. He sat down on the sofa opposite Vina, and asked someone to bring some snacks and tea. When the door was closed, the room returned to silence. Neither of them said anything, and they just stayed there quietly, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Weiss had many questions in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. After a long time, he finally asked, Are you doing well recently? Yeah, I'm fine. Finally, a voice broke the silence, and Vina secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She put the empty teacup in her hand back on the table, coughed lightly, and asked, How about you? I'm fine too. I don't know if it was Weiss's psychological effect. He felt that the atmosphere seemed to ease, so his tense body finally relaxed, and the awkward atmosphere slowly dissipated as time passed. I wanted to find time to go to Chengdu, but we have a lot of work to do after the last war, and when we get busy. Yeah, I understand. I'm also very busy in Chengdu, and I've only recently been free. It's hard for you to find time to go to Chengdu, so it's more convenient for me to come from Chengdu. In fact, during Ivana's time, there were restrictions on travel in Chengdu. People from Chengdu could not appear openly on most planets, and Zhongxing was naturally one of them. There was even a ban on Zhongxing, not allowing people from Chengdu to come in. If people from Chengdu wanted to come to Zhongxing in the past, they had to choose to smuggle at a high price. But since Laker came to power, the relationship between Chengdu and the federal government has eased, many restrictions have been relaxed, and the federal government is willing to take the initiative to help Chengdu develop, presenting a rare peaceful scene. Of course, all this must be attributed to the revolutionary friendship between Laker, Vina, and Yuchi. Vina and the others couldn't say whether they liked or hated the federal government. The main reason why Chengdu and the federal government were on the verge of a war was because of Ivana. So once Ivana fell, Chengdu didn't need to be hostile to the federal government. Hearing Vina's words, Weiss nodded silently to show his agreement. Suddenly, he thought of Kabeli again and asked, Where's Kabeli? Didn't he come with you? No, I didn't let him come with you. Vina sighed and said with some melancholy, That kid is very clingy, I came out to take a breath. Weiss couldn't help but chuckle when he heard it. Vina was his family, so he naturally wanted her to be happy. Although Vina said she was disgusted, there was a hint of sweetness in her tone. Although Kabeli was a little younger, he was not an ordinary person either, and he could barely be considered a good match for Vina. Vina waited until his smile faded before she asked about the bloodbaths. In fact, Weiss didn't know much more than Vina, but he had lived in human society longer than Vina, so he naturally had his own experience in becoming a human. He tried his best to fill in the information that Vina would miss, and after the conversation ended, the two fell silent again. However, Weiss was very curious about one thing, and he asked, Actually, why did you and Chengdu become enemies with Ivana? This matter, it's a long story. Vina leaned back on the sofa, and her whole body showed a relaxed posture. She continued, In short, he was jealous of Chengdu's income, and wanted to find a way to make Chengdu spit out most of its income. The people of Chengdu would definitely not agree. When he saw that he couldn't get any money, he just ignored Chengdu. Later, during a wormhole disaster, he took the initiative to go to war on the surface, but actually evacuated with his subordinates and hid. He came to let Chengdu fend for itself, and the people of Chengdu hated him. Chengdu finally survived the disaster, and he came out to accuse Chengdu of being dirty and messy, marginalizing Chengdu's status in the interstellar space. But he will not let Chengdu disappear, after all. She paused and sneered disdainfully. He also needs Chengdu to do some dirty work for him. He should bear most of the responsibility for Chengdu's current situation. Weiss suddenly realized that he had never believed the official description of Chengdu by the Federation, and Vina's version sounded more credible. After Vina finished speaking, she sat up again. She slowly leaned forward and said in a serious tone, I came to you for another thing. I want to ask you for help. Weiss was a little surprised. What was the thing that Chengdu couldn't solve? Vina, can you help me find someone? She should be Leon's old lover. Vina said while showing Weiss the photo of the woman. We couldn't find her after she slipped away from Chengdu, but I heard that she came to Zhongxing. Please keep an eye on her for me. If you see her, help me keep her if you can. Wes received the photo and asked, is she important to you? Important? Vina gritted her teeth. It's kind of like that. We have a personal grudge with her, which also involves Chinchio. Wes raised his eyebrows and silently closed the terminal. Okay, I keep an eye on her for you. But be careful to do it cleanly. She is quite capable. Wes nodded in agreement. Vina chatted with him for a while, and then left. Weiss gave instructions on this matter, and his spy began to secretly investigate the other party's identity. But what surprised him was that he found that Laker was also investigating the origin of this woman. He didn't know Laker's intention, so he told Vina about this. After hearing the news, Vina did not show any uneasiness. Instead, she took the initiative to comfort Weiss that there was no need to worry, and Laker was on their side. Although Weiss was curious, he still didn't ask any more questions, but just let his spy continue to work. The dungeon was full of damp and corrupt smell. When the woman stepped on the waterlogged ground with expensive custom-made leather boots, she showed a disgusted expression on her face. The jailer smiled flatteringly, bowed and pointed to the front. This way, please, this way. The woman glanced at him and raised her foot to follow his footsteps. It's here. The woman stood at the door of one of the cells. With the help of the dim light, she finally saw the man half leaning against the wall in the cell. The man heard a sound coming from the door of his cell, and he slowly moved his eyes to look at the two people. When he saw the familiar face of the woman, he was stunned and showed an incredible expression. How come you? It seems that you still recognize me. Long time no see. The woman chuckled and called out his name. Leon. Chapter 522 Extra. The woman waved her hand, and the man behind her, with a bright smile, nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. He walked away quickly, leaving them alone. Leon frowned and asked, why did you come here? It's very dangerous here. Well, let me see what you look like now. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her eyebrows slightly, and examined the man's living environment. After a long time, she shook her head and said, TSK, look at you, you are so depressed now. The man was not angry because of her words. He shrugged and turned back to the small chair in the room. Yeah. I didn't expect that I made a wrong bet. If you had listened to me and gone with me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. What should I say? Did your greed make you like this? The woman rarely had such a serious expression. She kept her eyes on Leon, trying to find a trace of regret on Leon's face. But she still failed. Leon just shook his head slightly after hearing this. He leaned against the hard and cold wall and raised his head slightly, looking at the ceiling. Maybe, but I don't regret it. After he finished speaking, he slowly turned his head. When his eyes fell on the woman, the indescribable emotion hidden in his eyes made the woman's heart jump slightly. If it weren't for my low status, maybe I wouldn't need to use this method to prove myself. Unfortunately, I failed. You? Leon wanted to say something else, but he stopped his desire after struggling for a while. The woman was angry and laughed at his words. So in the end, I am just a tool for you to fight for supremacy. She suddenly remembered the message Leon had sent her not long ago, and she smiled suddenly. Yes, how come she is not a tool? He will contact her only when he needs her. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Fortunately, she had long seen the hateful faces of these people, and she would never be hurt by anyone again. Leon did not answer the woman's accusation, and his ambiguous attitude further confirmed the woman's thoughts. The woman chuckled and was too lazy to argue with him. She said straight to the point, I won't talk to you about anything. I'm here to take you out. What? Leon looked at the woman in disbelief, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Do you know what you are saying? Of course I know. Don't worry, I'm not helping you because of nostalgia. It's just that you are useful to me, and I think you are valuable. When the woman spoke, her tone was emotionless, and she looked at Leon just to assess a commodity. Leon was silent for a moment, and soon accepted the answer. It was not that he was arrogant. He thought he still had some value to some people. Ivana's fall did not mean that he had no chance of turning over. It might be different from what he imagined at the beginning, but it was better than being trapped in this small prison. Leon slowly stood up, dusted off the dust on his body, and walked slowly to the woman. Let's go. The woman saw that he was confident, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. You accept it well. Of course, since you can come here, don't you want to take me out now? The woman shrugged and did not deny what he said. The woman raised her hand, and then put it down. Leon heard a muffled groan in the distance, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Leon knew what had happened. If you want to make ill-gotten gains, you must be prepared to die for it. Soon, 2 bodyguards came from the direction of the sound. One of them respectfully handed the woman a key, and the woman opened the door of the cage for Leon without saying a word. With the sound of the door lock click, the door opened, and Leon finally got rid of the shackles of many days. He walked out of the cell and stretched his waist. The fatigue on his face seemed to be swept away. When he looked at the woman again, he looked energetic. The woman couldn't help rolling her eyes when she saw his smug look. "Let's go." "Yeah." Leon followed the woman, and he didn't even look at the guard who fell in a pool of blood. "Master, this way please." Hearing this, Leon looked in the direction of the voice. In front of him was a young man in a tuxedo, wearing a mask that he would only wear at a dance, which looked very funny in this situation. Leon's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but mocked, "You still like this now? Your taste is really unique." "Oh, that's right. If my taste is not unique, how could I be blind to like you?" The woman choked back without showing any weakness. Their conversation attracted the attention of the young man in front of him, and the young man's eyes hidden under the mask showed shock. His eyes wandered between the two, as if exploring the relationship between the two. "Baby, you know, I don't like disobedient puppies to inquire about the owner's past." The woman's voice was soft and sweet, but there were needles hidden in her words, which made people feel cold all over. The young man immediately lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't dare to look at the two of them again, and silently pointed to the way out. The woman walked away without looking back, and Leon shrugged and followed again. She just whispered to the young man when she passed by, "How pitiful. Little dog." The few people left the dungeon, and were met by them outside the gate. Leon was not surprised at all, and sat in the car belonging to the woman with great relaxation. The woman sat opposite him, and the two of them were speechless. After the car completely left the federal government, Leon said, "Tell me, where are you taking me?" "Oh, you didn't ask me. I thought you didn't care?" "I really don't care, but I'm curious. It's just that the head of a big family knows some of your past, and is a little interested in you. He offered enough money for me to find you for cooperation." The woman paused, chuckled, and continued, "But I don't plan to find you for cooperation. I think it's more cost-effective to sell you directly." Leon nodded and actually agreed with the woman's statement. "Indeed, because I have no choice, and you can choose to collect benefits in the middle, a business that is sure to make a profit. If I were you, I would do the same." The woman was not happy with his praise, and the car returned to silence again. Bang! Suddenly, the car seemed to have been hit violently, and the whole car shook. If the two people sitting inside had not held the backrest tightly with both hands, they would almost be thrown out of the car. "What happened?" the woman asked the driver in the car loudly. The driver seemed to have finally recovered from the shock. His voice trembled. We are surrounded." "What?" Before the woman finished her words, someone waved at her from the window. She would never forget that face. It was Laker. Chapter 523 Extra. The moment Leon saw Laker, his heart had completely cooled down. He knew that he had lost his last chance to escape. "I have been waiting for you for so long, and finally I caught you." Laker smiled brightly. He sat in another car, and when he saw the woman's car being surrounded, he finally felt at ease. Except for Ivana, the biggest threats left to him were the woman in front of him and Leon. Leon could still be controlled in prison, but the woman was different. If she didn't show up, it would be difficult to find her in the entire galaxy. Luckily, Vina and Wise secretly helped him find out about the woman. When they learned that she was coming to kidnap Leon, Laker had already ordered people to wait nearby for them to appear. An opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop, and now he has a reason to arrest her. She is a prison robber. Hee. Laker. The woman gritted her teeth, with a smile on her face. "You have been waiting for this day for a long time, right?" Laker did not shirk, nodded and responded, "Yes, you are a big hidden danger to me. But fortunately..." He paused, and his eyes moved to Leon beside her. He chuckled and said, "You still came back for him. I didn't expect that you are still so loyal." "Pa!" The woman seemed to be extremely disgusted with Laker's words. She snorted coldly and said, "Long-lasting? You think he is important? He is just a commodity to me. I am just a bodyguard." Laker was amused by her words, and couldn't help but teasing, "Then I have become a robber now." After he finished speaking, he didn't want to listen to them anymore, and directly ordered others to take action. Lion watched their car getting closer and closer, and a panicked look appeared on his face unconsciously. "You don't have no backup plan, do you? You can come to Zhongsheng with a swagger. It's impossible for you to just watch them catch us back?" The woman rolled her eyes, looking at Lion in front of her, who was exactly the same timid and cowardly as she remembered. She said angrily, What do you think about this situation? Even if we have a way to escape temporarily, how far can you run? It's not that she didn't make sufficient preparations, but the current situation was not what she expected. She thought that she would encounter the federal army at the border. If it was just a few people, or just a patrol of the city defense army, she would not take it seriously at all. And this was already the worst situation she could foresee. But the other party had obviously made full preparations before taking action, and she had no chance of winning at all. Dead end. Her look around caught Laker's attention. As if he understood her thoughts, Laker said, "Don't think about it. Do you think I can find the right time for you to take action without doing anything? All your contacts are under our control. I even know which station you got off, and which station you will leave from." Laker slowly cut off all the delusions of the two people in the gradually gloomy eyes of the other party. "You have no way out." At this point, Leon also realized that the woman in front of him could not be trusted. He walked quickly to the window and said to Laker, "I am also a victim. I am the traffic party. TSK. The woman's disdainful sneer caught Leon's attention. She looked at Leon's somewhat hateful face and couldn't help but sneer. "You really didn't live up to my expectations of you." The last two words seemed to be chewed up by the woman. The woman retracted her gaze and looked at Laker outside. "I admit that I am not as good as you. It's a pity that I couldn't make you my collection before I was caught." She seemed to be watching a waxwork of art belonging to her through Laker. The creepy perverted desire made Laker shudder. He immediately ordered the arrest of the two, and Leon was still shouting that he was wronged. Laker didn't want to hear his voice, so he had someone give him a dose of anesthesia to let him rest. Laker didn't publicize the woman's jailbreak, but the fact that Leon, a serious interstellar criminal, dared to escape from prison quickly spread to every corner of the Interstellar. Originally, there were still some forces supporting Leon, and Ivana was blocking most of the firepower in front, so he might not be completely defeated. Laker was still worried about his future stay, but he didn't expect that the woman would give him an opportunity to make use of the issue. Leon's obvious act of fleeing for fear of crime has completely blocked his way out. Of course, Leon knew this very well. He had never thought that the woman would fail, and when he was caught and imprisoned again, he knew that he had no chance of turning over. Leon sat dejectedly on the wet ground, and he didn't care that his clothes would be dirty. From the moment he was caught back, his soul also dissipated. "What are you thinking about?" Laker came to his cell alone, looking at Leon, who was in a daze, and asked him a question. Leon looked up at him and lowered his head. "Winners win, losers lose. I have nothing to say." "Then do you know what you will face next?" "What else?" "At most, I will die." Leon looked very calm on the surface, but the fear in his eyes did not escape Laker's eyes. Laker's mouth curved slightly. "You are right. Your situation will indeed be sentenced more severely. But..." He suddenly stopped talking, and Leon could not hear the follow-up, and could not help but look up at Laker curiously. Laker's face was hidden in the shadows, making it difficult to see clearly. After he and Leon made eye contact, he said, "If you are willing to do one thing for me, I can let you go." "What?" Leon couldn't believe his ears a little bit, and he asked cautiously, "What do you want me to do?" "A little thing." A few days later, the news that Ivana committed suicide in prison spread throughout the galaxy, and everyone was shocked. A few people regretted that Ivana had contributed to the galaxy after all, and such an end was too tragic. Some people also believed that Ivana had done something wrong and harmed the interests of the galaxy, and it was not a pity to die. But no matter which side's remarks, they did not last long. Time washed away everything, and people who returned to normal life had gradually forgotten the existence of Ivana, the former president. Laker picked up the teacup on the table. The tea soup brewed from the fine tea leaves was bright in color and fragrant. "Take a sip, and the fragrance lingered on your lips and teeth." "Thank you for your help, Mr. Laker. I successfully got such a good assistant." The man sitting opposite Laker had just put down his teacup and praised Laker. Laker smiled when he heard the other party's praise and said, "You're welcome, you are also helping me. I feel relieved to let you take care of that guy." "Ha ha. If you are unwilling to let him go, I have no good chess piece to use. You are too modest. Come, taste it again, this is my house tea. It's really good." Laker lowered his eyes and looked at the amber tea. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. He kept his words. Lion was willing to help him deal with the threat of Ivana, and of course he agreed to let Lion leave. But he was not at ease to let go of the chain tied to Lion's neck completely. Since the woman rescued Lion in the beginning with the purpose of using him for trading, then Laker could do the same thing. It's just that the trading object has changed to someone else. Laker found a buyer he trusted, and claimed that he had found a way out for Lion, But in fact, he just sent him to another cage. Even so, Lion, who had gained freedom, still had to express his gratitude to him. Lion owed Laker a favor, and this would not change. Laker used the least manpower and material resources to get the greatest benefit. He chatted with the other party for a while, and left first on the grounds of being busy with official business. How is she? Sir, she has been sent back to her family, and asked them to discipline her strictly. It is estimated that she will not be able to come out for a long time. Well, that's good. Xingdu. We have built a new platform and improved the road environment according to your instructions, but what's wrong? Ms. Vina doesn't seem to want us to interfere too much, and Miju thinks so too. Well, Laker pondered for a long time, and he suddenly smiled and said, Okay, you just listen to them. Yes. Chapter 524 Extra. Jean Chung, call someone. A child with long golden hair was hiding timidly behind an adult. He was only as tall as the man's thigh, and his big round eyes carefully looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him. After hearing his father's voice, he timidly walked out from behind the man and said crisply, Uncle, Aunt. Hey! The couple standing in front of him responded with a smile and immediately began to greet his father. Jean Chung has grown up so much, he looks so good, and looks a lot like his mother. Yeah, it seems. He is the same age as Lilith? Ah. Yes. I don't know if it was Jean Cheng's illusion. He always felt that the other party's emotions didn't seem to be very high when the name Lilith was mentioned. Who is this Lilith? Jean Chung wanted to look up to see the other party's expression clearly, but soon, his sight was attracted by other things. On the path behind the uncle and aunt, a girl was being protected by two maids, walking towards them quickly. She looked a little flustered and scared, but she still did not lose her etiquette as a royal family, and approached them step by step. Jean Chung tilted his head to look at the little girl. Her dark and thick hair was combed into two long ponytails, which swayed up and down as she walked. Her big eyes did not have the innocence and romance of her peers, but were full of guilt and fear. Jean Chung blinked, full of curiosity about the girl who was approaching quickly. Soon, the girl stopped in front of Jean Chung. She didn't even need anyone to remind her. She had already saluted and greeted his father. The father praised the girl, but her parents didn't seem satisfied. Jean Chung heard the uncle ask in a condescending tone, Why are you late? Jean Chung keenly noticed that the girl trembled all over after the uncle spoke. She lowered her head and apologized softly. I'm sorry, father. Jean Chung didn't like the uncle's sudden change of face, and he even scolded such a cute girl harshly. In Jean Cheng's opinion, she did nothing wrong. Jean Chung took the initiative to step forward and hid the girl behind him. He looked up at the adults and said in a childish voice, Uncle, Aunt, Father, can I go play with my sister? You kid. His father smiled, but there was no meaning of scolding. Sorry, my child can't run when he sees his peers. It's rude. No, it's better for children to be more lively. The man glanced at the girl intentionally or unintentionally, and then said, Lilith, take Jean Chung to walk around. Remember, don't be rude, don't lose the face of the royal family. The girl's body became extremely stiff when she heard it. She lowered her head and whispered, Yes, father. Hey, why are you so strict with children? Let them play by themselves, and we will talk about our own things. Under the cover of his father, Jean Chung quickly grabbed Lilith's wrist and took her away from the scene. Lilith was a little surprised. She looked down at Jean Chung holding her hand, and even forgot the etiquette that she should not run in front of her father. After running for an unknown period of time, Jean Chung finally found a pavilion to rest. He put on the attitude of a little master and said to the two servants who followed them, Go to a farther place, we want to talk in private. The two servants looked at each other. They dared not offend the little prince in front of them. He was one of the crown princes of the Morning King Star, and was quite favored. However, there was no danger in this place. After thinking about it, they still walked out dozens of meters away obediently to protect the two silently. Seeing that they were already standing far away, Jean Chung was sure that they could not hear the conversation between him and the girl, so he turned back to look at the girl. The girl's eyes fell on his hand holding her. Jean Chung seemed to be burned by something at this time, and immediately withdrew his hand. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. The girl slowly withdrew her arm, without any expression on her face. She said, It's okay. Jean Chung blinked and stretched out his hand to the girl again. He had a perfect smile on his face and his eyes sparkled. Formally meet, my name is Jean Chung, and I may live here from today. What about you? Hearing this, the girl looked up and looked at him, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. But out of politeness, she shook hands with Jean Chung first, and then said, "My name is Lilith. What did you mean by that sentence just now?" "Literally." Jean Chung grinned. "I was fostered by my father, and we will be good friends in the future." Seeing that Lilith did not respond for a long time, he said to himself, "You are really a weirdo. You are obviously a child, but you can't laugh?" Lilith was stunned when she heard it, and she looked at Jean Chung with some confusion. In fact, she wanted to ask why Jean Chung didn't look like a crown prince at all. Thinking of this, she had already asked this question. Jean Chung did not feel offended. He shrugged and said, "Oh, I am the second prince. My brother is the crown prince. I am not a crown prince. I am just an idler." After he finished speaking, he did not intend to continue the topic. Instead, he asked Lilith, "How about it? Don't you want to take me for a walk?" Lilith secretly complained that Jean Chung was really a weirdo, but in the end, she took him to visit most places out of politeness. Jean Chung was the weirdest person she had ever seen. He could talk all the way. Lilith felt that countless birds were shouting in her ears. But Jean Chung would tease her from time to time and force her to talk. What a weirdo. However, Lilith did not realize that she did not seem to hate Jean Chung's behavior. She had never felt that a day passed so quickly. Seeing the sunset, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and the corners of her mouth that were still smiling suddenly drooped. Jean Chung was still talking, and he found that Lilith suddenly became silent again. He turned around and saw that Lilith had returned to the slightly frightened look she had when they first met. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" Lilith opened her mouth, as if she had grabbed the last straw, and said, I forgot to go to class." "Oh." Jean Chung didn't care. "I often forget. The worst that can happen is that I have to make up for it." "No." Lilith interrupted him, looking completely at a loss. "Father and mother will punish me." Jean Chung saw that she was trembling all over, and looked like she was in endless panic. He frowned, as if he was a little puzzled as to why her parents could scare her so much. Jean Chung held her hands, and said very seriously, "If they want to blame you, you can put the blame on me. It's all my fault that I had to grab you and run around today." His firm eyes collided with Lilith's eyes, as if giving her stable strength. Even Lilith herself didn't notice that she stopped trembling under Jean Chung's gaze. "I protect you." Chapter 525 Extra. Sure enough, when the two returned to the main hall, they heard the scolding of Lilith coming from afar. Jean Chung took 2 quick steps, stood in front of Lilith and shouted, "Uncle, we are back." Hearing Jean Chung's voice, the man's scolding stopped abruptly. Jean Chung was not shy. He ran directly to the man, and smiled and talked to him about what he saw and heard in the palace today. Jean Chung was very good at coaxing adults, and it was the first time that Lilith saw her father smile kindly. She stood not far away and watched all this, and she suddenly had the idea that she was the outsider. However, Jean Chung did what he said, and his father did not continue to blame her under his deception, but just said to her indifferently, "Don't fall behind in schoolwork," and left. Jean Chung showed her a victory gesture and said proudly, "See, I told you I would protect you." But Lilith's imaginary admiration for him did not appear, and she turned away with a lack of interest. Jean Chung was a little confused, and quickly followed Lilith's footsteps, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" "Nothing." Lilith didn't want to tell Jean Chung, an outsider, about her inner jealousy. She gently pushed Jean Chung away and walked towards the study room. This time, Jean Chung did not follow her, but stared at her back as she walked away. "Your Highness Jean Chung, Princess Lilith is angry with herself. She doesn't mean she doesn't like you." The servant stood behind Jean Chung, and she saw that Jean Chung seemed to be an annoyance, so she took the initiative to explain. Jean Chung was stunned and asked, "Why is she angry with me?" "Well, it's complicated." The servant didn't intend to tell Jean Chung too much about Lilith and His Majesty. She said perfunctorily, "Maybe she's worried that she's not good enough." After that, she led Jean Chung back to his room. With her help, Jean Chung washed up again and changed into a comfortable set of clothes. Jean Chung sneaked out of the room while the servant was packing clothes. He found the direction of the study according to the map in his memory. Soon, he came to the door of the study. There was no one guarding the door. He knocked on the door gently, and Lilith's childish voice came from inside. "Who?" "Me," Jean Chung replied. After hearing Jean Chung's answer, the study seemed to fall into a brief silence. Soon, Jean Chung heard a light footsteps coming, and soon, the door was opened from the inside. Jean Chung looked at the crack of the open door, and saw Lilith standing on a short ladder, reaching for the door handle. After opening the door for Jean Chung, she came down from the ladder, and turned back to her desk. Jean Chung went in and closed the door. He saw Lilith studying a heavy book. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and complained, "So thick? What kind of book is this? You can read so many words?" Lilith was not annoyed by Jean Cheng's interruption. She glanced at Jean Chung and continued to read. "It's the complete collection of Interstellar Chronicles. Don't you need to read it? Understanding the historical development process of the Interstellar is something that every member of the royal family must do. As the Prince of the Morning King Star, Jean Chung naturally cannot escape this fate." But unexpectedly Jean Chung shook his head honestly and showed a disgusted expression to Lilith's book. "This is too thick. I can't read it. To be honest, I often skip classes." Jean Chung was not ashamed of this, but rather a little proud. "My father couldn't do anything with me, so he threw me here. He said that there was someone on Shirong Star who could be a good role model for me." He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and showed an exaggerated expression. He covered his mouth and said in horror, "Wait. Father doesn't want me to read such a thick book like you? No. I don't want to. I want to go home." Lilith was a little troubled by his poor acting skills. Even at a young age, she still had the aura of the royal family. She said sternly, "Shut up, you are disturbing me." Jean Chung then slowly closed his mouth, blinked, and walked carefully to sit next to Lilith. Lilith was relieved to see that he finally calmed down. "Finally, I can concentrate on reading." Jean Chung did not speak, and for a long time, she ignored Jean Cheng's existence. Seeing a relatively unfamiliar knowledge point, Lilith was about to open the reference material. At this time, another child's voice suddenly came to her ear. "Here? It is a sign of the transition from the old world to the new world due to the lack of materials." Lilith turned her head to look at Jean Chung in surprise. She blinked and asked suspiciously, "You know?" "Well, I have seen it before." Jean Chung still looked heartless. He smiled and opened the reference material for Lilith to testify for himself. "Look, I am right." "You?" Lilith was silent for a moment, and continued to ask, "Didn't you say that you often skip classes?" "Oh, I finished this book 2 years ago, and then I skipped classes." "You?" Lilith wanted to ask something else, but Jean Chung interrupted her thoughts. He patted the table, and stood up to leave. "Oh, it's too boring. I won't read with you. I want to go out and play." After that, he left the study in a flash. Just at this moment, the servant who was anxiously looking for Jean Chung appeared. She saw Jean Chung coming out of the study, and breathed a sigh of relief. Her words couldn't help but carry a little resentment. "Your Highness Jean Chung. You scared me to death." Sorry. Let's go somewhere else to play." Hearing the voices outside the study gradually fade away, Lilith still held the reference materials that Jean Chung had opened for her. Perhaps Jean Chung was not the straw bag prince she expected. In the following days, Jean Chung and she always went in and out together. Lilith found that Jean Chung was always by her side during every class. Later, she confirmed with the teacher and found out that Jean Cheng's homework would be combined with hers, and the two would be classmates and playmates in the future. Lilith didn't have much opinion on this. Compared with other royals, Jean Cheng's personality was already one of the better ones. And he was very considerate and never disturbed her when he was busy. The most important thing was, Lilith found that after Jean Chung came, her father's scolding of her decreased exponentially. Perhaps this was due to the fact that Jean Chung would interrupt her father's speech in a clever way before he opened his mouth. The father might be a little dissatisfied, but he didn't intend to argue with the child. Over time, the father was too lazy to scold her anymore. He only needed to get Lilith's grades to confirm that she was not lazy. And the mother. Lilith sighed, holding a heavy book that was almost half her size, and landed in the corridor with heavy steps. The Queen Mother still treated her badly, as before, and almost ignored her existence. Ever since Lilith could remember, her parents seemed to have always been in a state of being in harmony, but not in harmony. She had never experienced fatherly love or motherly love. She was even closer to the servants than to her parents. She must not be good enough to support the glory of the Shirong royal family, so her father and mother were dissatisfied with her. She was determined to do this, and did not dare to neglect her daily homework. She would work hard to become excellent, become the pride of her parents, and make them willing to look at her more. Lilith put the books back in the study, and was about to go back to her room for a nap. As soon as she came out of the palace, she saw a sneaky figure in the corner. Even if you can't see the man's face, his very eye-catching golden hair is hard to ignore. Jean Chung? Chapter 526 Extra. She called out from behind Jean Chung, and Jean Chung seemed to be extremely frightened, and almost jumped up. He turned around suddenly, and found Lilith behind him, and he breathed a sigh of relief again. He patted his chest and said in shock, "I was scared to death." "Are you walking without making any sound? What are you doing?" Lilith looked in front of him curiously, and saw a little yellow dog covered in mud stuck in the crack of the wall and unable to move. The more it struggled, the tighter it got stuck. "Woo woo." The little yellow dog whimpered softly, and Jean Chung immediately squatted down and made a gesture to silence it. He whispered, "Don't bark, it will attract other people. Don't move, I help you." The little yellow dog seemed to understand Jean Chung's words, and magically calmed down. It looked at Jean Chung pitifully with a pair of watery eyes. You want to rescue it? Do you know where this is?" Lilith looked around nervously, then quickly walked to Jean Chung and whispered, "I know, but don't you think it's too pitiful?" Jean Chung stepped back a little, and exposed the puppy's full appearance to Lilith. The little yellow dog was still a cub, and some red lumps had appeared on its fur that was stuck in the crack of the wall. It was injured. Seeing this, Lilith slowly squatted down, and seemed to have forgotten her accountability to Jean Chung. She carefully touched the little yellow dog's body, and said anxiously, "It seems to be very uncomfortable, what should I do?" Jean Chung picked up a small stone beside him, and handed it to Lilith, saying, "Dig with me, we will dig out the soil under it, and it will be free." Lilith took the stone, and started with Jean Chung without hesitation. The two of them dug for an unknown period of time before the puppy's body finally loosened. It felt that the force that trapped it was slowly weakening. It struggled several times, and finally got free from the crack in the wall. "Huh?" Lilith saw that it finally ran out, and she breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. The little yellow dog shook its tail, and climbed onto Lilith's body. It lay on Lilith's chest, and licked Lilith's cheek with its tongue. "Huh? It's so itchy, don't." Lilith wanted to push it away, but was afraid of touching its wound. So she half pushed and half pushed, almost acquiescing to the little yellow dog's behavior. Seeing this, Jean Chung's nose was a little sour. "Why? I saved you too. Why are you good with Lilith and not with me?" The little yellow dog didn't understand what Jean Chung said. It just tilted its head and glanced at Jean Chung. Then he threw Jean Chung out of his mind and continued to be intimate with Lilith. Jean Chung was so angry that his teeth itched. He laughed and scolded, "Heartless. Should we treat its wounds?" Lilith saw that its flesh was still bleeding and felt a little distressed. But she suddenly thought of their situation with the little yellow dog, and said nervously, "But how can we avoid being discovered?" Jean Chung seemed to have thought about the follow-up from the beginning. He stood up and patted the dust on his body, and whispered to Lilith, "Follow me." Lilith followed with the little yellow dog in her arms. The little yellow dog was very smart, and knew that he couldn't make trouble at this time, so he huddled in Lilith's arms obediently. Lilith was obviously the owner of this palace, but Jean Chung, who had only been here for less than 2 months, took a route that Lilith didn't know at all. The road was overgrown with weeds, and they did run into other people in such a large palace. But before being discovered, the two could hide behind a big rock or tree to avoid being chased by the other party. Lilith followed Jean Chung closely, fearing that she would get lost accidentally. Jean Chung felt Lilith grabbing his clothes, and he couldn't help but grin and turn back to joke. "What? Afraid of getting lost?" Lilith didn't answer, but couldn't help glaring at him. Jean Chung turned back, and continued to move forward heartlessly, but Lilith clearly felt that Jean Chung's pace was a little slower than at the beginning. Did he deliberately slowed down to wait for her? Lilith didn't understand how Jean Chung went around and around to get back to his residence. It was not until the door was closed that the two of them were completely relieved. Jean Chung rummaged through the boxes, and found a medical box. He took out cotton and disinfectant from it, and came to Lilith and the little yellow dog. He held a cotton swab in one hand and disinfectant in the other, and said to Lilith, "Hold it, don't let it move or scream." Lilith nodded. She grabbed the little yellow dog's mouth, and the little yellow dog looked at Lilith innocently, not knowing what was going to happen. Jean Chung saw that Lilith had already grabbed the little yellow dog, so he stepped forward to treat the little yellow dog's wound. When the disinfectant touched the little yellow dog's wound, the little yellow dog struggled to get out of Lilith's shackles. If Lilith hadn't covered its mouth at the beginning, it would probably be filled with its screams now. Because of Lilith, the little yellow dog's screams could only turn into painful whimpers. The little yellow dog trembled in Lilith's arms, and Lilith felt a little reluctant. "Is it not healed yet?" "It seems to be in great pain." "It will be soon," Jean Chung answered concisely. He was concentrating, as if facing a great enemy, and beads of sweat flowed down his face. He had tried to move as lightly as possible, but the little yellow dog still seemed to feel great pain. Jean Chung moved quickly, and quickly treated the wound on the little yellow dog. He took out a roll of bandage, and skillfully wrapped it around the little yellow dog to isolate its wound from the outside world. After being put down by Lilith, the little yellow dog immediately hid under the bed, and its big watery eyes looked pitifully at the two humans in front of it. After doing all this, Jean Chung finally breathed a sigh of relief and cleaned up the mess on his own. Lilith squatted down to coax the little yellow dog, and then she looked up at Jean Chung, who was sweating profusely. "You seem very skilled." "Ah, this?" Jean Chung rubbed his nose, his eyes wandering. "Maybe it's because I was naughty and often hurt myself when I was a kid." He quickly changed the subject and asked, "How is it now?" "It's okay. It doesn't look so scary anymore." "That's good." "Not good." Lilith stood up and looked at Jean Chung, her eyes full of worry. "Father doesn't like small animals here. He will drive it out." Jean Chung looked at Lilith, and then at the little yellow dog that had come out from under the bed and was secretly rubbing against Lilith's feet. "Then keep it here with me. At worst, I will be driven out with it. Anyway, this is not the first time." After saying that, he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong, and suddenly stopped talking. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Okay, don't worry, it's mine. I don't know the rules of your Shirong. Let them treat me as a wild child." After Jean Chung finished speaking, he raised his head to the little yellow dog and said, "You will follow me from now on. I will protect you." Lilith was still thinking about the feasibility of this approach. Jean Chung had already asked her, "Give it a name?" "You can't always call it Puppy." Lilith seemed to accept his suggestion in a daze. She thought for a moment and said then, "Call it Shuchio." Chapter 527 Extra. Shuchio seemed to understand Lilith's words. After Lilith called out Shuchio's name, it immediately jumped on Lilith. The panicked and frightened look just now disappeared without a trace, and it turned back into the happy puppy. "You will be called Shuchio from now on, understand?" Jean Chung picked up Shuchio from the ground and tapped its nose with his finger. Shuchio opened his mouth and bit Jean Cheng's finger. Although the force was not strong, it was just playing with Jean Chung, but Jean Chung couldn't help but laugh and scolded, "Just bite me. Do you know that you have to rely on me to protect you in the future? If you offend me, you will be fine." "You dare." Lilith angrily put her hands on her waist, staring at Jean Chung with fierce eyes. She used her eyes to express her position. As long as he dared to abuse Shuchio, she would never let him go. Jean Chung pursed his nose, snorted, and said aggressively, "You two are bullying me." The ball was merciful, and let go of Jean Cheng's fingers. It nudged Jean Cheng's palm, and kept sniffing. Seeing this, Lilith couldn't help but worry, "Is it hungry? Should we find it something to eat?" At this time, the servant who couldn't find the two of them was calling their names anxiously in the corridor. Jean Chung hid the ball under the bed and whispered, "Don't come out, I bring you something delicious later." I don't know if the ball understood it. It tilted its head, and hid in the shadow under the bed obediently. Only a pair of eyes still reflected a faint light. Jean Chung got up, grabbed Lilith's arm with one hand and ran out the door. Before Lilith could react, she heard a click. With a sound, the door was opened. The servants who were looking for the two in the corridor turned back immediately after hearing the sound. When they found Jean Chung and Lilith together, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Highness Jean Chung, Your Highness Lilith, where have you been? We looked around the entire palace, but couldn't find you. We were scared to death. Hee, Lilith and I are playing hide and seek. You guys are so bad. You can't find us here. It's too boring, so we decided to come out by ourselves." Jean Cheng's smiling face is exactly the same as usual. He interprets the 4 words naughty. The servants didn't consider the credibility of Jean Cheng's words at all, and believed that this was Jean Cheng's prank. But because Jean Chung is the crown prince of Chunwang Star, they can't get angry, and can only complain a few words of dissatisfaction. Lilith stood behind Jean Chung and watched Jean Chung take everything on himself. She was silent, but she couldn't see what was hidden in the back in front of her more and more. Her intuition told her that Jean Chung was far from being as simple as he seemed. He couldn't be just a naughty and mischievous boy. With Jean Cheng's cover, Lilith was spared from being scolded. Jean Chung told the servants that he and Lilith were going to play somewhere else, so they didn't have to worry, and they would come back naturally when the time came. The servants wanted to stop them, but Jean Chung had already taken Lilith away quickly before they opened their mouths, leaving them no chance to dissuade him. The servants had no choice but to let them go, but before that, they decided to report to His Majesty that His Highness Jean Chung had recently led His Highness Lilith astray. They believed that His Highness Lilith and His Highness Jean Chung could no longer hang out together, as sooner or later Lilith would learn bad things. Lilith and Jean Chung were unaware of their thoughts. Under Jean Cheng's lead, Lilith somehow came to the vicinity of the kitchen. Jean Chung asked her to wait in the corner. After a while, he brought a bag of bones from the kitchen like magic. I've discovered it a long time ago. They put the leftovers in the corner over there waiting to be sent out for processing. Hee hee, I won't be discovered if I take some away. How did you know? As long as you wander around every day, there will always be new discoveries. Jean Chung touched his nose, looked at Lilith, and asked, How about it? Do you want to worship me as your master, and I will take you around in the future? Lilith rolled her eyes. This is my home, not yours. If you want to worship me as your master, you should worship me as your master. Jean Chung was not ashamed of Lilith's contempt. Annoyed, he asked back, But you don't know your family as well as I do. Is it your life in vain? Aye. Lilith was speechless for a moment. She thought about it, and couldn't find a suitable reason to refute. In the end, she could only snort and said a little unconvinced, I put my efforts into schoolwork, unlike you, who play and skip classes every day. Well, I'm a child. It's normal to be playful. What do you think? Do you want to join my team? I promise to take you to find new fun every day. Under Jean Cheng's instigation, Lilith was actually a little moved. She nodded reluctantly and followed Jean Chung silently. Jean Cheng's smile deepened. The two returned to the room and fed the ball, and it quickly recovered. The ball's physical condition is getting better and better. Because it eats a lot, its originally small body has grown a lot. Now it was a bit difficult for Lilith to pick it up. Every time the ball jumped on Lilith, Jean Chung would definitely stop it and hold the ball in his arms. Lilith secretly complained that Jean Chung was so old, but he was still competing with her for the favor of a puppy. Jean Chung certainly didn't know what Lilith thought of him. He played with the ball heartlessly every day, watched Lilith and the ball interact, and kept watch for Lilith and the ball. Over time, Lilith gradually got used to this kind of life. If Jean Chung had other things, and was not in the palace one day, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly one day, Lilith found that Jean Chung was missing. Whether in class or at dinner, she could not see Jean Chung. She had the key to Jean Cheng's room, which was a spare key that Jean Chung gave her so that she could come and go at will. But when she came to Jean Cheng's room, the things in the room were neatly tidied, and there was no sign of anyone living in it. When the ball heard the sound, it hid under the bed immediately. This was the action Jean Chung taught it. If someone came, and it was not sure whether it was him or Lilith, it could not make any sound, and had to hide under the bed quickly. It was for this reason that the ball had not been discovered. After Lilith entered the door, she quickly locked the door and called in a very light voice, Ball? Soon, 2 glass beads reflecting the light appeared under the bed. The glass beads moved towards Lilith, as if the owner of the glass beads slowly moved out from under the bed after confirming the other party's identity. The ball left the range under the bed, and it shook its tail and pounced on Lilith. Lilith touched its head and heard another faint sound. Gurgle. Chapter 528 Extra. Lilith confirmed the direction of the voice. She looked down at Xiuqiu's belly, which was obviously more sunken than before. Hiss. Did Jean Chung not feed you? How can Jean Chung be a master? She rubbed Xiuqiu's nose with some distress and said, Let's ignore that bad guy. I find you something to eat. After that, Lilith left the room quickly and followed the route that Jean Chung took her every time to the direction of the kitchen. But for some reason, she didn't run into anyone else every time she walked with Jean Chung, but this time she was quickly stopped when she walked this road alone. Your Highness Lilith, where are you going? The servant looked in the direction where Lilith was going. He seemed to have guessed something and immediately asked, Your Highness Lilith, are you hungry? I have someone prepare it for you. No need. Lilith interrupted him and walked past him, but as if she suddenly thought of something, she turned back and asked, By the way, where is Jean Chung? Your Highness Jean Chung? The servant was a little surprised to hear Lilith mention this name. He thought for a moment and said, Your Highness Lilith, don't you know? Your Highness Jean Chung has returned to the Morning King Star. What? Lilith's small eyes were full of shock. When did he leave? Yesterday afternoon? His Majesty Saxony came in person to pick him up. Why so suddenly? This? The servant glanced at Lilith with some embarrassment. He sighed and said, Because of your Highness Lilith. Me? Lilith frowned. She was confused. What does it have to do with me? Because Lilith, you have been playing with Jean Chung recently and Jean Chung is quite naughty, and everyone is worried that you will learn bad things from him, so they complain to His Majesty. After His Majesty Saxon learned about this on Chumong Star, he came to Shirong Star overnight to take Jin Chung away. Lilith heard this, and immediately turned to the direction of the main hall. The place she was most afraid to go to on weekdays was the main hall, because her father and mother lived in the main hall. Lilith's experience of meeting her father and mother was not very good every time. Over time, Lilith was a little afraid of meeting her parents. She once set a goal for herself: she would become better, and then come to the main hall with dignity. She wanted to be the pride of her parents. She never thought that she would take the initiative to come to the main hall for a royal family from another planet. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded in the corridor. Lilith stood in front of the door, holding the bottom of her clothes with both hands, feeling uneasy. Who? A low voice came from the room, and Lilith couldn't help shuddering. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. It's me, father. No sound came out of the room, and the air was filled with uneasy silence. After a long time, she heard the voice again. Come in. Lilith could clearly capture that the voice seemed to be a little impatient under the calmness of the past. If it were before, Lilith might have already started to back off, and hurried away after greeting her father. But this time, she mustered up the courage to push open the door. Facing the father, who was sitting in the upper seat, and looking at her seriously, she gritted her teeth and said, Father, what are you doing here? The man frowned slightly, his eyes full of impatience. Father, I want to know why Jin Chung left. I was not influenced by him. It was not my idea to let him go back. It was Saxon's idea. And you have been a little too wild recently. It's time to calm down. But father, Lilith's grades have not declined at all. Her schoolwork has not fallen behind, and she has not stopped exercising. I don't think Jin Chung has influenced me. The man frowned more tightly when he heard this, and the impatience in his eyes turned into a trace of anger. You still say you haven't been influenced? You didn't talk back before. This is just this time, and it won't happen again. Go back. Father, Jin Chung. Lilith. The man slapped the table heavily, and the ground shook slightly. Lilith shuddered subconsciously, and swallowed back what she was about to say. The man said coldly, Don't make me say it again, get out now. Yes. Lilith finally lost, her face wrinkled into a ball, unhappy. But the man didn't pay any attention to her, but lowered his head to continue processing his documents. Your Highness Lilith, you just ran away suddenly and scared me. When the servant caught up, Lilith had already entered the main hall. With his identity, he couldn't enter the main hall, so he could only wait outside the main hall for Lilith to appear. Lilith ignored the servant, her head hung down, and walked forward listlessly. The servant had guessed what had happened. Lilith must have been driven out by His Majesty. After all, His Majesty also had a hand in sending Jin Chung away. He sighed and followed Lilith. Lilith, don't be sad. Jin Chung will definitely come back. Lilith looked up at the other person's face after hearing this. Her eyes were full of confusion. Even if she didn't say anything, the other person had guessed what she wanted to say. Why was he so sure that Jin Chung would definitely come back? Jin Chung said it himself. He said he would be back soon. The servant thought of Jin Cheng's confident look at that time, and he couldn't help but smile. I believe that Jin Chung is so smart, and can definitely do it. For some reason, Lilith did calm down when she heard the servant's message. I don't know when she started to blindly believe in Jin Chung like the man in front of her. It seems that as long as Jin Chung promised something, he would definitely do it. The dark cloud that suppressed Lilith's heart magically dissipated, and the sky gradually released a ray of light. Okay, then she will believe him again. Unfortunately, Lilith waited for the day when Jin Chung came back before she waited for the day when the ball was discovered. The palace servants lined up, not daring to breathe a sigh of relief. They hung their heads, their eyes rolled restlessly, but they never dared to look up and look directly at the emperor, who was on the throne. Tell me, where did the puppy come from? Reply, your majesty, we don't know either. No one knew where this little yellow dog came from. Today, when His Majesty was wandering in the palace, it suddenly jumped out to block His Majesty's progress. His Majesty's face was as black as ink on the spot. Everyone knew that His Majesty hated small animals appearing in the palace the most. The Shirong Palace never allowed animals to appear, and even His Majesty Ilya's pets were not allowed to appear near the main palace. Because His Majesty hated small animals, he even divided a piece of territory completely separated from the main palace for His Majesty Ilya to live on his own. The puppy undoubtedly ran into the muzzle of the gun. Chapter 529 Extra. The palace servant stole a glance at the emperor's face, and the leading supervisor still said boldly, Your Majesty, I will go and drive it away. Yes. Although the man looked unhappy, he didn't want to bother with the beast. The elegance of his original stroll disappeared, and he had to turn around and leave in anger. At this time, the little ball that was driven away by the crowd was frightened and ran towards the man. The crowd exclaimed and attracted the man's attention. The man looked back and saw that the little yellow dog had run in front of him. He was startled and subconsciously raised his foot to kick it away. The little ball, who was kicked hard in the torso, subconsciously bit the man's calf for self-protection. The bright red blood oozes from the man's skin, and the man screams in pain. When everyone saw that the little yellow dog hurt the emperor, the scene was extremely panicked. Some palace servants picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the puppy, while others picked up branches and beat the puppy to make it let go. After a long time of pulling, Shuchio let go and collapsed on the ground gasping for air. Its body was covered in blood and it was dying. Even though His Majesty didn't like animals, he still felt that the little yellow dog looked a bit eye-catching at this time. He turned his head reluctantly and whispered, "Go and deal with it." "Yes." The palace servant immediately picked up the little yellow dog and left, and the others followed the man and said, "Your Majesty, please go and deal with the wound immediately." The group hurriedly left the scene. Lilith had just learned that Jean Chung was coming back today, and she was very happy. She went to the kitchen early in the morning to get some delicious food to give Shuchio a snack. When she came to Jean Cheng's room, she suddenly found that the door of Jean Cheng's room was open a crack. She was a little surprised and a little surprised. Didn't Jean Chung say that he would be back in the afternoon? How come he was so much earlier than she expected? She didn't think much about it, and pushed the door hard. She laughed and scolded, "Why did you come back early?" Her voice stopped abruptly. There was no one in Jean Cheng's room, just like before she left yesterday. The feeling of uneasiness suddenly climbed into her heart. She quickly closed the door and whispered, little ball, come out quickly." "It's me, I brought you something delicious." But the picture of little ball shaking his big tail and jumping out happily did not appear. The dead silence in the room was like a rope tightened around Lilith's neck, tightening step by step as time went by. "No!" Little ball ran away. After this answer flashed through her mind, her body reacted faster than her mind. She turned around, opened the door, and ran out quickly. Lilith didn't dare to shout loudly. She could only call the ball's name in a low voice while anxiously searching for it, hoping that the ball was just mischievously hiding in a corner waiting for her to appear. She silently said in her heart, never let her father find out. Suddenly, her steps froze, and the whole person seemed to be under a spell, unable to lift her legs and take a step. The scene in front of her was like a horrible picture from hell. The little yellow dog covered in blood was dying in the arms of a palace maid, which was completely different from its lively and cute appearance in the past. Lilith hoped that it was an illusion. But the bloody smell in the air and the hurried footsteps in her ears reminded her again and again. Everything was real. Not only was the ball discovered, but it was also seriously injured. After a brief moment of shock, she rushed out like an arrow like a frightened beast. The palace maid was startled when she saw a girl suddenly appear in front of her to block her steps. When she saw who was coming, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Highness Lilith." Lilith stared at the ball in her arms. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and her voice trembled slightly. What happened to it?" The maid obviously felt that Lilith was in a bad mood, and she couldn't help but lower her voice to explain. "It hurt His Majesty, and now His Majesty asked me to send it away quickly." Lilith in front of her didn't have time to listen to the maid's words. After she saw the ball shaking its tail with the last bit of strength to show her goodwill, she could no longer remain calm. Like a sluice gate opened, tears flowed out completely uncontrollably, blurring her vision. She wanted to push away the people who were blocking her, to hug her ball, to tell it that its owner was here. But as soon as she took a step forward, several palace servants behind her immediately pulled her back. "Please don't get close to it, Lilith. It will bite." "It won't. It won't. It won't." Lilith screamed at the top of her lungs, struggling so hard that they could hardly control this small body. "Take it away, quickly," someone whispered, and the maid holding the ball woke up as if from a dream, quickened her pace, and leapt in front of Lilith. "No! Don't take it away." "What nonsense!" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind Lilith, and the anger in the voice seemed to pour a bucket of cold water on Lilith. She slowly turned her head, not caring about the horror of her appearance at this moment. Her red eyes were fixed on the man. "Father." "Emperor." The man's cold and emotionless gaze fell on Lilith. "Did you raise it? How can a princess of the royal family raise such a lowly animal? There will be no next time." Lilith felt like she was stuck in her throat, and all her emotions seemed to be dispersed by this short and emotionless sentence. She was unwilling, she wanted to roar, she wanted to refute. But in the end, the fear and cowardice engraved in the depths of her soul could only make her utter one word. Yes. She regretted it. She should not have listened to Jean Chung and adopted Xiaoxiu. If Xiaoxiu was still wandering in the outside world, maybe he would be living a carefree life, and he would not need to be trapped in Jean Cheng's room all day, and he would not have to end up like this. She was sent back to her room, and she was in a state of dismay, and could not eat. The palace people had no choice but to put the food on the table and leave. Soon after, the door was opened again. Lilith lay on her side on the bed with her back to the door. She said weakly, "I said I don't want to eat. Don't come in again." Lilith. When Lilith heard this voice, she sat up suddenly from the bed. Her eyes were still red and swollen from crying, but the confusion and surprise were not blocked at all, and fell clearly into the eyes of the visitor. Mother? Chapter 530 Extra. Since Lilith could remember, she could count the number of times her mother had come to her on her own initiative, and each time it was about the royal family. She had never come to her for personal reasons. Lilith was puzzled. Could it be that because she knew about Xiaoxiu, her mother came to comfort her? No, the possibility was almost zero. The woman walked slowly to Lilith's bedside with elegant steps and sat down. She played the role of a mother who loved her daughter. She took Lilith's hand and said slowly, "I have heard about it." Hearing this, Lilith's whole body froze. The woman patted the back of Lilith's hand soothingly. "Your father did something wrong in this matter. Your father never understood your feelings at all." She sighed lightly and said with some regret, "Lilith, we are all canaries in this cage and cannot resist." But her burning eyes shot straight into Lilith's eyes. "You are different, Lilith. You are a princess. You have the opportunity to change your destiny. You need to make yourself stronger. Only the strong have the right to speak. You must get the recognition of your father and my recognition, so that you can be on an equal footing with us and have a fair dialogue. Only in this way can you gain relative freedom." Lilith was shocked by the woman's words, and she opened her mouth. "Mother, you don't have to say anything to me. Think about it yourself." The woman seemed to have exhausted all her maternal love and patience, and left Lilith's room before Lilith wanted to communicate with her. The door was closed, and Lilith was also locked in the other party's whisper like a curse. Only by becoming stronger and gaining the recognition of her parents can she have a say in this family. This sentence echoed in her mind, the appearance of the little ball, her own humbleness. Over and over again, it replayed like a movie and strangled her into a nightmare. "Auntie, long time no see." The tender voice of a child sounded behind the woman, and the woman paused and slowly turned back. The child with long golden hair had bruises on his exposed skin, and a piece of medical tape that almost covered half of his face was stuck on his face, which looked extremely horrifying. His face was pale and his lips were slightly purple, but his smile did not slow down at all. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, and her mouth corners curled up, saying, "Long time no see, little Jean Chung, what are you?" She looked Jean Chung up and down, showing a curious and surprised look. But the malice and ridicule hidden in her eyes did not escape Jean Cheng's eyes, and Jean Chung was not annoyed, still looking heartless and carefree. He showed a child's innocent smile, and answered the woman, "I was naughty and fell accidentally." "Oh!" The woman chuckled and said meaningfully, "I thought you and your brother were playing and got hurt accidentally." The smile on Jean Cheng's face froze for a moment, and soon returned to its previous appearance. "Auntie, you are really good at joking. How could my brother hurt me?" "Hee, then you should be careful when playing in the future, and don't make yourself look like this again." Facing the woman's hypocritical concern, Jean Chung smiled sweetly. "Of course. I will be careful in the future." Seeing Jean Cheng's flawless appearance, the woman has lost interest in chatting with Jean Chung. "Auntie has something to do, so I leave first." But Jean Chung seemed not to hear. He tilted his head and continued, "Auntie, don't go yet, I have another question for you." The woman stopped moving, looked at him from a distance, and asked, "What's the question?" "There is something I find very strange. The only one who has the key to my room is the housekeeper, except me and Lilith. During the time I was away, the housekeeper said that he had never entered my room, and the spare key had been kept in his room. Just now I couldn't find the key, so I asked the housekeeper for it, and he said that the spare key was missing for some reason. Just at this time, the door of my room suddenly opened by itself." "You said?" Jean Chung pretended to be a frightened bird and looked around. "Beware, there won't be thieves in the royal family, right?" The woman raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. "I don't know, but I will check for you." "Did you lose anything?" Jean Chung stared at the woman's expressionless face for a long time, and he suddenly smiled. No, I didn't lose anything. Maybe that person's purpose is not money. Really? That's good. I will let the housekeeper follow up on this matter. If you are worried, I will let the housekeeper change the door lock for you. Okay, then thank you, Auntie. You're welcome, after all, you are our important guest. The woman emphasized the word guest. Jean Chung looked innocent, and seemed to be unable to hear the woman's hidden meaning at all. He waved to the woman, Goodbye, Auntie. The woman did not stay this time, but turned around and left, but her face was so gloomy that ink could almost drip out, as if the joy that had just been born with great difficulty disappeared without a trace. Jean Chung. She chewed the name and snorted coldly. You are really not a good person. Jean Chung looked at the woman who was walking away, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He came to Lilith's room and knocked on the door gently. I don't want to eat. Don't send me anything. It's me. Jean Chung. As soon as Jean Chung finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps in the room. Soon, the heavy door in front of him was opened, and Lilith's crying face appeared in front of him. Jean Chung blinked and joked, Why do you have panda eyes, Suddenly, Lilith rushed to him and hugged him tightly. The tears she had finally held back burst out again. Jean Chung, they killed Shucho. It was me. I didn't close the door properly. If I was more careful. The teasing smile on Jean Cheng's mouth froze, and he raised his hand and patted Lilith's back to comfort her emotions. I already know. Jean Cheng's voice was very light. He comforted, Xiaoqiu won't blame you. Don't blame yourself. If you do this, Xiaoqiu will be very uneasy. Woo. Woo. Jean Chung let Lilith cry in his arms. In a place where Lilith couldn't see, Jean Cheng's face was so dark that ink could be squeezed out. He sighed secretly and hugged Lilith tighter. It seems that you are also in dire straits. Jean Cheng's eyes gradually became firm. He secretly made a decision in his heart. He had to grow up. He couldn't act crazy like before. He had to fight and take back what belonged to him. In the future, let him protect her. Chapter 531 Extra. With me here, you will always be the alternative answer. Jean Chung groaned and fell heavily to the ground. He felt a burning pain in his coccyx. He watched his brother's back getting farther and farther away from him. He stood up again, with a blank expression, as if nothing had happened. He patted the dust off his butt and limped away in another direction. When he was very young, he thought it was a happy thing to have a brother. His brother loved him very much and was willing to play with him and let him make trouble. Although his mother was often not at home, his father and brother were very good to him. He was very grateful that he was born in such a harmonious family. But this illusion lasted less than 5 years. After Jean Chung officially showed his extraordinary learning talent, everything changed. His brother began to treat him as well as always in front of outsiders, but as long as there was no one around, his brother would torture him in various ways. Today was just another ordinary day, and he got punched and kicked by Jean Yu as usual. Jean Chung sat on a chair in the room, and he raised his hand. There was a burning pain in his palm, and there were scarlet wounds left by small stones scratching his skin. He walked silently to the closet, squatted down, and took out a small box from the secret compartment. The box was full of medicines for treating external injuries, and the liquid in some bottles was almost empty. Looking at the items in the box, Jean Chung suddenly laughed. He thought of Lilith. A pampered little princess looked at him curiously, asking why he was so skilled in treating external injuries. Jean Chung did not answer at that time. He thought that the incident he suffered should not be publicized, so he pretended not to hear it and fooled around. It was obviously a long time before he was supposed to come back, but he was inexplicably taken back by his father, and his father even scolded him a few words in the car. He used his identity as a child to easily get the words out of him. Because he affected Lilith, he was complained to his father, and his father had to take him back. But is that the truth? Soon, he found some clues. If it was just the servants gossiping, it would never be danced in front of his father. Then there is only one explanation. This matter is also related to the royal family of Shirong. Jean Chung was not surprised by this. When facing the two elders of Shirong, he used all his ingenuity to block most of the pressure for Lilith. Their dislike for him was almost revealed on their faces. Especially Lilith's mother. Jean Chung ignored the pain in his palm and cleaned the wound bit by bit with a cotton swab. His thoughts gradually drifted away. Lilith's mother's feelings towards her were very strange. In Jean Cheng's opinion, she treated Lilith like an enemy without any love. Jean Chung even noticed several times that she looked at Lilith with hatred in her eyes. Why? Isn't Lilith her only daughter? With this doubt, Jin Chung decided to use his appearance to confuse others again, to get the information he wanted. He got along well with the palace people, and finally got the answer he wanted after a while. The queen of the Shirong royal family? I heard that she is the daughter of a wealthy businessman. It seems that she reached some deals with the Shirong royal family, and finally married into the royal family to sit in her current position. Marriages of interest are not uncommon in the royal family. Before Jin Chung had time to investigate further, he heard another palace maid say, "Yes, that's right. But I seem to have heard a rumor." She looked around carefully, and confirmed that there was no one else around. She whispered, "I heard that she had someone in her heart, but she couldn't resist because of the power, so she finally married into the Shirong royal family." "Ah? Is your news true?" "Although it's a rumor, it seems to be quite true." She lowered her voice again. "I also heard that she once tried to escape from the Shirong royal family, but was finally caught." This matter made a big fuss. Maybe because it was too embarrassing, it was not allowed to be discussed, so it was left unresolved. Jin Chung has been reducing his presence. He huddled in a corner and secretly listened to their discussion. In principle, palace maids should not talk about royal family matters casually, but this was the result of Jin Cheng's deliberate guidance. Jin Chung was naturally happy to listen to them talk more. At this time, the steward came from a distance. He saw several palace servants sitting together and chatting, and his face immediately darkened. "What are you doing? Can't you work?" His voice was very loud. As soon as he shouted, several palace servants, who were still chatting, immediately stood up and respectfully called the steward. Jin Chung felt a little sorry for the sudden incident, but he had already got the answer he wanted most, so he slowly retreated in an inconspicuous corner until he hid behind the rockery. The steward cursed and asked them what they were doing here. One of them replied that they were playing with His Highness Jin Chung. But when they turned around, they found that there was no trace of Jin Chung. Of course, the steward didn't see Jin Chung either. He just thought that the palace servants made up a reason to be lazy. The palace servants knew that they were in the wrong, and there was no Jin Chung to testify for them at this time. Several people had to bow their heads and admit their mistakes, and quickly left the steward to work. Jin Chung finally knew why Lilith's mother didn't love her. Lilith is not the fruit of her parents' love, but the shackles that trapped her mother. But these things are not something Lilith can control. Lilith is completely the target of anger. Although Jin Cheng's mother is away from home all year round, his parents have a harmonious relationship, which is completely different from Lilith's family. In the royal family of Morning King Star, he and his brother can only be regarded as an accident, and the relationship between his parents is true love. But his family is not very harmonious. In a few days, the wound on Jin Cheng's palm has almost healed, but new bruises have appeared on his arm. He sighed and took small steps to Saxon's office area. "Father, can I come in?" Chapter 532 Extra. Jin Chung knocked on the door, and his voice attracted the attention of Saxon in the room. Although Saxon didn't know why Jin Chung wanted to see him while he was working, he still liked this youngest son very much. He didn't care about being interrupted by Jin Chung, and said softly, "Okay, come in." Jin Chung got Saxon's permission, and he pushed the heavy door open with all his strength. Saxon had stood up from his seat and walked to the door in a few steps. As soon as Jin Chung pushed the door open, Saxon reached out and picked up Jin Chung. The weight in his hand seemed to have increased a lot compared to a few months ago. Jin Chung grew up very fast, and seemed to have grown a lot taller in just half a year. Jin Chung subconsciously put his arms around Saxon's neck, and he whispered, "Father, what's wrong? What happened?" His youngest son was a smart child, even better than his eldest son, and it was hard for him not to favor Jin Chung. But as the supreme ruler of the royal family, he must show that he treats the two children equally. Saxon seemed to have seen a purple mark on Jin Cheng's arm. He stretched out his hand to put Jin Cheng's arm in front of his eyes. When he saw the bruise on it, his face darkened a little. "How did you get it?" Jin Cheng's eyes dodged, and he used a smile to hide his inner grievance. "No. I fell and accidentally hit the stone." "You?" Saxon looked at his youngest son, who was less than 10 years old, with a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed and blamed him lightly. "Be careful next time." "I know." Jin Chung answered crisply, and soon he changed the subject. "Father, I want to continue to live on Shirong Star." Saxon neither agreed nor refused, he just asked, "Why do you want to go to Shirong?" "I have friends on Shirong." Jin Chung gestured with his hands and said, "Lilith, that little one." Saxon was amused by his words. He couldn't help but joked, "She is the same age as you. How can you call someone a little one? I don't care. Anyway, she is shorter than me. Jean Chung muttered, and continued, and I didn't affect her studies, her grades didn't change. We are still in class together. Why did you pick me up? Saw. Hearing this, Saxon couldn't help but smile and said, do you like playing with Lilith so much? Jean Chung nodded like crazy. When he thought that he would be softened by acting like a spoiled child, he only heard Saxon sigh and said, it's not my intention to let you come back, but your uncle and aunt seem to have a big opinion of you. Jean Chung frowned when he heard this. Why? I don't know. Saxon looked at his little son carefully. There were scars on his face, and large bruises on his hands. He was so distressed. Although his son didn't say it, he knew where these scars came from. His brother Jean knew. That's why he loved this little son even more. He was too sensible. As the father of the two, Saxon should have stood up to stop Jean Yu's behavior, but he had no evidence and couldn't accuse Jean Yu without reason. And Jean Chung kept silent, and he had no way to make Jean Chung stand up and accuse his brother. What's more, Jean Yu is now becoming more and more powerful. If he takes action to stop it, it may lead to the other party bullying Jean Chung even more severely. Unfortunately, the child's mother is still playing in some corner. She has only been home a few times in recent years, and he has no one to talk to. Finally, Saxon decided to foster Jean Chung in Shirong Star for a while. Although Jean Chung, as an outsider, is definitely not as well treated as in Shirong Star, it can at least alleviate his pain. If possible, he doesn't want Jean Chung to come back so soon. But he remembered the ambiguous look of the Shirong royal family, so he had to bring Jean Chung back. But father, I want to go back. Jean Cheng's round eyes showed expectation. I think Lilith is also waiting for me to go back. When did your relationship with Lilith become so good? Saxon pinched his little nose, and showed his love to Jean Chung like an ordinary father. Because Lilith has no friends, and I have no friends either, we are each other's only friends. Jean Chung stared at Saxon with eager eyes. Father, do you have a way? Saxon was silent for a moment, and finally, he was defeated by Jean Cheng's eager eyes. Okay, father will help you. Jean Chung didn't know how Saxon did it, and he was not curious about the deal between his father and the Shirong royal family. He just needed to know the final result. He successfully returned to the Shirong royal family, but just after returning, he heard the palace people whispering something. He secretly hid in the corner to listen to their conversation. He put the broken sentences together and finally pieced together a complete answer. Something happened to the ball. He almost instantly thought of Lilith's collapse after knowing this. He didn't stop and ran quickly in one direction. He knew that it was the Shirong royal family's garbage dump, and there was a high probability that Xiuqiu was abandoned there. When Jean Chung arrived at the garbage dump, the person who sent Xiuqiu had already left. The garbage dump was very quiet, and no human voice could be heard. Jean Chung called softly, Xiuqiu, Xiuqiu, where are you? The sound of objects falling suddenly came from the extremely quiet space. Although the sound was very small, it was still successfully captured by Jean Chung. He approached the direction where the sound came from, and he whispered as he walked, Xiaoqiu, Xiuqiu? Woo! Soon, a soft whimper attracted Jean Cheng's attention. A ball of yellow and red things was twitching slightly, and Jean Cheng's eyes were locked on the little yellow dog. He stepped forward and gently picked up Xiuqiu. Seeing Xiuqiu's scarred appearance, he couldn't help but clench his teeth. He asked himself that he was very good at hiding his emotions, but now, he was still furious. What kind of mentality can hurt a little puppy like this? He used the terminal to contact his father and asked him to come back. He secretly sent the ball to his father and told him to save the puppy. Saxon rarely saw Jean Chung look so serious. He nodded and took over the task assigned to him by Jean Chung. Saxon left. Jean Chung thought about it and still felt that there was something strange. The ball was a very spiritual puppy. It could understand human words. It had not been discovered for such a long time. It was impossible for it to suddenly rebel after he left. And he didn't think that the ball ran away because there was no food. After all, Lilith was there. She cared about the ball, and would never let the ball starve. So it is very likely that Xiuqiu was driven out of the room, so he was discovered. Then who still has the key to his room? He pretended to forget to bring the key, and went to the housekeeper to ask for it. The housekeeper was also very nice, and immediately took him to find the spare key. But strangely, among the spare keys on the whole wall, the only one missing was the one for his room. The housekeeper was still curious about where the key went, but he didn't say a word. After a long time, he suddenly asked, Uncle Housekeeper, do you still have the video near my room? This? Maybe you have to go to the video room to watch it. What? Did you lose something? No, I just asked. Jean Chung smiled and said, since I can't find the key, I go back and look for mine. After that, he left without looking back. But unfortunately, the uncle in the video room said that there were some problems with the camera in recent days, and the video in Jean Cheng's corridor was gone. If it was just one thing, Jean Chung could regard it as a coincidence. But if all the events happened at the same time, it would not be normal. His eyes fell on other videos, and a woman in a white dress attracted Jean Cheng's attention. It was Lilith's mother. The screen showed the video of this morning, and the place she walked was the direction leading to Jean Cheng's room. Although the road did not necessarily lead only to Jean Cheng's residence, she never came to the side hall on weekdays. All the clues seemed to tell Jean Chung one thing. Xiuqiu's matter was inseparable from her. Jean Chung calmly withdrew his eyes, and waved goodbye to the uncle. What her purpose was, Jean Chung did not know. Perhaps it was just her dark and despicable desire for control that was at work. She lived such a painful life, and she did not want Lilith to escape from purgatory. She also wanted Lilith to be baptized by pain in hell like herself. No matter what the reason was, Jean Chung would never allow her to hurt his friends. Chapter 533 Extra. Lilith, which school are you going to? Xinhuang. Lilith put down the pen in her hand. She looked at Jean Chung sideways and asked, what about you? Jean Chung looked at her eyes full of inquiry for a long time. He smiled and said, I also want to go to Xinhuang. Hey you! Lilith was quite dissatisfied with his unfocused appearance. Don't joke, have you ever thought about where you want to go? What do you want to do in the future? Jean Chung lay on the table, playing with the test paper in his hand boredly. I am very serious. I want to go to Xinhuang. I want to be a beastmaster. What? Do you think I don't have that ability? Lilith heard this. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. She wanted to find a flaw in Jean Chung, but in the end, she could only be completely defeated. No, I have never thought about it that way. Jean Chung, who was lying on the table, slowly stood up, and he reached out and took the test paper in front of Lilith. Before Lilith could open her mouth to blame him, she heard Jean Chung say, okay, you've worked hard enough and been too introverted. How about taking a break and going out to play for a day? Your suggestion is not very good. Lilith stepped forward to snatch the paper back and said, the exam is about to start. Why are you still slacking off? Oh, these are not difficult. Why don't you just take a casual test? If other people hear you say this, they might beat you up. Jean Chung shrugged indifferently. Tell me, we have been doing the past exams for a long time. I am tired of it. How can you continue? You can't slack off for a day without an exam. Didn't the teacher teach you? Jean Chung withdrew his gaze in dismay, and he stood up and was about to leave. Lilith saw this and couldn't help asking, where are you going? I'm going back to Xinhuang Star. What? Before Lilith could finish the second half of the question, Jean Chung had already taken the initiative to interrupt. Go back to take the exam. See you at the Star King. Although Jean Chung was staying in the Shirong royal family, he was still a member of Xinhuang Star, and should return to Xinhuang Star for the assessment. Lilith suddenly realized. She waved and said goodbye to Jean Chung. Jean Chung returned to Xinhuang Star that afternoon. Jean Yu received the news, and tried hard to play the role of a hypocritical and enthusiastic big brother. He warmly organized everyone to welcome Jean Chung back. Jean Chung didn't expose it. He greeted his brother with a smile on his face. Jean Yu found that Jean Chung was getting harder and harder to deal with after growing up. His face, which was somewhat similar to his own, was covered with a flawless smile, as if they were a pair of brothers with a very good relationship in the mouths of the people. But only they themselves know how hypocritical this smile is. Come back for the exam? Yes, thank you brother for coming out to pick me up. Jean Chung followed Jean Yu, and there seemed to be an invisible gap between the two. Although they were close to each other physically, their minds were a million miles apart. Father has been out recently, and will be away for a few days. You can come to me anytime if you have anything. Jean Yu's words seemed to be a brother's care for his younger brother, but in fact Jean Chung understood what he meant. He was swearing sovereignty. As long as his father was not there, he would be the agent of the royal family of Xinhuang Star. Even though Jean Chung was also one of the princes, he had no real power. Jean Chung didn't take this little thought to heart. He agreed to Jean Yu's words with a smile, and Jean Yu's face looked much better. As long as Jean Chung was obedient, he didn't bother to care. After saying goodbye to Jean Yu, Jean Chung did not return to his room, but walked towards a small house outside the side hall. The palace servant on duty outside saw Jean Chung coming and couldn't help showing a surprised smile. Your Highness Jean Chung, you are back? Yes. Jean Chung smiled and nodded, and asked, "Is it obedient?" "Yes, it is playing inside. Do you want to go in?" "Yes, I go see it." After Jean Chung finished speaking, the palace servant opened the door, and Jean Chung stepped into the house. Woof! Little ball. As soon as Jean Chung stepped into it, a little yellow dog immediately ran towards him, and it pounced on Jean Chung amid the exclamations of the palace people. Little Ball is no longer the little dog before, its body is twice as big. If you look closely, you can still find a shallow wound between its eyebrows, which is the mark left in the past. Jean Chung accepted Shichio's warm welcome. He rubbed Shichio's head vigorously and asked, "Did you miss me?" "Woof!" Shichio called out, almost washing Jean Chung's face with saliva. Jean Chung was defeated by its enthusiasm, and patiently played with it, until he was exhausted before returning to his room. He was not worried that Jean Yu knew all his whereabouts. After all, for Jean Yu, the more he played with things, the happier Jean Yu was. Jean Yu hoped that he would play with Shichio until he forgot about the exam and the work, and finally received a cold look from his father. Because of this subtle relationship, the ball was very safe in Shenhuang Star, because it was not only taken care of by its father, but also by Jean Yu. Although Jean Yu's starting point was not good, the final result was what Jean Chung liked to see. The exam came, and went quickly, and Jean Chung felt that it was over before it even started. He invited Lilith to travel on the grounds that he needed to relax after the exam. With Saxony's help, Lilith was rarely allowed to leave Shirong. Jean Chung and her went to the best place to play. Lilith saw that he took out the terminal to take pictures wherever he went. She couldn't help but feel helpless. "Are you going to take pictures for your fans again?" Jean Chung didn't know why he suddenly learned to play live broadcasting from others. Because he had a beautiful face and the blessing of royal status, he actually became one of the most popular anchors. Lilith certainly wouldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. She was just a little curious about why Jean Chung suddenly wanted to be an anchor. Jean Chung confirmed that the screen was usable, then closed the terminal and said, "Yes, take some photos to let them know that I'm traveling." "I haven't had the chance to ask you before, why do you want to be a host?" Hearing Lilith's question, Jean Chung paused. He grinned, as narcissistic as before. "Of course it's because I'm popular." TSK. Lilith was completely too lazy to pay attention to him now. She walked quickly in front, continuing to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. Behind her, Jean Cheng's smile slowly faded. He followed Lilith silently, guarding Lilith's back. Of course, it's not because of this superficial reason. Jean Chung laughed at himself. Only by being seen by more people, and knowing his whereabouts by more people can he guarantee his safety to the greatest extent. He looked up and looked around, and several vague eyes hurriedly moved away. If there was no attention, he might die in a corner. Only by becoming the focus can there be more protection. But he didn't plan to tell Lilith about this. He shook his head, shook off the thought in his mind, and quickly followed Lilith. "Hey, wait for me." Chapter 534 Extra. The day of the results came soon. Jean Chung was not very nervous or expectant about it. He had enough confidence to successfully enter Xinhuang. Lilith seemed less calm than Jean Chung. It was not because she was worried about whether she could pass the exam, but because she was worried about whether she could become a member of the student union. Lilith's terminal page was always on the query page. Jean Chung suddenly stepped forward to block Lilith's sight. "Hey, stop looking. It's a done deal. There's no need to worry all the time. Get out of the way. Don't block me." Lilith didn't appreciate it. She pushed Jean Chung away with one hand and waited for the final countdown. Jean Chung sighed almost inaudibly. Over the years, the Shirong royal family's spiritual erosion of Lilith has penetrated deep into her spinal cord. Even if Jean Chung tried every way to correct Lilith's thoughts, she was still confused. Lilith is still waiting for the recognition of her father and mother. She hopes that she can be the pride of her parents. But Jean Chung understood that what she wanted might not be given by her parents. If she could not save herself from that vortex of cannibalism, she would never be able to escape the shackles of the royal family. Jean Chung sat beside her, and also opened the page announcing the results. Lilith glanced at her. "Why, didn't you say you didn't care?" "Well, since you are watching, let's wait together," Jean Chung said, while entering his personal test information. Lilith thought he was just distracting himself because of nervousness, so she comforted Jean Chung. "It's okay, you are so smart. We can definitely get into Xinhuang together." Jean Chung felt that he was simply talking to a cow. He reluctantly retracted his gaze, and clicked into the page at the last second of the countdown. The system had been strengthened before the results were announced, and it was impossible for it to lag. The page was blank for only 1 second before jumping, and his results and admission information popped up almost instantly. Candidate, Jean Chung Saxon. Total test score, 980 points. Admission school, Xinhuang College. The result was no surprise. Jean Chung closed the page after just one glance. He turned his head to look at Lilith's profile and asked, "How are you?" 984, admitted to Xinhuang. Lilith's voice also did not have much surprise. Instead, she frowned. "My ranking seems to be only third." Hearing this, Jean Chung reopened his page. His ranking was slightly lower than Lilith. But at least he was in the top 5, which means that he and Lilith could enter the Xinhuang Freshman Student Union at the same time. Isn't that good? You've all joined the student union. No. Lilith didn't look happy. There are 2 people ahead. Jean Chung didn't know what to say to Lilith, the top scorer, so he could only comfort her. "I don't know if the top 2 are lucky. We know when we meet in school. Anyway, our majors may not be the same, so we shouldn't be competitors, right?" Lilith said him. And her mood wasn't very high. But her mood came and went quickly. Before Jean Chung could start his long speech of comfort, Lilith had already returned to her study to start a new round of study. Jean Chung? Question mark. Ha! He hated the top scorer. Finally, the day of enrollment arrived. Jean Chung and Lilith didn't start from the same place. Jean Cheng's journey was a little far, so he was delayed on the road. He arrived at Xinhuang almost before the opening ceremony. First place Qinjiu? Do any of you know him? I don't know. Who is he? Jean Chung was as unfamiliar with this name as everyone else. He looked at Lilith and found that Lilith's face was also full of doubts. He retracted his gaze from Lilith and turned to look at the girl who was approaching them. The girl had a high ponytail, and her facial features were naturally carved into perfect lines. She was wearing the Star King school uniform, and her tall figure attracted everyone's attention. She paused under the gaze of everyone, and seemed to be a little stage fright, but her eyes were full of confidence in herself. She just felt a little uncomfortable with the sudden attention of too many people, but she didn't have any self-abasement that she didn't deserve the title of first place. What a weird person. But Jean Chung slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Maybe these years in Star King will be very interesting. Chapter 535 Extra. A figure stood against the wall in the corridor. The door of the room not far from him was open from the inside, and Eliade's figure appeared behind the door. He still refuses to take medicine? Eliade shook his head at him, and he sighed. It doesn't look good. He seems to have given up on himself. TSK, I scold him to wake him up. Don't. Eliade grabbed Gu Zheng's arm. Although it was a bit hurtful to say so, Gu Zheng was indeed the person who could stimulate Xiaofeng the most at the moment. If others went in, Xiaofeng would at most scold them and drive them away. But if Gu Zheng went in, Xiaofeng might smash things and hurt himself. In fact, everyone knew that it was not Gu Zheng's fault at all, but Xiaofeng, who was trapped in stubbornness, had lost the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Or, he was just looking for an outlet. And this outlet happened to be Gu Zheng. Elade's action actually erected a high wall between Xiaofeng and Gu Zheng was silently blocked outside the wall. Gu Zheng's pupils trembled slightly, and he was a little hurt. They had been friends for nearly 20 years, and they thought they were very strong, but the thread connecting them was broken inexplicably. Gu Zheng regained his senses. Although he didn't want to accept this answer, he still stopped and took back the idea of entering the ward. Elade was relieved to see him give up. He asked, "What did Wanling say? The mechanical arm? It's already made, and can be delivered tomorrow at the latest." That's good. Hearing this good news, Elade rarely smiled, but the joy on his face did not last long. He worried again. I don't know if he can accept it. I've asked Pingan, and Pingan said he could come over. Pingan? Elade did not participate in the college exchange, and he had never seen Pingan, but the name made him feel familiar. He thought about it, and suddenly asked, is it the Pingan who majored in fighting on Porcelain King Star? The one with a half-orc sister. Yes. Gu Zheng nodded. He also installed a mechanical arm. Maybe Xiaofeng and him have more common topics, and Xiaofeng may be more accepting of Pingan now. Alas. Elade saw that Gu Zheng looked a little absent-minded, and he patted Gu Zheng on the shoulder. Xiaofeng will definitely understand your painstaking efforts in the future. Gu Zheng restrained his emotions, and shrugged. It doesn't matter, as long as he can be fine, everything else doesn't matter. The mechanical arm was delivered on time the next day, but Wanling did not come, but gave Gu Zheng a manual to find a mechanic for help. He didn't know what Wang Ling was busy with recently, but he was willing to take time out of his busy schedule to help, and Gu Zheng was very grateful, and he didn't dare to ask for too much. Moreover, Ping'an, who came from Porcelain King Star, could also do the work of loading and unloading the robotic arm. Gu Zheng handed the robotic arm to Ping'an, and the worry in his eyes did not escape Ping'an's eyes. Ping'an said nothing, but just patted his shoulder gently. Ping'an went in. Gu Zheng did not know what happened between Ping'an and Xiao Feng. An hour later, Ping'an came out empty-handed and brought Gu Zheng good news. Xiao Feng agreed to install the robotic arm for rehabilitation, and because the robotic arm made by Wang Ling was of high quality and highly integrated with the body, Xiao Feng was able to recover simple self-care ability in just 1 hour of adaptation. Gu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. This was a good sign. Are you going to go in and see him? Ping'an asked curiously. Gu Zheng hesitated for a moment, but finally shook his head. No, I think. He probably doesn't want to see me for the time being. Ping'an raised his eyebrows, and didn't continue to advise. Gu Zheng sent Ping'an to the station. Ping'an actually didn't have much free time. This time, he only had a day or two of vacation, and he would soon return to Porcelain King Star. Before leaving, Ping'an suddenly showed a meaningful look and said to Gu Zheng, "In fact, you should go see Xiao Feng." Gu Zheng was stunned. He couldn't guess what Ping'an meant. But out of politeness, he nodded and said goodbye to Ping'an. I don't know if Ping'an's words before leaving have magic. For a whole week, Gu Zheng's mind has been echoing Ping'an's words. He avoided Eliade and secretly came to Xiao Feng's room. After the two had a big fight, it was the first time he saw Xiao Feng's face through the glass. Xiao Feng had lost a lot of weight, perhaps because of his poor appetite. His missing arm had been replaced by a mechanical arm. At this moment, he was sitting on the bed, looking through the contents on the terminal, so calm that Gu Zheng was a little stunned. Perhaps his gaze was too naked. Xiao Feng in the ward felt a strong gaze, and finally slowly turned his head to look at the glass window of the door. Just this one glance, he was also stunned. The two looked at each other for a long time, and neither of them spoke to break the silence at the moment. After a long time, Xiao Feng reacted first. He lowered his eyebrows, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped, and after a moment, he showed a bitter smile. He looked up again, his eyes no longer showing any hesitation or struggle. He stretched out his mechanical arm and waved to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng was frozen in place, his body stiffer than ever before. Is this what Xiao Feng meant by asking him to come in? But can he really? However, his instinct was more honest than his inner struggle. Before he could think of an answer, his hands had already unconsciously pushed open the door of the ward. The door slowly closed behind Gu Zheng. He stood at the farthest point from Xiao Feng, and could not take a step, as if opening the door and entering the room had already used up all his strength. I'm sorry. As Gu Zheng's heart surged, Xiao Feng apologized hoarsely. I am angry at you. You did nothing wrong. And if it weren't for you, I might not have come back at all. He opened his broken heart, and showed Gu Zheng the softest part. He raised his mechanical arm and waved it, saying, I heard from Ping'an that this is the mechanical arm you asked Wang Ling to make for me. I like it very much. After debugging its small functions, it is no different from my original hands. I know that universal design is impossible to achieve. You? He paused and looked at Gu Zheng cautiously. You should have communicated with Wang Ling a lot about this, right? Gu Zheng opened his mouth, but his voice seemed unable to break through an invisible barrier. He wanted to joke with Xiao Feng as he did in the past, but in the end, he could only say dryly, It's okay as long as you like it. Can you forgive me? Xiao Feng's voice was very light, but it fell clearly into Gu Zheng's ears. Xiao Feng learned a lot from Ping'an that neither Alade nor Gu Zheng told him. For example, how Gu Zheng saved him from that environment under all the pressure. After all, interstellar resources are limited, and he is a disabled mecha soldier, and perhaps he has lost his role in the future battlefield. In that case, it would not be surprising even if he was abandoned. For example, how Gu Zheng followed up on his medical treatment and prepared a robotic arm for him. Gu Zheng never took credit in front of him, and Alade never mentioned Gu Zheng's efforts in front of him. Perhaps this was also Gu Zheng's request. Gu Zheng never looked down on him. It was only himself who looked down on him. Xiao Feng seemed to have finally jumped out of his vicious circle. He saw everything clearly, and knew how childish his behavior was. If Gu Zheng was willing to forgive him. Gu Zheng was silent for a long time after hearing this, so long that Xiao Feng almost thought he was going to fail. It's understandable that he didn't forgive himself. Yeah. When he was about to lose hope, the boy in front of him finally uttered a short single tone. Xiao Feng looked up suddenly. Gu Zheng had a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were brighter than ever. I have never blamed you, Xiao Feng. You will always be my best friend. Chapter 536 Extra. Vice President, don't leave, listen to me. Vice President, Qin Jiu. Xiao Xiaolan and others sat in the store, and watched Jin Chung outside the door wrapping Qin Jiu like a dogskin plaster. They looked at each other, and sighed helplessly. This is a scene that is played every day. They feel bored and return to their jobs. Qin Jiu walked forward with lightning in his arms, and Jin Chung followed him like a shadow. Qin Jiu's ears were filled with Jin Cheng's noisy voice. She finally couldn't help but stop and look back, looking at Jin Chung helplessly. As soon as she stopped, Jin Cheng's eyes lit up. Qin Jiu, are you willing to agree? No. Qin Jiu had a headache. I said I'm not interested in joining the beast taming army, nor do I want to go to the War Beast Management Bureau. I think it's good now. Yes, I know you like your current life. But think about it, if you refuse to join any federal organization, their control over you will never stop. After Jin Chung finished speaking, he looked at her wrist meaningfully. At this time, in addition to the mechanical weapon given to her by Wang Ling, there was also a small bracelet on Qin Jiu's wrist, engraved with the logo of the Federal Bureau. Qin Jiu knew what he was pointing at, and she said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, whatever they like." But? Okay, don't say it anymore. I don't have this idea, and we haven't graduated yet, let's think about these things later. Qin Jiu finally shook off Jin Cheng's little tail after Lightning made trouble countless times. She coaxed Lightning while walking into the store. Jin Chung sighed. Today's mission also failed. His frustrated look was just seen by Gu Zheng, who came over. Gu Zheng came to Jin Chung and asked, "She still disagrees?" "Yeah." Jin Chung glanced at Gu Zheng and said puzzledly, "Why do you think she is doing this?" "She will be monitored for the rest of her life. Joining the Beast Tamer Army or the War Beast Management Center is her only way out now. She used the excuse that she hasn't graduated yet to evade me. Even if she graduated, she wouldn't agree, right? I understand your idea. My opinion is to let her join the Federal Army. But she has her own ideas. Just let her go free." Jin Chung heard this and looked at Gu Zheng's calm face with some surprise. "What's the matter? I feel. You seem to have grown up a lot? Did you lose my silly little Zheng?" Gu Zheng gritted his teeth and punched Jin Cheng's shoulder heavily. Jin Chung felt pain and grumbled, "What are you doing all of a sudden? You're stupid. You're stupid." After arguing for a long time, Jin Chung finally remembered the business and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Zheng thought that he was delayed by Jin Chung, so he glared at Jin Chung fiercely and walked quickly to the pet care store. Jin Chung was not annoyed, but continued to harass Gu Zheng shamelessly. Gu Zheng was annoyed and had to answer, "The vice president asked me to help her with some hardware upgrades before, and I came to discuss the plan with her." Oh. Jin Chung responded twice, and suddenly seemed to think of something and shouted, "That's not right. Didn't she upgrade the hardware not long ago? How come she has money to do it again recently?" Gu Zheng slowed down his pace, glanced at him, and suddenly said with some gloating, "I heard that not long ago, a big grudge opened a year-long service here. The big customer made a lot of money, and now she continues to upgrade the hardware. A big grudge, big customer, Jin Chung, eh." The next moment, Jin Cheng's pace was faster than Gu Zheng, and he entered the pet care shop while cursing. However, after entering the pet care shop, he was attracted by the scene in front of him, and completely forgot the scolding he wanted to say. Hurricane was lying on his back in the bathtub, squinting his eyes, and enjoying the medicinal bath. There was a small towel on its head, not to mention how cute it was. Jin Cheng's little flame was extinguished in an instant, and he was like a misfire, silently opening the terminal and taking random photos of Hurricane. "Why are you here again?" Qin Jiu was still wet by the lightning, and seeing Jin Chung coming back, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing, I just came to see the Hurricane." He didn't even raise his head, and the next moment, he had already skillfully opened the live broadcast room. "Hello everyone, long time no see, did you miss me?" Jin Chung immediately changed his face the moment the camera was turned on. He looked warm and friendly, and Qin Jiu couldn't help but get goosebumps when he saw him. This guy is really learning how to change his face, right? Jin Chung really hasn't opened the live broadcast room for a long time, and it was only when his old fans received the reminder to start broadcasting that they came in one after another. "Ah, Your Highness Jin Chung, long time no see. I heard that you went to the beast taming army before, are you not doing it now?" It was really dangerous before. Fortunately, you are all fine. Where is Jean Chung now? Don't you know? They've gone back to school. They're probably in Xinhuang now. Yes, I'm in Xinhuang. Jean Chung smiled warmly and pretended to be mysterious. Guess where I am in Xinhuang? Xinhuang is Xinhuang. What's the point of this and that? Is there anything special about Xinhuang? Xinhuang. When you say that, I suddenly remembered a place. What? Do you remember that there was a place in Xinhuang that was once very popular? Wait, you didn't mean? I remembered it too. No, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand you. I remember. You mean the pet care shop? Yes. It's the place that the Beast Taming Army, the War Beast Management Bureau, and the War Beast Medical Center all flock to. But that's not right. Why do I remember it's not open? Yes, I even checked to see if there are any spots for pet care. It seems that the reservation button has always been gray. Jean Chung saw that the comments were getting heated, and the popularity of his live broadcast room was soaring. He felt that the time had come. He turned the camera to Hurricane, who was taking a bath, and said, "Yes, it's at the pet care shop. I don't know about the fact that you were not allowed to make reservations. I just opened an annual membership card for Hurricane last week, and Hurricane is still taking a bath. Isn't it cute?" Chapter 537 Extra. As soon as these words came out, the barrage in the live broadcast room increased rapidly, and it was completely unclear. Ah! Hurricane! Hurricane! I haven't seen my Cloud War Beast for a long time. Am I hallucinating? I admit that I was surprised that the Golden Wind Eagle was willing to take a bath at the beginning. Now you say it is taking a bath? It must be photoshopped, a fake video edited by you. Fake, it must be fake. Fake. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Jean Chung went forward and touched Hurricane. As soon as Hurricane was touched, it immediately pecked a small hole on Jean Cheng's finger with its sharp eagle beak. As expected, a small drop of blood flowed out of Jean Cheng's finger. Jean Chung, Well, after so long, Hurricane has not changed as always. He likes to punch his master. Oh no, it's a heavy beak. Seeing that Hurricane moved, the barrage started to boil again. It's real. It's a real hurricane. Tell me, how did you do it? Don't you know? Xinhuang's pet care shop has a nickname called War Beast Management Center 2.0, which is jokingly called a branch of the War Beast Management Center. This matter is very famous. How come some people don't know it now? How did they do it? It's their first-year vice president who has this ability. Speaking of which, her identity is a bit sensitive. Who is it? Qinjiu. Damn, this name. I almost thought it had become a forbidden existence. That's not the case, but has she returned to Xinhuang now? Why didn't I receive any news? Go back to the upper floor. She came back during the opening ceremony. At that time, her face was as white as paper, so scary. You don't know that other first-year student union members almost couldn't help but rush up to her when they saw her. They have a good relationship, so I'm not surprised that Jean Chung can get the first annual card position. That must be a friendship price, right? Seeing this barrage, Jean Cheng's face darkened a little. Let alone the friendship price. His vice president almost carved the words "I'm going to kill you" on his forehead. What did Qinjiu say at that time? Oh, he remembered. Qinjiu said that he was the first customer and brainwashed him about how lucky he was, and the next moment he opened a consumption list for him at twice the price. But even the double price was within Jean Cheng's acceptable range. The psychological satisfaction brought by seeing Hurricane's clean appearance was something that could not be filled by anything. So he signed the contract very readily and transferred the money to the public account of the pet care store. Forget it, just regard it as supporting the vice president's entrepreneurship. The direction of the barrage suddenly turned from Hurricane to Qinjiu, and everyone in the barrage called for Qinjiu to appear on the screen. Jean Chung pondered for a moment, thinking that this was an opportunity for others to wash away their negative impression of Qinjiu, and he took 2 steps forward to talk to Qinjiu. Vice President. His call attracted Qinjiu's attention. The people in the live broadcast room want to ask you to say a few words. Qinjiu heard this, and his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Me? What can I say? Oh, just talk about the pet care shop, nothing else. After he finished speaking, he deliberately turned off the microphone, moved closer to Qinjiu, and said, "This is a good opportunity to promote your pet care shop. Won't you be overwhelmed with orders in the future?" Sure enough, when the topic of money came up, Qinjiu's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded. Okay then. Say a few words? Jean Chung turned on the microphone with a smile on his face, and he pointed the camera in the direction of Chinjio. Chinjio was still a little reserved in front of the camera. She thought for a long time and didn't know how to start, so she had to say dryly, "Hello." The barrage paused for a moment, and then quickly retreated like a bullet. Fuck. Am I seeing it right? What is that in her hand? Lightning? Yes, you are not seeing it wrong. I guarantee it with my GPA in War Beast. It is definitely lightning. Sister, you are my only sister. Do you want to accept a disciple? I am very close. I am in the school next to you, studying War Beast Public Administration. Chinjio didn't know which one to answer first in the face of the enthusiastic barrage. She simply retracted her gaze, and looked at the lightning in front of her, that was already wet, but wanted to leave secretly. She noticed lightning trying to sneak away, and couldn't help but whispered, "No, I won't hold you if you don't wash yourself clean." Lightning pursed his little nose when he heard it, and shrank back into the water with some grievance. Although it was in a better situation than Hurricane, it really still didn't like water. The interaction between the two completely fell into the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room, and their eyes were almost wide open. What is this? Lightning is aggrieved, but Lightning doesn't say anything. Lightning does it? Excuse me? How can I get the quota you opened? My War Beast has been queuing since last year, but has never been in line, and then you closed the business. I want it too. I count to 3, 3, 2, 1. Connect quickly. No, you really dare? Have you forgotten the identity of Chinjio? She is not a good person. TSK, the federal government has come out to clarify, and you are still spreading rumors here. I don't care, anyway, I believe Chinjio is a good person. What bad intentions can a person who can bathe a War Beast have? Add 1 to the above, I just want them to open up the quota. Opening up the quota is not something I decide. Chinjio said while applying foam to lightning. The store manager is Xia Xiaolin. We all listen to her. But she seems to say that our business needs to be adjusted temporarily, and we will only accept on-campus business in the next 6 months, so I'm sorry, we may not be able to meet your needs for the time being. Hearing this, the live broadcast room exploded again. Why? Please ask Manager Xia to repay our reservation quota. Manager Xia, please, I want a quota. Manager Xia, can you bear to see the little wolf with tangled hair all over his body? Xia Xiaolin has been paying attention to Chinjio's every move, and she also saw the barrage content in Jean Cheng's live broadcast room. She walked a few steps to Jean Cheng and stood side by side with Jean Cheng. Jean Cheng asked quietly, "Do you want to say a few words?" "Yes." Xia Xiaolin nodded, and Jean Cheng immediately opened a secondary screen. "Xia Xiaolin, I am the manager Xia you are talking about." "Manager, reopen the business quickly." "Manager, we are sending you money, hurry up." "I'm sorry, I still plan to keep my original decision." Xia Xiaolin was not overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the barrage. Her voice was light, without a ripple. While she was speaking, she also glanced at Chinjio, who was not involved. "Because we are currently short of manpower, we will definitely inform you in advance if we restart the business later." Chapter 538 Extra. After saying that, she turned around and left without paying attention to the ghosts and wolves howling in the live broadcast room. Jean Cheng raised his eyebrows and said nothing, but left the camera next to Chinjio, and he followed Xia Xiaolin. Xia Xiaolin felt someone following her. She looked back and found that Jean Cheng looked like he was about to say something but stopped. "What's wrong? You don't accept new business because of Chinjio?" Xia Xiaolin heard it and did not deny it. "Yes." She looked at Chinjio in the distance and said, "Didn't you find that she has been much weaker since she came back from that battle? You see her face is still very pale now. I don't know if she can recover in half a year." Perhaps because she survived successfully, with the help of Kebli, her body functions were greatly reduced. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that her physical fitness was much worse than before. But fortunately, she is getting better slowly. By the way, Xia Xiaolin didn't wait for his answer and asked first, "How is the matter I asked you to help with before going?" Hearing Xia Xiaolin's question, Jean Cheng immediately knew what the other party was asking. He nodded and said confidently, "Don't worry, Lilith is handling this matter, there will be no problem." Xia Xiaolin nodded, "Thank you for your hard work. It's all to help Chinjio." After Jean Cheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that she refused to join the Federation. Then respect her ideas. Su Shanshan and the other two just came out of the warehouse. Hearing Jean Cheng's words, Su Shanshan said, "She doesn't want to join your dispute, so let her live the life she wants. But you know it doesn't matter, she is smarter than you and me, and she must be more thoughtful than us, so let's not interfere with her decision. Lu Qin put down the box in his hand and said indifferently, I think you think too much. According to her personality, it is only a matter of time for her to join the Beast Tamer army. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on him. Lu Qin was stunned after realizing it, and he felt a little scared when he was looked at by everyone. Why, what's wrong? Why do you say that? Lu Qin touched his head. She can't leave the war beast, and she is also a worrywart. There will be another wormhole in the interstellar space in a while. She will definitely worry for a long time, and she will definitely compromise in the end. What Lu Qin said made some sense, and Jin Chung stopped struggling and decided to let her go. Before leaving, Jin Chung saw that Qin Jiao and Gu Zheng had already started talking about the transformation, and he didn't go forward to disturb them. He closed the live broadcast room and left. Lightning let Qin Jiao rub her, looking like she had no desire to live. The hurricane on the side had finished its medicinal bath and left the medicinal bath pool with the help of Xia Xiaolin. Strange, where are Guangming and Xiao Xia? Xia Xiaolin found that she had not seen the two little guys all day. Usually at this time, Xiao Xia would have come back to change clothes and prepare to enjoy the spa, but she didn't see him today. As Guangming's younger brother, he naturally traveled with Xiao Xia. Xia Xiaolin asked, and Qin Jiao also felt something was wrong. But she was not too worried. After all, she believed that Xiao Xia was capable of taking good care of Guangming. Maybe the two little guys went out to play somewhere and forgot the time. Lightning, who was under her hand, listened to the conversation between the two, and his golden eyes rolled. It had made a great sacrifice. It had just taken a bath 2 days ago. How could it get dirty so quickly? It had to take a bath again today? It jumped into the mud to cover Xiao Xia and the others. Even it couldn't stand the sticky feeling on its body, and almost ran back to Qin Jiao immediately. Damn it! If it hadn't been deceived and could stay with Qin Jiao for a while, it would definitely give this opportunity to Bai Shui. When it thought of Bai Shui's mocking face when she saw it covered in mud, Lightning wanted to slap it to death. As Lightning thought about it, his facial features wrinkled, and a row of white fangs were exposed in front of Qin Jiao. What's wrong with Lightning? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lightning immediately came back to his senses when he heard Qin Jiao's concerned voice. He blinked his eyes and showed his cute and innocent appearance. Qin Jiao stared at it suspiciously for a long time, and Lightning bowed his head and arched his palm, indicating that she should wash herself quickly. Qin Jiao had no choice but to pinch Lightning's nose and continue to wash it. The person being covered by Lightning was staying with Lilith. The agent looked at the several war beasts around her and tried to stick to the wall to reduce her presence. Lilith looked at the empty house carefully. While looking at it, she asked Xiao Xia beside her, "What do you think of this place?" Xiao Xia was dressed in a thorough British style today. He tapped the floor lightly with a small cane and moved his ears, as if he was trying to identify something. Guangming also had the same tie as Xiao Xia around his neck, but his movements were not as elegant as Xiao Xia. During the activities along the way, its tie had been half loosened and hung loosely around its neck. Although it couldn't see, it could feel the difference in the atmosphere. Xiao Xia was listening to something. After a long time, Xiao Xia nodded with satisfaction and gave Lilith a thumbs up. Lilith then turned back to look at the agent who had been trying to reduce her presence. "This set is good, introduce it to us." The agent agreed tremblingly, and he walked very slowly, almost dragging his legs, reluctantly approaching Lilith's direction. But when he was still some distance away from the war beasts, he stopped and dared not take another half step forward. Xiao Xia made a een sound and laughed mercilessly. And Bai Shui, who had turned into a little ball standing next to it, showed a look of disdain directly. "Agent, what's going on? Was he mocked by the two war beasts? Ms. Lilith, please come this way." The agent tried to ignore the existence of the war beasts. He brainwashed himself that the Lilith in front of him was a walking star coin card, which gave him more courage. The agent introduced the layout and functions of the house to Lilith, and also gave some decoration suggestions, including some considerations for the war beasts. Xiao Xia nodded as he listened. This human is very sensible, it likes it. After listening to the other party's introduction, and getting Xiao Xia and Guangming's approval, Lilith signed the contract and bought the house. The decoration work was also handed over to the agent to follow up. She was not worried that the agent would dare to perfunctorily do it. After all, Xiao Xia and Bai Shui were there. As a large pendant, Guangming naturally followed Xiao Xia to show his position. They will come to supervise at any time. Chapter 539 Extra. The agent naturally did not dare to neglect and promised to do his best to complete the task. Even if there were no war beasts, He should try his best to satisfy the other party for the sake of the string of shining zeros. Jean Chung just walked to the school gate and happened to meet Lilith and several war beasts who had returned. He stepped forward and asked, "Is the matter done?" "It's done." Lilith made a yeah gesture and then asked, "You just came back from Qinjiao?" "Yes, Xiaozheng asked me to accompany him to Zhongtian Star." "Is this going to see Auntie?" Jean Chung sighed. "Yes." "How is Auntie now?" "Still the same, dazed, not regaining consciousness. Admiral Zyside lost control a few days ago and injured several people. He is still in jail. Lika's behavior is getting more and more childish. Xiao Qingwei is the most peaceful one, but there is no sign of improvement either." Jean Chung thought of Professor Arnold, who had not slept well for more than a month and had scary dark circles under his eyes. He couldn't help shaking his head. How easy is it to clean up the alien beast genes that have been integrated into them? Arnold has been working almost non-stop with her team. However, the experiment did not seem to make much progress, and the condition of several people was getting worse and worse. Time was urgent, so they naturally felt deeply frustrated. However, Jean Chung and the others also knew that it was useless to worry now. Arnold was an expert in this area, and they could only pin their hopes on Arnold. Even if Arnold failed to find a way to improve the situation in the end, no one would blame Arnold. After all, these were force majeure. Jean Chung and Gu Zheng reunited and left together, while Lilith returned to the pet care shop to report to Xia Xiaolin. Qinjiao had just finished blowing Lightning's hair, and when she saw Xiaoxia coming in with Lilith, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where have you been?" Xiaoxia raised his hat and bowed to Xia Xiaolin and others, then walked up to Qinjiao and patted his chest, looking very proud. "It's clearly saying, 'Praise me.'" Qinjiao was amused by it. She slowly squatted down and asked, "What's wrong? Did you do something worthy of praise?" Xiaoxia nodded seriously. Qinjiao didn't care and just praised, "Our Xiaoxia is awesome." On the other side, Lilith handed an electronic document to Xia Xiaolin. "It's already bought." Xiaoxia picked it. "It's not far from here. Xiaojiao has been living nearby and should be able to adapt to the environment quickly. Thank you for your hard work." "How much?" Xia Xiaolin was about to ask the price when Lilith quickly interrupted. "It's awkward to tell me this. Do we need to talk about this with Xiaojiao?" Xia Xiaolin chuckled and said, "Okay then." She put away the electronic file and suddenly remembered something. She said to Lilith, "By the way, Jean Chung fostered a puppy here some time ago. Did you know that?" "Puppy?" Lilith asked curiously, "What puppy?" "A yellow pastoral dog that looks a bit old." "What's its name?" "I think it's called Xiuqiu." Almost as soon as Xia Xiaolin said the name, Lilith's eyes suddenly widened, her pupil shrank, and she fell into a daze. Xia Xiaolin was frightened by her change, and she asked cautiously, "Are you okay? Where is it?" Lilith came back to her senses instantly, but she couldn't control her voice, which inevitably attracted the attention of others. Xia Xiaolin was puzzled by Lilith's sudden reaction, but she still took Lilith into the foster area. When Lilith saw the puppy that was only a little bigger than she remembered, her tears burst out of her eyes. "Xiuqiu." Hearing Lilith's voice, the puppy, who was still lying down and sleeping late, suddenly looked up. It only took one look at Lilith to recognize its owner. Xiuqiu ran towards Lilith, and Lilith opened her arms and hugged it tightly. After a long separation, Xiuqiu excitedly wagged his tail and twisted restlessly in Lilith's arms. It wants to play with Lilith. It has not seen Lilith for a long time. Lilith played with it for a long time, and then she remembered someone who brought them together again. Lilith opened the terminal and sent a message to Jean Chung to ask about the ball, and Jean Cheng's message was quickly transmitted. "Don't thank me too much, after all, I am also the owner of the ball. Of course, I have to take good care of it. Now there happens to be a pet care shop. I took it over, you guys have fun." Lilith looked at the exaggerated expression package, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curled, and whispered, "So childish." She could also guess why Jean Chung didn't tell her before. After all, she had no say at home, and now she was living in the school. She barely got a moment of freedom. Perhaps after completing her studies, she will choose the path she likes and continue to go on. After experiencing too many things, she let go of the so-called hope and future of the Shirong royal family. There was no longer no one behind her. She had Jean Chung, Qinjiao, Gu Zheng and Wang Ling. Lilith had just closed the terminal when she heard a cry from outside, followed by the voices of others greeting her. "What's wrong? Where are you hurt? Come on, bring the medicine box over. Sit down quickly, don't move. Why are you so careless?" Lilith was curious, and said goodbye to Shuchio and left the foster care area. Outside the door, Chinjio was sitting on the sofa surrounded by several people. She had a cut on her hand, and blood was flowing out as if it couldn't be stopped. Su Shanshen came back with a medicine box, and she found cotton inside, and pressed it hard on Chinjio's hand. Hiss. Buried for a while. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Lilith when they heard her voice. Lu Qin said, Xiojio accidentally cut her hand, and the bleeding can't stop. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this. Chinjio's physique is special. Logically, this minor injury should heal quickly. But now? Lilith could see that there was blood gushing out of Chinjio's wound that was held down by cotton. She immediately said, take her to the infirmary. Yes, Lu Qin, you carry her. Lu Qin squatted down in front of Chinjio without saying a word, as if waiting for Chinjio to come up. No, I can walk by myself. Chinjio was a little amused. She was just accidentally scratched by the scissors. How did it seem to have turned into a serious injury in the eyes of these people? Don't be polite to him. Just use it if you can. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Chinjio had to lean on Lu Qin's back under the urging of the crowd. Lilith volunteered to go with them. Seeing that someone was following them, the others decided not to join in the fun and decided to stay in the store to watch the store. Lilith pressed Chinjio's wound and asked, why are you? In just a few words, Chinjio understood what Lilith wanted to ask. Only Lilith and Lu Qin were present, both of whom she trusted. She didn't hide anything and said directly, since that day, I no longer have that healing ability. Chinjio felt Lu Qin's footsteps pause. He said nothing and continued forward. Chinjio looked down at her bloody palms and suddenly chuckled, this is good, it makes me feel. I am still a human being. Lilith did not comment on this. She asked then, can you still give orders to the war beast? Chapter 540 Extra. Although Chinjio lost her extraordinary self-healing ability, her physical fitness was still good. The school doctor simply bandaged her wounds, and she recovered her lively appearance. After leaving the infirmary, Chinjio did not walk towards the nursing store, but raised her foot in another direction. Lilith and Lu Qin were both stunned and asked at the same time, where are you going? I have something to do, and I need to go to see Teacher Edel. She waved to the two of them, you go back first. After saying that, she was about to leave, but Lilith stepped forward and followed her. I go with you. Chinjio silently stared at Lilith's face for a long time, and she nodded and said, okay. Lu Qin took 2 steps back and left first. Chinjio intended to send them away, so he naturally would not get close to them. And something happened between Lilith and Chinjio that they didn't know about, and Chinjio obviously didn't reject Lilith following. With Lilith around, nothing will happen to Chinjio, and he can leave without worry. Lilith and Chinjio were silent all the way. When they arrived at Edel's office, they saw Edel and Bai Shui playing. No, to be more precise, Edel wanted to play with Bai Shui, but Bai Shui ignored Edel. When Chinjio arrived, Bai Shui immediately stood up, shaking her tail. It discovered Chinjio and Lilith earlier than Edel. When Edel was confused about its sudden rise, Bai Shui had already opened the cage and walked out. Where are you going? Teacher Edel. Chinjio's voice sounded behind him, and the answer to the question was about to come out. Edel looked back at Chinjio, who was touching Bai Shui's forehead at the door, with some resentment. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and forced a smile. It's you? Chinjio bowed slightly to Edel, and Lilith beside him also called out Teacher Edel, and then stepped back half a step to avoid interrupting the conversation between the two. Edel's eyes swept over the two of them, and he asked Chinjio, what's the matter? Chinjio's eyes fell on Bai Shui. She did not answer Edel, but first comforted Bai Shui and let Bai Shui return to the cage. Bai Shui was very dissatisfied with Chinjio's proposal. It growled to express its protest, but in the end it was defeated under Chinjio's serious gaze, and returned to the cage silently with its tail between its legs. Edel understood almost instantly that what she was going to say was definitely related to Bai Shui. At this moment, Lightning, who had been secretly following Chinjio and the others, jumped out from somewhere. Seeing Bai Shui return to the cage in disgrace, it couldn't help but show a ruthless laugh, and its tail was about to fly up to the sky. The next moment, it was discovered by Chinjio, who said without thinking, you go in too. Lightning, Lightning, ? Lightning, who was gloating, was caught in the crossfire, and Bai Shui, who was indignant, suddenly felt psychologically balanced. She looked at Lightning with the same gloating eyes, grinning, as if saying, look! You deserve it for making me laugh. Lightning began to show its special skills, acting coquettishly and cutely in one go. But its sticky and goodwill behavior did not attract Chinjio's attention. Instead, Chinjio put it in the cage the moment it jumped into Chinjio's arms. Lightning in the cage? ? This is different from what it imagined. TSK? A sneer suddenly came from behind, and Lightning turned back suddenly, only to see Bai Shui staring at him with pity. Lightning immediately made an attacking posture, and Bai Shui was not to be outdone, and stepped forward and pressed closer. The war between the two was about to break out. At this moment, Chinjio, who had not yet left, turned back and said to the two, "Don't fight. If you fight, I will ignore you." Lightning and Snow White, Snow White saw that there was another opportunity to teach Lightning a lesson, so it hid in a corner of the cage in a sullen manner. Lightning also suddenly lost interest and occupied another corner of the cage, and deliberately ignored Chinjio in a sullen manner. Chinjio found it funny, but did not coax them anymore, but made a pleased gesture to Edo. Edo raised his eyebrows slightly, but still followed Chinjio out of the office. The three of them walked to the balcony between the floors, and Edo asked, "What's wrong? Do you have to tell them something behind their backs?" Chinjio nodded, took a deep breath, and asked, "Bideo is dead, Bai Shui and Lightning also know, but..." She paused and expressed the full sense of disharmony. Why do Lightning and Bai Shui seem to have forgotten about this, and are still waiting for Bideo to come back? Chapter 541 Extra. Although Edo was a little surprised by Chinjio's question, he slowly gave an answer after thinking for a moment. Maybe it's because they chose to forget it themselves. Choose to forget it yourself? What does that mean? Chinjio has heard that after a person experiences a huge psychological trauma, the body will activate protective measures and subconsciously forget some memories related to the disaster. But Lightning and Snow White are top-level war beasts, and their memory is several times better than that of humans. This kind of thing should not happen to them. You know the body's protection mechanism, right? Edo saw Chinjio nodded and continued. Because the departure of tyranny was too shocking for them, they almost fought with humans because of it. In fact, after that, they fell asleep for a while, and when they woke up, they were no different from before. I was very worried about their health at the time, so I went to the War Beast Medical Center to check their bodies. The conclusion I came to was, they selectively buried this memory and didn't think about it. It's not because they have health problems, but they simply chose to forget it. Edo sighed, with sadness in her eyes. Alas, I dare not mention tyranny in front of them, for fear that they will remember that incident. Chinjio listened to Edo's words silently, and she exhaled a breath of turbid air almost inaudibly. An invisible butterfly flapped its wings in an unknown place, causing a storm where they were. The aftermath of this storm was beyond their imagination, destroying everything. Since they have chosen to forget, Chinjio doesn't want them to remember and live in the haze again. Teacher, don't tell them about these things. Let the past be the past. Of course, I don't want to make them unhappy. After the two reached an agreement, Chinjio returned to the office and said to the two war beasts, who were sulking in the cage, "Let's go." The two looked up at Chinjio at the same time, and Bai Shui was more calm. It moved its nose and sneered, refusing to give in. But its eyes clearly hinted to Chinjio, "If you come to coax me, I will leave." And Lightning still looked like he didn't want money as always. Almost the moment Chinjio opened his mouth, he had already stood up and walked out of the cage. Even before leaving the cage, he looked back at the arrogant Bai Shui. "TSK? What are you pretending for? In the end, didn't you follow him happily?" The corner of Bai Shui's eye caught Lightning's disdainful expression, and it twitched its mouth, as if it had been convinced and wanted to follow Lightning's footsteps to leave. But soon, she retracted her claws that were about to move forward and maintained her usual arrogance. "No! Can't be affected by it." Lightning didn't care about that. It jumped into Chinjio's arms. It smelled the blood on Chinjio's body, and immediately put its little claws gently on the gauze of Chinjio's wound. Its golden eyes were full of worry. Chinjio rubbed its head soothingly and said softly, "It's okay, just a minor injury." Hearing the news that Chinjio was injured, Bai Shui, who was still waiting in the cage, didn't care about anything else, and immediately came to Chinjio quickly. It also sniffed in the direction of the gauze, and through a layer of gauze, it did smell a faint smell of blood. Roar! It growled and used its eyes to inquire about Chinjio's condition. Chinjio also reached out and rubbed its head. "It's okay, it will be fine soon." Watching their interaction, Edo on the side suddenly said, "By the way, Chinjio, do you have anything to do next?" Chinjio looked at Edo curiously, and she shook her head honestly. "No." "Okay, I ask Ilya to write you a leave order in the next week, and you go to Ebony Star for me." Hearing this, Chinjio's face showed deep confusion. "Go to Ebony Star?" Yes. Adele opened his terminal and turned to Chinchio. A B-level wormhole appeared on Ebony Star. There are many things to do at school. I may not be able to leave. You go for me. Chinchio understood what Adele meant. He wanted her to support Ebony Star in the name of Adele. But I know you are not a regular soldier, nor a student of the Beast Taming Major, but none of this matters. Anyway, you have received formal training from the Beast Taming Army, and they need the help of Lightning or Snow White. I think there is no one else who can do this for me except you, right? Chinchio did not answer. Lightning and Snow White were indeed the only ones she and Adele could call. It's an emergency, so just help me. Chinchio hesitated for a moment, thinking of the Ebony Star in dire straits, and finally agreed. Okay. Lilith witnessed the whole process, and she could even see the smile of success on Adele. She understood what Adele meant. Chinchio's talent should not be buried, but he did not want to force Chinchio to work in an industry she did not like. So he deliberately used this reason to let Chinchio get in touch with more things about the Beast Taming Army, and let her decide whether to join the Beast Taming Army after graduation. Of course, if she didn't choose to join the Beast Tamer Army in the end, it can only be said that she has no chance with the Beast Tamer Army. But he still has to seize the opportunity. Chinchio packed his luggage and set off, and Lilith told everyone about this. She thought Xia Xiaolin and the others would have some biased opinions about this, but unexpectedly, they all just nodded silently, and didn't make any comments. Lilith asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that she will really change her major? Xia Xiaolin shook her head. That means she likes the Beast Tamer major more. Why should we stop her from doing what she likes? Lilith didn't ask any more questions. Because she knew that they were the same as her. They all just wanted Chinchio to live freely. Who is that person? Shit, how many war beasts does she have? You don't know? Chinchio? You've heard of this name even if you haven't seen her? It's her. Hearing is worse than seeing. That's Snow White and Lightning, right? As the rumors say, she can control these two big demons. Don't just look at them. Look at the two war beasts in the sky. S-level Night Emperor Bat and S-level Swift Eagle. Are they not in your eyes? For S-level war beasts, I dare not even think about it. What a prospect. I dare to think about it. Isn't it possible to see it? Hey, what is she doing here? I heard that Master Adele was busy, so he asked her to do it for him. TSK, this substitute is really impressive. Even Lightning and Snow White were given. I admit I'm jealous. Do you think anyone can use Adele's two war beasts? You can try it. Aren't the black histories of Lightning and Snow White enough for you to be afraid of? Chinchio walked towards the registration office step by step under everyone's gaze. Since there were two swift leopards guarding her, everyone consciously made way for Chinchio. Guangming and Xiusa, who were originally hovering in the sky, also landed beside her. Xiusa adjusted his small tie, raised his hat, and saluted the people around him. This behavior caused a small exclamation. Am I dazzled? It looks too much like a human, right? Don't you know? It's more than 500 years old. What? Can a war beast live so long? Don't you know? It's Xiusa. Xiusa. I remember. It's actually it. With the support of 4 S-level war beasts, Chinchio came to the registration office. In front of her stood a lieutenant general, but at this time, his face was not serious, but full of smiles. You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The man stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chinchio. After briefly introducing himself, he said, We only have C-level war beasts here, and we can't deal with B-level alien beasts. This wormhole has just been created, and the number of alien beasts is still large. After the previous mutation, the ability of the alien beasts has been improved to a certain extent. In order to reduce casualties, we have no choice but to request reinforcements. The man said the truth, but he originally thought that being able to mobilize one of the two swift leopards was already the limit, but he didn't expect that not only Bai Shui and Lightning appeared at the same time, but Chinchio even brought him 2 additional S-level war beasts, Guangming and Xiaosha. For S-level war beasts. How many envious eyes would he attract if he said it out? His face was so bright, so his eyes on Chinchio became more and more scorching, so hot that Chinchio unconsciously took a step back, and felt a little flustered. Hello. Chinchio coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. My name is Chinchio, and I am a student of Xinghuang. Teacher Adele has gone through the process. I know. The man warmly invited them in, and began to briefly explain the situation here. But before he could say a few words, the 4 war beasts seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly left at the same time. They left very quickly, and everyone could only see a few black and white figures disappearing in the distance in an instant. Let's talk about it later. Qinjiu had already chased the direction where the war beasts left before the man could react. The man saw that her speed was also different from that of ordinary people, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Almost less than 10 seconds after Qinjiu left, his terminal received an urgent request for help from the front line. Lieutenant General, the number of alien beasts has increased, requesting more support. The man looked at the direction where the war beasts and Qinjiu left, and he suddenly smiled. The support has passed, please stay where you are. Chapter 542 Extra. Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted. Thank you. The man was wearing a brand new beast tamer uniform, his mouth slightly raised, his head held high, his eyes full of pride. Today is a special day for him. He finally got his own war beast after going through many difficulties and audits. An S-level Knight Emperor Bat. When he first became a Knight Emperor Bat breeder, he had already decided that he must transfer to the Beast Tamer Army and become its owner. So when he registered just now, the other party asked him what he wanted the war beast to be called. He said the answer he had decided for a long time without any hesitation. It's called Xiao Xia, which means happy and unrestrained. This short welcoming ceremony ended not long after. The man was also missing his war beast in his heart. Almost at the moment when the leader left, he left the venue in a flash. Xiao was still waiting for him to take it home at the training center. He couldn't let Xiao wait for long. He greeted the staff on duty, who was also his former colleague, with a smile on his face, and accepted their blessings. After a brief greeting, he quickly came to Xiao's cage. He was Xiao's breeder, and was already very familiar with Xiao. When Xiao saw him appear, he not only did not have any stress reaction, but took the initiative to grab his trouser legs. It looked up and glared at the man, looking like a big boss. The man was amused by it. He slowly squatted down, took out the fresh apple he brought back from the banquet tonight from his pocket, and gave it to Xiao. When Xiao saw the big red apple, his eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand without hesitation to put the apple into his hand, and started to eat it. The man said softly, "Is it delicious?" "I picked the biggest one and put it in my pocket." Xiao nodded while eating, and had no time to answer the man's question. The man was not in a hurry, so he just sat outside the cage and waited for Xiao to finish eating. After Xiao finished eating, he took out a small handkerchief from his jacket pocket and wiped Xiao's sticky hands bit by bit. "Look at you, eating an apple is so dirty." Although he was scolding softly, he was not angry at all. He cleaned Xiao patiently. Xiao didn't really care whether his hands were clean or not. He was just a war beast, and it was okay to be full. But his keeper seemed to care about his hygiene. It had been like this for a long time, and he would grab his hands and clean them every time. At first, Xiao didn't want to, and even scratched him. Later, under his insistence, Xiao gradually lost his resistance and let him do it. He had gotten used to this very picky keeper, and he was impressed by his persistence. After he cleaned the dirt on its hands, the man said, "Xiao, from today on your name is Xiao, no longer number 089. Hearing this, Xiao tilted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Name? Isn't that something only adopted war beasts have? It knows it well in its heart. It has to go to some base, and wait for others to choose it as a war beast before it can get a name. But it doesn't like those people, so it has been repatriated several times, and stays here as an older war beast. This is only the privilege of S-level war beasts. What it doesn't know is that if it is not adopted in another 3 months, it may have to leave the War Beast Management Center and go to the War Beast Nursing Home. The war beasts that went to that place almost had only one fate: becoming abandoned war beasts for people to watch and entertain, and maybe one day they would die there, and no one would know. The man gently touched Xiao's paw and said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to the assessment." "Oh, forget it." He squatted on the ground and looked at Xiao. His eyes were extremely serious. "Since you don't like being someone else's war beast, then become my war beast. I be your master, you won't reject it, right? We've lived together for several years." Xiao blinked, and the man knew it was thinking. After a long time, Xiao nodded and agreed to the man's proposal. Well, it really likes this man more than others. If this man is its master, it can reluctantly agree. The man smiled at the moment it nodded, and Xiao seemed to rarely see the man smile so happily. It was a little puzzled. What was there to be happy about? That night, the man opened the door of Xiao's cage and swaggered away with Xiao as the legal owner. Xiao left the War Beast Management Center, full of curiosity about everything around him. It was the first time for him to come to the man's home. As he expected, the man's home was very clean and spotless, and the man seemed to like some Western-style decorative ornaments. Xiaoxia picked up a beautiful vase, looked around and put it back, then flew to a huge oil painting and looked at it carefully. It looked left and right like a curious baby, and the man did not stop him, but let Xiaoxia visit his future home. The originally empty home was filled with Xiaoxia, the war beast, and his heart was also filled with some warm things. He has a family. Even if the other party is just a war beast. Ing! Xiaoxia finally finished tinkering with the things in the house, and he came to the man and called softly. What's wrong? Xiaoxia stretched out his hand and gestured a huge cube. The tacit understanding cultivated by several years of getting along with it made the man instantly understand what it meant. The man shook his head and said, No, there is no cage. This is your home, you can sleep wherever you want, and you don't have to sleep in a cage anymore. Hearing this, the Night Emperor bat widened his eyes, and seemed a little unbelievable. It gestured again in confusion and asked, and the answer was still the same. Even this time the man gave it a brand new choice. If it wanted, it could sleep in the second bedroom. Xiaoxia was a little shocked by the sudden change. After adapting for more than a month, it was finally able to accept everything calmly. Except, his master really likes to dress it up. Ing! Xiaoxia shook off the hat on his head, and it jumped away from the man to protest. Don't you like this hat? But it suits you very well. The man looked at the newly bought hat in his hand, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. When he passed by the store today and saw this hat, he immediately thought of Xiaoxia. He rushed into the store, and took off the small hat regardless of his friend's call. His friend thought that he suddenly turned around and left because something big had happened. Although this scene was not the first time, his friend still couldn't get used to it, so he couldn't help scolding him. Xiaoxia nodded, and he not only threw the hat away, but also tore off the small tie on his neck. Are you kidding me? It's a war beast. How can it be dressed in strange clothes? Every time it reports to the beast tamer army, other war beasts make fun of it. It just wants its master to give up these strange ideas, and give it back the dignity of a war beast. The man did give up, but it didn't last long. Xiaoxia received new accessories from the man almost every once in a while. Over time, it became a little numb and gradually began to accept the man dressing it up. Just like when it first came into contact with the man, it went from being defensive to accepting. Only the man was willing to fight this protracted battle with it, and the other breeders gave up. In terms of perseverance and willpower, Xiaoxia was no match for the man in front of him. So the only war beast in the galaxy that could dress itself appeared. It was elegant and fierce, repeatedly made military exploits on the battlefield, and could return to its master elegantly. Soon, Xiaoxia became the top of the war beast's popularity ranking at that time. This time, Xiaoxia came home differently from the past. He did not wash his hands and eat the fruit right away, but stayed beside his master with a worried look on his face. The man sat heavily on the sofa, groaning. He saw Xiaoxia's worried face, so he pulled the corner of his mouth that was still a little painful, showing a not-so-good smile, and said, I'm fine. His voice was weak, and he didn't sound like he was fine. He was injured. The level of the alien beasts, this time, was generally around B level. Although they were not difficult to deal with, its owner still suffered a little injury before the combat power had time to adjust. It's really okay, didn't you go to the hospital? The man patted Xiaoxia's shoulder gently. Go take off your hat and wash your hands. Xiaoxia stared at him suspiciously for a long time, and finally turned away. After Xiaoxia left, the man exhaled a breath of turbid air and covered his mouth to cough softly. The chance of winning the alien beast toxin is low, but not zero. He became the lucky man. With the current medical level, it is impossible to expel the toxins and cure it, but it can delay time. He didn't want Xiaoxia to worry about him for the time being, so he planned to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Before each mission, the man would choose a set of beautiful decorations for Xiaoxia. He raised Xiaoxia as his own child, and others also envied the relationship between them. Xiaoxia knew that this was all because its owner was afraid of loneliness. Its owner was a very lively person, but because of work, he rarely had contact with other people, and over time he became taciturn. Xiaoxia became his only partner, so he never regarded Xiaoxia as a war beast, but as his family. He always regarded Xiaoxia as a person, so he bought him a lot of small accessories. Xiaoxia also liked this human, and he was willing to fight side by side with him. The man thought he could spend the last happy time with Xiaoxia before the alien toxins wiped out his will, but unfortunately the good times didn't last long, because his body was seriously depleted, and he encountered a wormhole mutation during the mission, and he was imprisoned. What's more terrible is that his boss made a mistake in judgment. His partners died one after another at the hands of the alien beasts, and he was besieged by a group of alien beasts and couldn't get away. His time seemed to have come to an end. Xiaoxia was guarding him, but there were too many alien beasts, and Xiaoxia was also injured. The man made a prompt decision and said immediately, "Xiaoxia, let's go." Ing. Xiaoxia understood what he meant and turned back to severely reprimand its owner. As a war beast, how could it abandon its owner and live alone? Ahem. The man coughed up a mouthful of purple-red blood. He was stunned for a moment and murmured, "It turns out that this is the only way." He took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered when he opened his eyes again. He was giving orders. Xiaoxia didn't expect him to give orders suddenly. He didn't react for a while, and flew away from the scene according to his orders. With the stimulation of the smell of blood, the alien beast's offensive became more intense. The man used the last few bullets to kill the approaching alien beasts, and no longer had the ability to resist. Xiaoxia, who had already left for a distance, seemed to suddenly come to his senses. He looked back at the ground in disbelief. It could only see its master opening and closing his mouth and saying the last words to him, "Xiaoxia, live well." Then, it watched its master's neck being bitten off by the alien beast, and then his flesh and blood were bitten. 1, 2, 3. A group of alien beasts were enjoying its master. Bing! Under the great mental shock, Xiaoxia lost consciousness. When it woke up again, it was already in the War Beast Management Center. It seemed to have forgotten something very important, and it was in a daze all day long. It only knew that the humans passing by were looking for a new owner for it. New owner? Has it ever had an owner? Xiaoxia stared blankly at the thin red rope around his neck, because it was too thin and hidden in his hair, so it was not discovered. It touched the red string, and it couldn't remember who put it on it for a moment, but it knew that the red string was very important. Every new adopter left in the end, and would not accept any owner. Later, it was abandoned, and it subconsciously flew back to the man's home. It seemed to remember something, as if there was a person living with it here. It stayed in this place day after day, year after year, for so long that it forgot the meaning of staying here. It left, it went to many places, but it couldn't find the figure in its memory after all. I don't know how long it took, but it returned to this place. This place is no longer what it remembers. There are many children living in the building, and it is lively. It is a little relieved. He likes lively the most. Some fragments of memory occasionally emerge, and it can't tell whether it is a dream or reality. It only knows that it seems to have been abandoned. Until one day. Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia was shaken, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking at the girl in front of him blankly. Qingjiu saw that he woke up, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and said with some shock, "You fell asleep just now, as if you were having a nightmare, and you kept crying. We couldn't wake you up no matter what, and we were scared to death." After she finished speaking, she rubbed Xiaoxia's head. Lightning and Meteor on the side were licking the tears on his cheeks. Okay, it's okay. We are all here." Xiaoxia looked up at Qingjiu, and then looked down at the war beasts around him. Its tears burst out like a dam bursting. Lightning and the others comforted Xiaoxia in a panic, and even Qingjiu immediately asked him with concern if he was uncomfortable. Xiaoxia reached out and hugged the war beasts, and he shook his head. It had long remembered that painful memory. It originally thought that it would be haunted by nightmares and never at peace. But now, it has a new owner and a new partner. It remembered the words the owner said to it before he left. "You have to live well. Hey, I am fulfilling your last wish. Did you see it?" Chapter 543 Extra. The wormhole is closing. The mission has been completed. Please confirm. Confirmed, you can retreat. The other party's voice came from the military terminal. Before Qingjiu was about to close the terminal, he heard the other party say, "Sorry to bother you this time. You must come to the celebration banquet later. I was nagged for a long time last time when you didn't come. It was so annoying." Qingjiu paused. Qingjiu, who was about to go back to the pet care store, sighed resignedly. "Okay, got it." The person on the other end of the terminal heard Qingjiu's agreement, and her tone rose at the end of her sentence. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. "Okay, see you later." After saying that, before Qingjiu could speak, the other party had already taken the initiative to close the communication, cutting off Qingjiu's possibility of saying any refusal. Qingjiu shrugged, not caring. Just at this time, the light flew back and landed steadily on her shoulder. Qingjiu reached out and rubbed Guangming's head, saying softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Guangming also rubbed Qingjiu's head, and the three swift leopards, who ran back from a distance, also surrounded Qinjiao and wanted to cuddle with him. Qinjiao touched the heads one by one, attracting the admiring eyes of other federal soldiers. It's so scary that one person can summon several war beasts. Hey, why don't I remember seeing that gray swift leopard before? Oh, that one? It seems to be called Meteor. It went to training before. This is its first battle, right? Don't tell me, a swift leopard is a swift leopard. You didn't see it just now. Although it was its first time to play after training, its brave appearance is no joke. Nonsense, it has been living with Lightning and Snow White before. How could it be weak? Hey, I heard that they seem to be siblings. Yes, genetic identification has been done. They didn't deliberately lower their voices when discussing, and Qinjiao could clearly catch their words. Qinjiao's face did not change, she just patted Liu Xing's head and said to several war beasts, "Let's go, your grandpa Xiaoxiao is still waiting for us to go home." After hearing this, several war beasts followed Qinjiao obediently. Qinjiao, who was protected by the war beasts, undoubtedly became the most dazzling focus here. Qinjiao tried not to let Xiaoxiao participate in the daytime battles, and Xiaoxiao was happy to sleep well at home without going out to recuperate. Although Qinjiao and other federal troops destroyed the wormhole together, she was not a member of the federal army. The beast-taming army did offer her an olive branch, but she did not accept it. Perhaps she was used to loving freedom, and did not like some of the rules and regulations in the army, so she chose to open a large pet care store with several classmates of the same major. Of course, they also maintained their usual style. They could accept the war beast washing and care business. This is loved by many beast control troops or students majoring in beast control. Without worrying about performance, several people live a comfortable life. Xia Xiaolan is already considering whether to open branches on other planets, but if Qinjiao is not in charge of the new store, it will be difficult to deal with the problem of war beasts, so this proposal has been temporarily suppressed. And Qinjiao. She became a non-staff member of the Beast Control Army inexplicably. As long as there is a wormhole threat and high-level war beasts need to be deployed, she will be notified to go there as soon as possible. Of course, she has the right to refuse, but she also hates alien beasts and does not want more people or war beasts to be injured in the battle. So she volunteered to follow the deployment and became the only non-staff beast control soldier in the entire federal army. This was the privilege given to her by the federal army and the convenience given to her by Laker. However, since Qinjiao never appeared in any celebration after the battle, everyone was curious about her. Especially they heard that Qinjiao was related to the disaster. So when Qinjiao appeared in the banquet hall with several war beasts, the whole hall was briefly silent. Qinjiao ignored it, and slowly walked towards Edel. When Edel saw Qinjiao coming back, he waved his hand, and smiled at Lightning and Snow White. "Come here." The two war beasts blinked, glanced at Edel, and tacitly moved closer to Qinjiao. The attitude was obvious. They didn't want to do it. Edel was angry, but he was also used to the daily routine of these two guys going against him, and he didn't show anger. He smiled at Qinjiao and said, "How are you? Are you not injured?" Qinjiao shook his head and replied, "No, this time the wormhole is only sea level, and it will be solved soon." Edel nodded. He had known the level of the wormhole for a long time, and had full confidence in Qinjiao. After all, she was alone with 4 S-level beasts. It is not an exaggeration to say that one man can block the pass, and 10,000 men cannot break through. Edel knew that Qinjiao was the only one in the beast-taming army this time. It was also because of Qinjiao's terror that Edel could feel the faint sight from the side, and some inaudible whispers. It is a loss for the beast-taming army if you don't join it. Edel sighed, he lowered his head, and wanted to touch Lightning's head, but Lightning opened his mouth and gently bit his hand. Edel laughed and scolded, "Who is your master?" Lightning wrinkled his nose and spit out Edel's palm again. Edel didn't bother with it, and looked up at Qinjiao and said, "I heard that you want to open a branch on this planet. How are the preparations?" Qinjiao couldn't help but sighed. Xia Xiaolan keeps talking about it every day. It's too difficult to apply for a business license on this planet. Ahem. Edel coughed twice, and gave Qinjiao an ambiguous look. You have to learn to use your connections. Qinjiao was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence, and the assistant of the beast-taming army, who was responsible for contacting her, came to her quickly. "You are finally here. I don't have to be scolded." The woman breathed a sigh of relief, and the excitement on her face was clear. "Thank you. If it weren't for your help these few times, we would have been busy for a long time." "You're welcome." Qinjiao nodded slightly to her, and Edel's words just now suddenly flashed in his mind. You have to learn to use your connections. Edel's suggestion was not groundless. His suggestion must have a deep meaning. Do you know how to apply for a business license on this planet? What do you want to apply for a business license for? The woman's curious eyes fell on Chinjio's face. After a moment, she seemed to suddenly think of something. Her facial features relaxed, and she showed an extremely excited smile. Don't tell me you want to open a branch. Chinjio nodded. Our store manager has this plan, but he can't apply for a business license. It's more difficult without a guarantee, but my family originally had a business here. We can help you. The woman said, opening the terminal to show Chinjio. We still have a few vacant lots there. Do you want to rent them? Chinjio? ? Is this short-looking woman so financially capable? Chinjio glanced at Edel, and she showed a grateful look. President. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Chinjio. Chinjio turned back abruptly, and her mouth curled up. Xiao Zheng. Gu Zheng was also at the celebration banquet. His latest rescue mecha was patented, and played a big role in this rescue. He heard the conversation between Chinjio and the woman and asked, Do you want to open a branch here? Yes, I have this plan. Okay, you open a branch, and I will help you make a pet mecha. After Gu Zheng said this, some people around him took a breath. What is Gu Zheng's identity? The strongest new generation of the rescue mecha army, and Xiao Feng of the attack mecha army, are called the mecha twins. But what was he talking about? He said he wanted to make a pet mecha for Chinjio. This is really a waste of talent. But soon someone remembered the relationship between the two, and their mentality was slightly calmed down. They were graduates of the same class of Xinhuang and members of the student union, so their relationship was naturally special. The woman saw that they still had something to talk about, so she said goodbye to Chinjio and started chatting with Edo. Chinjio remembered that she saw Gu Zheng and Jin Cheng together in the group not long ago, so she asked, How are Jin Cheng and the others? They are doing well. Lilith and Jin Cheng went to other planets to perform missions, and Wang Ling is doing research and development at Zhongxing Machinery headquarters. They also said that we will get together after the next mission. Okay. Chinjio thought that she hadn't seen them for some time, and she missed them. She suddenly thought of Zizite and others, and the smile on her face faded a lot. Feeling her change of mood, Gu Zheng couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Chinjio told him what he was thinking. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment and sighed. Alas, my mother is still the same. It's been so long, and I have adjusted my mentality. Maybe she is just like that. Admiral Zizite. His situation is a bit complicated. I feel that the part of his consciousness that belongs to humans is slowly disappearing. Gu Zheng suddenly laughed at himself. Maybe this is the price they pay for abandoning their human identity. Chinjio was silent for a long time after hearing this, and asked, Then Li Ke and the others. Li Ke and Xiao Qinghua are not bad, neither good nor bad, but Xiao Qinghua still doesn't remember the past. But Professor Arnold said that they are the two people with the best chance of recovery. You don't know that Professor Arnold has looked much older in the past few years, and his hair is all gray. The two talked about heavy topics, and the joyful atmosphere of the banquet was diluted a lot. Finally, it was Gu Zheng who broke the silence. Today is a good day. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how you've been doing recently. Chinjio talked to him about the current situation of the pet care shop, and Xia Xiaolan's dissatisfaction with the lack of manpower when she was temporarily assigned to the wormhole. Talking about daily life, the two seemed much more relaxed than at the beginning, and they didn't even know the time was passing until the end of the banquet, and they said goodbye reluctantly. Soon, the site selection work for the new store was completed, and several people came to inspect the situation of the new store. Xia Xiaolan has made a plan. This store only does pet care, and does not involve the business of war beasts, so she will recruit her juniors to become employees here. Thanks to Chinjio's golden signboard, the number of applicants for the pet care major in the second year increased sharply, and the popularity even exceeded the beast control major, becoming the top 1 major of Xinhuang. They have quite a few junior students, and Xia Xiaolan's behavior can be regarded as solving their future employment problems. Even Xia Xiaolan herself couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a good senior sister in the world? Chinjio listened to Xia Xiaolan's plan for this place, and suddenly a harsh emergency bell rang from the terminal. Everyone looked at her, and they all knew what the bell meant. It was an urgent call for support from the Beast Tamer army. Sorry, I have to leave first, Chinjio said, and left in a hurry with light and elegance. Xia Xiaolan couldn't help but sigh. You really said it right. She will always take that path. Lu Qin shrugged. His expression didn't change much. Of course, after all, She is the first beastmaster in the galaxy.